All right, where'd everyone go? What up, Napalm?
What's up, man? How's it going?
John?
Chilling. Yeah, me too. Sitting out back enjoying coffee before I log into work.
I know it's the calm before all the storms that are gonna happen at work and here with the kids everywhere.
Yep. Yeah. It's I try to come out here and at least enjoy one cup of coffee before the nonsense hits.
I hear that.
Whether it's work, Discord, the wife.
It's gonna be something. You can be sure of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Always is. Are you
Always.
are you working a lot right now with it being summer?
Yeah. Oh God, I fucking hate summers. I work harder than ever in summer. You know what we do, bro? It's fucking ridiculous. It's honestly stupid that we even go do all this. I mean, it does make the school look nice, but we dust. We go okay. We go into a classroom. We dust the whole thing down. Make a map of where all the stuff is. Then we clean all the furniture. Put it into the hallway. Strip the floor. Strip the wax off the floor. Put new wax down. Bring all the stuff back in, and we do that for every room, every hallway, everywhere. The
Yeah, I
whole
guess I
school. It's
didn't think about
obnoxious.
that. This is the time of the year where you get things done that you can't during the normal year, right?
Yeah, it's fucking obnoxious though.
Yeah, I have friends that are teachers, and I also have friends that are like administrators within schools. And like the administrator ones are like, yeah, it's nice that it's summer, but I actually have to do more to get ready for next year. And then once school's rolling, shit's kind of smooth, but there's more work leading up to the school year in the summer for some of them than it is actually during the year.
Yeah, I mean this when school starts, the first like the first like 3-4 weeks of school are mad easy because I don't really have to clean that good because I fucking went nuts. You know what I mean? Because everything's super sparkly clean.
Yeah.
So that's neat.
So you just get a little bit of a break actually when school starts, as opposed
Yeah,
to
because
when it
it's so
ends.
clean. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. You're at a high school, right?
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yep. They put me in the
Kid,
science department now, dude. One of the science teachers, because I walk around talking on Discord. I don't give a fuck. Right? The
That's much
teachers are
about
still
science.
there after.
They're
What's
like
that? What's that?
they promoted you to science department.
No, I mean they just switched my things. Anyways, um, I walk around talking on Discord, and one of the teachers was like, he's like, "Oh, I love what you talk about. It's so interesting." Da da da. I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I thought you were doing homework or something." I was like, "No, I'm just talking with friends on the internet."
that's funny.
Yeah. I used to be in the math and social studies department, but and one of the head of the math department once was like helping me out with a couple things. And I used to pitch problems to the teachers on the board. I'd be drawing on their whiteboards and shit.
Uh, that's funny. Do the kids ever give you shit?
Who?
The kids. Dude,
Nah, the kids are good. The kids are good.
are half the teachers there retarded? I mean, you don't have to say it out loud, but wink, wink once if I'm right.
I mean, bro, I'm in the science department now, so the guy I just told you about who said I like the stuff you got, he's got NASA stickers all over the room. There's another guy in the science room who's really cool. Like we talk and stuff, so I haven't like gone at him yet. That was actually the dude where I asked him if he knew about the Coriolis effect. He was like, yeah. This was years ago. I was in a science department years ago, but then I moved, so I stopped talking to him really. But he's like, yeah, I teach the Coriolis effect every year. I teach it to the kids. I was like, all right, so you know the inertial, non-inertial reference. He's like, whoa, what's that? And he wrote it
What?
down and shit.
Wait, so a high school science teacher doesn't know the difference between inertial and non-inertial reference frames?
I mean, he probably does now because he took notes. He's like, oh, all right, I'm gonna look this up. But yeah, I don't know if you need to know that. I wouldn't know how to teach Coriolis without using those words. Like, I don't know if I could teach someone Coriolis without those words. You know, the frames. So I guess
Maybe if
you
they just
can.
talk about, they say the observer here or there or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know.
Interesting.
You should be like a substitute teacher or something. That'd be dope.
No, he wasn't a substitute. He's
No,
the
I'm not saying
same
you
guy.
should be.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, dude, I'd love to be a teacher, bro. They're home
Substitute
chilling or whatever.
substitute teacher Jeremy today. We're going to learn about the Coriolis effect, kids. What do you know about non-inertial and inertial reference frames?
uh,
All right, whoever
Interrupted by
comes
the
up with
kids.
the shortest path, come up with the shortest path, kids. Come on.
Dude, that's still a killer argument, bro. They could be flying a shorter path right now.
He can't get it across to him. He's got to play GoldenEye with him. Principal comes in. He's like, "What the hell's going on here?" I'm trying to teach
Bro,
this kid.
in the last department I was in, they had the two teachers used to have a 64 set up on a giant screen in the room, and they would be playing Mario Kart on a 64. I'm like, yo, you guys got a third controller? They're like, no, we only got two controllers. I was like, oh, all right.
Like, get on that. Put that in the budget for next year.
Yeah, and get GoldenEye.
That Logitech controller from the bottom of the ocean. We could use that. Wireless.
Oh
my God.
Come here, kiddo.
So do you think there's like a teacher there that's like, man, I wish I was a janitor. It's probably like one.
One of the teachers. Yeah, one of the science teachers used to summer clean with us because they get the summer off and we got to clean the whole building. So. I used to break his balls too. He did chemistry. I'm like, dude, you don't even know what science is. He's mad cool. I'm like, you don't even know what science is, dude.
Why? Because he's chemistry major?
He actually does one of the hard sciences, though. I would consider. Hey, we're not doing that yet. All right.
Yeah, my double majored in college. Her major was chemistry. She doesn't know shit about chemistry. Quite funny, actually.
I do miss being in the math department, though. Those people were super helpful.
Probably more helpful than kosher.
They were, though. Like one time, I was debating Moyak, and I'm like, dude, you can't draw an angle on a basketball and measure it with a protractor. I'm like, you can't do it. And Moyak was like, yes, you can. Da, da, da. And it's the head of the math department came up to me and was like, you're right, you can't do that. I was like, I know, thank you. And like I said, I used to draw on their board and shit. The math department was fucking awesome. Now I'm just looking at NASA stickers all day and mad globe, bro. There's fucking globes everywhere. There's got to be 1,000 million globes in there.
But I can't throw it away because it's just like it's real nice. It's like one of those antique style ones. But I hate it every time I look at it. I'm like, what do I do with this? I gotta get it. I'm gonna blow it up. I think.
You can glue
They threw a whole solar. So when summer starts, the teachers will throw all their trash out, giant heaps of trash, like it's insane. They were throwing mad solar systems out. I'm like, get this fucking bullshit trash out of here. You know, like kids will make like solar systems out of those styrofoam balls.
Yeah, they have to, dude. Like I feel like the solar system model is legitimately that, and like making rockets is literally like the only thing I remember doing like a physical model of throughout school, not only just in like grade school, but also high school. Like, what else do you do that?
You make a volcano.
Oh, yeah, and you make a volcano. That's true.
I made one. My dad put an Estes rocket in it. Bro, we almost set the fucking school on fire. That shit was dope.
Not gonna lie, I almost set the school on fire once, too. Don't worry, they dropped the charges.
Jesus.
I wish I was joking.
We've all done some crazy stuff, you know.
We've
Yeah,
all
living life.
almost arsoned some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
You live long enough.
The sad part is arson in the first is something that still shows up in an FBI background check. So when buying firearms, they still want to send a SWAT team to your house unless you really figure it out.
Man. Get excited.
I never got charged with it.
You ever got charged with what?
Arson.
Oh, I only got misdemeanors.
Yeah, me too. Had they actually tried to charge me with some shit, I might have gotten a felony. But they knew they had no actual case for such a charge. Literally, it was bullshit.
Yo, I heard they're trying to put a 32-hour work week through Congress or some shit, bro.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, you know how fucking dope that would be? I mean, they got to keep the same money, obviously, but like, what do you do though? Do
No,
they
they're not
really
going
just
to
keep every?
You're not going to keep the same money. You're going to be able to get benefits with the 32-hour work week, but you ain't getting paid the same amount of money.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? Then what?
A 33-hour work week.
Well, my work needs 40 hours worth of work done, so they're either gonna pay me overtime and then it's optional. I don't know. They're not gonna pass that shit anyways. It's too soon. That does need to happen, but it's too soon. I think you need to automate some shit first before you fucking do that. Like, what have we automated recently? That's the toll booth and this throughway.
Within specific industries like my own, like I've spent the last 7 years helping my company build automations that has now put us in a place where very few of us are still needed.
Yeah. Man.
I mean, my department has been reduced by almost 75% in the past 7 years due to us figuring out a way to automate a lot of the stuff that we do, which has eliminated 75% of us. It's only a matter of time before that goes to 100.
Damn.
Yeah, and that's just been in the last 5 to 7 years. I mean, there's a ton of jobs out there like that, right? There's most of administrative jobs, clerical work, stuff that like secretaries would do, most of what accountants do, most of what finance people do. All that stuff is becoming automated. And then once you start automating all those jobs, sure, it frees people up for other sectors, but all other sectors are starting to automate as well. So this isn't a
Jeremy's gonna have the only real job that can't be replaced pretty soon. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh no. No, I've already seen two different ways. Where'd that fucking cat go? I've already seen two ways to automate to clean a bathroom. So it's little robots and shit.
Yeah, I mean, like even one of my side jobs is lawn care, and most of that is getting ready to be automated with robots, the same as like robot vacuums.
Oh, I'm trying to talk my wife into getting one of those because I don't like mowing the lawn. Like that's not really my thing. I know some dudes love it and shit, but I could honestly give a fuck.
Cool, like DIY. Somebody made their own automatic lawnmower just from like a regular mower, and like $100 of parts or something like that. Just does GPS waypoints, and it's crazy.
Yeah, they're out there and they're getting like really advanced. I mean, they've had them for maybe 4 or 5 years on the market, but they're starting to get like, like everything, they become more and more perfected over time.
Apple remote lawnmower with the VR headset experience.
Most of these operate off similar systems, like your vacuums, either off like a lidar or GPS coordinates or a specified boundary that it just kind of does a random bounce pattern.
Yeah, I mean that's neat that they did that, but I figured they would have to automate like a lot of like physical shit like I do, shit like your lawn care job, shit like that. You know what I mean? Truck drive. I figured they would have to do the trucks and the fast food or something at least, or the self automate the autonomous vehicles. You know, shit like that. I don't know who's going to be able to afford to eat at a fast food restaurant if they automate the fast food industry.
It'd be a lot
They're gonna have
cheaper.
to do univer. I don't know if it's gonna be cheaper either. They'll probably raise their price. Dude, fast food's mad expensive. I can't even afford to eat. I
Fast
work
food's
like a
crazy
fucking
expensive.
yo. I work like a slave. I should be able to eat anything I want, right? I should be not anything, but like I shouldn't have to worry about like buying snacks or going to get fast food for lunch. Even you know what I mean? And like I just that's not in the cards for me, bro. That shit's wild expensive. I have to watch how many snacks I can get. Like I should be able to. The amount I work, I should be able to have like unlimited snacks on some Game Genie cheat code shit. But
Game cheating.
shit's mad expensive.
Yeah, everything's getting more and more expensive. Everything's going up except salaries. It's intentional, bro. There's going to be a.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I got a nice raise coming through soon, the beginning of next month, but it's only like I think it's like $160 a month. That's before taxes and all this bullshit. So maybe I'm left with 100 after a month. But my food bill went up $50 a week just on the food shit. Yeah, so it's like, did I really make any money? I'm losing, still
You're
losing.
losing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same. Like I'm at the end of our fiscal year, um, at the end of this month, and it's like, yeah, I got a decent raise and a decent bonus and all that shit, but like on paper, it's like, well, I don't know. Did I actually get a raise, or am I basically going to make the same amount I did last year because of the cost of everything went up? You know?
No, I hear you.
See it here from a computer sale that was done at the time of the 486 25 megahertz processor with 4 megabytes of RAM. You know what I mean? And that computer cost $2,600. And if you wanted something with 33 megahertz processor, eight megabytes of RAM, that was almost $4,000. So adjusted for inflation, those are some pretty expensive gateway computers. You know, that's crazy.
Computers
Inflation
are
stuff.
like, they almost give them away, like televisions. $2,000 for a computer now would be like top of the line. It would be about a million times faster than what you're talking about.
You remember those old Silicon Graphics computers? I mean, you probably never seen one in real life, but they were like they used them on like Terminator 2 and shit. They were like purple, big workstations and stuff. And those cost about, like, adjusted for inflation, are about $625,000 a piece. And like they
Jeez.
can play Doom pretty good. Yeah.
Maybe. That's funny.
I used to like that game. Doom was okay, obviously, but there was the other. I was kind of a nerd, so I liked the Risk, and then
Yeah.
they had another one that was Civilization.
Yeah.
That first
I
Sid Meier's Civilization game was fucking neat.
I preferred Wolfenstein 3D over Doom. Killing the
Realistic.
Nazis. A lot of blood.
Bro, how are humans around for 200,000 years in the mainstream model? And then only 10,000 years ago, we just started like writing stuff and doing stuff. Does that shit make sense to anyone else? Like
Yeah.
modern humans, like me and you, Napalm and Snacks are sitting around, and we ain't getting nothing done for 190,000 years.
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense.
Who fucking believes that? How does everyone believe that? Like that's what all of most of humanity buys that mainstream model, right?
Yeah, I mean, what scene in whatever movie that was, The Truman Show, right? We accept the world in which we are presented.
Yeah.
That fucking movie's so good.
It really is, I know.
My favorite part is when the best friend comes and tries to like talk him out of it, and Jim Carrey's just got his tears in his eyes, like he knows he's in on it and stuff. That fucking part is awesome.
But he brought a 6-pack, so didn't he? Didn't he bring some beers?
Yeah. You think somebody would actually do that? You think that Truman Show, like, if that were to have occurred, do you think that there is a guy who's the true man that would walk out of the thing and do all that? Or do you think he would just, like, cut to it and just go with it?
What if they found out? You're saying?
I mean, is he a realistic character? Like, yeah, I guess. I'm just, yeah, like, if anybody was put in that position, would you just have the intelligence to figure out that your world's kind of, like, not real exactly?
Well, I think they would try to get out, right? Or say fuck it, right? Because once you realize your whole, I mean, think of it as a metaphor for kind of maybe a path that some of us had gone down, where we start to realize that your whole worldview and your whole foundation has been incorrect, or you've been lied to about it, right? You kind of start losing your shit, and the first thing you want to do is be like, bro, we need to go to Antarctica. We need to figure out how we can get out of this bitch. Like, that's most people's first reaction. Like, we need to figure out where this wall is. What can we do to get to the North Pole? What can we do to get to Antarctica? These places they don't allow us to go. How do we get there? All that. So I would say probably yes. I would say that's probably a pretty accurate human reaction.
Well, what was the one movie with the? See, I didn't see that movie.
You didn't see
The movie
Truman
where
Show?
no, I saw the Truman Show. There was another one though, where the Truman Show was dope as fuck. I saw that bad times. There was another one I never saw though, where they had kids in the woods and they acted like it was Little House on the Prairie, but there was actually like airplanes and shit, and they told them the woods was filled with monsters and you couldn't go out there.
You're talking about The Village.
Village.
Yeah, it's an M.
Yeah,
Night
that's it.
Shyamalan film.
The one,
Yeah,
Yeah, watch that.
I haven't seen that.
It's not
I
very
think
good.
it's kind of. It's not.
No.
It sounds good.
It's a good idea, but it's really obvious when you watch it. Like probably 15 minutes in, even if you don't know what the twist is, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. But I mean, you could do a scenario like that with people, like, you know, put giant mountains or put them on an island or something, and be like, oh, you can't go anywhere, and just tell them whatever the fuck you want. You know, and they just buy it, write it down in a book, have all the adults spit in the same shit. What was it, a creep show episode or something? One of those weird things back in the day, and I think the guy was raising his daughter, teaching her that salt is sugar and sugar is salt, and open is shut, and everything was like backwards. Oh, what was that? It was fucking 30 years ago. I don't even know.
There's a series that I can't remember the name of. I think it was like quite a short series that got cancelled, and it's about like a fake space mission, and it's basically like a Truman Show where most of the people on this spaceship think it's a real mission, but it's not. It's all fake, and it's part of a like psychological experiment. It's very similar to the Truman Show, but in space. Can't remember what it's called though. So
I've heard about that.
But
Heard about that.
is that on Netflix? Maybe.
I'm pretty sure it was on Amazon.
Yeah.
Yo, how did television get worse? Okay, before you turn the TV on, you scroll through the stations, you find something to watch. Now you gotta turn the TV on, go to a certain app, then scroll through those stations. Oh, there's nothing. Go to the next app. Like I don't know. I feel like it's like worse now than it was before to find something to watch.
It's from the
Like
TiVo.
I dread when my wife tosses me the remote and says, "Find something for us to watch." I'm like, oh, there's 30 minutes of my life gone.
Yeah.
Well, like
Like,
I think, yeah, TV started changing like at the time, like I don't know, Fear Factor and shit started coming out. You know, because they had all these like strikes and stuff like that. They cut a lot of the writers out, and I think they also kind of cut a bit of that idea of like you have to watch like some shit you got to like watch. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that show's like Survivor, right? Everybody get together for Survivor parties because there were like live events or whatever, like a sporting event or something. But there really isn't as much of that anymore. So like, there's less of like a TV is happening. You know what I mean? Because like, isn't that what we want? Like channels, like, oh, this shit's happening on this channel or whatever. But that's like, that's almost like a gone thing because everybody just records shit and watches it later.
well, they drop whole seasons now. A lot of times. Like, oh, the next season of whatever Netflix show just dropped, so everybody binges it, and they're done in like 2 days.
Yeah, I won't even before they started doing that, I wouldn't even watch something until all the fucking episodes were out, all the seasons. I'm not fucking playing your weird game where I gotta wait 3 months for the next season to come out. Like, fuck that. I'll just watch that shit when your whole thing's done.
Dude,
Like The Office, 30 Rock. I ripped through those.
yeah.
I watched them all after.
The nice thing is not having commercials, right? But then now we're kind of in this conundrum. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, if we had zero, like we don't have cable or anything like that. We just have internet, so we have whatever hooks our television up to the internet. But you have all these services, right? So it's like we've piggybacked off of family members for so long and haven't paid for anything. But now, like Netflix is cutting down. They're like, oh, you're obviously not in the same household because you're 6 states away from the person who pays for this account.
Yeah.
and they're starting to crack down on that shit. But like, if you think about it, your cable bill used to be what, around $100 and something a month for cable and internet. Now it's like your internet's like between 50 and $100 just for the internet now. And then if you want to get television, you're going to pay however much a month for Netflix, HBO, uh, Showtime, Hulu, Apple TV. Like everything that you want to watch is split up into all these different streaming services that all have some sort of monthly reoccurring fee for you to pay, that they're all low enough to where you think you're not getting screwed. But when you put them all together and you add them up, you're like, holy shit, now I'm paying $250 a month for my internet and cable. You know?
Yeah, no, I know. My wife, because we did that too, and we were sitting there trying to do the math. My wife's like, "Well, I want to get Hulu with no, all the fringe, all the frills and shit, and yeah, all the shit was almost as much as the fucking cable was in the first place." She's like, "I should have just kept cable."
Yeah. But now if you have cable, you still are missing out on shows that are specific to like Netflix or
Yeah,
whatever. Because all those streaming services have turned into their own, like, I don't even know
yeah,
what
like
it
they're
is.
only putting their shit out on their platform,
Yeah.
like all the Disney. We got Disney Plus, so all the Disney shit is just on their shit. I mean, you could buy it on other shit if you wanted to, $4, $5 a movie or whatever. But
Yeah, it
yeah,
makes more
I
sense
know.
to subscribe to Disney if like you're gonna be watching all the Marvel stuff all the time, because they get all that stuff like direct. That's for the kids though, right? Grown men don't watch Marvel movies, but you know what I'm saying.
I don't know. I was watching a couple Marvel movies the other night.
I did a fat Photoshop of like Zanuck as Thanos, and I called him Xanos, but I can't release it because it's a picture of him. So whatever. But it's funny looking.
Uh,
Trust. Yeah. No, those. Yeah, man, it's weird. I like HBO though. I think they're pretty good. Sometimes Showtime comes out with a good show. Yeah, but it's like, is it worth like having that service for like the whole year? You know, if they're just gonna drop like one good series a year or something. I don't know. And like all the on-demand movies are shit, pretty much. You know, they, like even the old fucking flicks, they could have better old flicks on there. They don't. It's like, damn. Yeah, TV got worse. Jeremy, I think you've fucking got that shit correct.
yeah, when I was a kid, we had the cable with the wire on it, and I'm like, "Yo, this is crazy." And I'm like, "The future of television, everything's gonna be on one channel, and it's just gonna be a list of stuff, and everything's gonna be on that list." And now it's fucking totally opposite. Now there's a million lists: Netflix, Hulu,
AI.
Amazon Prime.
You need
What's
like an
up?
AI just to search your shit to find out what to fucking watch.
Well, it's
Yeah.
harder now to find something to watch than it was back in the '90s. I don't know, and it makes it extra hard because my wife doesn't like anything with vampires, robots, aliens, too much shooting, drugs, uh, just all kind. There's a whole list of shit that my wife doesn't like. I'm like, oh my god.
Steph, write that down. Start a focus group. Make some more shitty entertainment for people to watch. Just joking. But take out the aliens and the guns. That's all I like watching though. Robots and guns and stuff, man. That's good.
Yeah.
I need a robot and guns channel. Where's that? Just
Yeah.
like it would make sense if they started doing that, like just really narrow casting the these networks or whatever production companies and stuff. Just be like, oh, it's all we do is this. They kind of do that, but I mean, just
See, that would be dope if there was a channel, like an app, like Netflix or something, but it was just all comedy movies. And then there was another one that was just all fucking alien movies or something. That would be neat if it was broken down into genres. Like this app's all horror movies. This app's all action movies. This app's all drama.
Well, if you have a Fire Stick, I think you can look up via those categories, and it'll look up anything that you have, like whether it's on Amazon Prime or Netflix or any of that. Like, I think it categorizes a lot of that shit for you.
Bro, I tried using Fire Sticks, dude. They don't fucking work. I don't know why. My friend had a Fire Stick. He's like, "No, you got to get a Fire Stick." I ordered one, hooked it up. The shit wouldn't work. My friend's like, "All right, I'll switch it with you." He's a computer science fucking dude. So we switched Fire Sticks. His worked. He was actively using it. And shit. He's like, "Mine works great. I'll switch it with you and I'll figure yours out." I was like, "All right." Took his wouldn't fucking work. I'm like, "Bro, I don't know what's wrong." It was all laggy and shit. The wheels spinning. I don't know.
Hmm.
I have great internet, bro. I have the best internet money could get.
run off of wireless stuff.
I don't know. I think that's all we have on our TVs is the Fire Stick things, maybe.
That's all you need, really. What do you got, like Cody or something?
Huh?
What, you use the app to watch all the free movies?
I guess. I don't know.
You got a jail? Is it like jailbroken or whatever they say?
Bro, I don't know. My brother-in-law, when he comes in town, just brings shit and plugs it into our TV so that he can watch stuff and leaves it here.
Bro, back in the day, we used to have this. We used to have this dish, this satellite dish, and one of our friends he would have to come over because every once in a while they would scramble the cards or the signal or whatever. So once in a while, the friend that sold it to us, he would have to come over, unscramble the card, and then put it back in the box or something. It was crazy.
Talking about like an old school dish, like those, like 20-foot radius dishes that you have in your backyard.
Yeah, you had to like fucking we screwed it into our patio thing. Yeah, I used to love that, and even before that, I had used to be able to buy like these boxes, and you would just screw the coaxial cable from the cable into the box and then to the TV. And bro, I used to get all the channels. When I say all the channels, like I'm not even bullshitting. Like even every pay-per-view channel that was like $5 a movie, that shit would just be rolling. Like I never had to buy anything. Spice Network, it was fucking awesome.
Yeah, back in the day, I guess when I was in like high school or something, we had a friend. It was actually my sister-in-law's brother, my ex-sister-in-law now. He worked for like a satellite TV company or whatever, and they had the inside track on the chips that basically unlocked everything or what they could do to hack your box and all that shit. So they had a side hustle of basically charging people money to do these hacks to get all the channels or whatever. It'd be like you flip them like $100 cash and that they give you all the channels. It's kind of
Yeah, I
funny.
think I bought my box for like I think I bought my box for like $250 or something back in the day. And so worth it.
Yeah. That was their side hustle. Oh, dude, and back in the day. So somehow this kid got all of the equipment and everything I don't know if he stole it from the DMV or how he got it, but there was this kid that had all of the equipment to make driver's licenses for the state that I lived in. He had all of it. So you would pay $200. This kid would take your picture, all of your information, and just change the date of birth by however many years to make you 21. And it was a legit driver's license. The swipe on the back worked. Like everything worked legitimately. It just had an extra, 3 years or however many years you needed to be 21. So a cop would never know. So yeah, we used to have the ability to get a legitimate fake ID that would never be questioned. I forget how much he charged, but it was like 200, 250, something like that. I never needed it. I had a brother that was 3 years older than me, so I was 21 since I was 18.
Yeah, we used to chalk them. Like if your year ended in an 8,
Yeah,
you could like white out parts of the 8, and then now it's a 3. Now you're 5 years older. Fuck, perfect.
use a little pencil on it, and yeah, because it's basically just contact paper over like a thin piece of plastic. At least Missouri's IDs were.
Yeah, we used to chalk them.
Yep. But see, then they switched to they had like holograms in them and stuff, and that's when that kid stole. I think he stole it, or he found a distributor or something, got all the equipment to make the fake IDs.
That's
Because I'm sure
crazy.
that kid made bank till he got busted.
Oh my god, man! I can't wait for this week to be over, dude. The kids got a break in between school, so no more naps before work because it's tough.
No more naps before work. What are you gonna do, man?
I'm fucking dying over here. I waxed 4 floors last night and shit looked awesome. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see what my boss says today. I just texted my boss. Are the floors dope? It's such a waste of resources to do this, though. It's insane the amount of stuff. Like, it's unfucking believable.
Good work. I like doing shit like that. It's funny that you don't enjoy doing the lawn work if you enjoy seeing shit be all clean. Like that's what's
Oh, I don't.
satisfying about lawn work for me.
Yeah. Oh, she's texting me back. Said beautiful. Nice. I was worried because I haven't waxed since last year. We only wax once a year, so. But and I haven't waxed a lot before that. But I've actually put more of that floor in, and I actually like installed it, then waxed it. What did you just say though? Oh, the lawn work. It's not that I don't mind. Like I don't mind mowing the lawn. It's just not like something. I don't know. It's just time. You know what I mean? So like I want to be able to mow the lawn, vacuum my house, wash my clothes, do my dishes, and then do something else all at the same time. You know, so it's an efficiency thing for me. Like I want to be able to get mad stuff done.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, I do. I like weed whacking is
Yeah.
nice because I edge the shit out and shit like that. That is why highly satisfying. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but like just mowing the grass is like whatever. I just need this grass to be all one length. It doesn't really matter. So it doesn't help that the people. Okay, first of all, the guy I bought this fucking house off of years and years ago. He used to get letters on his door, like notices on his door, like, dude, if you don't cut your grass, we're gonna fine you, like from the city or whatever. And the people on either side of me get like the true green fucking lawn care people with the trucks pulling up, spraying chemicals. This guy's doing crazy patterns next to me. So I'm like in between two of the most, two of the best lawns in my neighborhood almost. And, I'm like, whatever the fuck. They keep like pushing over on my side in the front, and I don't give a fuck. I'm like, go ahead. I feel like 3, 4, 5 years ago, I had way more front lawn than I do now because they keep like squeezing me in, and I don't give a fuck, dude. Nobody uses front lawns. My kids are never gonna be outside in the front lawn playing. Like the road's there. I got the
Right.
back fence off and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like front lawns are like a status symbol. Like, ooh, look at my giant lawn. We should be growing food out there or something.
I agree.
Like
Yeah,
fuck
you
the
just need
lawn.
to be like, yo, Robert, you can go ahead and just take care of my whole front if you want. It's cool, bro.
Yeah, like, I don't give a fuck. I swear to God, I've lost like at least 20 feet on both sides since I bought this house because I'm like, whatever. But yeah, dude, we spend 50 Americans just in America, we spend $50 billion a year on is it landscaping or lawn care or whatever it is, cutting grass and shit like that.
Yeah.
That is fucking ridiculous, bro. We should all be growing food out there. Like, what's some shit you can just put a seed in and then walk away and come back and there's food? That's what we need to do. Some low maintenance food growing shit in our front lawns.
Dude, where I live, there's tons of that shit, bro. Tons of stuff you just stick in the ground and it grows. Pretty much everything,
bro.
actually.
That's what we need, dude. I need to just put a few seeds. I'd much rather put a few seeds out there a couple times, in the beginning of summer, and then walk away and come back and there's just tons of food. And then you go grocery shop and it's like you're just walking down the street picking food off of your neighbor's lawns. You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, this guy's got some good some red tomatoes. Tomatoes are ready down the block.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. We live in a world of abundance, but we've been sold this idea of scarcity. The problem is we just have the improper mindset. It's not that this world is a world of scarcity. We've chosen a scarcity mindset. And people are weird about that kind of shit, bro. Like, imagine if everybody in your neighborhood planted 4 food producing trees or plants. Just 4 per household. Dude, the amount of fruits and vegetables y'all would be sharing because you
I
wouldn't be
know.
able to eat all of it
Bro,
would
there
be
is woods.
crazy.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. There's woods in the back of my house where we could put all kinds of food trees and shit in the front lawns. Yeah, like I know that'd be dope if just like 20, 30 feet from the street there was just a row. Yeah, just one row of crops going down the street. I could probably fit like fucking 30 plants in front of my house if it was just one line of plants, like tomato plants. I don't know. I think it looks like I can put about 50. Oh, there's a little
Oh, yeah.
chipmunk on my steps.
You could mix in a ton of shit, bro. Like, here's the thing. You wouldn't want 50 tomato plants because most of it would all be ripe at the same time and you can't eat all of it. You'd be sharing it with your neighbors. You know what I'm saying?
This is true. My mum had a lot of tomato plants and we couldn't fucking finish it, man. And she only had like 12 or 15 of them and we still couldn't finish it.
Dude, last year I had one cherry tomato plant that I could not keep up with. Like, at first I was trying to keep the mockingbirds off of it. I was like, bro, don't eat my shit. And then it got to the point where I was like, hopefully the mockingbirds eat half of this shit because I can't.
Well, you got to mix it up
Talking about-
in some. You got to mix it up and make some pasta, some shit. Can it? It's good for like 2 years.
Yeah, you could. I mean, lots of times we'll share with the neighbors. Like one of my
I
neighbors,
was inviting boys over. I was saying to my boys, come over and eat tomatoes.
yeah, one of my neighbors across the street last year they harvested over 60 pineapples last year.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
like
amazing.
Yeah.
Where is that? Where is that? Where did he grow pineapples? Because that's amazing. I love pineapples.
yeah. I mean, I have them at my house too. It's like you just stick the top of a pineapple in the ground and it grows another plant and eventually it fruits.
Obviously, but where do you live that it's warm enough? Are you in America somewhere where it's warm enough
Yeah,
that
I'm
you
in
can do that? Because I
Florida,
couldn't do that here.
US. I live in Florida.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that here.
No, but there's other stuff that I mean, you have a huge harvest throughout, spring, summer, and fall. There's things that you can plant no matter where you're at that you get a spring, summer, fall harvest. And then in those northern climates, you just have to be sure to like can that stuff or whatever, put it into jars, basically store it for the winter time.
Mason
We're
jars.
fortunate enough where we can
I
grow
mean,
shit like all year round down here, but yeah.
bro, if you do it right, yeah, you gotta put it in mason jars and do that canning process. But you can grow anything all year round, no matter where you are. Like if you have a greenhouse attached to your house,
Yeah.
that way, you know what I'm saying, you're good.
That's what my
Yep.
mom had, and fucking hell, man, it's very effective. It's much more effective than I thought. Having a little greenhouse, you could actually grow enough food for your whole family in a little greenhouse.
Yeah, like think about it. If you had a south-facing window, you could grow a plant anything you wanted all year round. Like one plant in front of the window or something.
Yeah, it's not difficult to do. And then, bro, I don't even think we're too far removed from. I feel like my grandparents' generation, so people that were born, shortly after the turn of the century, World War II generation. Most of them, they grew up with like gardens and chickens. Like half of the shit that they ate came from their own house, just like small gardens and chickens and ducks. Like, I don't know. We're
Yeah,
not that far removed from most of the population at least giving themselves a decent portion of their food from their garden.
this is true. I'm about to get chickens myself. I really want to get chickens, man.
Yeah, I would love to get chickens. I live in a neighborhood though where it's not necessarily allowed, but I'm sure we'd be all right. The Vietnamese
Just
people, a
keep it on
few
the
houses
down.
up. Yeah, the Vietnamese people, a few houses up, they had chickens. The only reason uh, they got found out about is they made the mistake of keeping a freaking rooster, which makes noise every morning.
Yeah. I was asking about that actually. Like, if the rooster does make a lot of noise, but if it does, man, you just chop his head off and eat him, man, and then just get rid of him. You get me? It's not that hard, is it?
Yeah, I don't know if you need a rooster in order for your hens to be the lay, but I know that the roosters are good protection for the hens. I don't know if you can just have females or not, but I know most people just call all of their if they get males, they eat the males, keep the egg laying females. But that's a ton of protein right there. for almost free. You do have to supplement them with some feed, but I mean, chickens will kind of root through a lot of your shit, like kind of dig up the soil a little bit. But they're also good pest control. Like they keep bugs down to a minimum in your garden.
They're good, like garbage disposals.
Yeah.
I just want chickens again so I can feed them ramen noodles. I was so depressed, I think, and then I watched a bunch of chickens eat ramen noodles, and I think I laughed for like the first time in like a while, and I was like, "This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." It's so funny looking.
Chickens eating ramen noodles.
Like they'll all cluster around it because they're like, "This is amazing," you know. It's like pure carbs. They know they love it, but they're not really equipped to be eating a noodle.
Oh.
Just like air, just eat it in the air, basically. It's hilarious.
That's funny.
Everything else, man, they go through. I throw a lot of food away, actually. You know,
Yeah,
don't eat it all.
a lot of my produce as it starts to go, if it looks like I'm not going to be able to get it eaten before it starts to go bad, I put it outside for the bunny rabbits. They eat a lot of shit. Which is why it's good to have a raised garden bed so that the bunny rabbits can't get in there and eat all your shit.
Yeah, good greenhouse setup. You know, as long as it's got the water, it'll grow the plants, man.
So have you guys ever thought about the possibility that like castles and manors back in the day may have just been communities, not necessarily where a king lived and people slaved over them, where it was like more of a communal type community that kind of kept to themselves, had their own garden and food and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, the reason castles are so big and they're such large plots of land is because basically it was like communes, not necessarily like some king that was lording over people.
Well, if you ask the king, that's what he would say, right?
No, but there's so many like castles throughout Europe and stuff like that. Was there really that many kings?
Well, if you study Tartaria and like castles, and I'm hoping you guys can hear me, it wasn't just because it was a kingdom, right, or a monarchy per se, but because it offered practical protection from invading, countries, like neighbors. It wasn't necessarily a castle doesn't inherently mean a kingdom or a king. It's just a form of protection
Yeah,
for
that's what I'm saying.
towns.
Like, maybe people seeking refuge. If you want to buy
Yeah,
the
just
whole
feudal smart
Mayflower,
cities, bro. Feudal smart
yeah,
cities.
it's a 15-minute city. Is that what it is?
Basically,
Yeah, I just think of it as like, we're told the story of some Quakers coming over here to seek refuge from religious persecution. Well, what if castles and stuff like that was people just kind of getting further and further away from, people within the community that they disagreed with, and they're like, hey, we all agree on this. Maybe we should go start putting some rocks together and build our own castle and have our own little commune where we all kind of agree on the same
Yeah,
shit.
I don't think hippies could do that.
These were medieval hippies.
I don't think that that's a model that works though.
These are medieval hippies, bro.
Bro, that makes it worse, bro. They can't even read.
They probably smelled the same though.
I doubt it. Oh yeah, maybe that's a good point. Good point. Not well, although I think now they have access to spices
Well,
more more than
before
they did back
finance,
then. When they like patchouli and such.
like, how do you get people to comply to build a castle unless you're paying them? But without, I don't know, monetary system, it's that's a little
No,
tricky.
that's why the monetary system. That's why we have the monetary system. It's a necessary evil because people suck. And essentially, like I've said forever, man, if you want to put together a bake sale, nobody's coming from the goodness of their heart to whatever. Or maybe like 5 people will, but then they're going to argue about who's the treasurer. And I think if you just pay them $11.95 an hour, they'll come up on time and make cookies all fucking day.
I wanted to say real quick about gardening and having a greenhouse connected to your house or whatever. Like, gardening is extremely difficult. Like, I understand that like tomatoes can be fairly easy, but not all plants are easy to grow. They all have their own personalities. I guess you can't keep all plants the same. And I used to grow a lot of weeds for like 10 years, and weeds actually like pretty easy to grow, but even wheat can be a little bit difficult. You don't know what you're doing. Um, and like there's something beautiful about having an automated setup where like you have a water collection system and like an automated feeding system and have your garden basically grow itself. But even then, you still need to prune. You still need to make sure that you cut any dead foliage. And like it's a lot to it, bro. Like it's not easy. It really isn't. You need to know
Yeah,
what you're doing.
you have to tend to shit. You can't just
Yeah, you got to tend to it.
you can't just let shit go. Like I had too many papaya trees at one time, and it was like I couldn't keep up with eating or giving away all the fruit. And once you start getting fruit that is past its peak of ripeness, you start getting rotten fruit, which starts to attract the flies, which starts to attract this, which starts to get fungus. Like you really have to keep up with shit, otherwise it can go south pretty quick.
Better off being
So
just eat meat. Fuck all that fruit
you're,
shit.
you're literally better off eating meat. But hear me out, right? Because like indoors is one thing, and outdoors is a whole nother thing. Like indoors is supposed to be easy, but even indoors you still deal with mold, mildew, mites, things that will ruin your harvest. Your whole harvest will be gone, right?
Yep.
And that's what people like back in the days. Like people depended on their harvest, and if they didn't get their harvest, well, guess what happens? Famine happens, starvation happens. That's why people for thousands of years have been storing food over the wintertime, and you always had food stores. So if you did have a good harvest one year, you had all this surplus. Well, they would can it, they would jar it up, and preserve it for years to come. You never know when you're gonna have that dark winter. And we keep hearing this term "dark winter." I keep hearing it, and like I don't know, it keeps popping up. A dark winter, dark winter. Biden said it a couple like last year, 2 years ago. But yeah,
I gotta make some containers for all that shit, some Ziploc bags.
Yeah, then you gotta have freezers.
No.
Unless you're. That's
Root
why they used
cellar.
to have. That's why they used to have like a cold room in a house.
Root cellar, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Get that shit underground.
Dude, I
That's a
remember I remember my grandfather telling me about how like when they first got ice boxes, back in the day. Like people don't like what's so crazy is we're so close to the point where everyone's just gonna hand everything over to AI, and then when the electricity goes out, nobody's gonna know how to do anything. It's that old cliche.
Have you seen this thing? They're floating around for the internet apocalypse. Apparently, some kind of solar activity could zap all of the internet, and we could lose the internet for 2 years. Have you seen this article floating around anywhere?
Yeah, I've heard about that, and then well, actually, on a different note, because I think that's all doomsday bullshit. But yo, did you see like there's like some kind of tree that like conducts electricity or something? I don't know how true this is. It may have been that the tree was attached to a power line and they were running, for all I know. But there's some like tree that conducts electricity. And Snack, I have been just fascinated with the idea, like we were talking about a couple weeks or whenever it was, about the idea that our system and our grid grounding all of the electricity in the air and what it would look like if we didn't. I am fascinated with that fucking idea, bro.
Yeah, you'd have a lot more like energy, like a lot more
Right, like
lightning
just
storms.
exposed energy because it's not being grounded.
Right.
Like
And
like you were
that's
saying,
why,
like, and you put it well. You said, "Hey, the sky might even look different." Like that shit has been fucking my head up, man. I think that is
yeah,
such a
fuck your head
cool
up, dude.
idea. What a cool fucking idea, man. Like the idea that all of our systems that ground electrical shit in the air, if that was not present, would the sky look different? Would fucking different plants have different energies? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's just, it's like they've drained this section of, or like, this like blood flow of electrical current in the life of the earth or something like that. Like they've harnessed it and like it's not doing its job. Or I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know if even that's possible. I just think that's
Yeah,
so
I mean
cool.
that stuff with the St. Elmo's fire, it just seems like it's just where the energy builds up so much that it's not being discharged as a lightning storm, but it's just like in the area. You know what I mean? Like it'll just be working, just excess energy and some. Yeah, I don't think that there's anywhere that experiences that. I don't know.
I feel like it always seeks its equilibrium, right? So once it starts to become so unbalanced, or you have such an excess of charge, you get that discharge, and where does that discharge go? My opinion,
Right. And
kind of space,
how
but
much more often would nature be discharging it? And how would it be discharging it
what
if,
if
let's say,
we?
if there were no, let's say, utility poles with ground, all these grounding mechanisms? Because
Well, here's the thing, and correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not an electrical engineer, but in order for you to get that power transmission or all the electrical things that we deal with to work, you have to have some sort of grounding
well, no, what I mean is like,
to
well,
begin with.
yes, you do, but at the same time, like usually a lot of grounding is almost just in case of a fault, really, right? Or, you know what I mean? Or like, in a place for electricity to flow within the current. So
I don't
like,
think it's in case of fault because like if you don't have the ground, then you're gonna build up too much excess and you're gonna destroy whatever it is you're trying to utilize. Like everything has to have some sort of grounding, I think.
right. Well, no, you're right, but I'm just meaning like, but like from my understanding, a lot of grounding, because you can have an electrical circuit with no ground, but that's fucking dangerous.
Really dangerous, right? Because
Right,
you're just
right.
gonna
So
get a
like, and
random
the reason it's
discharge.
dangerous, is because if there's a fault or something, there's no place for that discharge to go. Now,
Right.
what I'm saying is that we've converted Earth's discharge, like, or what could have been like all these various ways of Earth's discharge. I see that one. We've converted all those ways of discharge, to a point where they go to ground, and we never experience what that discharge might look like, which could be fascinating. That's what fascinates me. Because everything, all the spires in the air, all the electrical grids, like they take this excess shit in the energy and dissipate it so that you never see it discharge. I mean, I don't know what it would look like even if nature didn't have all those things in it. It just fascinates me, like what the effect of all of that is on our, um, atmosphere and shit.
Hmm. I don't know. But
I
that's
think
like
it. Yeah.
that's what gets you is the discharge, right? Like that's the powerful or what we see as the energetic portion of the energy when really it's
Well, like right
the
now, it's
loss
like
of
we
energy.
control the discharge. We control the discharge with transformers and places for the energy to go. So we control and we use that discharge as energy to make work. But like, there's like you said, the excess shit. But I mean, it's so interesting, man. I don't know. Because you can either have a controlled discharge or or a fault. You know what I mean? And the idea is to have a controlled discharge. But what is nature's controlled discharges, or what are its faults? Like, is it electrical? Is it more lightning in the air? You know what I mean? Like, what would there be if there were no grounding things in the atmosphere that are sucking that electricity, pulling it to ground, and making it safe? I mean, it could be really dangerous. Maybe the world lights on fire if there's no
Yeah,
grounding shit.
maybe you could throw some Hadoukens in like a Street Fighter and shit if there was just more energy around.
Or like the vitality of plants, like the effect, like that. Maybe that's why plants used to be bigger, because the electrical flow out of the fucking ground isn't there. Or, you know what I mean? Like everyone's always looking to CO2 emissions and shit like that. But what if we've dissipated the electrical current in this thing? You know what I mean? Like, what if that's why things aren't as big as they used to be, as they say? Not oxygen in the atmosphere, isn't it?
So
Okay.
is it kind of like in your theory? Are you basically saying that the more we start to use electrical stuff, the more we're drawing you're saying there's basically a finite amount of energy within our system. We're starting to utilize a lot more of it, and we're directing it in a specific direction, and that's affecting kind of what we see in reality. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying we don't know the alternative. I'm saying, like, we don't know. Like, let's say, like, when Tesla or these guys were coming up with all these ideas, you know what I mean? Like, they experienced maybe a time when there weren't all these grounding options, and therefore maybe they experienced things a little differently. You know what I mean? Or maybe there was the generation that was the last generation that saw the real sky. You know what I mean? Like, maybe the stars are brighter. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really don't know. I'm just like, maybe like the fucking this idea of the atmospheric electrical content. I don't know whether to say it's finite, but I would think almost like in a circular system, if you will, like air, like the way that rain does and things like this, like these systems, like there would only be so much, let's say, to bring out. And like, let's say maybe they can lower the frequency of people by controlling that. I mean, I don't know. It's just like, it's just interesting. Because like all the spires and the towers that are grounded and everything that's collecting all this atmospheric static electricity and grounding it, what would it look like if none of those grounding options were there? Would it be big, beautiful storm clouds that look like angels? I don't know. You know.
Yeah, not sure. I don't
Like
know.
maybe that's why magic wands used to work, right?
That's what I'm
Like
saying.
if you had a
Yeah.
fucking grounding rod, you had a rod or something, you could control electrical current that was in the air. I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe that's why
Dowsing
people
was
thought they
easier.
were.
Maybe everybody could
Hey,
feel that shit,
maybe like with people seeing like flashes of light. You know what I mean? They thought it was fairies. You know what I mean? Like little glimmer. Like imagine like the fucking astronauts say they saw the little. Like they closed their eyes and could see light because it was the fucking nuclear or whatever the fuck, the radiation. Like and maybe like you would see that if you just looked out across the field, you'd see like open radiation and think that they're fairies or something. You know, like would fireflies be brighter? Do you know what I mean? Like would fucking would bees be bigger? You know what I mean? People put electrical shit in the ground now to get bigger yields on their vegetables and shit, right?
Some do, yeah, through forget what that's called.
Yeah, I forget the term. But,
Electroculture or something like that.
yeah, like they're running an electrical current into the ground that they're growing their veggies and getting big results or something. And I think
Well,
like
a lot of people
imagine
are
if
just running like copper wire antennas, kind of. They're just trying to harvest atmospheric energy directed down towards their crops.
right, and like so imagine there's a limited energy there to get, but imagine there's used to be more. And imagine you used to not have to use copper, it was just already there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Snack, that one fucking throw me for a loop, that idea. That was good, man.
Yeah, I also kind of think, yeah, you'd have these like kind of effects going on that would look like fire, or just like a blue fire, blue flame happening on shit. That's the alleged claims of the San Elmo's fire and stuff like that. And then
Yo, refresh me again. I know I said this last time. Like, what is St. Elmo's fire again?
it's like a coronal field discharge, I guess. When energy's high enough, it does that. It looks like a blue plasma, I guess, if you want it. I don't know what. Just energized gas. It's got like a lot of static electricity. Um, I've only observed it like by accident the one time. I think it was during the winter in the desert, and it was really dry. And yeah, I'd like pulled the sleeve off of like a plastic sleeve off a bunch of styrofoam cups, and the whole thing like lit up like an electric jellyfish, and it scared the shit out of me that occurred. And but I wasn't able to replicate it. Like I couldn't just keep doing it. It was just the one time, but it was a lot of light, you know. And every time I tried to do it after, it just didn't have that sort of luminosity to it. Uh, but yeah, but I guess yes, roundabout way to think about like the burning bush, Moses, that it could have been just generated from a coronal field kind of thing. So it would have seemed like and a bush is a good thing because it's like it's conducted like
Yeah, you just got me on another tip of like, what if like they're jamming God's frequency to mankind?
Yeah,
So
it's
like,
possible. I mean, didn't
let's
they
say like
say?
that electrical current that we're talking about that they've dissipated. What if it carried these messages more distinctly? And because they've discharged it, it's like they're jamming our signal to the creator. You know what I mean? It makes me think of
Well, I find it
Spaceballs
funny
where
that
they're
a
like
lot of the
jam their signal and they throw the strawberry jam on the screen.
raspberry. There's only one person I
Oh
know
shit,
in the
that's right.
universe. No, but I find it interesting that a lot of the terminology within the Bible can be related back to or is similar terminology to electrical terms, right?
Dude, law
Like,
is the same fucking way, bro. It's
and,
everywhere, bro.
yeah, and in the Bible when they talk about there's angels and then there's archangels. What does energy do? What does electricity do? It arcs, right? That's the huge discharge that you see as an arc. Um, but then you have the ideas of Satan coming down to earth like a bolt of lightning, right? So that's an electrical discharge as well. There's a lot of references like that, or things that could be perceived in an electrical kind of sense within the Bible too. So yeah, maybe you're onto something there, that the conversion of a lot of things, the more we use electricity, or the way that we develop our electricity is somehow kind of screwing up the whole system. And we as electrical antennas aren't receiving the signal we used to.
Right, like they've jammed the signal and they've like dissipated or something. And maybe they've done it unknowingly. You know what I mean? Like they've done it in order to harness the energy and the work that we can get from electricity, but in the process it's like, cut your nose to spite your face kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's hard for people to understand, like how would there be this one cohesive world system that is moving in a specific direction, right? But if you think about it, if you want to speak on like a metaphysical type realm, if you want to speak around those kind of terms, if there is some adversarial metaphysical type entity that has the ability to slightly influence a person here, a person there to do certain things, right? And if they're more outside of the realm of time and space, for them to be able to set up the structure to be able to completely diminish the signal that we should be receiving from the creator, it wouldn't be that far-fetched for an entity to utilize something like a few hundred years of influencing somebody here and there to get them to do his bidding, right? To eventually completely diminish the signal.
You know what though? Never. I love the line. Never attribute to malice, what could easily be attributed to ignorance.
So,
Yeah.
like, people just ignorantly stumbled upon it, or do you think there was
Well,
some sort of influence?
I
Because a
mean, like
lot of
I could.
people, if you talk about like Tesla and people like that, they're basically getting visions.
Well, right. Or there's also this, man. Like, intelligent people throughout history, recognizing that they live around fools, have always mystified their ideas. Because it's easier for some knucklehead to believe that an angel came to me and told me how we're going to do this, versus no, 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 no. I logically deduced that this is the best reasoning, and here's why. You're better off just telling them, like, look, an angel came to me in a vision, and this is what we're going to do. And they're like, oh, okay, that's great. Let's do it. You know what I mean? So, like, I agree in the sense, like, maybe it's like not malice, but, there's, I don't know, it's always so complicated. But I just think, instead of looking at it from the lens of, like, trying to control I just think of it more like they tried to harbor electricity, and also in the process, I mean, I just think what a cool idea, right? The idea that let's just digest that idea first. Even do you know what I mean? That idea that there's like a big electrical signal that potentially we're not getting because we're discharging it through grounding. That's fascinating, whether it's done by design or not.
Yeah, and it's like maybe if that didn't happen, we would have like some kind of Bruce Leroy powers from The Last Dragon or something. You know what I mean? Like electric shocks and stuff. Like I would think that would occur at certain point. Like, because even if you can just like wear socks around and like you see a little bit of electric fucking flow between your fingers and the doorknob, because I've seen that. A little blue flash. If that shit was like 10 times higher or even 5 times higher, I don't know. Like there'd be probably more lightning strikes too happening. I would wonder about that. And then, well, then there's a reason to fear God, because he could just smoke you just walking around in a field, fucking get hit by a lightning bolt or some shit. Be like, oh yeah,
Where I
or
live, that's a
Sam.
very big possibility. I live in like the lightning capital of the world.
And
So
if you lived, I'd call you a god, and you could like lead my tribe or whatever, because you survived a test of the lightning.
Yeah, the burning bush. Moses just got hit with a lightning bolt. Who knows, right?
No, bro, here's what it was. He took mushrooms, he's tripping, and he didn't know it, and everything kind of looked like it was melting upward or on fire, bro. He was tripping balls, bro.
Right, dude.
That doesn't happen.
Imagine tripping balls in a sky that doesn't have an electrical grid that's discharging all of the electricity. That's what's fascinating. What did the sky look like? You killed me with that one snack. And at first I thought it was silly, but then, dude, it's just over time, it's just killed me, because it's like, what would the sky look like if we didn't discharge electricity, man? That's crazy. Like, it's interesting. I wonder what it would look like. I mean, look at everywhere you look around you. There's something grounding electricity, even if it's just the wire in the fucking the utility pole lines. Like, that inductively takes the energy from the fucking atmosphere, and because there's a grounding mechanism, it goes to ground. And like, we never experienced that static buildup of what potentially the sky might look like with all of that static buildup. That's crazy.
Careful now if you do it. If we see society doing any more transgender garbage, God's gonna do that shit again with the plasma and the fucking floods, man.
Well, I mean, the rainbow, man. God said he wouldn't flood us again, so he's going to light it on fire. So he could be right, but
Oh yeah.
but I just don't think. I don't know. I don't see it as so apocalyptic. Like everyone has this idea. Like I really heard a great idea that everyone is seeking. The adolescent, right, is constantly seeking death, right? And we seek all these, like, that's what the globe is. Even it's this adolescent attempt at cosmology to define everything and name everything in the dark that you could never know, and like out of fear and fucking like it's the same thing with I don't know. Damn, I was just gonna make a good point. No fucking space in it. Because it's got me on this oh yeah, okay. So like, what the adolescent is looking for is an allegorical death in order to become an adult. And so, like, I just think through the lens of our adolescence, we see everything as though, like, it's all gonna die. God's gonna kill us, or the earth, or the sun's gonna explode because there's too much nitrogen on Earth. And
Yeah, man, I'm right there with you. When I was 14, Marilyn Manson's lyrics were my favorite shit, and like that's all just because of what I was going through, not only in life, but adolescence, and puberty, and all that. That was the time to be thinking about all that kind of stuff.
Right, and I just think philosophically, even collectively, like a collective consciousness, if that even exists, is in a stage of adolescence where it's seeking the destruction of, like, the sun exploding, and or the Bible, and God, destroying everything, and it doesn't matter because God's going to destroy everything. But then 10 years later, you still got to fucking pay the mortgage. You know what I mean? Like, I just it's
Dude,
like
it's like those Tool lyrics where he says, "I'm praying for rain, I'm praying for tidal waves. I want to see the ground give way." And he's talking about mom come and wash it all away because Maynard's talking about wanting the end of the world to wash everything away again. But yeah, he doesn't even know that what's coming is fire. He still thinks it's going to be another flood. What a dummy!
Well, like, right, and that's where it's like, you could, and then you're nitpicking about, I don't know, the books, and I just think, but I think like that, again, though, remember, the adolescent seeks to name everything that cannot be named. That's why they have dark matter, and they're acceptable to 97% of the world being dark matter and dark energy, and well, we just don't know, but we know what it is because they got to just name the boogie thing in the dark. It's like if you hear something go bump in the night, what's the first thing you want to do? Turn on the fucking lights so you can see what
Yeah,
the fuck
on the
it is.
LIGO. Turn on the
You know what I mean? But
LIGO.
the point,
Detect
the
that bump
scary
in the
thing,
night.
well, the scary thing is when you're going, there's bump in the dark and you don't know what the fuck it is. It could be it could be nothing. It could be a gust of wind. You know what I mean? But you're over here imagining all the worst case, but then you're going to be like, no, you're going to try to identify it in your mind so that you can face it.
Yeah, you have to justify facing it in the future because you're probably going to have to face it. So
Well, you don't even know what you're up against, and that's the scariest part. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the horror of a fixed position. This is that adolescence of, like,
right.
it's that, like, we just can't face the truth, so we're just going to put it like this, and we're just going to put blinders on to everything else so that we can cope with what we know so far.
Well, how boring, right? It's like we've got this figured out. Oh, really? We do? Oh shit, that's 100%. Yeah, it's 100%. Damn it. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just focus on something else. Like, how boring. If nothing can be figured out 100%, why? You're always searching.
Well, and that's what I think the cool thing about flat Earth is, and this is where even diehard flat Earthers have to come to the table and recognize, hey, we don't know. And a lot of flat Earthers do recognize that position, like, we don't know. But at the same time, people be like, but I know what Jesus whispered to the guy on the cross next to him, and it's like, oh my God, dude, like, where does our skepticism begin and end here? And like, and I just think, like, and that's where I think we garner the respect of both sides, is that, the position of no position is the highest position, right? So it's like, but in the same sense, you can't be like a walking fucking leaf in a brook, right? You got to be a rock at some point in that principle.
I think, the only way to truly become wise of all of it, which means unaffected by all of it, is to learn about all of it, go through all of it, and then sit at the top of the mountain of all of it and look down and go, yep, I'm cool now.
Well, yeah,
I've seen it all. I did it all.
Also,
We're good.
It's just that it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, don't judge it almost. It's just what it is. It's like,
sure.
I think that's for anyone, personally anyway. You know, that's what I think you gotta like. It's like some things you're not gonna name, and they're gonna be in the dark. That's just part of life.
And that's going to have to be okay. Yeah.
Right.
How the ant farm works, you just understand that you're just a smarter ant.
Yeah,
That's what I
It
think.
seems scary. It seems scary, like in schools with teachers and all kinds of things, where it's like they're so scared to not be able to at least have a way to figure it out, let alone have it all figured out already. Like if there's not a scientific answer for something, it's almost like it's seen as a failure. Like, oh, humans have failed up until this point on that. We haven't truly figured it out yet, but we will because we can, because we're so arrogant to think that we can figure everything out in our own way.
It's the one good thing that we're supposed to feel good about is science. Yeah. Like,
Yep.
as if that like saves everything, as if that explains everything. And
Yeah.
just kind of hold on to it for dear life, for sure. Yeah.
Well, I like the way he put the boogeyman thing too. It's like sometimes the boogeyman's just going to stay the boogeyman, and you're not going to know the shit. And best you can do is either avoid it or deal with it, but you might not ever really know what the boogeyman is.
Well, yeah, I think of it like, yo, the boogeyman is what gets you up in the morning and makes you go running. It makes me go running, makes me go fucking, because I don't know the boogeyman, and when he comes up, I want to knock his ass the fuck out. So I got to stay ready. So that boogeyman keeps you fucking ready. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Everything has its place, man. You know what I mean? Like, because you never know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it keeps you on your toes. If you don't know something, then you're not going to get complacent about the possibility of it doing something in the future, right?
Well, you don't know what you don't know. That's what makes you wise. And then, you know what I mean? I think anyway. Because then you're at least like, oh, it's weird because it puts you on edge. And then you got to calm that down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, people will, for instance, myself, I'll get complacent on an issue because I think I've got it all figured out, and then, weeks, months, years later, I'll learn a lesson within that realm whereas I thought I had it all figured out, rather. And so, instead of respecting the fact that it's an unknown boogeyman, I thought I had it all figured out, and then I was proven wrong. Anyway, this is a damn good conversation. I got to work out and go to work, but I'll be listening to y'all.
Right on, man. Be good, brother.
It's thrall.
Yeah, you see, like, France is on fire? Shit.
Canada's still on fire?
What is it?
Forests are still smoking. It's supposed to have some bad air quality in the New York area.
Oh, yeah.
France is on fire, though? What's up with that? Talking about.
I got busy for a sec. What was it?
What are you talking about, France?
Yeah, France is having, like, riots and protests and shit because I think a kid was killed by some cops or something like that. Like in France, and then like Macron came out and was like, "It's inexcusable what the officers did." Further, probably. It's weird. But yeah, I love it.
What's the deal, Issa? I mean, you're all anti-hippies, but then sometimes you say some hippie shit. I tell you,
Yeah, man, that's the whole dude. That's why the Zen koan, bro. We live on an infinite plane contained by a celestial sphere. It can't make sense, man. I wish it could, but it can't. I didn't make the fucking thing. I didn't make the rules of the game. That's how I feel. But yeah, that's how I look at it. You live on an infinite fucking plane. That is evidently ever extending infinitely. Can't stop it. But it's contained by a celestial sphere. Like, I love that. But yeah, man, it's like being the hippie killer. But it's like, it's like being a Rasta. That's how I look at it. It's like being a fucking Rasta. Because Rastas grow their hair long, the dreadlocks, the fucking long beardy. But then they're like, boom, bye bye, and the body boy dead. You know what I mean? Christian as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, pagan killer. You know what I mean? Righteous indignation. You know what I mean? The fire of fucking God on earth to seek and destroy all fucking chaos and Babylonian fucking confusion. And the hippies don't like that. And that's where we disagree. Because they're like, I just love you, man. I just want you, just love is love, man. No, 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 no. No. You might have long hair, long locks, whatever, man. But if you're, it's like anybody, man. It's like the coolest shamans in the world are like shaved head 60-year-old guys in Puerto Rico that live in the city. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't think that guy's the most fucking enlightened spiritual guru
I
in the
don't know.
world.
Like, love isn't necessarily well, the way you say it, yeah. Like, but
No, dude. Like, I'm at the point where
It's like,
those
go
people
ahead.
need to be. What's up?
Go ahead.
Go on, brother.
No, I just mean like love can relate to that passion you're trying to talk about. Passion to do something righteous or what have you. And so yeah, love's like the root of all our, I think, our power, our true powerfulness. You know what I mean? Because shittiness is not quite so powerful.
Right, but
Maybe it is though. I don't know. Like, is good or evil stronger? I'm not really sure sometimes. So that's a different topic. But go ahead and see what you're saying.
They mask blasphemy as love. That's the problem. Is that they're using, and again, this gets back to my point forever that we suffer from aphasia. You know what I mean? The misuse, misunderstanding of words, and like because of that, we're victims to their wordplay. Or people are victims to their wordplay because it's like they don't know words. They don't even know how to fucking spell, half these people, man. I mean, shit. How many people in the world say escaped? He escaped. Escaped is not a fucking word, right? So is like, when people say, oh, I could have, or I would have, and to see people spell it just wants me to kick them in the teeth. I would have liked to do that. It's would have, you fucking illiterate. You know what I mean? And this is why people suck, is they don't know detail. And we've lost that somewhere along the way, like when they stopped teaching cursive or something.
Yeah, man. Listen, when I text certain people certain stuff, and I expect, like, people don't spell words properly on purpose. They've started doing U's in place of YOU.
Yeah, I do that. I do that shit too. But when it comes
listen,
to right,
the smartest people that I know started doing shit like that out of nowhere. Whereas when I don't know, just they used to do proper spelling punctuation, but it makes me feel like a dickhead. But then it's like, wait a second. If people are starting to let stuff like that slip, like what else is there?
well, it's the distinction. It sucks is like it's weird because it's like in one sense, like I'm all for that, like fun phonetic redoing of things. Like I like like how people are typing online nowadays, like no or like no vowels or
Right.
something like that. You know what I mean? Like shit like that's always like that's cool as fuck. But the point is, you need to before you can go there. It's like martial arts. Before you can do a flying triangle, you need to learn how to do an armbar first.
Exactly.
Or you need to learn how to pull guard first. Or, you know what I mean? Like, you need to learn these basic things, and then you can get into the fancy shit. And the fancy shit is like that, linguistically. But when you can't even fucking spell there, and there, and you don't know the proper context or the proper usage of these terms, like, you lose complete credibility on a grand stage of intellectuals anyway.
Well,
especially if you're trying to make a scientific point. Like, I make the effort to go in and out of street vernacular and fucking high-level, high society talking because I enjoy all those aspects and all that whole spectrum of society and life. And, I think one should be capable to do that. Some people aren't, though. That's fine. But the fucking point is just that why not? Why? Why? Because you're lazy. That's the only reason. It's the only reason. You can learn to do anything. Like jack of all trades, master of none is like a psyop to me. I've always felt like I can be a master of all trades because I can put my mind to it, figure it out, and see the details to it. Now, everything is an art, etc. But there's a level like where you can be a master of all things. You know, it's a psyop that Jack is a master of none. Just to limit you, bro. But spelling should be at the forefront, especially in a fucking digital age of information, because language is what we use. That's why even like for me, one of the biggest issues with flat earth was like I needed to get across my fucking angst regarding the term gravity. Because it's like we're not arguing about gravity, asshole. We're arguing about gravitation. And once you let them simplify it and talk about gravity, and you're going to say gravity doesn't exist, you look like a fucking idiot. Because gravity just means weight. The argument is against gravitation, which they can't fucking prove. But we don't, until you parse these word games, they're left with this gray area to operate their confusion. And yet people don't even know how to spell, so they get away with it.
Yeah, it's like saying space is fake. I love when I hear that.
I love all that shit though. Again, this gets back to what we were talking to about language. Like there's higher level. Like I love it's like my thing with Globers. I love, Christopher Columbus discovered America. Because then they're like, well, wait a minute, it's more complicated than that. There was indigenous people and really? Just like the moon landing? Just like it's a little more complicated than you fucking thought, maybe? Hold on one sec.
Check. I'm gonna post the link to he's not on there right now, but this is the lady's channel. Chemo goes on all the time. I'll put it in chat. I was just scrolling through TikTok and happened to find it. Shout out to Chemo.
So he's doing his thing on TikTok now, right?
Yeah, he's not on there right now at this very moment, but I've seen him on there tons and tons of times. I tried to get on the panel, but you need like 1,000 subs or something.
Even a regular person that wants to go on needs 1,000 subs.
Yeah, for me to get on that panel,
What
you
kind
need
of
1,000
stupid
subs.
thing is that?
It's fucking stupid, right? I know it's fuck.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I just want to chat with people. Like, why do I need to have 1,000 subscribers? What the fuck?
For real.
Because
Or
listen,
1,000 followers.
if 1,000 or more people don't want to listen to you speak, we don't want to listen to you speak. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Jeremy, 1,000 subs or $9.99, I guess, presuming.
$10 to get you 1,000. Yeah.
We can do this. Maybe.
Yo, Gio needs a dope like a 1 minute video to advertise for the Discord on YouTube and all the different whatever platforms. And it's got to be brought to you by Coriolis Insurance. Free chain Coriolis.
Yes, baby. Yes. Fucking been repping Coriolis Insurance since 2012.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Like a 1 minute fucking snack, man. Do it up, bro. Do your genius, man. I know you fucking don't put any time aside to do that shit, but you should make a little fucking clip for Gio and show him what you're capable of. Like, dude, do you have our tune that we did the video of? What the fuck with what's his name? With Shill back in the day.
No, I don't have that. That was fun.
Check 1 2.
Who's that?
You're good.
Check 1 2. You hear me?
We hear you.
We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, Snack. Do you have that video of what the fuck song was it we did?
Act Force
With the
Delta meme theme song.
Dank Force Delta meme. Have you guys ever seen that in here? Have you guys ever seen Dank Force Delta meme?
No.
Oh, dude, I got the whole. It was a song back in the day we did. It was Dank Force Delta meme. Dank Force Delta. Oh, dude, and then Snack made this video, dude. That is fucking hilarious. It's got like Rambo in it and fucking all the dude. Snack, can you fucking try to pull it? Can you find it somewhere? Dude, it's so brilliant.
Maybe it's in my Google Drive. I don't know. Maybe not.
Fuck you, dude. All right, I'm gonna go try to look for it. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Your channel.
Oh my god, you guys, like everybody needs to see that video. It's like Snacks fucking. I don't know. To me, it's just so great.
It's a really fun video edit. Nobody really gets to. I'll probably never have a project like I'm just trying to string gifts together for an entire song. That's probably not going to happen. But it was totally fun. It was totally fun. It was a Dank Force Delta meme theme song to Dank Force Delta meme, basically doing great, great flatters memes. Ooh. Like Delta Force, but for memes. Yep. Chuck Norris.
Yeah, I
Your
got
heart
it.
out.
I got it, dude. I got it. Hold on. Dude, I love this
Yeah,
the American Eagle.
that whole
Everything. This is the
collaboration
greatest
was
video. Jeremy,
this
you
whole
need to
thing.
watch this right fucking now. Holy shit.
It came together in like
Everyone,
15 minutes. This whole thing.
dude, we did that song in 5 minutes and then
Yeah.
fucking everybody hated each other afterwards.
Send me it in DMs. I can't watch it right now.
Okay.
Jeremy, can you set my damn friend request?
Do I have a song request out for you? Or Jeremy? Let me see.
You guys are sending friend requests.
I know,
Last
right?
time I left it, well, I don't think it lets me send you messages anymore.
Me?
No, Jeremy.
All right,
Okay.
hold on.
Everybody go watch that video. It's so funny. I wish somebody could play the audio because the audio alone is so great.
I don't know if it was before you showed up on the YouTubes, but I used to like we would have some fucking Globers come on, but like I'd screen cap them, and then while they were still talking, I would like make their face up into a cartoon, like and then animate it,
Oh,
and then put them
hell
on
yeah, bro.
separate thing. And they would like be looking at themselves, like there's another version of themselves, like doing eye movements and stuff that they're sure is not them. That was some hilarious shit. I definitely had a lot of fun in Generation One FE on YouTube. That was really a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was like the height of ingenuity back then, man. That was such a good moment in time.
Yeah, we even had it. So yeah, we evaded all the ways that YouTube started changing their program up, but we had like secret messages we could pass for the link and all kinds of shit. It was good stuff.
It was crazy too because you had to like be secretive about the links because if anyone got them, they'd come in and destroy your show because you could only have like 10 people in the fucking thing. Yeah, it was wild times.
Yeah.
And then Discord solved all that issue.
Well, OBS too. Before dudes were just
Yeah, you're right.
just using straight Hangouts, which you can like. A lot of those guys weren't careful, and they would broadcast like the link to the Hangout, so someone else could like just copy that, type it back in, and then take over your Hangout and kick everybody out, and then play whatever they like. But it's still like streaming on your. I never did that. Welcome, Timmy. You still talk to Timmy? I don't know. I feel like at that time, Dank Force Delta means like who's a better? Yeah, I think we had a pretty good mix of musicians and stuff that we knew. I like to know all the good musicians in Flat Earth. Ah, lovely.
If you don't know me by now, you may never, ever, ever know me. Yeah, anybody remember that one?
I heard it once. Yeah, is that Joe Cocker
I think so.
singing it? Yeah, and
I
some
know he
unknown.
sang it. I don't know if he wrote it.
It's like a yeah. You're drummy, right?
I'm a drummer. I'm not a singer, clearly.
Yeah, working at it though.
I'll tell you what, I can tell people how to sing. I can produce singers, but I can't sing at all.
Hmm. I sing good in the car, but don't put me in front of people.
Exactly.
I sing great in the car, actually. To tell
I
you the
can't.
truth.
No, I'm bad. If I sing well in the shower, it's because I've held the same note for a while and I finally got it to echo properly.
It's why I listen to the radio. Is just to like sing along sometimes. Try to
Yeah, it's good for the mind, I think, actually, sing music.
work on my Sting impressions and shit. That'll come in useful one day.
I think so.
I notice that a lot of the Brit guys, like they've got a very like weird way that they sing. It's just sort of different than Americans sort of vocal training. But like if you ever try to if you maybe you've tried to sing Everybody Wants to Rule the World at Once, maybe you ever tried to sing that. But those guys are like they're just it's all glottal, like fucking moving for pitches. They're really funny. You it's funny that like there's just so many different ways that people like get sounds out. Yeah. I've had a lot of coffee today, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Get some more. Explosion. Yeah, music's cool. I've always like hung around musicians and artists and just people with their brains on fire. So I guess that's what helps me kind of feel like all this shit's pretty normal. I think that's helped. Smart people, creative people, brain on fire. That's what we like. Smoke coming out of the ears. That's my people. Yeah, I think I'm still trying to wait to meet a good flat earth drummer, actually. I think that's still working out.
You guys should get together with Buster and do something.
Yeah.
Isa, Buster, people that are musically inclined.
Guitar's cool, man. I wish I could play guitar. I mean, I wish I could play guitar as well as I play the saxophone. That would be really great. Yep. I'd be known.
That's a cool instrument, man. You can get some good tunes with that.
It's funny, man. It's not for everybody. Whatever.
Okay, where the fuck are these friends requests?
What are you talking about?
Where do I find your friends requests?
It's in the bottom, you know?
The bottom of what?
I'm looking for you. Hold on. Wait.
I only have 2 pending requests. Oh, maybe CL. Oh shit!
Yeah. Yeah.
100,000.
Clyde be telling me your message could not be delivered. This is usually because Jeremy didn't accept your friend request.
All right, I'm looking through this list, giant list of people that sent me friends requests. Hold on. Fucking A, man.
You just discovered a new tab or something?
Oh, I got 163 pending requests, bro. This is obnoxious. It's not alphabetized or anything. Snacks, you son of a bitch.
Oh my gosh, that's funny, man. You can accept them all?
Who are these people? Hell no, I'm only accepting yours, and I want out of the screen immediately. If I can even find it, I don't know. I think I'm like halfway through here.
It's just me and like one concaver with 85 accounts.
No, it's a lot of people from this.
Oh, okay.
A lot of people.
So you got 160, you know what I mean? You could be
Oh,
well
there
on
we
your
go.
way.
I found it.
Nice.
I did it. I did it.
All right.
We're
Sick.
out of there.
All right. Really?
I think I've accepted a friend's request like once or twice before or something. Yeah, it's not really a thing I'm into. I mean, I don't know. I know where to find you, so.
Just like to send you pictures of H blocks and stuff, you know? It's good shit. Did you see those though? The Miro pyramids in Sudan? They got that H factor.
They got it. They
What
got
is it?
H blocks.
Look at it. Quite big H's to me, man. Looks like the History Channel logo or some shit.
In Sudan, can you post that?
Yeah,
I mean, the H blocks are from Puma Punku.
I hear you.
It's in like South America, right?
Yeah,
Or something.
yeah. Hold on.
Find me some links to these all these megalithic sites next. You'll be the hero.
What?
Link these megalithic sites up, bro. You know, link the pyramid
The pyramid.
to something in the Yucatan Peninsula or something.
That's the only true link we have to the past is those stones. Everything else they can change.
Why would they not have carved more stuff in the stones? I feel like right now we're not carving enough stuff in the stones. If we get wiped off or off the map or something crazy happens, this shit will just be wish-washed around. You start chiseling shit in rocks, that's where shit gets real. That's like real deal
Check out what
Holyfield.
Snacks posted, man. Good find, bro.
Like they're kind
Look
of
at that
H-y,
shit.
aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not used the same way that they used them in Pumapunku, I guess. Or we don't know, right? Because they're half done. But maybe that's what they were gonna do with this shit.
Yeah, but the design is like uncanny, man. It's like that can't be a coincidence.
This is a stretch.
Stretch, okay.
They definitely look like H's, but I mean, it's like the entranceway. I don't
Yeah, but
know
the
if we
trick is
can.
when you look at the stones, right? When you go look at the stones, they look similar. The cuts are similar. The ones that are melty look similar. The construction methods look similar.
They do look similar. Moreau pyramids in Sudan, huh? Miro.
I ran into it and I was like, huh, shit looks like H's.
It does, yeah.
Dude, there's all kinds of this stuff. You'd have to imagine there's a worldwide organization or government or something in the past. I mean, why not?
Well, I think there was a worldwide civilization.
Yeah.
And I brought this up with Brian Forster, this guy that goes around, he's been to all these sites. He thinks there's 3
You talk
ancient,
to him?
Well, by text, on his thing, like he answers back, yeah. And he thinks there's 3 of them.
Okay.
3 different types of
stone.
Like you had like America, basically like America, Russia, and China or something kind of thing going on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So like the 1984, like 1984.
Like this. Well, I don't know about. You clearly see the similarities in the stone. I mean, it's uncanny, man.
I mean, they're similar. It's an H shape. It's not like the ones in Pumapunku have crazy shit chiseled on the inside, right?
Oh yeah,
I mean, the only similarity is there. What's up?
Go on.
I was gonna say the only similarity is they're shaped as an H. Other than that, like I think it ends there. No, is there other?
Well, I haven't looked at
or?
this one close up, but I bet you if we look at it close up, we'll see similarities in the stone. Like we need a close up to see.
Yeah, get in
do they
there.
look like melty? Do they look like cut? Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get this under a microscope.
It's 3,000 years from now, Jeremy, you're here and you find like a Ford pickup truck and you find like a 3-wheeled Citroen and you're like, this one's got 3 wheels, this one's got 4 wheels. Like these people probably weren't talking to each other.
It's like that. It's funny, sex. Well, no, I do think they were in communication.
The official comedian.
It's like comparing cars. 4-cylinder, 8-cylinder, turbo, no turbo, 4 doors, 2 doors.
I want to get
cars. Yeah, good point.
I know. I want to get a solid link though, something that's undeniable that these because they'll try to just hand wave everything away no matter what we come up with.
Well, yeah, that's what they do.
But why aren't we chiseling? What's up?
No, maybe I'll reach out to somebody. I know somebody that's pretty into all these ancient structures. We'll see if he wants to help me out. Because I'm sure he's got the map of like all the shit because he's into that stuff. So he probably has them all like pinned somewhere. Rather than me starting out. Yeah, go ahead.
That would be groundbreaking if you could have some kind of definitive link to all this. Even just two of the sites, if they were far enough away, like America and over in Europe or something. If you could link 2 of those sites together, like no question, that would be fucking huge, dude. That would be paradigm shifting. I'm telling you, they're scared to let us dig, dude. They shut us down in Egypt. They don't want to dig. Turkey, they shut down Göbekli Tepe site. Like they don't want us to dig, dude. They're getting scared. The more shit we keep pulling up out of the ground, the more shit that changed. Göbekli Tepe shifted their paradigm. They dated the whole dating of the whole Giza plateau was from that fucking douchebag saying, "Oh, no one was around that could have built megalithic structures," and then they found Göbekli Tepe at 11,000, thousands of years before the pyramids.
That freaking guy, Zaki Hawass, he should be brought up for criminal charges, man.
You said Zaki Hawass.
Yeah.
It's fucking Zachy.
Lock him
That's
up.
good.
Right?
It's like Wacky and Zahi. Yeah, that's good.
My ancestors built these pyramids. No, dude, your ancestors were Arabs. They had nothing to do with building those pyramids. Like,
Your ancestors
Jesus
found them.
Christ, man, this guy enrages me. Like listening to him talk.
They found those. Yeah, his ancestors found them shits.
Yeah, but they're not even his people. He's not Egyptian. He's Arab. You understand? It has nothing to do with Arabs at all. Zero.
No doubt. I didn't know he was even Arab. I'm not even sure I know what that means now that we're into this. Where do you got to be
Zaki
from to be
Hawass. That sounds Chinese, no? Or you probably thought he was from Mississippi?
It's Zahi. It's Zahi Hawass, and no, I thought he was Egyptian. I don't know. He's the head Egyptologist in the world, so I figured he was from Egypt. I don't know.
Bro, all the people that are in Egypt now, they're Arabs. They're not Egyptians.
Okay, where are you from if you're an Arab? What is that, like a country or like a bunch of countries or?
Look, Saudi Arabia, all those Muslim countries, most of them in the Middle East, they're all Arabs. Syrians,
And Egyptians are not.
all that area there. No,
And
the
Egyptians
Egyptians
are
are
not.
Arabs. They're not Egyptians, bro. They call themselves Egyptians because they live in Egypt, right? But there's no connection between these people now there than the ancient Egyptians.
No doubt.
I know that sounds crazy, but that's just the way it is. They got invaded, you know? Like, I'll give you an example. There were Greeks there for 300 years. They were ruling it, right? Then the Romans came in. All the Greeks are gone. All the Romans are gone. You just have Arabs there now. The Arabs took over.
Saying that even the Greeks
When they
were
were
not
doing their
Greek; they were Macedonian.
well, yes, but they were from all parts of Greece, right? Like they had soldiers from all parts of Greece. They were not just Macedonian. Alexander the Great was Macedonian, yes.
I just like saw some article recently that said like that they were basically all Macedonian. Something there like the original Greeks got wiped out.
No,
Which I
no,
don't know
no.
if I believe that 100%, but I mean, but that's got to be a factor in any kind of like area, right? Like some original families, their cousins, everything, like they all get wiped out, and some other people take over. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions with that. Back in the day, right? The Greeks had different city-states. You had the Spartans, the Athenians, the Macedonians, and they would war with each other at times too, right? But they were all speaking Greek, considered themselves Greek. Now, what Alexander the Great did, he unified all those tribes through war, and that's when he started his invasion shit. With the war with the Persians, when the Persians attacked, and all those stories. But my point is that they took over Egypt for 300 years, right? And yeah, they weren't Egyptian; they were Greek. Just like now, just like after the Greeks, the Romans came in, right? They weren't Egyptians; they were Romans. The same thing now. The people that are there now, they're Arabs. They speak Arab. They don't speak Egyptian. What's Egyptian?
Egyptian is called Coptic, ancient Egyptian.
That's Greek, though, right?
Coptic? Yeah, isn't that in Somalia? Don't they have the Coptics in Somalia? The ones that say they have the Ark of the Covenant?
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, right. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. And the people that we think are Egyptians, King Tut and all those guys, even they found those pyramids. They were not the builders of those pyramids. Like, it's a crazy story, man. You have Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, and even
The
the
main
ones
pyramid of
the
Giza.
ones we think are the real Egyptians. They didn't build those pyramids.
They didn't. You know the 3 pyramids at Giza that they attribute to Cheops? He actually says that he never built the pyramid. They found them, and when they found them, the Sphinx was buried up to his head, and the pyramid was like 2/3 buried on the sand.
Yeah,
I think the whole thing is feeling very Indian to me now. You know what I mean? Like because of the
well,
snakes.
you know
what
what?
I mean? The stacking blocks. They know how to do that shit. But
A lot of the stuff seems to go back to India. That's a very good point you made there. The Indians, they're very like not talked about, but they have amazing history, man, going back thousands of years. Yeah, they could very well be one of the ancient stone builders. I don't think so. I think it goes way before that.
Yeah, I don't think that shit's dated right at all. Even Göbekli Tepe next door. I mean, what do they carbon date? They found stuff there. That doesn't mean those people built it. You know what I mean? If somebody builds let's say you go to a field and you make this giant fucking thing in a field, right? And then 10,000 years later, I go around and I drop some shit or whatever, and then you date the stuff that you find. Like, that doesn't mean that that's when it was built.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, look, just the tools
think
that
that's exactly what's
they
happening.
tell us. Right, this is an old story. Just the tools that they tell us they use. I mean, you can't believe that if you have half a brain, right? A stone, a piece of stone, and a chisel. I mean, really.
Is that really all the tools?
Well, they haven't found anything else. No
Is
cranes,
is
no
it really true?
no
Because
drawings.
I know that's not true.
That's not true.
I know that is.
So what else have they found besides a stone and a chisel to form to manipulate the rocks? You know of anything else?
Yeah, I mean, and you should too if you have done your research. Like you can take a copper saw with some sort of sand water abrasive, and it will cut in stone. And you can do this, like for example, let's say you have 2 stones and you want to fit them
I've seen this.
perfectly.
This is true.
And you want to fit them perfectly, and they have rough edges. You slide them in together, and you see, and then you pour down some of this water abrasive shit, and then you just go with your copper saw and you just take bits off all the time, and at some point it's just 100% fitting. And that is just one of the
Yeah, I
tools.
saw all that stuff, bro. There's only one problem. That stuff, the cement theories, the grinding theories, the pouring theories. There's only one problem. You can't reproduce it. You think that you can cut the way you said and form and fit 2 rocks together? Try to do it, bro.
That is again dishonest.
I have done my work. Trust me.
People
There's no way.
People are replicating this almost every
It's not
single
whether
day.
they can replicate it. It's
Show me
whether
one.
it's
Show me one
functional.
replication of this.
Like nobody would cut rocks, huge stones with copper. It's the metal's way too soft. This is just like a trivial. Like this is ridiculous. Nobody would do
The
that.
copper is not the thing that is
That's like
that is cutting it. It's the abrasive.
Yeah, but the copper gets burnt up very
Yes,
fast.
and you can
do that.
reuse it.
You can
You
reuse
just
it.
melt it up. You just melt it again and make a new saw.
yeah, you have to make a new
guys
saw
right.
like what
You
every
guys right. You cut
ten
with
scrapes
sand.
or
No.
something.
You're not actually cutting with a tool. What you do is you can actually cut stone with a piece of string. So what you do is you make a cut, little jack in the stone, then you put sand into that cut, and then you get a string and you just pull it over, and the sand actually cuts through. The only problem is it can be done. However, to cut some of these blocks using that method, do you understand how long time it would take to cut one
Dude,
block?
nobody would use these. That's what I'm saying. Like this is not practical or functional. Like this is like ridiculous argument. You wouldn't use copper. You wouldn't use a fucking string
Yeah,
No, not a
Like,
it's
string.
come on,
ridiculous. We're
guys.
talking
Have you
about.
guys built anything? I just need to ask, man. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yes, I have built things. But the thing is, like, people are doing this. They are replicating it with the tools claimed to have been used back then. People are cutting in stone. People are polishing stone so it becomes, like almost glassy surface and stuff like that. People are replicating these techniques, and these are not like hidden techniques that is hidden from the public. No,
Buddy, you're talking about small scale stuff that's been
no.
replicated. Yes, we're talking about an industrial scale construction here. Did you see
Yes,
those huge things they've cut out of the ground that have like apparent scoop marks on them? You're gonna tell me they did that with a piece of string? A
what? Why are
multi-ton
you?
thing
Oh
like
my!
50, 100 feet long? Are you kidding me, bro? Come
No,
on.
now you're just straw manning like you always do, misrepresenting what is being said. He said that you could use a string if you really had the time and dedication, but that is not what is being used.
And what did I say? I said, yes, it could happen, but you can use that on an industrial scale. Isn't that what I said? And then I
What
said,
industrial
those
scale?
huge stones that are cut out of the ground, how did they do that?
How do they
Like, you
how do
got to
they do
listen,
that?
bro.
What is the official explanation? Because you said, oh, it's just chisel and stones. That is you again
Yes, that is
misrepresenting.
the
That is you
official.
again misrepresenting what the quote unquote claims are.
Dude, you never seen the documentaries when they show guys crunch down in that place where they have that huge stone and they show how they do it with the rocks, slowly chiseling. You never seen that? You never seen those explanations, the official explanations of how
That
they
is
did that?
one of them.
Really?
So one specific example, but there is many examples of very different tools and techniques. There is not just one technique as you want to portray it as. There's many.
That's right.
Okay,
They
name me
also say
another
they use
technique
copper
that they
chisels.
said. Hold on. Name me another technique that they said that they used, for that big monolithic stone, the long one there, where you see the chisel mark, the one that they haven't finished. Name me another technique they named instead of
Oh,
the
okay.
stones
Well,
banging slowly. Name me another technique.
first of all, these guys were not stupid. So they were using the earth as it is. And these stones that they're coming out in, they're coming out in layers. So what you see that they have chipped off of, that is a different layer from that stone. That line in between them, they didn't make that line. The nature did, and that is how they're just using it. And what they are doing in chipping away from the bottom up is to make access so they can quote unquote move it and stuff like that. But I posted and I tagged you on a very good YouTube page that is going over many of these things and kind of debunking all these grifters with lost ancient high technology and stuff like that, and is showing them he is also replicating a lot of these things. Yes, on a small scale, but he is still replicating them, and he is just a single man without years of experience in this. He's just a simple man doing these kind of things. Imagine if you had generations of people working with stone versus a single man who have done this for a few years. Like, these guys were not stupid. They knew what they were doing. And yes, it was not an easy feat to move such a stone, but they did it. And they didn't do it with levitation techniques and lost ancient high tech.
So how did they lift a 70-ton stone 300 feet up in the air back then? Can you please explain me that?
There's many techniques. Like they always say, all
Name
they
me.
have. Okay, yeah, I am talking, right? For example, there is one where you just need to lift it up like 2 centimeters. If you can lift it up 2 centimeters in one side, then you can fill it in with something like a board or sand or something like that. Then move it over to the other side and lift it up 2 centimeters. And then you just gradually do that. And you can lift the stone up like that. People are replicating this again today. That is one way
300
to
feet in
lift
the air.
a
You think I
very
haven't
heavy
seen?
stone.
Bro,
I
you
feel
think I
like in the
haven't seen
pyramid.
that technique?
Well,
300
why
feet
are you
up in the
acting
air, you
like
think
there
they're
is no
gonna?
technique?
I feel like in the pyramids they were using some kind of dummy elevator thing where you have a weight on one side and it pulls it down on other. You know what I'm saying? Like I think the Eiffel Tower uses some kind of system like that.
Bro,
There's a lot of evidence.
300 feet in the air, bro. 300 feet in the air. Lifting
Bro,
a
if you give me enough,
100-ton rock.
they
Isn't it more
actually
likely they used a geopolymer where they just created the dust and then they filled it in with the liquid and it was like an epoxy kind of thing?
I saw that theory as well. Yep. The only problem with that is it doesn't work because they found shells and stuff in the original stones. So they're saying if they were reproduced, they're saying if they were reproduced like that, those things wouldn't be in there. But yeah, I don't know. It's inconclusive, I guess.
I kind of hear like two different sides going here. One side saying, you know, they could have been this or it might have been that, and we're doing this, and then I hear another side saying, oh, it's all impossible. There's no way, you know. But the thing is, those structures are there, and they did it somehow. And I would be inclined to figure out how they did do it rather than denying any possibility that they didn't do it. It's kind of strange.
Yo,
Where
if
did
you
you get
gave me
that? No
enough
one's saying
people,
that.
Is anybody claiming they didn't build the pyramids? What are you talking about, Leflin?
We're talking about
if you
how
get,
it was done. How it was done is what I'm saying.
if you gave me
But
enough,
How?
go ahead.
if you gave me enough people right now, if you gave me enough people and enough resources, we could redo the pyramids. I fully believe that right now. Not even using any like cranes or anything, just massive amounts of people. Like, you give me enough people and some ropes and whatever,
No
I can
chance
lift
in hell,
anything.
Dude,
bro.
I think they poured those
No
blocks.
chance.
That's why they're so perfectly in place. Because it doesn't make sense that humans would make something so flawless without pouring it into place. Because if you just pour it into its slot, that would make a lot of sense, right? That's how it would be so perfectly done. So I don't think we can make concrete that can last for 10,000 years, Jeremy. I think you're wrong, bud.
I don't think it was. What's up?
I think it was poured into place. Because if you ever try to put an object on top of another object and get it like perfect, there's going to be human error, right?
Yeah, I know, but have you ever
That's
seen the
impossible.
pyramids? Yeah, but have you ever seen what the pyramids look like without the? Like, if they poured it, they would be all like nice and smooth, right?
There's erosion over time, but in between the blocks where there's no erosion, you can't even fit a piece of paper in between there.
I mean, maybe it was erosion.
I don't think we could recreate the pyramids today. I'm sorry. I do disagree.
It
You
would
see
take a
what I just
massive
posted
amount of.
right there? Sorry, Jeremy.
No, it's all good. I just. Yeah, that is not poured right there. That is from a wall somewhere in Mexico or South America or something. Those have obvious marks on them where you can see the stoning, the method they were building them.
Yeah, like recreate that. I want somebody, a stonemason, to recreate that.
I don't know
Do
about
it.
that. I don't know about that one. That one's a little tricky. But I mean, as far as they say those walls are actually earthquake proof. Those walls are fire. Dude, those are fucking dope ass walls right there. And there's places where there's walls like that, and then you can tell they tried to build more walls, or I think it might have got fucked up a little bit, and they tried to fix it. But whoever tried to fix it or build more walls next to those walls were not as good as these people were, and they kind of sucked.
Bro, the Inca, right, and the Maya, they tell the forester, right? They tell him, look, we didn't build this. And you can see, like what you're saying, you can see these structures, and on top of them, the Inca and the Maya build, and you see how crude, what a difference it is. I'll try to find some pics.
Yeah, it's like
There's
child's.
no way.
Yeah, the ones, the newer ones, the more recent walls is like, I mean, compared to those, it looks like a child built it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it probably
look
was
at
like.
Tim just posted one. There, look at the difference there.
It is one small stone at the size of a head. It's not some magnificent feat.
Okay, then do it, my friend. You think you can do that?
God. Yes, if I had the
Oh my
time and
God!
like the
Yeah.
dedication to do it, I'm pretty sure I could work the stone like that.
I'll give you 3 lifetimes you wouldn't do it on your own.
Well,
If we
It'd be
were
like,
able to bet, I bet everything I own 3 lifetimes you wouldn't be able to do that.
yeah, these people must have been autistic and on acid, fucking lots of chisels and infinite time.
They had a shit ton of time because what the hell else did you do back then?
it
Go
really
file
sounds like
down
you
this.
guys have never touched stone.
Fuck off. I have.
I know you have. You have 2
Yeah,
weeks.
let's
It's
go.
funny that you
Relax.
say,
The rest
what
of
did you have to do back then, right? Because back then, I'm assuming that, Egypt was like New York City is today, just a rustling, bustling city. And, there's always shit to do in a city like that.
I mean, are there hundreds of thousands of slaves in New York?
Pretty much.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
call them
I'd say so.
employees. They have jobs.
Yeah, they're all over the country.
There's other structures that are earthquake proof. You know what I mean? A lot of places like they create like a ball joint, sort of like in parts of the foundation. For earthquakes. I'm just saying, like, how fucking much time do you have to like chisel out like little fucking detailed interconnections between bricks for building? Like what is the point of that? Like,
Well, how long did it take to build the pyramids?
Hey, so have you
but
never
it would have
seen
been.
tagging or graffiti? Like
I'm just
to
saying.
assume that people couldn't have made images while other people are doing important things is kind of
Hold on.
ignorant, in my opinion.
All I'm saying is like that they didn't build the pyramids with cyclopean block interlocking techniques, right? There's a reason for that, because it would have taken. They'd still be working on it.
Is that a corner piece there? Holy shit. What the fuck? That's
You
nuts.
see that, bro?
The corner piece. Holy shit. It's not
Yeah,
even. That's just one piece. How the fuck did they do that? That is bizarre.
with a curve. Yeah.
That's fucking what? That makes no sense whatsoever.
If it only takes you like
Zero.
3 weeks to make a brick, then you have a pretty quick. Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Are we saying that curved rocks are impossible?
No, but I mean, fuck, that's weird.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, these people had a shit ton of time. Like, they did things over hundreds of years. So, like, they have a lot of time. Like, this, like they're not working on projects that have some sort of monetary value to them, and somebody who wants to have this building erected in 2 years, and they build a technology around building a building in 2 years. Like, these people had a crap ton of time and not all that much technology. So they worked with what they had. And time is probably the best tool that they had.
How could you claim that they didn't have very much technology if those buildings have been sitting there for over 5,000 years? I'm going to go ahead and quote Eric von Daniken. Isn't it possible that the tools would have set out in the desert and rusted to dust in 5,000 years, and you wouldn't have any evidence of the thing that you're claiming didn't exist? How could you claim that?
Well, what kind of tools are we
First off,
talking?
I think they're a lot older than that. I think the stones, all the pyramids, and go back. I think they're a lot older than they even think they are. And yeah, you're right. The tools and shit. Like, you ever see that show, 10,000 Years After Humans or something? It's called, on Discovery or History or something. Like, nothing
Time
would be
after
left.
humans. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're assuming that the tools had to be metal too. Like they would have used a lot of wooden structures for doing large construction like this, and using water to cut stone. You don't need steel blades. You can use a lot of natural elements.
You can use another stone. Like, you don't need modern tools to actually carve stone. You just need another stone that's a little bit harder.
I watched somebody do it with the sun. They used a huge ass magnifying glass, focused it on a rock until the rock started exploding.
Often they are also just using
glass.
the natural shapes of rock formations where they quarry from. So if a rock is cracking in XX places, they're pretty much just using the natural crack and then just refine it a little bit after they have moved it into position. It's working smarter, not harder.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, tell me how
But
they did this.
I mean, look at the last video I just posted and watch it, and he will explain to you exactly how it is, and he will also show you exactly what these quarries are, where there is stones that you can pretty much just take up, put into another place, and then just fucking Lego with them or something like that, or puzzle with them, because they are already there with natural cracks. This is why all these stones are not uniform.
Has anybody
Do you see
heard
the
the
last
theory?
picture I just posted? Check out my last post with the huge stone, the man walking on it.
Yeah, man. No, that's totally possible with mere ant-sized human technology compared to that thing. Yeah, obviously we could do that.
Yeah, give me a piece of stone, I'll have it done by this afternoon. No excuses.
Well, what kind of stone is he standing on?
Yeah, are you claiming that man
big
got on this stone?
Could be basalt, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. But just look at the size of that thing, man. You're gonna tell me people were like, how did they get up there? How did they you know, like, try to use logic here. You know, there's no way that was chiseled out with people with little stone balls, bro. Impossible.
You can still
man,
see
no
the
way.
marks.
It was horse
You
and
can-
buggy. Horse and
Hey,
buggy.
You can.
Has anybody heard
A lot of these things.
Hello.
A lot of these things you can still see this. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Just answering a mic check. Go ahead, Jeremy.
A lot of these things you can.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead. A lot of these things you can still see the stone marks on them, like that wall that you posted. You can see the tool marks on them, bro. They were banging rocks against rocks. Yeah. If you got enough people and enough time, I mean, I do think it's possible to do that.
No way, man. Come on, Jeremy.
What about the theory about the giant trees? A lot easier to carve wood, and then it petrifies. It's all of it looks like rock when it petrifies, and stone.
Would we not be able to tell the difference though, or?
Well, you can't tell the difference in the big mountains until you start breaking it apart and you see the wood that still hasn't petrified underneath.
Can't see the difference. All you
The
have to do
mountains,
is
those
test and
mountains.
see. If you find carbon, then you know that it's petrified wood if it's carbon.
There are those mountains. They do look like trees, bro.
Dude, I've got personal experience of breaking the stone open and it's still wood tree underneath. Like, done it myself.
Crazy. Did you save the material? Because I think science wants to look at it.
I can take you to the spot right now. It's all over.
You should do that, and then see if you can find another stone like it busted open on video. That'd be interesting to see.
I've got
Trust me,
some video,
science.
but I've got a channel that has done hundreds of them. The dude, that's all he does is goes out and breaks open the stone, and you can find the wood underneath that still hasn't petrified. On YouTube, Hangman 1128.
What area of the country?
What's that?
What area of the country are you finding these stones?
I'm in Texas, but my personal experience is at Broken Bow Lake in Oklahoma.
Lake.
Yep, there's big mounds and hills that are the shoreline of the lake. 100-foot tall, like mounds that are the shoreline that are basically just big rocks, like cliffs, and you can break the side of the cliffs open, probably 10 inches in, and it's wood, like legit wood, and it's all one piece.
Are we implying that they can easily carve that? Like, I'm not sure.
Well, when it was wood, it could be easily carved.
So you're saying that they would have carved a stone out of wood and then let it petrified for thousands and thousands of years?
No, they carve the wood into whatever they want, and then it petrifies into stone.
And second of all, we can actually speed that. We can actually speed that petrification process up. I don't know if you think that that's something you have to wait thousands of years for.
Calcification can happen fast, but petrification is a different process, and it can't just happen in open air. It has to be like enclosed with lots of water passing over the wood to constantly leach out the minerals and replace it with new ones. So like if it's an exposed structure, it's most likely not gonna petrify.
Have you ever heard of a flood?
Or you can. So it is. So we know it's possible to make petrification happen much, much faster.
No, you can have things calcify much, much faster. Petrification is a different process.
You've never looked into this. You can have petrification
definitely
happen. You can have petrification happen much, much faster than you think. You
Yeah, you're
gotta look
talking
into
about
this.
calcification, and it's not the same. I know what you're talking about. There's a cave
Talk
where a guy
about
petrifies. There's a
No,
cave where a guy petrifies like teddy bears and shit. It's not petrification; it's calcification.
I'm not talking about calcification. Please stop bringing that up because that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to petrification.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It can happen much faster than you think. They've done it in a lab. You can Google it. I'm not going to bother showing you, but you can Google it and see.
Cool.
It's cool, right?
Well,
It is
all
pretty
right.
cool.
So in a lab, sure, I'm sure you can speed up processes in a lab. But naturally occurring petrification, it does not happen to exposed wood.
Okay, so they could have made it happen. They could have made it happen.
Do they? Yeah, I suppose if you're claiming they had a lab back then that could speed up the process, and then I'm just wondering, how long did they take it to petrify in the lab? How deep did it get? What was the outcome? So yeah, I'll look into that. It sounds interesting.
I'm just saying the stuff that I've seen that is 100% you would never be able to tell it was wood. I mean, it was petrified at least 10 inches in, and then it, I don't know, in certain spots, I'm sure it's way deeper, but 10 inches in, I've found wood.
Did you try and light the wood on fire at all?
I did not. I do plan on going back. It's like a couple hours away from me where this spot is, and that's the only experience I have, but I'm trying to get back there, and I'm going to do
Yeah.
a lot of videoing.
I'd see if it lights on fire, if it floats, because you should be able to take that rock. If it's like let's say it's like basketball size, you can find it where it's mostly or the majority of it is going to be wood on the inside. That rock should float.
Yeah, that's true. And if I can get, I don't have any way to post pictures, but I've got a bunch of pictures on my phone that I can post, but I don't have ability to do that or permission.
I was going to say, what is it, a flip phone? I have some old pictures stored on a flip phone. I have no way to get off.
Right. No, just not permission as far as the server.
What do you need?
Permission to post pictures.
Okay, what's your name?
True Creation, Jason.
All right, hold on. I got you.
Hey man, I think Broken Bow's in like southeastern Oklahoma, which would be quite a drive for me. But to go look at rocks that used to be creatures, that would definitely be something. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry. What's your name again?
Jason, True Creation.
No, your screen name. Which is your screen name?
Just Jason, Jason.
JSON.
Yeah. And then
I gotcha. You should be able to post now. Go ahead, Larry. My bad.
Oh, it's all good. Administrative. Man, I sure wouldn't mind going to look. I've never been to Broken Bow or anything like that, but I wouldn't mind going up there to check it out because, man, ever since I was like 5 years old, I'd be collecting rocks. And not just rocks, but fossils, right? So it's like when you see these creatures, like, you assume that like, oh, this is just a rock, but then you start looking closer and it's like, no, this was a creature. And then like when you look at Stellium 777 or Stellium 7, like when you look at his stuff and he's showing you like petrified organs, and then you go outside and you find a petrified heart, you're like, what the this thing's a heart. Like, this is exactly what he's showing on his YouTube channel. And the fact that I could go outside and find them is like amazing to me because I didn't know to look for petrified organs. I was looking for petrified creatures.
Yeah, so those petrified hearts you're gonna find a lot of the time around like riverbeds and stuff like that. Where have you found them? I should ask.
Well, I found petrified hearts at the hotel in Denver, Colorado. I was there with my wife and I was showing her the Stellium 7, right? Because I'd met him on Discord. And I go outside and there's like all these rocks completely surrounding the the hotel, and I'm looking at all these, and I find like kidneys, hearts. Like I'm sitting there like flipping out, holding a heart in my hand, like damn, I want to keep this heart, but it's not mine. Like I wanted to keep it so bad, but I left it all there.
Right. You're talking about like the landscaping rocks?
Yeah, yeah, and they all had those anomalies. You know, the seam.
Right.
You know, the shape, the
What?
ventricles on the left. You know, the little holes.
Right, but those are all like river washed rocks like that. They get those shaped by um what's the word? Not corrosion, but erosion through water process.
Right. So the water carved a heart. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you hold it in your hand and you see it, like you're like, oh wow, this is more than just a couple anomalies, right? Because if it just had the seam and not the shape, or if it had the shape and not the ventricles, but the fact that it had all three in my untrained eyes could be like 1, 2 holes over here. There's the seam where you can like rip it apart, like the one guy does in the video where he unfolds the heart. I don't know if the heart was fucking folded, but he does. And then like the shape is unmistakable, right? The mammalian heart, they're all identical just about.
Well, think about the process this would have to happen in. So either a bunch of animals died and all their organs separated from their body and then became petrified separate from the body, or the body petrified at the same time and somehow the organs became petrified loosely from the other surrounding structure. It's like to say you can have petrified organs but not the rest of the animals. The thing I think science is going to disagree with, or at least paleontology.
Well, I guess science doesn't know that there's a really tough sac that surrounds your heart, and that would be a pretty good preserver.
Tougher than the sac around your brain?
Yeah, there's a sac around all your organs.
Your brain is made of like, what was it, like a high percentage of like cholesterol. So I can see, you know, no brains, right? I can see that, but a heart, you know, that's a different kind of tissue. That's a real robust tissue.
You said petrified liver as well. A liver, I wouldn't say has got, you know, like
No,
I
I
don't know.
didn't say liver. I didn't say liver.
Okay, but it's funny you did.
Yeah, kidneys, hearts, and lungs.
Oh, kidneys and lungs. See, lungs seem like I could see kidneys and heart, but if you're saying it's because of like a fatty type tissue, lungs are pretty frail.
Yeah, I agree. But, you know, we got King Tut carcass from like 3,500 years ago. And, you know, his little body would be quite frail, but somehow it was preserved.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Do you think if you looked inside of his organ jar, you'd see a heartstone like the ones that you found?
No, those are different situations, right? If you have a flood, right, and everything gets covered up, it's going to preserve quite well. When they was digging in Rockwall, looking at the wall, right, that is Rockwall, they dug down so deep that they found seashells, right? What are they called? Dollars? Sea dollars? Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what they're called. But when they broke it open, it was still like fresh inside. And when was the last time Texas was underwater? So,
you know, petrification requires running water. Like if something's just covered up and buried, it generally doesn't get petrified. There has to be flowing water for it to have the petrification event.
Right, like a flood?
No, continuously flowing, not just like for a year, but like for thousands of years. Continual movement of water. It can't just be one event. It has to be continuous for a very long time.
For what?
Well, I don't know how, you know, these things are made, right? I've never seen one be made.
Hold on,
I just
Larry,
know that I found one.
went through this. We just went through this. It doesn't take thousands of years. They can make it happen much faster.
Well, that's the plan. Do you have the link to that source so I can look it over?
Yeah, I posted it in the chat already. They made petrified wood in a lab. But yeah, if it took thousands of years to make, wouldn't it decay in 1,000 years before it started petrifying? Come on, bro.
The thing is, so yes, part of the process is being covered up, but the other part is continually being, water being rushed over it. So just because it can't, all right. So I'll grant you this. Let's say petrification happened in a lab. Okay, that doesn't mean it doesn't take thousands of years naturally to occur. It's like the natural
Okay, but it means
occurrences of.
that what it does mean is that humans can speed this process up if we want.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't go to the fact that petrification does take a very long time and it requires continual movement of water.
It can take a very long time, or it can take a short amount of time.
Okay, so in the lab, humans were being petrified by other humans to extract their heart organs. Yes?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying petrification can happen in a short amount of time if humans want, or fast. Are you sure it can't happen fast in nature?
Yeah, pretty sure. What time frame are you does it explain for the humans doing it in the lab? Like how many years?
I don't know if we did. I mean, if we did it, it obviously didn't take more than some lifetime. I'd have to suppose. I don't know.
You assume it didn't take more. How do you know it wasn't started 100 years ago?
Even if it happened, even if it took 100 years, okay. You think it takes
Okay, so
thousands?
it seems like you don't. It seems like you don't really care about what the data points are. It's just an assumption based off of feeling.
Well, I can go back and read. I'll go back and read the thing. I mean, I know that we did it. So if we did it, it obviously didn't take thousands of years if we did it.
Well, I mean, we made the pyramids, and those, were made thousands of years ago. So just because humans did it doesn't mean it happened recently.
Okay, well, we'll go. I'll go through the paper and I'll go through the thing and look, and we'll see how long it took them.
I mean, I can't read it right now, so I'd look at it myself, but I just busy doing the work stuff. I'd be fine with you reading off the data points. Like I don't think you're lying. I trust you.
Do you trust Live Science, the Live Science website? What's up, kiddo?
Yeah, for the purpose of the conversation, absolutely. I don't.
All right, hold on. I just wanted to make sure because some of these are like Institute for Creation Research, because obviously the creationists people like this.
Oh, well then, yeah, you're definitely gonna get a non-scientific answer for that one.
This is from Live Science, though. Achieving what would take millions of years in only a few days, scientists have drastically sped up the process of petrifying. That's just the opener. I mean, I don't really have time to read it either. So.
Yeah.
I have read this before. I didn't know how that was that fast. Youngston and his colleagues at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory have recreated under laboratory conditions the conversion of wood into a ceramic, the very process of petrification. Your products are even denser. Hold on.
Yeah, while he's looking, I just want to point out that can you imagine if I, a Christian man, received like a citation from a scientific source and said, "Oh man, these guys aren't Christians. I can't look at this. I'm a bigot." I mean, that would be ridiculous, right? So for you to make that genetic fallacy and claim that everything on the Christian website is non-scientific, I think is really telling.
No, I didn't say that.
It looks like it took about 2 days. It looks like it took about 2 hours, but then they had to cool it. So, I mean, maybe the whole thing took a day or a couple days or something.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, because he said they turned it into a ceramic, and I'm wondering if this is like a production procedure and how thick it would be. Like, how thick is this?
No, this was an experiment. This isn't like something we do, to do stuff. This was an experiment he did at you heard me read the place, National Laboratory something.
Yeah. Well, like if they're claiming we petrified 3 inches thick of wood into a ceramic-like material within 2 days, so all I'm asking is like the thickness of the material claimed to have been petrified. Because, like, let's say they just get the very surface layer done, in the very beginning process of petrification. Like, hey, look, we did it in a lab. Yeah, I agree. And then you can go and calculate how long it would take for the whole thing to be petrified. and see if it comports with reality. Like, I don't disagree that you could use lab settings to start petrification of something. That's not magic, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't have the thickness of the wood they use. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not in this article, anyways. I'm sure they have it in the paper.
to go with the
Yeah,
theory that it takes wood.
Oh, sorry,
Go ahead. Sure. Okay. Yeah. To go with the theory that it takes thousands of years for wood to petrify. Well, I've seen wood decay like over time. You know, with just a little bit of water touching it. Let alone the fungus and mushrooms that start growing on the wood. They eat it up quite rapidly. So I think that assuming that it takes thousands of years, I think that's a fallacy in my opinion. You're just, assuming thousands of years because it wood decays so fast. I mean, wooden houses decay and they're covered up and the water's not touching them. So yeah, I mean, I'm living in an 80-year-old house right now, and I can see like the wood decaying, and there's no water anywhere. There hasn't been any water. So yeah,
oxygen. It's exposed to oxygen.
Yeah, when
That's
they
the
do this, they
problem.
have to. When they do this, they have to do it in an argon-rich environment or some shit. So
Exactly.
yeah, not just like
It can't be
regular
exposed
air.
to air, otherwise, yeah, it's gonna rot.
Yeah, like
It's like the
timber.
Titanic. If you go and look at the Titanic, there's wooden structures on the Titanic that, haven't completely decayed and rotted through because they're, being preserved underneath the water. Like there's no oxygen.
You
Little bit
want
of
to hear a
oxygen,
fun
but not
fact?
enough.
My bad.
Yeah.
You want to hear a
No,
fun
go for it.
fact about shipwrecks?
Please.
Okay. We used to make metal. We used to make these medical things, these medical tools and shit, some medical devices. We need like the specific metal for it, and everything was fine. And then we started letting nukes off, and this goes into the atmosphere and into the ground, and it fucked all the metal up. So for these specific medical devices, we actually had to go get shipwrecks, get the metal from them to use for these medical devices because they couldn't have like the radioactive thing in the metal or some shit. It's crazy. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, they used nukes going off in the atmosphere, that special carbon that went into the atmosphere to track how long human cells take to reproduce. And it's 15 years to get a whole cycle. And they used that isotope within the cell or whatever to watch it decay or whatever. And like that element is going to be dispersed in the atmosphere, no longer usable in that way in like the next 20 years. So like they would actually like talk about, hey, should we set off another nuke just to get this element out so we could continue doing that type of research? Pretty fascinating. And then I didn't hear about the metal having a radioactive isotope, but I mean, it makes sense.
Damn.
Yeah, it's called low background steel. That shipwreck thing I was talking about, low background steel.
Background because of the radioactive elements or something.
Yeah, it had too much radiation. I haven't looked into this in a long time, but from what I remember, yeah, it had too much radiation in the metal. Like even newly mined metal. Like it's not like okay, the metal that's just like all the metal, like it had to be underwater for it to be protected, basically from the
Right. I think it's
radiation.
because
Like anything in a
I think it's
mountain
because
or in the dirt was still no good.
I think it's because it's in the forging process, maybe that it's getting introduced.
Yeah, yeah, I
See
don't
why
know.
metal underground.
Like metal changes over time, I think. You know.
Well, the process that we make metal definitely changes. Like we have old steel from like Germany from like the 1800s that we use a special type of coke for. And it's like a carbon rich element that helps you turn your iron into steel or whatever. And it just definitely it changes throughout the years. Old steel is way fucking better.
Yeah, I think all the only saxophones I play on are like almost 100 years old, but I like the sound that they make. But I think that's also because of the brass is a little different, and also because of the age of it. The metal just kind of like I don't know, it compacts itself a little bit or something like that. They can try
You
to
saying
basically do the same
like an old
process with.
saxophone versus a new one?
Yeah, and if you want to try and replicate that, you basically have to dunk the metal in nitrogen, liquid nitrogen, in order to create the same kind of metallic situation. It's just something that ages. So that's kind of
Crazy.
interesting.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about getting myself a saxophone again. I used to play the alto back in the day.
Word. Yeah.
Hey, can somebody check in sonar curve, please? I can't do it right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at this NASA.gov article that I posted yesterday. It's got some really interesting things about how, the theory of gravity may not be correct, and if they were to replace the theory of gravity, how would they get it to describe the solar system so perfectly, like Einstein's did? But it's really interesting because they're going over, the fact that gravity might be wrong on NASA.gov. It's
I
weird.
know it's crazy how science is willing to change its position with new information and it's not dogmatic and at least how some people claim it is.
Well, it's funny you say that because there's this paragraph right here that says this really weird thing. The thing is that is needed to decide between dark energy possibilities, a property of space, and a new dynamic fluid, a new theory of gravity, is more data, better data. Well, I would say yeah, but this is ending with a period, right? Is more data, better data. How is that a statement, right? I kind of think
Because have you heard of p hacking?
what?
So p hacking is what you can do in a scientific experiment where you stop doing the test when you get the values that favor your biased outcome. It's essentially where you get a test where it's like almost 50-50 if you were to let it run for infinity, but you stop running it right after it gets slightly above that 50-degree mark. And then you can technically p-hack an experiment to say, my data shows that it caused this. So that I think the question's maybe alluding to that, like, is more data better data? Or are we just ad hoc explaining it at this point?
Okay, yeah, I could see scientists doing that. I would call that pseudoscience. If you just stop collecting data at the point where you find what you wanted, you would be like, doing actual pseudo scientific experiments. But yeah, I recommend everybody read this article that I posted like an hour ago. It's really interesting so far, and I'm not even done halfway reading it. I'm kind of doing a bunch of things, so I'm kind of reading it a little bit as we go. But it talks about ether, basically. It's talking about this energy fluid. They call it dark matter, right? And they said something really interesting, that the more space expands, the more dark energy is created, which is the first law of thermodynamics violation. So in your model, they're literally creating energy out of nothing. Like, it's really weird that, they would create all this extra energy.
Did they
Because we
say
all
it's
know that you can't create energy.
Did they say the dark matter energy more is created or it increases?
Yeah, I'll find it. It was up here just a minute ago. I posted if someone could look and find it, but yeah, I guess I'll have to look on the Discord.
Because I don't know, if it might be a semantic thing if they're saying like the energy increase, like maybe it's like as you pull on a rubber band, the further you stretch it, like the harder it pulls back. I don't know.
No, they're saying as space expands, dark energy is created, which doesn't make any sense.
That's a direct quote.
I'm looking for it. I'm trying to get the direct quote, but it was pretty much
No
the
worries.
gist of it.
No, I think it's just a semantic thing, like for me to understand it, like what they're actually saying, because they could mean one other thing in my head like that, you know.
Yeah, if you guys want to go back to talking about fossils and rocks, go ahead. I didn't mean to overthrow the conversation.
Basically saying as space expands, the expansion starts happening faster and faster.
Exponential.
What would you say if I told you that they did some new research and they found that space is not expanding? What would you say to
I
that?
would love to see that.
Would
I'd
you
say, let me
automatically
see that
agree with the
data.
new finding?
Well, if I could, oh, go ahead. I bet you're really quiet, though. I was very hard to hear you.
I did see that article about space not expanding now.
So what do you think? You're an auto believer? You're going to go with that theory now? Change of mind? It's a tough one, huh? What do you
I didn't
do?
really read it. I
Yeah,
just
what
saw the
was the
headline.
explanation for why it wasn't expanding in the article?
The explanation was, if I remember correctly, that the particles were decaying or something. I forget, man. I read it a few days ago. I apologize. But they did give an explanation. And for the red shift as well. I just don't remember it right now off the top of my head. So there's an explanation for not the expansion and why does it appear to redshift. There's an explanation for that as well. I'll find the article, I'll post it after. But the question is now to the ballers, assuming everybody now adopts this new theory, right? The expansion has stopped. Are you guys gonna auto believe it and auto support it? Or are you gonna do some thinking? Wait a minute. First they told us the Big Bang, then contraction, then Hubble said expansion at a further rate. Now they're telling us it stopped, expands, not expanding anymore.
Hold on.
So what are you
Yeah,
guys gonna do?
I'll give you an answer. The problem is this is just an article, right? Is this just an experiment they've done to show the true nature of reality? Like I don't know, man. Like I don't take my worldviews from articles, you know?
Just real quick, and I'll be quiet. I found that thing I was looking for. As more space comes into existence, more of this energy of space would appear. Thanks.
So,
okay. But it doesn't claim that it's being created. It's just saying it's now visible, or it would
What does
appear to be visible.
appear? It would appear. So
yeah.
it wasn't. It wasn't there before. It was there before, but when space expanded, then it appeared. We could see it, even though it's dark. But yeah, going back to what Montreal said, it's really interesting, right? Because obviously their theories are coming like full Kuhn cycle, and it's like, what do you do at this point, right? Because a lot of theories are being like re-examined, and we're kind of reforming science right now. We have been for like the past 8 years.
I'd say we've been doing it for the last 300. We're constantly reforming ideas. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't have changed paradigms with new explanations for like Einsteinian theories. Like if we weren't changing, we would have been still a geocentric theistic cult globally.
I would say we're a long ways toward that article being accepted as the new mainstream narrative. I mean, as he said, it's just an article at this point.
Well, that's exactly it. So just because people in the scientific community write up a conversation that was had, where a lot of the time the person writing the article is not a scientist. They don't work in a lab. They sensationalize the very mundane, usually, point that's trying to be made just to get you to read it. Like they have to make them sound the way they sound. I don't get any of my paradigms from a magazine article.
Yeah, this is not just. By the way, I found the article. I posted it. This is just a theory, and my question I asked was, "What if it's true?" I'm not saying this is true, right?
Yeah.
This is just a new theory that has been brought out. That's it.
Yeah. I could do that too. If let's say legit J8 and all the other Globers in here, we all found this and we see the data and it comports, it's been peer reviewed. Yeah, man, I don't know. What's next? It doesn't necessarily say it's flat. I don't know. I'm willing to look.
The question is, if it's true, what is the data that supports this view, and how does that data contradict with the existing data, and what's the explanation for the discrepancy?
Well, if the universe is expanding, then it should be slowing down, but it's not. It's speeding up. And then with the new telescope, James Webb, they look out and they see supermassive galaxies, super bright lights that they shouldn't see in the early universe. So, what if they just did away with the, Big Bang theory, went back to just a static universe, eternal universe, and then they would get to keep their gravity and all the other, sacred theories.
But even though they have the James Space Webb Telescope and it shows that the formation of galaxies didn't occur the way that they had, previously theorized, doesn't also say that there isn't blue and red shift. Okay, you'd have to have that also be falsified.
That could be just simple, plasma, right? You're looking at light, right? So it could just be like neon lights in the sky, and you thought it meant that everything was moving, but it could just be lights in the sky.
Okay, if it were plasma, you can only see it with spectroscopy.
It's the shift of the light. It's not like just that the light is plasma. It's where the nanometer measurement is occurring of that light on the spectrograph.
This one threw me for a loop too, J.A., but technically, look into red shifting, blue shifting through cosmic dust and plasma. It does happen on a minuscule scale, but it's not to the scale where it's measurable and you can use blue and red shifting as data. It's not like an outlier,
Yeah,
my question
I've heard the claims.
I just have a question for Larry and this notion about the Big Bang theory, which to be frank, I don't think any scientist is completely absolute about the theory about the Big Bang and the expanding of the universe. My question to Larry is, why matter? The formulas that we have that work here on Earth work. So why does it matter? Why does it matter? And the other thing I want to state to Larry, on most of the articles you posted, when you get to the end of the article, it clearly tells you that this is not a cause for panic. It's not a cause for panic that we need to rewrite all of our cosmology. It's just that we're getting new data at a speed that we can't interpret fast enough because we've never had this kind of technology in the James Webb Space Telescope shoot us data from the deep space at the rate that it is. So we as humans have to catch up to that data and interpret that data properly. But I still don't understand why that would matter in the context of gravity and the Earth and what we know works.
I'll explain it to you very simply.
Go ahead, bro.
It's very simple because your model has a timeline, has an explanation, has a bang, has an expansion, has dark ages, has ionization, has first star formation, first galaxy formation, so on and so forth. very, very descriptive, and they say it predicts this and that, right? That's your whole model. Now here, you have something that should be 4 months old. Let's say, take it like a baby, and they found it's a 13-year-old teenager, a fully formed galaxy that kills your whole timeline.
No, it doesn't. It just means that we
Well,
didn't get
they're
it
not
as
even.
accurate as we could have.
Yeah, they're not even sure it's a galaxy, man.
Oh, yes, they are.
Chronic
Do the
says
Let me
research,
try to
not
let me try to
even.
and
answer that question so I
anybody
don't look like
Google
I'm
it, and
avoiding.
you'll see.
Let me
Chronic
try to answer
told
that
me
question.
that's not even what the right when they actually did the spectral measurements. They actually changed what they thought they were seeing because they got the other half of the picture.
Yeah, they
Right.
made
So
some slight
basically,
adjustments,
can I be heard?
but still,
I can hear you.
yeah,
Mic
sure, go
check.
ahead, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to try to answer the question so I didn't look like I was evading the question. So yeah, basically the question was pretty much, what does it matter about this dark energy and dark matter and the cosmological constant if everything works right here at the solar system? That's a pretty good question. Why does it matter? It's not something that we should be panicking about, right? Well, the thing is that you guys have come up with this theory that's the mainstream accepted theory, and it basically has like 4 assumptions built in that, everything is like random, the Earth isn't the center, gravity is the same everywhere, dark matter and dark energy make up 95% of the universe, right? This is like the cosmology of the day, right? This is the zeitgeist of the day, right? The current religion of the cosmologists, right? And I don't mean religion like Pope, right? This is just the belief, right, that everyone has, because no one can demonstrate dark matter, dark energy. But the problem is that your model is in a paradigm shift right now, right? And like you said, there's no need to panic. We're not getting rid of gravity, even though we keep coming up with all this information that shows that gravity may not be correct, because yeah, it works at the solar system level, but when you go past the solar system level, it starts to fall apart. And when you go into the quantum realm, right, which quantum exists everywhere, even if you go to Alpha Centauri, there's still quantum there, right? You can still get down to the quantum level and do quantum experiments over there on one of those planets, right? Right, guys? So if there's quantum everywhere and there's gravity everywhere and it permeates deep space, but gravity doesn't work. So you might need to start looking into plasma cosmology, guys. I mean,
But
maybe this whole dark
gravity
energy
does work.
thing is actually the ether. And even though, it says energy fluid, right? You guys are explaining these virtual particles that pop in and out of existence. Some people call it 0 point energy, quantum foam, whatever you want to call it. But maybe, just like the article says, maybe it's the fifth element, guys. Maybe we need to
Maybe it's
consider,
love.
right? What?
It's love. It's love.
But
The
anyways,
fifth
No.
element.
What are you
Leary,
talking about? What are you talking about?
anyways,
Sorry,
Demon
I'm
Strike.
almost done, guys. I'm
Yeah,
almost
Demon
done.
Strike. Let him finish.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah, maybe just like the NASA article says, we need to go and consider that, there's this fifth element that's actually governing the universe, right? You can call it ether, whatever you want to call it. Quintessence. I'm posting it right now. That's what they called it, quintessence. Whatever you want to call it. There's a governing factor that is out there. And I'm not saying you have to throw away gravity. I'm just saying you might have to be a little more open-minded that this is actually the governing factor. This quintessence or 0 point energy or ether, whatever you want to call it, quantum foam, virtual particles, whatever you want to call it. But you might have to consider that you were
Bro, you've been
wrong
talking for
about the
like two
ether.
minutes now, bro. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and
So,
that's
so what do you
fine.
think?
There's a
There's
lot of
nothing
people
wrong,
waiting.
Larry. There's nothing wrong with considering it. I don't think any scientist worth their salt wouldn't have some level of open mindedness as we gather new data. We're talking about concepts that we haven't fleshed out yet. So I don't think there's any scientist that thinks that anything we see in space is absolute. Like except for the things in the solar system and what we know and we can calculate on a local level. I don't think there's any argument about that. But when it comes into deep space, like you say, these are theories, and as we get more information, we can modify these theories. But what we can't modify on a local level are the laws of nature, the laws of gravity, the laws of motion, the laws of thermodynamics. These we know to be true within a, we'll call it a large distance compared to, in reference to us, because it is very far, but it's very localized when it comes to the universe. So we're talking about things that are so far away that I really don't see how some anomaly 350 million light years away would have any impact on us and how we understand the cosmos around us. Like, this is just where I find, like, it's just a little too on the extreme end. I find what you're saying, like, it's not going to rewrite everything. We're not going to completely change our how we calculate things within the universe or within our local universe. So that's all I want to say on it. Like, it's just, I get what you're saying, and I totally get that you can't be rigid in your ideas of deep space. I 100% agree with you on that, and I'm sure most scientists would agree with you on that.
Yeah, to have the position that you can't use gravity anymore because I think that it doesn't work because this explains it. Um, the NASA article wasn't saying that gravity doesn't work. I mean, like, I don't get why flat Earth, or maybe I don't want to pin flat Earth, but the mindset of if you don't have the absolute 100% absolute answer, you're wrong about everything. I don't understand that mentality.
Well, actually, the article literally says, at last, possibility is Einstein's theory of gravity is not correct. And then another one says, sorry, just real fast, and I'll shut up. Another one says, let's see. Yeah, I'll just end with that. Yeah, maybe there's something wrong with the theory of Einstein's gravity.
Maybe, possibly. Do you see how those words were used that aren't definitive statements like you were claiming in your argument? Like, they're not saying gravity's wrong, you should throw it out and think of the fifth element. They're saying possibly, could be, might be.
I never said throw it out. I said there might be ether. I never said throw out gravity.
So is the concept of gravity that works on the local scale accurate enough to use, or because it can't be used on the quantum scale, should we throw it out on the small scale as well? Because I feel like that was your argument.
So my argument is just real simple, right? We need to be more open-minded, not so dogmatic about Einstein's gravity. It might be wrong, right? And it might be useful, right? It might be useful at the solar system level, right? But it's not the governing force of the universe, right? It's a very weak force. Your shit's weak. You know it is. It's a weak force, and you can barely measure it. The only thing you can do is observe the so-called effects, right? But you're, doing baseless assertion when you say that the Venus is spinning backwards because of gravity. And when I drop my cell phone, it's because of gravity. And you just rub that word all over everything. And it's like, well, do you mean gravitation or do you mean like weight? Like, because it's so ambiguous at times. I
All the
can't tell
same
what
thing.
you're
It's
talking
not
about.
ambiguous. You're just,
So what do you think about
making it ambiguous.
Gravitas, does that mean weight?
What do you
You're
think
just
about the
making
people
it
who run the
ambiguous.
space? Yeah, what about the people who are running the JSWT who are like, yeah, we need to work on the model of the theory of the Big Bang? Are you saying that they aren't considering things, that they are dogmatic in Einstein's equations? Like the
No, I'm
actual
saying
scientists
the
say we need to.
population
The
at
population's
large.
not scientists. Yeah,
Yeah, the
population's stupid.
population at large thinks that Einstein is the end-all, be-all, the most scientifically verified theory of all time. I've heard people say that the theory of gravity is higher than a law of nature, and I was like, what?
Just
Like it's
because
higher than a
Einstein's been
law?
popularized to the point where, like, phrases like, what do you think, you're Einstein or whatever? Like, to be mad at pop culture because it's congruent with reality is weird, man.
Did he say he was mad at pop culture?
No,
Somebody's
it's
mad.
the thing that
He's saying
the
that I've
everyday
been
person
proving
doesn't know
Einstein
this
thing all my life.
exists.
Yeah.
The everyday person doesn't know about the crisis in cosmology.
right?
There is no
They're too
crisis
busy
in
working and paying their
cosmology.
bills and playing football or watching
There's
football,
no
right?
crisis in cosmology.
Dude, I posted like 20 articles yesterday talking about the crisis in cosmology. Are
There's
you
no
insane?
crisis in cosmology. I'm not
Are you
insane. I've looked into it.
insane, bro?
But
Definitely not insane.
Larry, all those articles ended with "There's no reason to panic. We're getting more information, and we'll flesh these ideas out." Every article you posted, everything you posted about
Yeah.
this crisis, all finishes with saying, "There's no need to panic. We're getting more information, and we're going to flesh these ideas out." They all finish like that.
Stop reading magazines and thinking that that's actually science, man. It's a magazine.
Okay, so where should I get my science
You have
from?
no science, bro.
That's a good question.
Right
Where
here,
should I get it
Ford.
from? If not
Yeah,
from the
you guys
scientists,
have, hold on.
if not from the
You guys
scientists
have
who are
no
being
science
reported on,
whatsoever.
where?
You should get your science from the primary. If you can't go directly to the source yourself, then you should be going to the primary literature.
So do I have access to the primary literature, or is it behind a paywall?
Some of it is open source.
Right,
Some of it. Can you give me that? Can you give me all the open source data or places where I can go and look at this stuff? Because, I just use the internet like a regular dude, right?
Yeah,
Because I'm a
can go to,
layman.
like,
I just
Nature
use
and
search engines, and you
Spread.
guys are saying that, we can't use the search
Physics
engines
group.
and the magazines, even though that's a genetic fallacy on its face.
Well,
You guys
Larry,
are saying that I should go to the primary source, which I don't disagree with. We should go to the primary source. But
if
show
you
me, where do I
refine
get the primary source?
if you refine your search to scientific papers and not articles, you're going to start seeing different information. You can easily Google for scientific papers. So rather than writing there is a crisis in the cosmos, and then you're going to get a bunch of articles that talk about that, Google scientific papers on the expansion of the universe, and then go read what those people have to say. A lot of those scientific papers will have been done through research at a higher education and would have faced scrutiny. So what is being written in those scientific papers, and let me add, if you can understand those papers, because they're not written for everyday people who aren't in that particular field, but if you can interpret and understand those and come with a conclusion that says gravity is wrong, then hey, maybe you're right.
See, I'm not the one who's saying it, right? It's these scientists that are being quoted in these articles.
No,
But you
they're
guys are
being
saying I need to go to the
misquoted.
front. Sorry, can I just go ahead and finish my sentence? Yeah, I'm quoting scientists. I do my best to get the quotes like from the scientists, right, that are in these articles. And you're saying go to the source. And what source is there other than the scientist with the letters after his
The
name and
research
his
paper
specific field?
Why do you think going to a magazine article is where you should get your science from? Why is that a good idea in your mind?
Wait. No. He's got a point, but he's got a point. If the article is going to the researcher who penned that paper, and the researcher is given a quote, he's not wrong into taking that at face value. The problem with it is that it's a quote is usually about 50 words out of a 10,000 word paper. So like a research paper, especially on the PhD level, which is where a lot of this research is done, is, we're talking about papers that are hundreds to 200 pages long. So taking a small excerpt of it is kind of disingenuous, in my opinion.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's not the whole
if I
story.
go
It's a
to
form
like
of confirmation bias. You're looking for what you want to be true. And once you find that, you're just stopping there. You're not going for the whole picture. You're not going in, neutral with no view, looking at the whole picture and then forming a conclusion. You're going in with
That
a
happens on both
conclusion
sides.
and
That happens on
looking
both sides
for
of the argument, right?
support for that.
I fully agree with you. Whoever said that, I fully agree with you. Globers will find, straight Glober stuff, and flat earthers will find straight flat earther stuff. I fully agree with you on that. But there is research and scientific papers that either side can go to read.
Yeah, that's why my favorite is going directly to the James W.S. team and saying comments like when they said, "Wow, that's a Big Bang killer." That's exactly what they said when they found those 6 baby galaxies. Yeah,
It's not
that's my
exactly what they
favorite
said,
thing to
actually.
do, actually. Yeah.
What the quote actually was, it was like, I was shocked and appalled or something. That was the actual quote from that first article that came out after the first set of images. But then if you actually research, you do a little more research, you find that scientist's name, And you go and you can find she actually talked about after the fact, like, hey, they took what I said out of context. And you can read and understand what she actually meant, not what that article is claiming, because those articles are meant to get clicks. They don't care about the truth of reality. They care about their pocket and how much money's in it.
Well,
Sure, I'm sure
Jace,
you're
at least
inside
I
the
was
mine. I'm
posting,
sure you did
citing
the
my
extra
sources.
research. And, yeah, you know more than everybody else. Yeah, indeed.
About this, yes,
That
because I
doesn't
had a
change the
goddamn
fact
debate
of the
about it.
matter. Dude, let me finish. It doesn't change the fact of the matter that the data taken by these so-called scientists that you believe in shows that these galaxies are just too big, too formed to be where they are in your cosmological model. I'm sorry, bro. If you
Yes,
don't like
no,
the
I agree.
information,
Yeah.
it's that's on you.
Yeah, I agree with you that that was the statement and that's the claim is that the current model of how the Big Bang happened is not accurate enough to be like, oh, yeah, that's, as close as we can get. Because we got new data. The new data says it's most likely something else. We have to, and not completely else, it's just something extra. We need to refine the theory. Stop saying we're going to throw it out because of this. That's your conclusion.
No, I just want you to merely admit that the what they found is highly unusual, abnormal, and it just doesn't coincide with your current cosmological model. That's
I
all I'm
agreed
asking
with
for.
that. Yeah, I agreed with that. And I even stated that, yes, all of the current science and astronomers that view James Space Webb Telescope imagery also say, yes, our previous theory of the Big Bang wasn't as accurate as it could be. Now it's going to get more accurate because we've got all this data to help make a better theory.
And further to
Well,
this
that's
point,
almost good enough, I'll say. You're like almost admitting it. But okay, I guess that's the
I'm
best we'll get.
agreeing with you.
no,
I'm
but
agreeing with you, and you are choosing to
further to
not.
this,
Not
further to this, SE, what happens is when they find these anomalies, right? They start looking at more data to explain those anomalies. And in most cases that the James Webb Space Telescope found an anomaly where they were like, oh, this is weird. This might, this might contradict some things. When they actually looked at the data correctly, or they got more data, they were actually able to explain why things are they are. And in most cases, they were actually able to prove to an even higher degree of reliability general relativity. In all cases of the James Webb Space Telescope that you're saying, when they've interpreted the data properly, they were actually able to say, yeah, this actually works with Einstein's relativity. So it's the lack of data doesn't discredit anything. You're right. It is weird. It shouldn't be. You're absolutely right. But maybe we're lacking data to explain it. We need more data.
It's more to it's partly what you just said, but it's way more than that, bro. Because they're finding black holes where they shouldn't be. They're finding certain gases where they shouldn't be. They're finding fully formed galaxies where they shouldn't be. They
where
just
they
found
shouldn't be, though.
700 according to the model. They're exactly where they are. Let's get that straight, right? I don't believe this. Those things are exactly where they should be. It's just that the understanding of our current scientists is just absolutely wrong. The Big Bang model is just wrong. It's as simple as that, bro.
No,
I
it's not.
disagree
But
with
when you
you
say
on
they
that.
should
I
be,
disagree.
when you're saying these places, all these things, they should be by whose standard? Okay, so if you're saying they should be based on the current model, yeah, the current model, with scientists agree, isn't the best model anymore. I mean, we have to refine it. So yeah,
You guys had
they,
a model, a working model. No?
You guys don't.
Yeah.
And it's like this guy had the audacity
Witsit, you're breaking up actually. And I was able to read one of those papers so far. I didn't get to the other one. It's 200 pages long.
Look, you
Isn't
guys
that
have
what?
to admit your current cosmological model is wrong. Be intellectually honest, and that's all. And then you can work on finding out what it could be. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Well,
Just because
yeah,
you want me
that's
to
the
do
way to go
something
about
doesn't
it.
mean I'm
But
going
at
to do
first,
it.
you got to
I
admit
mean,
that it's wrong.
you don't have to admit that because you haven't shown logically that it is. I mean, your feelings. I don't care, man. I don't care about your feelings.
Yeah, we don't care about your feelings on
Feelings, bro.
believing that the current model is somehow founded within some sort of truth. Like We don't care about your feelings either.
Hey, am
I'm
I still
still
breaking
hurt.
up?
Yeah, we can hear you. It.
So, like, I can't believe this one guy, I don't know who it was, had the audacity to say that when they re-looked at the observations, it further validated relativity. What are you talking about? Can you offer any specifics, or are you just saying that because I just researched this, and they're actually proposing an entirely new model that dark energy was different at the beginning of the universe than it. There was just a moment in time where all of a sudden it increased significantly. That's the only thing they can come up with. So please enlighten me. What observations further validated relativity?
Yeah, it's weird that they keep, doubling down, right? Because they're saying that this is the article. So yeah, if you don't like, what I'm posting from these scientific articles, JH, you're more than welcome to post something yourself, right? And, I probably wouldn't, complain about you posting something because you haven't really posted anything at all to go against what I'm saying. Thanks.
Just stop posting
Yeah,
magazine
they're in a
articles, man.
panic right now.
Okay, so
They're,
my
they're in a panic.
so I guess
The only thing that they does a baller want to take that up, or because I want to say something else if no one wants to take
to
that
be
up.
fair, but just to be fair, the guy literally made a claim. I'm asking him what he's talking about, and you're not gonna respond.
I will get you actual accredited scientific papers that clearly shows that anomalous information gathered by the James Webb Space Telescope in most cases turns out to prove what we already know. I will find
Yeah.
it with it and I will post it for you.
Why can't you provide any specifics? If you actually read the articles and know what you're talking about, you should be able to explain at least one of the things that supposedly further validates it. So you don't know. You read a pop sci headline or something?
Come on, Wit. Did we let you get home the other day to put your article out?
Yeah,
No, but I can still say specifics of my argument. I don't invoke arguments having no idea what it is.
Whitson, me, unlike you, will actually provide evidence to what I'm saying. So if you give
No,
me
he
the time to do
provided
that,
it.
provide my evidence, and that's all I'm going to speak on it. I'm not going to
Bro,
speak
that's all he
out of
does.
context.
When you ask for it, he provides it. Witsit posts so much fucking information in this chat, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's definitely true, but this is not the point. Whenever you make a claim that it actually further validates relativity, you should at least have some like base understanding of what you're claiming, which means you should be able to say, even like vaguely, what it is that supposedly supported it, but you have no idea.
Did I
You just said it.
I went round and round with this guy. Well, not round and round, but had a discussion with this guy the other day when I was cutting my grass. And I don't think he has a good grasp of relativity to begin with to even make that claim. So I'm not sure where you're going to find this unless it's just like you're just posting something, reading it, it says something, but you don't actually fully understand or comprehend what's taking place.
Kind of like what we just went through with
You
the
don't
whole science
actually
says this.
know specifics. You don't know any of the specifics that supposedly validate relativity. You just said that.
I just specifically
Okay,
named you
next.
like 4 or 5 things that kills your cosmological model: black holes, early star formation, early galaxy formation, galaxy merger, first light. All these things, bro. These are not fantasies. These are things found by your own scientists. You got to get a grip on reality.
I want to move on to addressing the next comment. The Demon Stride, I've heard you say maybe 10 times. Actually, the first conversation we ever had was this exact same conversation where you informed the room that scientist, quote unquote, said she was taken out of context, which is valuable input to the conversation, but I've never heard you explain why. What exactly did she say was taken out of context, and how so? What did she provide as a further explanation as to what she really meant?
Okay, so what was taken out of context was her like in awe and shock at what they were seeing, and the article tried to use that as like, here's a scientist saying we don't know anything anymore because of this, and what she was saying was, wow, what we thought we knew like a percentage of, and she was like in awe about what they get to learn. Just go look up her. I can't remember her name, but if you Google James Space Web and scientist in R shock or whatever, you'll get her name out of it, and then you can go look up what her explanation was, not the BuzzFeed article claiming the thing that she said.
Okay, so they didn't take her out of context. You're saying that they exaggerated it, basically. So because out of context
more
means that she
exaggeration.
was trying to say something else. Yeah. So they embellished what she said. Okay. So because like I just need that people. It's really easy to use like talking points, right? And one of them is no. She herself said she was completely taken out of context, and that's not what she meant at all. But provide no specifics. It's easy for the other guy to say, actually, when they re-looked at it, what it really did, because we all know it actually threw a wrench in modern cosmology. What it actually did was further validate relativity and then provide no specifics. So it's very easy to make claims that sound good as a tactic, void of specificity.
Right. So when she says that, hey, that article that's claiming that we don't know anything about the Big Bang, that's wrong because so I mean it is out of context in a way because they tried to use it to say something she wasn't claiming and doesn't claim or hold to be true at the moment.
Okay,
And
she can dispute their conclusion, but that is like the specifics of what she said and how it wasn't what she said would be needed to make the claim that she was taken out of context. Whether or not she agrees with the conclusion of the article isn't relevant. She basically, it's just like the people in the principal who were asked to agree to interview. They were talked to about the cosmic microwave background. Then they said things that were detrimental to the heliocentric narrative. They found out they were put in a geocentric movie, and then they got pissed off and wanted to be taken out of it, right? But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you agree with the conclusion of the documentary. You were asked questions, you answered them, your answer was put into the final product. People, this always happens. People don't like to be a part of some type of piece of work that they don't agree with the conclusion of, but that doesn't mean that they were, malevolently taken out of context.
Right. So when the article is literally not saying the thing that she's saying, and they use her quote to try and back up what they're saying, yeah, I guess.
Called a hostile witness.
The thing about, I just gave you a perfect example. Lawrence Krauss is in the principal, right? And he says, wow, like cosmology may be in a crisis. And when we look at the cosmic microwave background, we're looking at the whole universe, and it's showing for some reason that the energy intersects on the Earth. And that's truly crazy. We're looking at the whole universe. That would truly say that the Earth is at the center. The Copernican principle may seriously be in jeopardy.
Wait, the principle, is this a documentary? I'm not aware.
Yes, it's a documentary.
How have you been in this conversation? You don't know about the Principal movie.
Okay, man. Well, you should watch it. You should watch it for sure. But the point is, he was assuming that it wasn't a geocentric. He didn't even think, oh, this is a geocentric documentary. So he was just like open and honest, And then he found out, oh, they're taking my quotes and put them in this geocentric documentary. Then he got pissed off. So all the scientists got pissed off once they found out what the documentary was about. That shows you that you almost have to like leave them in the dark to get honest interaction. If they hadn't known it was a geocentric documentary, they would have never even agreed to it. So it's like, I don't know if it's a similar situation with the Big Bang thing, but it's not really our fault if we have a different conclusion than yours, that we can't trust people to be blatantly honest and like transparent about the data and the science.
Yeah, dude, it's like this. It's like if you had never been told the Earth was a spinning ball in outer space, you would never have come to that conclusion on your own. Never. You had to be told that shit.
I disagree.
So why do you think you should trust what a article about the James Space Webb Telescope says versus what the scientist says?
I didn't say that. First of all,
that's what you're arguing for.
No, there's not anything in the entire universe that can be observed that will cause most of these scientists to come out and say our cosmological model is completely wrong and needs to be started over from the beginning. There's not one single thing. There's not one single thing that can be observed. So I don't care what they have to say. because they have a philosophical bias. I don't really care about their interpretation, right? Like I care about the data.
Right. So what you're saying is the article writer is more factual in your opinion.
I don't even know if I agree with any of the conclusions of the article or anything. My point is that I don't care what the quote unquote scientists say, when what they truly do is this is what actually happened. They started changing cosmology objectively. This other guy saying it further validated relativity is laughable. No, the only place that an article would have claimed that, which is the actual deception, is because they said that, oh, there must have been less dark energy back then. And there must have been so therefore it'd be quote unquote closer to relativity's prediction, which is actually ignorant because the current position is that there actually was a variable for the cosmological constant in relativity, right? So that's the only thing that any pop sci article could be talking about as to it actually further validated relativity, is that it showed that there would be less dark energy, because that's the theory they came up with, was that there's young dark energy. They literally call it young dark energy, that at the beginning of the Big Bang there was less of it, and that would explain the further formations, etc., because it wasn't expanding as fast.
So if the scientists' opinions don't matter, then we shouldn't be bringing up pop sci articles that say something, wrongly worded, right? Like you shouldn't use those as arguments.
No, you can use a hostile witness if there's someone that has this like egregious philosophical bias and they're still reluctantly admitting that there's a problem with cosmology. That is strong evidence from within that paradigm, although you wouldn't appeal to their authority. So no, just because I know someone has a philosophical bias doesn't mean I can't invoke them as a hostile witness.
I think it's really weird. Hold on, just real fast. I think that it's really weird. Like, you guys accuse us of being anti-science. We're doing our best to find, like, scientists to show everyone what they're saying, and you guys are like, you shouldn't do that. Like, wait a minute. Well, why don't you guys just show the opposite of what we're saying with scientists who are disagreeing with those scientists? Can you not do that?
To be fair, that's not really what he was
What I'm saying is, don't take them out of context and then try and say, well, like, see that what's been taken out of context agrees with me, so I'm going to use this as an argument, a fallacious argument. No, that's not. Don't listen to fucking article, man.
We post the entire source. What do you want? Like, we're not just taking little snippets out and not posting a link behind it. We're taking the snippets out and then posting the link so you can read the whole thing.
But you don't read the conclusion, it seems.
Demon Star, why do you keep saying it was taken out of context? Like, what it actually was the girl was truly shocked with the results. She didn't fully understand them or how they would comport to the current model or understanding. And then they took that and then they proposed their own conclusion. That they don't need to go ask her, do you think that everything still will work in the end, though, because you're religious?
Why would you take the conclusion of a fucking magazine article with it? Why?
No, I don't. No, I don't even care about that article at all. It's a fact that the current cosmology needs to be drastically updated and entirely new. No, it's drastic. Entirely new, unfounded. They have to change the cosmological constant. The fact that you want to pretend that isn't drastic means literally nothing. It means literally nothing. They have to entirely change the cosmological constant for billions of years. That is drastic.
I mean, you guys wanted the funding, right? The black holes that are these Hubble telescopes and James Webb telescopes and all these other findings. You guys want the money, but then when you actually have to report the findings to the public, you get all butthurt when we show you guys the findings. I don't understand that.
Well, here's the thing. I find that they do a lot of this.
Article.
The findings come out. I'm sorry. Did I overtalk you? My bad. Go ahead.
We were talking at the same time. I didn't even realize you were talking for a second.
Well, I was just going to say, I feel like this happens intentionally, right? Because the theory has more holes than Swiss cheese. And the good thing to them about finding a hole is that that's another decade's worth of funding to try to go figure out the problem with that. So then you make up a solution to it, but find another problem along the way, which gives you another 10 years worth of funding to try to figure out. And there is no real empirical stuff that can take place when we're talking about cosmology, right? It's all just looking and guessing, right? And when you find another hole in your theory or something doesn't work, then you get to look and guess a little bit longer for another 10 years with more funding and more validation for your position. Yep.
So that's your problem is that we don't have 100% definitive answers. And I think I brought this up earlier, and that seems to be a lot of problems with people in the flat earth communities, that science keeps changing when they say a thing. Why do they keep changing
No,
if they're sciencing?
that's not
No,
that's
that's
not a
not our problem.
problem with us,
It
right?
is.
Because we're the ones who can actually admit, like, we don't know. Whereas typically on your guys' side, you want to say we know, but then when it comes down to brass tacks, it's like, well, we don't know all of it. We don't know 100%. We're just perfecting a theory and blah blah blah. But then you want to say that you have a perfectly good working theory of how everything works, and our model works just peachy keen, and we make all the predictions in the world. All the predictions of the universe can be made by us. We have the key to the universe. We know everything.
Do you know the
But
Earth
then you
isn't a
guys act
globe?
like then you guys
Do
act
you
like
know
we
if the
don't
Earth
say
is a
that.
globe?
I've been looking for 8 years. I ain't seen no evidence that the Earth is a globe. I even
Wait,
went
before
outside
you
and checked
change
it
the
myself.
subject, why don't we
Right.
address
So
what he just said though? Like this is you said that we have a problem with the fact that you guys don't know everything, and that it's how science works. But no, actually, what we have a problem with is that you always purport the theory to be accurate until it's shown to be completely wrong. And then you just breeze right through and transition to whatever new made up BS theory you have. And we're supposed to follow you along the whole time, pretending you know what you're talking about.
so
And well, I'm almost done. This is an invincible narrative that you guys use. This is why you guys use it. Whenever the theory's proven wrong, you guys invoke it as a good thing, as further validation of your model. The irony, when it's proven wrong, you say, that's how science works, so that there's literally no way to falsify your claim. That's a tactic.
okay, so like literally, I was saying, and you just clarified it there. When science changes its position, that's when you get butthurt.
See, now you just start talking about me personally because you can't respond to the actual intellectual point I made, which is you use this as a disguise to prop up an unfalsifiable model. So there is nothing. And when I ask you guys, can you give one piece of evidence, one observation we can make that would falsify the Big Bang model? You guys just
Right.
go quiet. When I say the
So
same
this
thing
is
about the heliocentric model, you go quiet. And when I say the same thing about the globe model, you go quiet. Because the only reason that you guys are clinging on to these beliefs is because you created a narrative that you all repeat robotically that's unfalsifiable. And that's just a fact.
right
As
because
opposed
science
to you, it's it.
changes. Go ahead.
Like everything you're saying, you do yourself. Everything you say about globers, you literally do yourself. You are
No, I
you are
don't.
literally everything you're saying about what we do. You literally do it yourself.
That's not true.
What's changed his mind on his cosmology? Do you guys
And
do
I
that?
also provide all kind. I can answer every one of those questions. If you ask me, what would make it falsifiable? How do I falsify? I can answer every single one of those questions. I can answer how to falsify flat Earth. I can answer how to falsify geocentrism. So when you say that I do the same thing, I literally do the opposite consistently. I know that any belief that's unfalsifiable is effectively a religion. So no, I don't do it. That's why once again, you won't provide specifics. You just have to say vague BS. That's what you did the first time, and that's
No,
what you're
we
doing.
do. No, we do provide specifics. You just hand wave them.
Oh, really? What specifics is he about to provide? How I quote unquote do the same thing that I'm saying other people do? Provide specifics.
Well, you always say they can't respond to it. Nobody will respond to it. When you just leave a conversation where people are responding and asking with specificity, and then you claim that nobody responds. That's not honest with you.
Oh, I'm personally amazed and shocked that Left Lane completely didn't address what I said, but I'll just repeat. So the guy I pointed out that you guys have an unfalsifiable belief, and when I asked you guys how to falsify your belief, you guys go quiet. That's a fact.
Wrong.
So
Incorrect.
okay,
Incorrect.
that's a fact. That's a fact. Okay, watch this. Hey, Left Lane, what observation can we make to falsify the Big Bang model?
Big Bang model. I don't talk about the Big Bang model, and you know that.
Okay, but it's incorrect.
The Big Bang model.
So you're going to take it from Earth. You're going to take it from the shape of the Earth to fucking cosmology, and that's a dishonest tactic because we're talking
Like
about the shape of the Earth here.
Like
We're
the shape of the
literally not.
Earth
We're
is
literally
completely
talking
a
about
category error from cosmology.
We were literally talking about cosmology, so you just lied, and it's just a tactic. So and then number two, hey, Left Lane, what can we observe? What observation can we make to falsify the heliocentric model?
All sorts of observations. Just look out
Name
into the
one.
universe and watch the movement of the planets. Or here on the surface, we could do things like reciprocal zenith angles and different things like that. We can measure
How does reciprocal
spherical
zenith
axis
angles
and triangulation
falsify?
across the surface. You know, there's all kinds of things we can do.
Bro, what are you even talking about?
How does the reciprocal zenith angles falsify the heliocentric model? See, I already knew you were going to say that for how to falsify the globe, because it's the only thing you can come up with. And I dunked all over it for an hour straight one night, and now it's just another day, so you just repeat it. So I haven't asked you about the Earth yet. What can we observe to falsify the heliocentric model? And your answer was, look at the planets? That's your answer?
Well,
You got to
yeah,
have
observe
amnesia
the
to be a
motion of the
glober. You
planets.
have to have pure
The
amnesia
motion
to be a
of the
glober.
planets. Observe the motion of
Okay,
the
so
planets. Yes.
buddy, Left Lane, we observed the motion of the planets thousands of years ago. They always do the same thing.
Yeah, except that they don't.
Okay, so yeah. Do you want to bet?
Yeah, isn't it
What do you want to bet?
geocentric until you invoke a telescope, really?
Wait a minute. Let's get to
No,
that
no,
bet. So the planets have changed. Yeah, let's get to that.
Yeah, exactly. Please enlighten me how the planets have changed, Left Lane.
They changing their position in the sky.
No, they
They're
don't.
orbiting. They orbit the sun. Yes, they do.
They have a cycle.
They orbit the sun.
They all
Heliocentric.
repeat. They all have a repeating cycle. Each planet has a repeating cycle. How are these cycles differing?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
How
orbit
have
the
they
sun.
changed over time?
They orbit the sun. That's a
Oh my
clean,
God,
simple
dude.
statement. They
You're
orbit the
not
sun.
answering it.
Heliocentric.
You're not
Dude,
answering the
it's so funny,
question.
bro. It's so funny. It's like every time it boils down to you just baselessly
See,
reassert
this
your
is what happens.
conclusion.
We answer it's not good enough. Y'all don't accept it. You say that we're answering, that we're
No,
lying.
why are you
You don't
interrupting me?
address what I said, and then we just keep on
I
this
was
thing
literally in the
boiling
middle of
conversation.
addressing what you said, and you interrupted me.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Okay,
Left Lane,
so
just because you gave an answer, it's like asking me what color my underwear is, and I say 13, and you're like, "Wait, that's not a color." Well, just because you don't accept my answer doesn't mean that I didn't answer your question.
Well,
Exactly.
is heliocentric model not that the planets are orbiting the sun? Is that not correct?
yes, exactly. Which is why when we're talking about that being challenged, and then your response is that it happens, it's called begging the question. It's like
No,
a
you can
7th
observe it
grade level. You are interrupting a lot, and it's because I'm exposing your
because you're
talk.
misrepresenting me.
No, I'm not. Stop interrupting me. There's no justification to continually interrupt. Okay, so what actually happened was I asked you for a way to falsify the heliocentric model because you have a religion. You guys can't actually articulate real falsification. All you can ever say is something that you know we've already observed and is consistent, so as to still have an unfalsifiable model, but falsely pretend that you're providing falsifiability. It's just a tactic. It would work on maybe a 12-year-old. It's not going to work in this room, though. So when I asked you for actual falsifiability, you responded with the motion of the planets, and then you claim that they changed. When they don't, they're a cycle that repeat for all recorded history. So then saying that we know the planets are going to keep doing the same thing doesn't provide evidence at all for a heliocentric model. It also doesn't provide falsifiability. Then you responded with the planets move around the sun, baselessly asserting what's in question as if to somehow address the lack of falsifiability.
What's a question for you? What's the main component of an experiment or a scientific method? What is the one thing that you need in a scientific experiment to draw proper conclusions from?
You know what we're actually not doing is avoiding my damning points I make.
I'm asking a
changing
question.
the subject. No,
I'm
I
asking
know
a
what
question.
every single one of you guys have to interrupt me.
Well, because you talk too
Literally
much.
every single one of you guys have to, because if you don't,
Okay, if it's getting crazy, I'll start muting people. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're
I'm gonna
not
just
going
time you
to
out for hold on. I'm gonna just time you out for 5 minutes if you interrupt. That way, it's it'll go smoother. Go ahead.
We're just not going to do this thing where once the point reaches the conclusion, you guys just change the subject. So I pointed out you guys have an unfalsifiable belief, and when I ask you, you say nuh-uh. So I say, okay, What observation can we make to falsify the Big Bang model? Crickets. What observation can we make to falsify the heliocentric model? Crickets. So you guys have an unfalsifiable belief. It's a religion. So if you guys would like to just concede that you can't think of anything that would falsify it, then we can move on. We don't just avoid the conclusion.
I'm asking for how, in an experiment, what is the number one criteria that you need to deduce a conclusion from? This falls in line with what you're saying. So I'm asking you, in your idea, what is it that a scientific experiment needs to have in order to draw a conclusion from?
You just did it again. You did it again. So I'm not taking your bait to change the subject whenever I'm making a point that you just want to avoid. Now all of a sudden, all the ballers that were talking so much have nothing to say. So what observation can be made to falsify the Big Bang or heliocentric models?
So this is in relation to that. We have to find falsibility. So in order to find that, we have to find something that we can sort of gauge a metric on as to whether or not it's right or false. So I'm asking you, in a scientific experiment, what is the number one thing that we need in order to draw a conclusion from?
Why can't
That's
you
such
just
a
answer this question instead of coming back with another question? How about you
Because
just
you're
yeah.
answer?
asking me to talk about falsibility, and in order to talk about
All right,
falsibility,
you tell us your falsifiability.
Hold
You
on,
tell
don't
us your
interrupt, Noah. Noah, don't interrupt.
I'm just asking Witsit a simple question that is on subject, right? In a scientific experiment, what is the one thing that we need in order to draw a proper conclusion?
They're just a vague, malformed red herring fallacy. So I've already addressed it. I'm not going to take your bait.
Okay,
I'll
so you're running
explain the
away
science.
from an easy question. Thank you. Thank you. So
See,
everything you say about other people, you can.
now
Guys,
you're interrupting again. Yeah.
all right.
question. He ran
Guys,
away.
I'm serious. Don't interrupt, please. It's going to make it crazy. I don't
Literally,
want to time anyone out.
the only way that they can debate is to interrupt, though. So now you're basically telling them they can't debate in here. I mean, that's the reality. So I know about the scientific method, and with natural science, you have a naturally occurring observable phenomenon that's your dependent variable. There's not, what's the one thing we need? That doesn't even, it's a malformed, ignorant question. Then you have
Observation.
a hypothesis. Then you have a, observation is the first step. It's literally the first step. Okay, and then you go to test a hypothesis as to what the cause of that observation is. All of that is a red herring fallacy. Let's try again. Do you guys have anything you can provide us, an observation we can make that would falsify the Big Bang and heliocentric models, please?
So I'm just going to finish my point. You missed one thing in that entire thing: repeatability. You need to be able to repeat something over and over and over again to draw a proper conclusion from. So you missed that point out of it.
Like Lego?
I didn't miss that point. I didn't completely explain the scientific method because it's a red herring fallacy. Yes, that's right. Empirical is observable, testable, repeatable, and what's the final word? Falsifiable. Okay, so the four characteristics of something being empirically validated is that it's observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Okay, now let's go back to the question. Can you guys provide any observation that would falsify the Big Bang or heliocentric models? Or is it just a religion that you guys have that cannot be falsified?
The Pope likes it.
Well, I wonder why in summertime that Venus appears on the western horizon as the evening star, and
Not an
in
answer
the
to the
winter it
question.
appears on the eastern horizon as the morning star. I wonder if we could look at that, make observations of Venus and see how that might work.
So you can't think of anything that would falsify the model. Okay, so it is just a religion that you have.
Witsit, how many times did you ask that question? And I've heard a lot of responses, but you never actually got an answer to the question. How many times have you asked that question?
Like 7 times. You'll never get an answer because the truth
that's
is,
fucking ridiculous. That can't be
yeah,
happening. It can't be happening where you've asked the same question 7 times and everyone's response wasn't an answer to it. It's just not a conversation then. If
Wait,
I went up to someone
I'll answer his
and I
question
was having
honestly.
a convo with them, if I went up to someone on the street and I was having a convo with them, and I asked them maybe 3 times a question and they didn't answer and all they did was obfuscate, I think I would just walk away from them. But the
so
problem is
We spend so much time. We spend so much
bro,
time back and forth
you're
about what
wasting
if they
time.
did this, if they would
Left
just do
lane,
You're
don't
that.
interrupt.
wasting.
We
Hold
can't
on.
talk about it, man.
Hold up, Jeremy. You heard him interrupt me. You heard him
I know. I'm
interrupt me, Jeremy.
telling him. I'm telling you, left lane, don't interrupt, guys. I'm just gonna
I'm
time
sorry.
people
I
out for 5
apologize.
minutes, man. For real.
Can I answer Witset's question?
Yeah.
I
Yes,
got it.
please.
Okay, so from surface level, using just basic observations with your eyes and no tools, you could falsify the your conception of planets by confusing it with, say, a star. That's a falsifiable explanation. You could say, okay, well, I'm looking at this, it's a planet, but really it's actually a star because you haven't actually been able to verify it using proper tools. That's a falsifiable experiment.
No,
What?
it's not.
Yes, it is.
that doesn't that doesn't
That's
falsify the heliocentric model. Okay, I
well,
can name many things that can falsify the heliocentric model, but you guys can't even name one thing. You can't even name one thing, and you've been in this conversation for a long time. And the reason I'm asking the question is to make the point that you guys have a religion. So when I ask you to falsify it, the only thing that you can utter, and it takes about 7, 8 times asking it, what you do is you end up bringing up something that we already know happens for sure, so that you can still maintain a lack of falsifiability. For example, Left Lane said the movement of the planet. We know exactly what the planets do. The current heliocentric model was literally created and birthed from the observation of the planets. That's how we made the model, was based on the reoccurring cycle of the planet. So when I ask you, how do we falsify that model? And you say, the motion of the planets, that's laughably incorrect. It doesn't in any way provide falsifiability. That's how the model was made. And that's how you guys go about this the entire way, top to bottom. You'll never provide falsifiability. So you're not even in the debate. You're not even having a debate. You're not even making an empirical claim. You're making a religious claim.
So that's the squatting dog fallacy. The sky is blue sometimes, therefore everything I say about gravity is true. The Venus rises in the east and sets in the west, therefore everything about gravity is true. Like the dogs poo outside, so everything I say about gravity is true. You can't disprove the dogs poo outside.
I can think of things that'll falsify it, but this is the problem. All the things that can falsify it, a lot of them have already been observed, and you guys will just start making up excuses as to why they were observed, because you have to maintain a lack of falsifiability. For example, if the Earth is revolving around the sun in a heliocentric model, right, and it's because of relativistic application, then we should be able to perfectly predict Mercury's movement based on its mass and distance to the sun. But we can't. It's called Mercury's anomaly. To this day, we can't actually even mathematically show why it moves the way it does. The perihelion shift, Mercury's anomaly. I can also explain that, oh, well, that means that everything in the universe would have to be expanding away from us, right? And there would have to be an even distribution of redshift proportionate to distance. But we don't see that. So that falsifies the claim that everything's expanding away from us, thus the heliocentric model. The fact that relativity doesn't accurately predict Mercury's anomaly falsifies the claim that relativity is the answer as to why planets move around the sun in a heliocentric model. So it has been falsified. Now you guys can't even articulate something that would falsify it, and then you hand wave dismiss the stuff that did falsify it.
I think it's really interesting what we got going on here, right? Because so far they've been complaining about the stuff that I've been posting. Meanwhile, calling us anti-science. Meanwhile, we're calling them out for coming up with stuff that's unfalsifiable, like dark matter and dark energy, creating 96% of the universe to make their model work, and they get upset when we call them out and say, hey, how can I falsify this stuff that makes and it's really weird. It even says in that article on NASA.gov that I think it's the exact same amount of dark energy that they needed just happened to be there. It's like, wow, lucky. Come on, guys.
Yeah, the current heliocentric model uses relativity, and it makes a certain prediction that there should be this amount of gravity with this amount of mass. Okay, so we can falsify that claim by simply looking out at the sky and seeing that that equation doesn't work. And that's exactly what we see. We saw in 1933, as early as the 30s, that the galaxy cluster only had 1% of the mass predicted by relativity to prevent the galaxies from escaping the cluster. 99% wrong for almost a century. Oh, but that doesn't falsify it, because nothing can falsify it, because it's a religion.
Yeah, if your religion's like 96% wrong, you might need a new religion.
And that's another one, yeah. Combining the dark matter and dark energy on the entire scale, it's off by 96%. Dark matter supposedly composes 83% of the matter in the whole universe. So the heliocentric model's already been falsified, and you guys just ignore them and say stuff like, I'm not a dark matter expert. We don't understand that. That's how science works. Let's just talk about the solar system. Oh, let's just talk about shadows on the earth. And then I ask you for falsifiability, and then you don't say anything.
Shit's weak.
Now we'll just let it breathe for a few minutes. Maybe Witsit will stop talking, and then we can bring something else up. That begs the question.
Wait, you're just fucking yapping like a chihuahua, man. Come on, we could talk about specificity. You're just rambling and casting dispersion and saying this and that, and we say that, and they say this, and there's no point to this.
That's not a refutation.
He's a downright heretic, Left Lane. I agree with you.
Wait, hold up. That was not a refutation of anything Witsit said whatsoever. That was a nothing. Talk about
there was
wasting
nothing to refute.
Yep.
That was a tactic to dismiss all my points without actually addressing them, because you can't address them. I didn't just
because you won't make a point. You won't make a point with it. You just ramble on and on and on, and don't give any room for any addressing of any points. You make 15 points in one little soliloquy, and there's nothing we can do.
Wait, you said I made no
Soliloquy?
points.
What's the
You said I made no points, and then you finished by saying I made 15 points, and then you said
A soliloquy is when you get on stage and you make a solo speech.
Dude, this dude said I made no points. This dude said I made no points. Yeah, and then he said I made 15 points.
Yeah.
And then he said I
Sounds
give
good.
no space. He said I give no space for anyone to respond, and we literally all just sat here in complete silence for 10 seconds waiting for you to respond 3 times in a row.
Yeah, man. Go back and clip that out, folks. That was good.
That last
All right,
response.
so what is the main point? What's the main point?
The main point is that we've already done things. We've already made observations that falsify their claimed model. They just ignore them. And then when you ask them what would falsify it, they don't answer. So what that means is they have to maintain the model so that it is unfalsifiable, because it is not an empirical position. It is a belief, like a religion.
So do you have any sources that says that Einstein's relativity is actually incorrect? Like, do you have any legitimate papers on that?
Yeah,
I posted a NASA article earlier. It said maybe gravity is wrong.
Well, that's maybe, but he's saying from a position of authority that relativity is wrong. So I'm just curious if he has any empirical evidence that clearly demonstrates relativity to be wrong.
Well, they found observations.
He just mentioned.
Go ahead, what's that?
Jeremy, you got it.
Wasn't there just a fucking complaint about his soliloquy, which was all about how the dark matter shit disproved relativity, like in the 1930s? Like, I don't know where someone got that he said nothing, because I heard a lot of points. So, like, it's just kind of weird, like this outright lying. But yeah, he said the dark matter thing. Did he not? Did no one else hear that?
Well, we're talking about empirical. We're talking about empirical evidence. Somebody saying something is empirical evidence. So if he's going to make that claim from authority that relativity has been proven wrong, and on multiple occasions, surely that there's some sort of scientific paper that can attest to that.
Yes. So 1933. There's probably 30 papers on this right here. 1933, Fritz Zwicky made an observation that based on the relativistic prediction, the galaxy cluster only had 1% of the mass needed according to relativity to prevent the galaxies from escaping the cluster. And so therefore, the gravitational prediction was off by 99% in 1933. This is when they claimed they first discovered dark matter.
Okay, so there should be more than one article from, like, let's say 2023 that talks about that, shouldn't there be? Like a scientific paper that says, nope, general relativity is wrong.
Well, general relativity proposes that the universe is a vacuum. Meanwhile, the Schwinger effect was proven right last year, showing that there is no vacuum, that even empty space isn't empty. So, general relativity is proven wrong.
We made observations that debunked relativity. Do you know what happened though? They just said, "Oh no, relativity is not debunked. Must be dark matter." And so they ad hoc this dark matter bullshit, and then they had problems with the other things. They ad hoc a dark energy in. I mean, there's not everything that we do to falsify the shit. You guys just ad hoc some bullshit in to try to fix it.
That's
so
right.
It's unfalsifiable.
The theory of the standard model, sorry, just real fast. The theory of the standard model in cosmology is that everything is the same everywhere, except for dark matter exists only where you need it, and dark energy only exists where you need it. So how is it homogeneous if there's dark matter only where you need it and dark energy where you need it?
Well, he knows that the current model claims that relativity is true because it's the best anyone's been able to come up with, and no one's been able to replace it yet, even though it needs to be replaced and updated. That's why they're trying to come up with theories of modified Newtonian dynamics, MOND, but they haven't been able to get that to work either. So until they can come up with a replacement, they just keep relativity in place. So he knows that there's not going to be an accredited academic source that says relativity was proven wrong, point blank in those words. So it's just a tactic, right? Because in reality, he can't address the actual point with any substance specificity, which is, again, let's just read this. Dark matter's existence was first inferred by Swiss-American astronomer Fritz Zwicky, who in 1933 discovered that the mass of all the stars in the Coma cluster of galaxies provided only about 1% of the mass needed to keep the galaxies from escaping the cluster's gravitational pull.
So another one is Rupert Sheldrake. He says that it's basically like this. In the articles that are published, right, and they get peer reviewed, one of them might say the emperor, I can see his ankles. Another one might say I can see his ass. The other one says I can see his nipples. The other one says I can see his balls, right? None of them are saying the emperor has no clothes, but they're all saying that they can see, different parts of the emperor's body. And when you put all those things together, it shows that the emperor has no clothes. But no one has the audacity to come out and say it because they don't want to get blackballed. What was that movie, Ben Stein? Where if you go against evolution, you get what's it called? Expelled or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Sorry about that, guys.
there is Caltech. There's Harvard, and then wait a second.
I get a lot of good stuff from Stanford. They talk about cosmology being a philosophy. There's lots of good stuff from Stanford.
The problem with this whole cosmology thing is they got a what's the bar correlate a causation and correlation conflation, right? All they do is they see an effect, they measure it. They'll try to say they have an independent variable, but it won't be the thing that they say is the cause. Just like Cavendish, for example. Mass attracts mass, space-time, that's the proof for space-time bending. Or weight change with latitude, that's the proof Earth is rotating. Or Foucault pendulum, pick something. It's all an affirm and the consequent fallacy because they'll say we know Earth's rotating because you get weight change with latitude. But they don't have any experiment with weight change with latitude where the IV is actually the cause of they're saying Earth rotation.
Look at all these accredited sources I'm dropping.
And yeah, they debunked. They made observations that debunked relativity. Did they debunk relativity, or did they just ad hoc some new bullshit in to keep relativity called dark matter?
What they did, Jeremy. What happened to that guy that came out of the woodwork and was so desperate for the source? Is he reading it right now? Is he coming to the conclusion that we're right? Or was that just a tactic just to waste our time so we could get the source? Is he looking at these sources we're providing for him, or what was the point of asking?
Just kind of it's like assuming that I don't provide the tactics or the sources right, he can say, "Which is just making stuff up." He has no sources to back him up. Assuming I do provide the sources, which I do pretty much every time, then you can just be quiet for a few minutes, sit it out, and then it'll pass on. So
And try to
it's a
wait for you to
win-win.
leave the server. And try to wait for you to leave the server. So we have to deal with that shit later.
Well, one, I
With it, I
posted a
tried to.
source, and two, I'm reading the source that Wits had posted. I'm not just going to make blind observations without properly reading the document, which is what I'm currently doing.
It's a good call.
With
Good
dark
call.
matter.
With it, I picked up that. I picked up that argument yesterday, where I don't know if I stole it from you or whatever, but I don't know how much you heard. But the guy was trying to say, all right, for all the GR experts out there, does relativity say that objects move through free space in geodesics, and geodesics bend on an axis? They're curved. Is that what relativity says?
What that objects move in free space and that the geodesic bends on an axis.
Yeah, yeah,
question
they
is,
No, the
how is there
objects move.
were trying.
Objects move through free space in geodesics, which are curved. They're bending lines. They're curved lines, not straight. They're bending
Yeah.
on an axis. Is
Yeah.
that what GR says? Because I was having this huge argument with this guy yesterday about it.
Yes.
So I'm gonna pose a question real quick about GR, because the problem with these like you have something that's going straight, but space time is curving in a geodesic. But what exactly would space time be curving in relation to? It almost begs the question. With it almost like kind of implies that there's another coordinate system, a Euclidean coordinate system, that the geodesic is curving in relation to. Do you kind of get what I'm saying? Like it.
Yeah, but it's just in relation to the observer's reference. It's another unfalsifiable claim. So, dude, they use gravity, refraction, and reference frame. That's the three unfalsifiable gods of the heliocentric religion. So, you can just say, well, yeah, it's bending in different ways at different times based on where you are looking at it. And so they're like, well, what's really happening? Well, there is no really happening. There is nothing's actually happening ever. It's just all based on reference frame. Then the layman takes that to mean that it's all apparent. When Einstein specifically says, no, it must be real and physical. Trust me, I get it's hard to understand. I don't understand it either. But actually, physical reality changes based on where you are, but it's simultaneously different for someone else. It's just stupid.
The problem is, though, when I go, like, if I'm having Coriolis arguments with reference frames involved, and I go to look up a citation, the citation will use, like, literally say the words, the object's path is actually in a straight line. It just appears to, like, they'll use the words actual, even though these guys say there is no actual. The actual science references and citations use the word actual.
Yeah, but when they say actual, what they mean is, yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
It's
that's
out
true.
of context.
But that is true though, because like say that like you're on the Earth and you're seeing these other planets supposed to go around the sun or whatever, right? Or say you're on the sun and saw the planets going around. It looks like they're curving around you, but they're actually going straight. They just look like they're curving because of the curvature of space and time. But the truth is, it's a misnomer to say that it's just apparent. That is for the layman. See, the reason that popular saying was that maybe 10 people on Earth understand relativity, it's not because everyone else is stupid and Einstein's a genius. Einstein himself admitted he didn't fully understand his theory. It's because his theory is not understandable. It's literally not understandable. So that's the whole point. So when they say it's apparent, no. Einstein was very specific. This has to be a real physical thing. It can't just be an apparent effect. And then he proceeded to explain, I don't understand why I cannot provide a mechanism. I'm only showing you the math.
Yeah, like the whole Eddington experiment, right? Where they saw the star past the eclipse where they shouldn't have seen it or whatever. That is another case of causation and correlation conflation. You have an effect. Okay, we see the star where we shouldn't see the star. That's an effect, right? They're not actually having an independent variable on. Oh, space-time's bending. Is space-time bending causing it? That's your independent variable. You can't do an experiment for that.
Well,
this is all bullshit pseudoscience.
Well, it's even worse. That's like granting the assumption that they actually saw the star. Turns out they didn't. So, like, let's say that relativity makes a prediction the star should be seen around the eclipse, and then they actually see it. Yes, that's a correlation and causation conflation. But They didn't see it. Out of the 35 plates, 33 of them did not record it. And the 2 that they claimed did, they had to doctor the values to make it kind of close to relativity. And then Eddington himself said, this is a very serious problem for relativity because this must happen if relativity is true. So
Yeah, and that
that's just
whole
another
prediction.
example of revision.
Well, that whole prediction thing is bullshit in and of itself. I mean, if you make a prediction, your hypothesis is a prediction. You're predicting what the cause and the effect, the cause of the effect is going to be. That is a good prediction, right? If you have that, but they don't have that because they can't follow through with any experiment. Like, yeah, they predict space time's bending and it's going to cause the thing to do. Okay, cool. And then it bends, and you're like, oh, and then you see it, you see the effect, and you're like, okay, that must be the cause. Then that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, what's even funnier is like, why has this not been observed again since then?
I've just been giving them. I've just been giving it to them that they've seen the star. I didn't know that there was actually.
No, they did not see the star. It's a whole rabbit hole. There were 35 plates, 33 of them didn't show anything. It's never been observed since then. Eddington himself said this is a very serious problem for relativity. Give it 100 years. Write some pop sci article after propagandizing people from birth into the Rockefeller system. They'll all repeat that Eddington confirmed and validated and proved relativity in 1919, when in reality, they did nothing like that.
You're telling me we haven't done that since? That's not a
Correct.
thing. Did we have a chance to do it again, or was it just not even? There was no chance to even do that again.
They just said they haven't been able to observe it. You're saying like, would the prediction be that it happens again? Yes, it should have happened again since then many times.
Yeah, that should have been something people should have been all over that shit. Like, yo, let's fucking do this again. Repeatability, right? Wasn't that guy saying that's a big thing?
Yeah, but they
So
never even did the first time to repeat it. So
I hate to get all like 2016 on y'all, but I remember being in the debate rooms, and there was a guy, Paper Organic, rest in peace, and he was saying he was a physics professor, and he was telling me that in their model, the mathematics works out beautifully in his beautiful English accent, right? And he would say it like over and over again, like it was a mantra. And what I've noticed that the things that these people say is a mantra, like it's really telling. You can go back and look, and obviously 96% off, 99% off. Like the mathematics doesn't work out beautifully. So if he was a physics professor, he was lying. If he was just, a zealot pretending to be a physics professor, which I have no evidence of, then he was just a religious zealot.
Well, he was still lying if he was considering himself a professor. It's a lie to impersonate someone. But real quick, so there's this coordinate system with geodesics that bend, but it's based on where you're at. So the only thing I can think of is that there's an actual Euclidean space coordinate system extending from you at the 0, 0 center point, and then space-time would have to bend in relation to that Euclidean system or whatever, because you literally cannot have curvature without something to curve away from, or a directional change, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm just trying to fully wrap my head around this whole geodesic idea, because you can't tell, like, you know what I mean? Like, what is it
I've
curving?
actually.
It has to be
well, think about
deviating from something to be curving. So there has to be like there has to be a Euclidean system already there that it's deviating from, so that you can tell the difference between the geodesic path and then the normal path that it would have taken if there was no relativity.
Yeah, but you got to understand exactly what they say. So, like, say that you just stretch out this flat coordinate system across the entire universe. Now, that's not actually there anywhere, but that's just what we do for mathematical convenience. And then you can break it down on infinitesimally small portions that are flat and straight, and you can basically like special relativity. To even use general relativity, you have to use like little infinitesimal flat squares, and you put them together. Then you apply an overall curvature rate, just like they do on the to assume the globe. Right? Take the plane surveys, pitch them together, and then say, oh, let's apply this assumed curvature. So then what you do is you account for reference frame based on what curvature of space will be perceived, or it's not just apparent, though. What will physically happen for that observer based on their position. So it's like you have that default construct of flat across the whole thing, and then you take the observer's position, and then based on that reference frame, you have a certain bending and warping of space-time relative to that observer, and then you apply the curvature rate relative to. It's all unfalsifiable, because then the other problem that you have with that is, okay, wait, so why doesn't the curvature straighten out? Because they always show you the depiction of like a ball on a like they'll use the fabric and put a bowling ball on it or whatever, right? Or the depictions show that as well. But that's a downward vector. But in space, there is no downward vector. So it would be omnidirectional, which means it would cancel out. The bending and warping, the gravity wells would be omnidirectional. So there would be no net effect. There is no downward vector like when they put the bowling ball in the fabric. So what's creating the vector, and what is the preferred direction when it's supposedly isotropic? And there is no answer to that.
Nuh-uh.
The way I know there's no answers, I went and watched lectures of people trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't understand those lectures. What's it?
Yeah, that was just word salad. You made no points. Sorry.
Yeah.
You didn't actually say anything. We were just imagining, and you were just babbling.
So
Like,
real quick,
how was that a response to you earlier? That someone just said like, you didn't make any claims. You were babbling. You made 15 claims, and no one can answer them. And it's like, what?
Yeah, here's it appears that they did repeat the Eddington experiment in 2017 during the total eclipse, and they measured a 1.75 arc second of deflection in their experiment with a 3.4% uncertainty, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that's what's up. Will you drop the link?
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, that was August 21st, I think, 2017.
I can pretty much assure you guys. Oh, can I get a university or something? I'll find it.
Yeah, dude, space time never made sense to me. Like, I know it's nonsensical, but they say, like, the geodesics, like, they're straight lines. Like, like the Earth is moving in a straight line around the sun, so it appears to be curved. So, how does it loop back onto itself to complete a revolution? Like, I just don't understand it, man. It's so weird.
It's in your
that guy was telling me. That guy was telling me that yesterday. The moon is moving in a straight line around Earth, but it circles Earth, right? So
exactly,
it circles a straight line.
Just so bizarre.
No, the geodesics
Rose, you're
are
just
curved
not,
lines.
listen, you're just not looking at it properly yet. You just have to, see what isn't to be seen to be able to see the world.
Yeah, you got to suspend your common sense. I've actually heard a physicist say that.
Yep.
Did I explain that one? Did you guys get the one point I was making? I've never had a rebuttal to this. So like, whenever they show the depiction of gravity, they show a downward vector, which is a preferred direction, but there is no preferred direction in space, and supposedly it's isotropic, which means it would be omnidirectional and it would cancel out. So where do you get the preferred direction of the supposed vector in space to cause the bending and warping of space-time? It requires a directional preference.
It would have to be anisotropic for that to happen, right?
Correct, because that's literally what it means. Isotropic means no preferred direction. So, like, you would have to have a vector, which is magnitude and direction, to be able to have the bending and warping of space-time, or it would cancel out.
Crazy, man.
Dude, you'll never get an answer to that, bro. It's so funny.
FaceTime, what's that? That sounds like some made up bullshit.
Yeah. Not even made up by the guy that it's accredited to.
Well, they had to get somebody, for the photo shoot to stick out his tongue, right?
I'll go ahead and tell you what. No, I'm not going to do it. I was going to say their best answer could be, but I'm not going to say it.
Right, because then they'll go use it against,
No,
some
dude.
normies.
Well, no, like tomorrow they'll tell me that, like they're teaching me it.
They would do that 100%.
Yeah, like, don't you guys agree though? It's a good point to lay out that like they can't even provide falsifiability because that's wild. What that proves is they haven't even started where we started in 2017, 16, 15. Everyone's different. Because the way we started was, wait, let's try to falsify the globe so we can shut these stupid flat earthers up. Let's try to falsify the heliocentric model, right? Because we know there's a solar system. Like that's how we started, was honing in on the falsifiability. It is years in, and they haven't even taken that first step, which means technically speaking, they're not even in the debate.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to point out that Jay Ace is a college graduate, right? And he's complaining that, it's not 120 orders of magnitude, right? And debates before, he said it was 60 orders of magnitude. And I was like, well, show me. What are you talking about? And he doesn't show me. He tells me a title of some book that I'm supposed to go read. And then I post like 20 articles from like Harvard to NASA.gov that talks about the 120 orders of magnitude. And then he's like, well, I don't like the fact that you're, posting these rag news magazines and articles, you need to go find the source. And it's like what? I need to go find the source. Like, I agree. You should always go to the source material. But instead of complaining about my sources, just blow my high school dropout pizza boy ass out of the water by posting your own articles that back up your claim. I mean, wouldn't that be the right thing to do?
I just want them to provide some falsifiability. Like, this is the problem, right? If I was to sit back honestly and I'd be like, okay, let's say there's a Big Bang model with a heliocentric model. How could I falsify these things? Like, okay, well, the Big Bang says that there was a singularity and that there was effectively an explosion and everything expanded from that singular place. Well, okay, then if there's not preferred direction in a center, that falsifies the Big Bang. Because if it started at a singularity and everything expanded out from there, then that's a center. So if there should be distribution of energy all around in the universe relative to that center. Which means if I'm not in the center, if I'm in a little corner of the universe over here tucked away, I should see everything distributing relative to that central point. So some stuff will be coming towards me, some stuff will be going to my left, some stuff will be going away from me, right? But that's not what we see. So that right there falsifies the Big Bang. A falsification of the Big Bang model would be if it started at singularity and expanded in all directions from that point, there would have to be a central point. Okay, that falsifies it. But no, we don't consider that falsification because it's a religion. It can't be falsified. So then we move on to something else. And we can keep going. I can keep naming the things because now the current model is that it's isotropic and has no preferred direction. Okay, let's look at cosmic microwave. Even though that actually falsifies the first claim, it should be anisotropic. It should have a preferred direction relative to the center where that singularity was. Well, no, we'll just say nuh-uh, and we'll say that there is no center, even though we claim there is a center with the Big Bang model. We'll say that that's not really what it means. So then we move over to, okay, now you're saying it's isotropic, which means no preferred direction. But then we look at C and B and we see anisotropic distribution that actually intersects on the Earth, right? Out of all the places, it intersects on the Earth. So it's not homogeneous and it's anisotropic, intersects on the Earth. They call it the axis of evil. That falsifies the model of isotropic Big Bang cosmology. No, the measurements must be wrong. Measured like 7 times in a row. Oh, okay. Well, measurements are probably still wrong. Okay.
Yeah, what's it? Jace yesterday was trying to say that the CMB background, like layout, with it being inhomogeneous and isotropic, was proof of dark matter and dark energy.
Yeah, but it's literally anisotropic.
No, I know. So he's like, yeah, well, before we sent the probes up, we had a bunch of models of what it would look like, and it matched one of our models perfectly. I'm like, the model that included the holes that dark matter and dark energy would account for? He's like, yeah. It's like,
No,
dude, they're
that's
just nuts,
objectively
man.
not true. That's not true because they claim that we're on a tilted 23.4 degree axis, which is why we see, like, say, the ecliptic of the sun. And that's only a local phenomenon because the Earth's tilted based on observation. Once you get outside of the local scale, there should be nothing to do with that 23.4 degrees because it's just the Earth itself tilted. But we saw with the CMB that it wasn't local, and that tilt, if you will, was way out into space. And that then this creates an anisotropic distribution, which has a preferred direction specifically to that axis. It's like the energy is specific to the alignment of the sun, which actually, of course, just shows it's like an incredible, like, meticulous mechanism, like a clock. But anyway, and then it intersects on the Earth. So there, I know for a fact there was not one single model that existed that claimed the non-locality of the 23.4 degree tilt. So he's just saying things. You always have to say provide specificity. What's the name of this model? When was it proposed? Drop the link. Because it's so easy to just baselessly assert things without any specificity.
That's what he did to me yesterday. He was saying that most scientists agree that the 120 orders of magnitude is wrong. So I started posting, like, I don't know, 10, 20 articles. I don't know how many I posted. But they were all, like, agreeing with what I said. So I asked them, where's the poll, right? Did they do a poll? Is there a secret poll that you know about? Could you post the poll? And it's, like you said, cap, baseless assertion. These people have cap guns, right?
Yeah. That's funny. Cap guns. Yo, but what...
That's the whole reason for these articles or whatever, right? Where there's like, oh, the universe is flat. Like, not that the Earth is flat or whatever, straw man bullshit. No, these are like mainstream articles in cosmology where they're saying like, oh, the universe has like a flat shape to it. It's all the matter is like coalesced in a certain way, blah blah blah, and that directly relates to that 23 degree tilt. It's fucking ridiculous. And
Yeah,
it is
like
not like if
whenever
Jay said it's homogenous, the CMB is homogenous. I'm beginning to question the fact of all his claims and stuff about all this university shit that he keeps saying. Because like, I know this, and I didn't even study fucking cosmology. I just had friends in it. What's it called? Astronomy.
Yeah, I will say, like, it is mostly homogeneous, but there is inhomogeneous sections that are anisotropic, and that means it has a preferred direction. That preferred direction just so happens to intersect on the Earth. But when he says that all science, like most scientists, what he's saying is he's thought about it himself, and he knows he's smart enough to know that you can't allow a discrepancy that big, so that the better route is to just say that number is wrong. And then I'm sure a lot of his colleagues do agree with him. That's what he would mean by the most. But when they say that the 120th power number is wrong, what they're actually saying is that they were like, so everyone understands, right? You have the Hubble constant. That's the rate at which the universe supposedly expands. And then you have the cosmological constant. That's the energy that's supposedly causing the expansion. So when they tried to explain the cosmological constant, which they call dark energy, they were like, wait, if it's a vacuum, where are we getting all this energy? We can't understand it. It's not detectable. We don't know what it is. We can't find it.
Right. It's
Dark.
the vacuum catastrophe.
So that's right. Then they went and looked at the quantum vacuum, right? Because if you take a vacuum chamber on the Earth and measure the energy, there is still energy there. They're like, oh, voila, we found the solution. There is energy in the background, quote unquote, of a vacuum, right? So they're like, this will solve our problem. This will solve the cosmological crisis. We'll take the energy from that vacuum and we'll apply it to the cosmological constant, and that'll give us the energy we need to explain this expansion. But when they did that and they took the measured values from the quantum vacuum and tried to apply it, it was off by 10 to the 120th power. Specifically, it had that much too much, meaning it had way too much energy, right? The vacuum.
Right, meaning that the vacuum isn't really a vacuum at all. It's actually full of ether, some call it.
Yeah. So the energy they saw on Earth in the vacuum chamber was way too much to apply to the universe. It would make the universe expand so fast you can't even comprehend it, and would obviously not match predictions or match observations. So they just, one person said, we have a crisis, rightfully so. The only energy we can find in a vacuum that would be able to explain the cosmological constant is way too strong. And then some people have regressed to the point they say, no, we just disagree with that. That's not what it is. We just have no idea what it is. So now they're making a claim that the vacuum energy we see on the Earth isn't in the vacuum of space. Somehow the vacuum of space is different and doesn't have the energy that vacuum chambers do on the Earth. And on top of that, there's another energy that's there that we just can't detect on the Earth. And it's way weaker, but I promise it's there. We just don't know what it is. So that's like a summary.
Yeah, it's a cap gun. They're just scattershotting, throwing things against the wall, seeing what'll stick, and what people will believe and what people will walk away with, so that they could, rest at ease that it's okay, guys. We're not gonna like throw away the model, right? Just take some of these, cap gun shots and just look over it, and you can still believe whatever you want.
So here's the thing, right? There's a separation here. Good.
No, I was gonna say that I'd be interested to see your thoughts. Like, you should look into the equation of time and the sidereal year and how that works, how they calculate the sidereal year, right? And understand that it's under their paradigm that they calculate that year. And they compare that with solar time or a solar year, get a tropical year. And then you have aberration or stellar aberration and parallax, how there's like a slight movement of a certain star, right? So the way that they observe a sidereal year is the return to the sun to its original position at the equinox in comparison with the stars behind it, right? But if their paradigm is false, so we have to reconsider sidereal time, that's what I've been looking into. And I know Gio might disagree with me, but sidereal time is a facade. The way that they calculate a sidereal year is based on the heliocentric model. But if the sun shifts its position just a tiny little bit at the end of the year, it doesn't mean that the stars are moving quicker or shorter by 20 minutes. Because it all comes into play with them, because they try to use parallax and they try to use stellar aberration to try to defend their model. And that's basically the only thing that they have to defend them. I mean, what else do they have?
Yeah,
that the Earth is moving. Besides stellar aberration, parallax, you got the Fulcrum pendulum. But besides that, like they really don't have much to go off of, bro.
Yeah, but all of that can be like, I don't necessarily. I'm open to those things being real, just misdefined. Like, yeah, like if the sky moves. So what they call parallax, for example, it's just a star moving. So like they just claim the star is not moving, and it just looks like it's moving because we're moving. But the sky does move, and that's what we call sidereal rotation. There is a sidereal rotation. Now, if you're saying that you don't think that the value is completely correct, I mean, I would be open to that. I do know that it's changing seemingly because really precise measurements of the sidereal day has gotten slightly shorter over time, as if the days are literally shortening, and they were forced to claim that means the Earth is speeding up. So I don't know. We do have pretty precise measurements. Like,
yeah,
if you look,
I agree that the stars are moving daily, right? We see the star trails. Like, there's no doubt about that. But it's the sky moving. It's the constellations moving. It's not the Earth moving. So when you do come up with a discrepancy at the end of the year, right? Revolution of 365 days or 366 days, what they refer to as a sidereal year is based off of the Earth moving. But if it's just the sky moving, right, and the sky is actually constant, now hold on, I'm gonna lose reception, bro. I can't. I'll restart this conversation later.
No worries.
I want to point out something real fast. I brought up the whole cosmological constant crisis thing to QE like 2 or 3 years ago, and he was basically saying there's nothing to see here. Like, this isn't a really good argument. Like, stick with my arguments. And I kept making, my own arguments. And he was like, you march to the beat of a different drum. And I was like, yeah, like, no, duh. Like, of course I do. Like, of course I'm not going to march to your drum or anyone else's. I'm doing my own thing here. So in the past, I have used
QE's arguments, but also think that this was a good argument to make, right? Because if 96% of the universe is, this dark matter and dark energy, if the layman knew that, they might actually question cosmology, right? Like as a whole, like everything. Like once you learn this and you don't question that, I kind of think there's something wrong. Like it would be
Yeah,
kind of like if there was some sort of evidence that Yeshua wasn't the Messiah and Mary wasn't royalty. It would be like that. It would be big. Like I would have to look into that.
yeah. Why would don't you find it interesting that some of the number one subjects that will wake up a person new to the subject that will pique their curiosity, that there are flat earthers saying not to talk about them? I find that highly suspect, and we don't have to get into all that. I'm not going to say it's J-Trig. It's just effectively J-Trig, and ego can be something else, I guess. But like when I'm talking to everyday people, when I explain to them the cosmological situation, they're like, wait a minute, that can't be true, right? The average person doesn't know that. Like we have a very serious problem in cosmology. And that's like the number one way to wake people up. So is Mickelson Morley. So is the fact they had to change it to say, oh, look, everything contracts, you can't tell, and all this stuff. These are things that wake up the new person because what we're fighting is the spell that scientists have figured it out for us. They're smarter than we are, and we know the heliocentric model is true. We've been working on it for hundreds of years, and science always learns new things and keeps working it out. And we know that those people are smarter than us, and they do this for a living. They've done it their whole life, and they figured it out. So the current understanding is the best that we can possibly come up with because people way smarter than me that do it professionally have come up with it, right? We're fighting that. We're fighting the embarrassment, the perceived embarrassment that comes with challenging that. So that's why the people in here that defend the globe, they still defend the Big Bang and they still defend the heliocentric model, right? You don't have any people in here, it'd be like 1 out of 1,000 that will say, yeah, well, I think that the vacuum of space is wrong. It might be an electric universe, and I think the Earth is geocentric, but I still think it's a sphere, right? It's they defend the whole story. So that's what we're actually going against is like, I can't go against the current model. That's it. So why would we, if we're actually in this to wake people up, we need to show them the flaws and the holes in the model. That means all of it.
Yeah, I agree with Witsit completely. We aren't going against it. We have special types of globers here in like this whole Discord arena, in which they'll be like, yeah, well, it doesn't matter dark matter if we're just talking about the curvature of Earth, but like other people just buy the whole thing, like they get the whole package bundle, and they just get it because they see that it's popular and that the guys who they're told are smart are advocating for it. It's at this point it's mainly on its marketing that people believe in this whole weird outer space globe thing, not so much that the people have sat down and thought about it, but that's just part of the human condition, right? You don't have, if you're working all day and you go home, you have a wife and kids or blah blah blah, and you're not fucking going and looking up this shit. Why wouldn't you buy the globe model if no one's ever presented the opposing view to you? All you see on TV is people repping the globe model. Everyone just talks about repping the globe model in certain ways, like so. Like, yeah, it's a lot of people haven't thought about it deeply, and they just go with the flow, basically.
Another thing is the power of suggestion. I mean, if you think about it, there are people from India that call people on the phone, and because they got some sort of perceived authority, they'll like send them their bank account information, right? Through the power of suggestion. Like, think about that. Like, why would you give anybody over the phone like your life savings information, how to access that? But this shit happens, right? And it's not that they're dumb people. Anybody can get tricked, right? But I don't think people realize how easy it is to trick somebody. Like, scammers have been around forever. Like, there's laws in ancient books like the Bible and the Hammurabi Code about not scamming people. So this stuff, it's been going on for a long time. It's not like India started it or perfected it. I mean, it's just forever, right? But we don't expect our colleges to be scamming us. But if you look at what's going on in the colleges where they have like safe spaces and all those other really weird, you can't say trigger warning because that might trigger people. Like what's going on in the colleges, it's kind of weird. And to think that everything's just okie dokie, I don't know, man.
Yeah, can I say something? So there's always a topic that like comes up kind of randomly with these Gobers on this server, like where they go like, oh, like even if I believe in a globe, how is it hurting me? Or if someone believes in a globe, how is it hurting them? Like what's wrong with it? Blah blah blah. And the thing is, like I was watching this video last night on Plato's Cave, and they're basically saying that when you believe a deception, you're binded to it, but when you know the truth, you're freed from all binding deceptions. And so they're saying in Plato's Cave, the guys, like the back of the cave was open. You could just walk out of the cave, and there was no one stopping you from leaving Plato's Cave. But the fact of the matter is, the people who were in Plato's Cave, their head was fucking like basically restrained so that they could only look forward at the images. And so the whole thing was that like no one could turn their head around to look, but if they somehow figured out a way to look, they would see that there's like that they're not looking at a real thing, they're looking at the images and sounds produced from behind them projected onto the wall before them, and then behind them is the opening to real life outside of there. But the whole thing was like this whole Plato's Cave philosophically, like any of them could have gotten up and left if they just walked backwards. But the fact of the matter is none of them did, because they were restrained from ever looking anywhere but on the wall and the shadows on the wall. And so I thought it's kind of deep, like the way people perceive things and stuff. I don't know. Thought I'd kind of just share that.
Yeah, if you guys ever, I'm not trying to turn this into some like meta bash the ballers thing. I'm just saying, if you guys ever noticed that like they talk like reckless about how stupid flat earthers are and stuff to each other in the chat, but like it's really, I just clicked with me that it's really just a way to make sure that we have to see their insults, while they pretend they're talking to each other. Anyway,
Oh, for sure. For sure. That's why they'll be like, oh, so and so is saying, like, they always call specific people out and they say it to each other. Like it's I don't know, it's like elementary school girls trying to make each other jealous. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like talking to someone in like the lunchroom and talking loud enough that you know that they can hear you and thinking it's funny.
Yeah, they could just DM
That's
each
like,
other. They're truly
I
that
keep
friendly.
going back. Sorry, real quick. I just keep thinking like there's so much to discuss as regards to the nature of the realm we live in. Like there's so much to dive into on the science, but like it's kind of irrelevant because really the problem that I keep running into is just this cult indoctrination and like this is like psychological problems. It's a psychology thing. I can't decide what's more important to focus on. Because I'm like dealing with psychopaths. These people don't want to have honest discussions. They refuse to.
Yeah, it's all good.
Indoctrination. They start from a point, like literally yesterday in voice or in chat, someone said, step one, know that the earth is round. Like that was their step one. They were trying to prove how the earth is round. And like step one was to know. Which right there, like there's nothing more obvious that you're in a cult. You're indoctrinated. If step one is to know, and you're not actually having an honest, you're not approaching this with the slightest inkling of an open mind, that you're just wasting your own time. It's crazy. Why are you here? Why are you wasting your own time?
Hang on, man. Hang on.
We know
Slow
why.
down.
No,
Yeah,
don't get ahead of
I mean,
yourself.
y'all are talking about what they're doing in text.
We know
Y'all are doing it
why
right
you're
here
here,
in voice.
Westman.
Y'all
because
are doing it right here in
children.
voice.
Yeah, because we're not children. So we say it where you guys.
Well, I'm not a child
respond.
either, but I'm not typing in text.
You
either.
sure?
Okay, so you agree that like the constant gaslighting and antagonistic toxicity in the chat, back and forth, pretending they're speaking to each other simply as a method to actually insult other people, is actually childish behavior?
You mean like what you're doing?
Yeah, it's like you've just spent the last 30 minutes pretty much bashing us. And
That's not true.
That's what you always do, Wes, if
I've
don't
always-
pretend you don't.
Dude,
It doesn't matter what a Glober says, man. Hold on. It doesn't matter what a Glober says. We know why they're here. Audience does too. So at least that's happening. They're really only just kidding themselves at this point.
Let me just clarify here.
That's your
So
opinion.
I brought this is Left Lane. I don't know why you exaggerate and embellish so much, but I literally brought the texting up like 3 minutes ago. Maybe it's been 5 minutes. Toby said a couple things. I specifically said I'm not trying to turn this into some like meta bash the ballers thing. I just thought it was funny and I threw the idea out there because it is clearly what they're doing. It's like children talking about another person in their class loud enough that they can hear them, right? And it's nowhere close to 30 minutes. For the last 30 minutes, I've been just burying your heliocentric model, and not one single baller in here spoke up to defend it. So I don't know why you would lie or exaggerate and claim that I've just been bashing you for 30 minutes. I'm specifically not doing that.
Well, 30 minutes ago, I tried to suggest a couple of things that maybe we could look at that might differentiate between the two possibilities of being geocentric or heliocentric, blah, blah, blah. We couldn't even talk about it because you went straight into bash mode on it. And, oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, la, la. It's like, I don't know. How are we going to have a back and forth in discussing these possibilities if we don't talk about them?
Reiterate
that's also just another, yeah,
and we'll
exactly.
discuss it.
Because that's just a mischaracterization. I responded with specificity to what you said. You said the motion of the planets. I explained how that is in no way providing falsifiability and that they're cycles. Then you claim that they change over time. And then I said, no, they are cycles. You said that they were changing. I said, no, they're repeating. And that the model was made from the observation of the planets. So the claim that that's going to somehow provide falsifiability, it doesn't make any sense. I in no way just started screaming and bashing you. That never happened.
Well, the change that I'm talking about is their change in position in the sky and where they are and how they move over time and things like that. Not that they make zigzags or loop-de-loops. I'm just talking about their change in position in the sky over time and try to figure out what they're doing.
When you say their position in the sky, you mean their apparent position, right? Not their actual position.
Yes, I will go with that. Yes, apparent position.
Yeah, but they are in a cycle.
Yeah, they move over the Earth in the same pattern all the time.
But I talked about the Venus being the morning star in one half of the season, and 6 months later it's the evening star. And how does that happen?
Because it moved there.
Yeah, exactly. Because Venus has a cycle that we've actually recorded for thousands of years. We then made up a heliocentric model to try to explain it in a different way. We didn't make the heliocentric model and then discover Venus does that. We made the model with all the cycles recorded. That's why the model is what it is. That's why the planets are placed where they are. That's why the alleged orbit is what it is. That's all comes from observations.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. And one makes sense and one doesn't. I've not seen a model of how that works over a flat plane.
Check it out, Left Lane. It simplifies it by making like just your regular circles. So the math maybe is simpler, but that doesn't dictate what the reality of the situation is.
Yeah, like there are many different models that explain it. Yeah, like it's pretty simple. Have you not ever seen the planets mapped out over a plane?
No. I mean, not over time and with the explanation of why it's here and why it's there. I haven't seen that.
Well, what do you mean why it's here and why it's there? Like specifically, what are you talking about? What changed?
Well, I would
specifically.
I would say a model in motion, and you can freeze frame it at any point and say this is here and this is why this is here and this is how they move.
Got him.
How did you get me? I was literally looking at my camera roll.
Nah, that was just a repeater mouth breather.
This dude said got him because I was looking through my camera roll on my phone to drop that picture. Okay, anyway, I'm asking you specifically, what do they do to change over time that you think can't be explained on a plane? I just dropped them mapped out over the plane.
They orbit the sun.
Now you just beg the question again.
So I just
That's not begging the question. It's illustrated and shown. There's a model in place that illustrates, step by step, any point. Stellarium, for instance, you
Okay,
can
so
move
what's
the clock back and forth, and
proof
you
they
can
orbit the
move
sun?
it and say, yeah, that's there and that's there, and then you can go back in time or forward in time, predict where it's going to be, and it turns out that it works.
There is no prediction. It's a cycle. I asked you, what are they supposedly doing to change over time? And your response was, they go around the sun. Okay,
Yes.
I just dropped that. Isn't change. That isn't answering the question. How are they changing over time? I just dropped a depiction of the planetary motion over a plane.
Yeah, Leftley. When he talks
That's a
about in
cartoon.
post-diction that the model was built from the observations, why do you always ignore that? Can you please
Well,
address that?
well, this model that and you dropped this thing, I had a spirograph toy that I could make that picture with, but it doesn't
Okay, so
say
now,
anything.
wait. Now graphs and cartoons are not acceptable. So the first guy says that's a cartoon, which is all that you guys have for your heliocentric model. Now you're saying that you can make it with something else, therefore it can't be true. This is mapped out from the motion observed in the sky on a plane. The claim that it can't be mapped out on a plane is incorrect.
Well, I mean, what would
we
make
don't just have
the
cartoons. That's
Yeah.
misrepresenting. There's more
Okay.
than just cartoons, and you know
Okay,
it.
cool. Okay, cool. Show me something that's
There's a
not
lot
a
of
graph or a
measurements
cartoon.
and all that stuff.
All the measurements are the same for both sides. We have
No, they're not.
observations of the planets, and the question is, how are we going to explain them moving? You guys think that the Earth is moving around the sun with all the other planets. You can also explain the motion of the planets with the Earth just being stationary.
No, you can't. And
Well,
none of
then
the angles add up on a flat Earth. So
Well, then you deny your own belief system, which is
not
that
denying anything.
You are interrupting every time I speak. So you're denying even the current model.
I didn't say
model
anything
says-
that time.
The current model says that a geocentric position is equally valid for the planetary motion. So, what?
Then why do none of the angles add up when you go on a
Wait,
flat plane?
Do you agree or disagree that the current model, which uses relativity, says that a stationary Earth is a equally valid position to explain planetary motion?
You're not addressing what I'm saying. None of the angles add up when you go on a quote unquote flat Earth.
Okay, that's not true.
That's literally true, objectively.
No, it's not. You can map out
it's literally and objectively true.
Why do you keep interrupting? Are you literally
Interrupting
void
him
of self?
just to chant affirmations to yourself. It's not conducive to a debate. I don't want to warn you again.
Well, you just
I
want
don't
to
care
troll me.
about your warning.
Then maybe you shouldn't be allowed in this room. Then.
Yeah, exactly.
I was talking to you, not him. So
all right, yeah, just don't interrupt. We're not going to do any more verbal warnings. You'll just be removed if you're going to do that. So
it's a very simple. What you're talking about, basically, I'm assuming is 1 degree per 69 miles. Is that the angle you're talking about?
Is which angle?
That stuff in the sky drops a degree every 69 miles.
Talking, for example, the angle to the sun and all that stuff.
Why does that not work?
Because none of the angles add up.
What does that mean? They don't add up to what?
To real life observations.
They do add up though. So we have an elliptic plane. The sun is an elliptic, and that means the sun is changing position. You guys think that the Earth is tilted. So why can't the sun just be in that position?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the angles not adding up to what we observe in reality. So why are you changing topic?
That is the angle to the sun. It's an elliptic.
Yeah, and then you're talking about the orbits and all that stuff. That's irrelevant. We're not talking about that.
Hold on, Ed. You need to lay out some sort of prediction that you're talking about that it's not adding up to. Just The angles that we observe are the angles that we observe regardless.
Right,
of
and
what
they
we
don't
think
map
you're
out on a
standing
flat
on.
Earth.
You need to be able to specify why that's the case or what angles you're talking about.
Because Earth's not flat, that's why.
Oh, well, if we're just playing the game where we just assert our...
Well, you asked for a reason, so I gave you the
I
reason.
guess I'm just going to go ahead and...
No, it
Wait,
isn't.
hold up,
Dude,
hold
Crypto
up.
was
You heard me on
talking.
the fucking floor. Jesus fucking Christ,
Well,
everyone.
wait. Crypto
That's
was
a
talking
fallacy.
first.
I was talking first,
That's
bro.
a fucking fallacy.
Crypto
That
was
right
talking
there is
first.
a fallacy. His
Okay,
whole reasoning,
Yeah.
he had a
All
whole
right,
circular
Noah.
reasoning beg of the question.
No issue,
That's all
bro.
I wanted to say before everyone jumped on me.
That's not begging the question. I
first, and
actually
then
gave
you
you
interrupted
a
him.
reason
Why are
why
you
things don't
interrupting
map
him
out
then?
on a flat Earth. Why is that wrong?
All right, we got to go one at a time. Crypto, go ahead, man.
Yeah, guys, I was definitely talking before either of you, so I don't know why you're playing. Yeah, I mean, if we're just going to play the game where we just assert our worldview over and over again, well, I assert that the angles only work on a flat Earth, and therefore it's flat, right? So, I mean, how easy if we could just play that game? But it was interesting. Whit said if you were here yesterday, but I was asking them about about the dark energy thing where you got these orbits and they're not explained, and then they had to just kind of patch it. I did say to them yesterday, so you've got a scenario in which the stuff that happens on the Earth is then explained in the sky, right? Okay, so that's one scenario. You've then got a scenario where the stuff that happens on Earth isn't explained in the sky and you have to patch it. I then asked these guys, in what scenario would what you see on Earth be so different to what you see in the sky that you'd have to change your model? And they couldn't give me an answer. So that tells me that they want this to be unfalsifiable. So it doesn't matter what you say to them, they're going to just assert that it's true, and because it's unfalsifiable, you can't challenge it.
That's correct. Yeah, that's my new thing to hone in on, because if you can't get past that point, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like the reason we're flat earthers is because we tried to falsify flat Earth. And we tried to falsify the globe, right? So, like, if you can't even, like, apply the mental capacity required to isolate falsifiability, of course you still believe in it because it can't be disproven in your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very telling.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that if you can't prove anything, right, because science is never settled, but you guys are in here like day after day asserting that, this is settled science and gravity works, the earth is a globe, Big Bang happened, the Pope agrees, right? It's like, just because it's unfalsifiable, that doesn't mean it's true. And I think Witset's, really honing in on a good thing here, because, if you claim something, right, like let's say Trump's a good president, he never broke the law, right? But I can't back it up, or the opposite, Trump's a bad president, he's a criminal, but we can't make anything stick. It's like, it's just hot air, right? Hot air. It's all cap.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Ed, to repeat what you were saying, you can take the coordinates right out of an ephemeris. An ephemeris shows the exact degree and position of each celestial body. You can take those coordinates out of an ephemeris and you can map them on a geocentric and a heliocentric coordinate system, and they're entirely equivalent.
Can you actually demonstrate that? Because, none of it's going to add up. Not sure how many times this needs to be demonstrated to you. It's been done so many times. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Can you at least demonstrate them?
Ed, are you saying that motion is...
And by the way, that would mean you need to claim a flat Earth map. And since that has been a problem in flat Earth since day one, I'm not sure how you're going to demonstrate this to me.
Many, many ways. Are you looking in chat? I'll give you one right off the bat. Are you looking in chat?
I am, yes.
Okay, give me a second. I got to find the right ones.
So I think it's weird that
Ed's disagreeing that it wouldn't work in a geocentric position because their position from 100 years ago is that all motion is relative. And if all motion is relative, then you can't say for sure that it's geocentric.
It's not what I'm saying, Hank. You're not listening. Witsit tried this as well, and that's not my argument. I'm saying the angles don't match when you try to map it out on a flat Earth.
You're talking about the apparent angles, not the actual angles, or are those the actual angles?
I didn't say it couldn't work if the Earth was the center or if the sun was the center. I know there's practically no difference.
There's multiple ways to show this, actually. There's multiple different ways. I'll start with this one. We could do a whole hour presentation on this, but if you're looking in chat, I'm going to post them separately. Here's the first one, heliocentric. The angles and positions of the luminaries. And here's the second one coming in 1 second, geocentric. Boom.
Yeah, but Geo, I just explained it to Hank. I'm not saying that it can't work if the Earth is the center or something. I'm talking about the angles we observe things in the sky. It's not going to match reality if you map it out on a flat Earth map.
Okay.
The things in the sky, are those the actual angles or just apparent angles?
I just showed you the angles as mapped out on a heliocentric and geocentric. So you didn't really refute anything that I actually
Yes, I did, because I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the Earth being the center or the sun being the center. I'm talking about angles we observe things to have relative to us in the sky. You can't map it out on a flat Earth map functionally. It doesn't work.
Well, okay.
If we point something,
Gio just pointed out geocentrism, and then Jeremy just refuted your next point by pointing out that it's a conflation between apparent and actual location.
yeah, if we're taking angles to things in the sky, and you're saying that's where they are, that's the angle to them, we can easily debunk the globe model.
Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, the elevation angles taken to the planets and the stuff in the sky, only works on a flat Earth.
Then why doesn't it work on a flat Earth map? And can you actually demonstrate your claim to be true by showing this flat Earth map you claim and showing these observations mapped out correctly?
Oh yeah.
Hey, before we do that though, that's what we're doing. We're taking angles to things we see in the sky, and that's their actual position. That's the actual angle of where they are. Is that what we're doing?
That's irrelevant, because we can still take all these observations and try to map them out and see that it doesn't add up to what we observe.
So you're saying the angles are irrelevant?
No, I'm saying your specific argument in this, or your question, is kind of irrelevant.
No, it's not. He's saying
it's not. I'm just making sure that those are that we're going to look at something in the sky. We're going to make an angle to it, and you're saying that is the location of that, and we have the correct angle to this object. Is that what?
That doesn't matter. We're talking about what we're observing.
So the angles don't matter.
No, your question doesn't matter. We're talking about what we're seeing.
My question is about angles to things we see. Is that what this conversation is about? Maybe I'm confused. Am I confused and that's not what we're talking about, or are we talking about making angles to things we see in the sky?
Yeah, okay, so we've been over this like 5 times now. Witsit, can you please demonstrate your claim to be true with your flat Earth map and all the angles mapped out on it?
So we're gonna repeat what Jeremy's saying, because you don't seem to understand it. So your straw man claiming that it doesn't, quote unquote, add up on a flat Earth is built upon the assumption of actual location. He's pointing out that that's a baseless assumption. So in order to make the claim that it doesn't add up on a flat Earth, you have to assume that they're actual locations, actual positions that we're observing.
All right, so I'm not going to get distracted from you presenting your evidence. Can you please do that now?
Can you address Jeremy's point first?
Yeah, wait. This guy is just going against the whole room and just. At first, he was just asserting his conclusions earlier. Just simply, whenever Witsit would say anything, he would just assert something in the middle with no evidence. and now he's just trying to force you to answer a specific question when it's supposed
No,
to be a back and forth. Yeah,
that's
What I
not
just
what
want
I'm
to point
doing.
out, though, I
you guys,
remember the sequence of events. I
yeah,
remember the sequence of events. The reason I'm not addressing your last point, Ed, is because Jeremy made his point first. So Jeremy
No,
jumped in.
he didn't. And we were
I'm in the middle
talking
of
about this
talking,
before
dude.
he
I'm in
jumped
the
in.
middle of. Why are you interrupting me? So
You're
first, Geo showed. Stop, dude. Geo said the geocentric part, right? And you're like, well, I'm not talking about that. You said I'm not denying that it can work with the Earth in the center, which is hilarious, but that you're talking about the angles wouldn't add up on flat Earth. Jeremy then jumped in and said that are these actual positions or apparent positions? And then I had to make a point about how you were ignoring what Jeremy said. Then you responded to me saying that it wouldn't add up on a flat Earth and asked me to provide for you like a model, basically. I said I could do that, but the first part of it, because my answer is the same, and that's what the model is built upon, is you need to address that you're assuming that it's an actual position that you're taking an angle to.
All right, Ed, I'm gonna unmute you, dude. We're not doing any more verbal. We're not doing any more verbal warnings, and we're not gonna sit and mute and unmute people all day. So please be respectful. Even if you feel like there was something that you don't agree with, you have to wait till someone's done. We need clean audio with no interruptions, and no mod wants to sit here and mute and unmute all day. So please don't do that. But go ahead and respond.
I see. Well, we'll see if you uphold that same standard to everyone. But anyway, enough with the meta stuff. I mean, just present your evidence. We were talking about this. Jeremy jumped in later. I'm willing to discuss this stuff with him after you've presented your evidence, which means your flat Earth map and all the stuff we talked about mapped out on it correctly. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just have to keep repeating myself. I guess this gets really frustrating for me, but actually, when you asked me for it all mapped out on a flat Earth map, right? That was after Jeremy's point about the actual and apparent location. The reason that that's important is because the model that I will invoke to explain it actually invokes apparent location, which means you need to address that concept before we can move forward. So can you please acknowledge that for you to claim it's impossible on a flat Earth requires the assumption that we're taking angle measurements to the actual position of what we're observing?
We're talking about what we're observing. And again, Jeremy jumped in later. We were already talking about this and you were about to present your evidence. And I'm not going to get distracted from that, no matter how hard you try. So please go ahead, present your flat Earth map and all the things we talked about mapped out on it correctly, since that was what we were talking about.
Yeah.
I actually, in a way, I would say to you at this point, Ed, so I don't have an exact map of the Earth, and I don't have an exact map of how that maps to the sky. So I will, it's not like necessarily a concession, but unless we have the actual precise, correct map, you keep using the term flat Earth, so if you want to use that term, a flat Earth map, you would have to have the absolute precise map. And I think there's multiple layers of deceptions going on with the map in terms of the southern. Hold on, let me finish. In terms of the southern, let me just get this all out. In terms of the southern region, the northern regions, the exact way the continents are laid out, and it's a whole other set of discussions that can be discussed. So what I'm saying is that I cannot provide you a absolute perfect entire model of the planar stationary Earth system with the sky above it. However, yes. So, but that's because we do not have the exact maps. If you're talking about the exact map, however, on Stellarium, you can put the azimuthal grid on Stellarium, which is a planar flat foundation, and all of the stars can be mapped above that. Now, how that soil on the ground exactly matches to the sky is where it gets a bit more complex to get the exact right angles. But it clearly can be mapped with a planar foundational foundation and the domed sky above, which is what a planetarium does, etc. With all that being said, we were originally talking about geocentrism versus heliocentrism and how those are equivalent in terms of the positions, because that's what it also was originally started upon. And just to finish what I'm saying here, I want to post two more images to show this. So this one is a zodiacal graph, a chart, which shows everything centered on the sun. It shows all of the angles, just as we're talking about, all centered on the sun. And this one is geocentric. It shows all of the angles, all the wandering stars, the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, etc., all mapped on a geocentric. So it's another showing how between geocentric and heliocentric, they're absolutely equivalent in terms of all of the angles that the luminaries are making to each other. The way that the angles they make to each other and how that correlates with the sun being at the center or the Earth being at the center. But just to link back to what I said, but if you're asking for a precise map of the entire Earth and how that maps exactly with the sky, then that is something that we don't have yet because we're within over 150-year deception, and it's going to take time, resources, money, and energy to get that all compiled.
All right. Okay. So I understand, but to clarify, I never asked for an exact map because that would be ridiculous. Like, there's always things changing, even as we speak. So nobody has an exact 100% accurate map, and to have such a standard would be unrealistic. So I wouldn't ask for that. And also, you're telling me that you can't do these things because you don't have an exact map, but yet you're posting all these things and there's no exact map behind it. So how can you be sure then that what you're posting is even correct if that's your standard?
Yeah, because there's a difference between the precise map in terms of the Earth and what's called an ephemeris. An ephemeris is a compendium set of numbers, essentially, of degrees of celestial objects in their position in the sky. So the sky is almost like a landscape, it could be said, meaning the sky, okay, maybe the landscape's not the best word. It's a skyscape, meaning the sky is a medium, a field, the face of a clock, if you want to call it that, meaning we can look up at it in any position on Earth and we can look up and say, oh, this is here, this is there, this is there. And that's what a planetarium can do. A planetarium can replicate, the positions. Now, if there's deceptions going on in terms of the actual map and some of those, particularities, that does make things more complex. So that's why the question of the exact map is, it's like the map is not the territory. There's those kinds of components. So what I'm referring to is an ephemeris and how an ephemeris maps the degree and position. It's the degree and second position within the circle of the sky. Meaning if you go to the north and you in the 24-hour sun in Alaska, for example, and you watch the sun circling you, you can point to it and literally you just move your body in circles as it circles you. So there is a circle of the sky. And then the zodiac is essentially the constellations, because you're splitting the sky into 12 sections, 12 constellations. And then you have all of the degree positions that the ephemeris shows in terms of the position of these celestial objects. Again, that's slightly different than mapping it precisely to the soil, every square inch and every mile, as it were, to the soil, especially in the southern oceans and all of that. So what I'm referring to is the sky itself and how that system maps in terms of the degrees and the angles and all of those positions. And we can look at that, the sky, as its own medium, meaning we can look at it, map it, and say, okay, Mercury is right next to Orion's belt, or Mercury is over here. There's that component of it. And then when we map that in terms of models on either geocentric, heliocentric, etc., that's what I'm talking about the coordinate systems having a literal equivalence to the point to where those last two images I posted, you can literally select between geocentric and heliocentric because it's pulling all of those degree positions from the ephemeris and focusing them on one or the other position, and then showing all of the angles and how they relate. So that the coordinates of the sky, when it comes to geocentric and heliocentric, are equivalent, and that's how they've been able to pull off this deception, because they reverse engineered it from the sky and reverse engineered the entire model, and that is what's key.
Okay, well, it doesn't really matter if it's geocentric or heliocentric in this case, because if you try to map all that stuff out on a flat Earth map, whether it's 100% accurate map or not, doesn't matter. Then none of it's going to add up.
That's not true.
That was the key point I was talking about with Witsit.
That's not
now,
true.
if you want to say that there's practically no real difference between observing this from heliocentric or geocentric, then sure. I don't really care about that. That's not really, it's not really a debate about anything.
But can we mark
It doesn't
down on
matter.
the spreadsheet as step one confirmation? You agree that there is no difference in observations, whether it's heliocentric or geocentric. Can we mark you on the spreadsheet as you agree?
Can you repeat the first thing? Your mic is really low for me.
Okay. I was just saying, can we mark you down on the spreadsheet as agreeing to step one? There is no observable difference between a heliocentric or a geocentric model. Can we put a check mark next to your name as agreeing to that?
We've got one next to Xanix's name for this.
Well,
So
not on first sight. There's no real difference now, but that
Okay,
doesn't
nice.
matter in at all.
Okay, so
Okay,
you
nice.
agree.
Now we can go to step 2. So if we do just choose a flat Earth map, like an azimuthal equidistant, although we know it's not accurate, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that you can map out the stars and the angles on a plane using an azimuthal grid.
All right, let's see it. That's what you've been claiming a long time.
Okay.
Let's see it.
Yeah, just type in Walter Bislin's flat Earth model.
Sorry, I'm not going to look up your evidence.
Okay, well, I'm
Thanks,
driving.
Walter.
Okay, well, you always have an excuse to not post it, but fine, I'll wait.
Hold on, I'll post
It doesn't
one.
matter. I can wait. I'm not
Yeah,
going
that-
anywhere.
yeah,
Just tag me later.
All right, so this is just a quick screenshot from Stellarium. So Stellarium can map the entire sky system with an azimuthal grid as the foundation and a domed sky. Now, in addition to this, the thing about when you talk about the planets, quote unquote, like Mercury, Venus, Mars, etc., what those do is they move between the tropics, just like the sun does and the moon does. The moon does it once a month, the sun does it once a year, and then all of the quote unquote planets, the wandering stars, they do it in their own, what they call the orbital cycles in the heliocentric model. So Uranus, for example, takes 84 years. Saturn takes 29 and a half years. Jupiter takes 11.8 years, etc. So that's how long it takes for them to move between the tropics, from the Tropic of Cancer to the equator, to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the equator, and then back to the Tropic of Cancer. That whole cycle is one quote-unquote orbital cycle. So if we take an azimuthal grid from the ground in Stellarium with this domed sky, we look up at the sky and we say, okay, there's the equator, there's the Tropic of Cancer, and there's the Tropic of Capricorn. All of these wandering stars and the sun and the moon will literally move between the tropics and over the equator. So that's what they're doing. Now, in terms of mapping it over a planar surface, that already is the foundation. That's what Stellarium even shows, the equivalence between what they call the equatorial grid, which is if you try to make the Earth a globe and then put the celestial sphere way out there, or if you map it with an azimuthal grid where you have the foundational azimuth and the actual sky above that. So there's no conflicts with mapping that over a planar surface because it already is mapped over a planar surface in planetariums and with Stellarium. And the fact that the wandering stars move between the tropics is just simply what they're doing in the sky. That's like I was saying, like the skyscape or whatever. That's what the skyscape is doing. And coordinate wise, and in terms of the actual coordinates of the system of the sky field, can be mapped in an azimuthal grid, just like I'm describing. Now, the only thing lacking is the exact map and the exact precise model of the entire realm, as it were, in terms of that specificity. But in terms of what you've brought up, you would have to bring some kind of actual refutation to carry this further, because we've already broken down all of these components in terms of the lack of exclusivity with anything involving heliocentrism.
Okay. Well, again, a 100% accurate map is an unrealistic standard. But
I'm glad you agree. That's awesome, dude. Because a lot of people try to ridicule and do this thing like, you don't have an exact map. That is absurd. We would
but the thing is, it often comes back to that. I mean,
because
I've heard you say it a bunch of times now, and Witsit does it also a lot. Then we're talking about something, and then suddenly, well, you don't have a 100% accurate this or that. And why does it even matter? That's unrealistic. But anyway, I would love to see this all actually mapped out and on a flat Earth map, because you keep saying that this Stellarium thing is mapped out on a flat plane, so to speak.
I already
But
dropped it in the chat.
you know that's just not true. It's all
It's
based
in the chat.
on a globe,
It's in
and
the
It's in
chat.
the chat.
also
One
doesn't
more time,
explain
and I'll
all the
post it
things
too.
we observe in the south.
Yeah, it
For
explains everything.
example,
So I'll post in the chat again.
Yeah, it's in the
yeah,
chat.
I was still speaking, but thanks.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean,
well, there
Walter,
you go. It's in the chat.
yeah, I mean, dude, Walter Bislin's model does take essentially that azimuthal grid foundation and then maps it on a kind of a cartoon looking AE map. So it's, talk about not accurate map. Obviously, it's not an accurate map, but it does show it over a planar surface on the large scale. If you want to look at it, obviously, I'm sure you've seen it. So
Let's just go ahead and get out in front of it. The guy who made it himself said it wouldn't work. Bendy light. All right.
Well, he has to
We
say
don't.
that, right? He's like, this is what's weird. He created so far perhaps the best thing that we can show people to help them understand, and then he goes, but it doesn't work because globe.
Let's not forget Walter Bislin thinks Earth is a globe. And he says Earth is a globe. So.
I know.
Yeah, it's like just totally irrelevant, Like his argument is that he doesn't think that the light can bend that way.
He shouldn't have made that if he didn't agree with it. I mean, let's be honest.
Our position is not that the light is physically bending; it's just an optical effect. So now his only thing he says shows it couldn't work is now disproven. So now we'll just go back to how the model does in fact map out all celestial phenomena on the plane. The claim that the angles don't work is incorrect, which goes back to Jeremy's point. It requires you assume that they're actual positions that you're measuring angles to, even though it's actually an observation, and they're apparent.
I think that's a pretty key point because if we're going to do geometry, you're going to start doing geometry with the surface of Earth and angles to things, right? It's geometry. You're not going to do geometry to not actual positions. You do geometry, we draw them to the thing. So if we're saying that's where the thing is, we can do that if we want.
I mean, I hear you, but how much just like dislocation or whatever term, refraction is happening in the sky when we look up, versus like across the ground? I mean, obviously down at the horizon, that's why in the celestial navigation, within 10, 15 degrees of the horizon, there can be, concerns with that. You'll get inaccurate sightings if you're, because you're too close down to the ground level. But, how much actual, because like an ephemeris, for example, are very, very accurate in terms of, like even like NASA and JPL, this is one part, like I was mentioning this the other day, like there's certain parts, like they actually publish an ephemeris, JPL does. And, I definitely think JPL is deceptive in a whole bunch of ways, but I don't think that ephemeris is deceptive because it also matches with a Swiss ephemeris and ephemerises that go back thousands of years. Because like that would be a stupid thing for them to lie about because it would be very easy for anyone to go out with a telescope and be like, oh no, that's not where that position is. So that part, they do publish some things that are true. It's not
But
all.
it's not a refraction. It's not refraction, right? It's just perspective. So it's not like a variable that's constantly changing. It's a consistent variable of how we perceive things in the distance. And that's what causes the optical displacement or the difference between the apparent and actual position. And there's actually a variance of where those actual positions could be. It could just be a flat plane above us that's parallel to the Earth. So they have to assume Euclidean perspective that extends infinitely and you can see forever, and that they're picking angle measurements to actual positions. And as soon as you throw away those erroneous assumptions, everything can be mapped on a plane. And if you change the map, you can still map it out on a plane. So the idea that you can't because of trigonometry is improper.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if we viewed this as like a treasure hunt and it's like we're like detectives, and we've just plopped into this world, and we're being told by a certain series of authorities and what they claim to be authoritative knowledge about what the Earth is. And there's, you know, pictures from government agencies, and there's coordinate systems, and there's historical narratives that are told to us about these, you know, men that lived in the past that claim to have concocted these different ideas and concepts, and then all of that is put together with, you know, men on the moon and all of these claims. And then we're sitting here like, okay, what is the truth? We're like detectives. Well, you know, are they telling the truth? And everyone's in their own journey of that. Are they not? Are you on the fence? You know, what information, you know, and all of those factors. And just in terms of the way the sky maps, if we were on that journey and trying to decipher it, there's nothing. If anyone can present this, please go ahead and do so. But there's nothing exclusive about the sky and how it's observed on the ground to the system being heliocentric or the Earth being a globe. And if anyone, because we've been going over this for the last couple of days, if anyone can refute that, then please do so. But if not, then if we're detectives, it's like we can check that on the list. Like, okay, from the ground, the way the sky looks to us as we're little, you know, ants on the ground or whatever, the way the sky is mapped, there's nothing exclusive about it being heliocentric. And so it's just important in terms of that part of it all, in my mind, like the quest for truth. And if we're detectives, you know, it's sort of like if you're, you know, trying to figure out who murdered someone. And then it's like, if you have, you know, an alibi or whatever it is, okay, this person definitely wasn't in that location. And if you have confirmation of that, you know, absolute confirmation, you can check that off the list. So in terms of that component of it, unless somebody can actually provide anything, of course, if we're going to get into like claims of, you know, NASA probes out in space or whatever, then there's going to be problems with that, because if we're a detective, we have to then consider that that's, you know, secondary or tertiary information, meaning that's not primary information. And so, you know, that has a different level of standard to it in terms of the, you know, that component.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you come up on a murder scene, right? And there was shots fired and a magazine was dropped at the scene. And this magazine fits a Glock pistol, but it can fit multiple Glock pistols. And you have two suspects, each owning a Glock pistol in which that magazine would fit. Doesn't mean that it's one or the other, because it fits both.
Inconclusive, but it gives you both.
Yeah. Your evidence fits in both scenarios.
Right.
You can map out what you have found as far as evidence in both.
Can I just say something real quick? 2 seconds. So, you know, I would disagree that, you know, the models work simultaneously, right? I mean, to an extent, like right now, we can observe the sky through algorithms and programs. We can observe the same phenomena, whether it's heliocentric or geocentric. But I would have to disagree when it comes to the expanse of time. Like when you go back in time with the heliocentric model, you have the precession, the axial precession, right? With the geocentric model, you do not have an axial precession. This is a theoretical precession because nobody's actually observed it. So like Polaris right now seems to be at the center. Well, has Polaris always been at the center of our realm, or has axial precession actually taken place? And Polaris 2,000 years ago was not where it is today, right? I don't know that, right? And to say that both models work simultaneously is a little bit. I don't think, you know, it's not true. It's just not true. And not only that, like there are so many things that I've looked and compared, like stellarium with the geocentric model, and like if you go back 4,000 years before Christ, right, you'll see that the sun is 35 days away from the equinox location where it normally is right now. Where it normally is right now, the sun is 35 days. It's in April. So the equinox 4000 BC occurred April 25, right? April 25th. But then you fast forward on Stellarium, you fast forward, let's say 4,000 years after Christ. And the equinox seems to not deviate as much as it did before Christ. So 4,000 years after Christ, you'll see that the equinox is, you know, negligibly around the same time, March 20th, which is what we see today in 2023. But in the year 4000, you'll see that the the equinox is still consistent. But yet when you go 4,000 BC, it's in April 20th. And then like you'll start seeing anomalies like the sidereal rotation. Like if you look at the time it takes for the sun to return to the equinox and its location compared in comparison with the constellations, with the stars, which is how you figure
Yeah, but like
sidereal year, right? Well, hold on, I want to
respectfully,
ask you a
napalm
question.
on a point though,
Real
dude.
quick, I want to ask you a question. How exactly do these ephemerises measure, right, to a degree, the sun's location in comparison with the stars behind it? Because from what I'm noticing in Stellarium, the sun oscillates, right, from year to year. There's a 4-year oscillation on average. Sometimes there'll be an 8-year oscillation where the sun literally, you won't notice it. If you won't notice it at eye level, but if you zoom in, you'll start noticing incremental differences between each year. It's pretty the differences from year to year. Now you won't notice it with your eye, and I'm wondering if the ephemeris will pick up of the degree of difference. Because it says that it returns to relative to the solar year, it returns to the same location, give or take 20 minutes. But I'm wondering how accurate are these ephemeris observations regarding the stars in comparison with the sun? Because in my opinion, it's arbitrary. Because when you look at the diameter of the sun, right, and you compare the diameter of the sun with the stars behind it, well, how close are we talking here? What level, what metrics are they using to observe how close the sun is to a certain constellation or a certain star? Anyways, yeah, that's all.
I don't know if anyone else wanted to jump in. I mean, if I was going to respond, I would just say you did break up during parts of it, and then I don't know how many points that was. If that was like 6 or 8 points, I'm not sure which one to respond to because it was a lot, and I don't know if we could go through them one by one or go through them slowly or whatever it may be. I guess the one thing I was going to respond to the first one you made though is in terms of the position of the sun on the equinox and how that relates to the fixed stars. The precession of the equinoxes, that 26,000 year cycle. The difference in the heliocentric model versus like a stationary planar Earth model with the sky above is just simply the explanation as to why that's happening. The globe is going to say it's it's wobbling because it's tilting on its axis and gravity and all of their claims of it. But if we view it from like on a stationary planar Earth system where you have like different gears in a clock, let's say, whereas like the fixed stars, as we call them, are one gear and then the sun is another gear. Those are in their own cycle. They're basically like the sidereal day is 23 hours 56 minutes, so it's 4 minutes different than the sun. The solar day is 24 hours, so there's a 4-minute difference in each day. But however, within an entire year, there's a very, very slight shift between those two gears, separate from the 4-minute daily difference. There's a 1 degree every 72 years, meaning where the sun rises on the equinox in relation to the fixed stars. So those are like two different cycles that are both occurring, like the 4-minute daily difference and then the 1 degree every 72 years that correlates with that very, very slight difference in the two gear systems. But like I said, the explanation on a heliocentric, they're going to say, gravity and axial, all of the claims of the ball wobbling. On a planar geocentric model, what actually is occurring up in the sky in terms of all of that, one could speculate and think about. But if we just view it as like as gears, it's those two celestial gear systems have those slight variations. So that was what I was going to respond to, I think the first part you had said, but I don't want to disrespect you by not responding to the other ones if you were pointing them at me, but it was just several points. So I was just trying to keep my mind on the first one.
So Napalm was talking about walking up to a murder scene, and he's got the magazine that fits both blocks. Napalm still intact.
What's
Well,
up?
huh?
What's up?
Oh shit, you're eating. Never mind. You
No, it's all good.
it's all good. You had just made you were making the point about being addressing the murder scene, finding the magazine. It's both guns, both Glocks. I wasn't sure if you were done with that or not, or what, but
Yeah,
the
no, I was just laying it out like, hey, we have these observations, right? And the alleged globe models observations and angles that they claim map to the earth work in their paradigm, and it also works in our paradigm. So you can't take the observations like Ed was alluding to earlier. Like, we have these observations of the stars and we measure angles to them. It doesn't work in yours, it works in ours. And I think he was kind of shown that it's like, hey, we have this magazine, it doesn't work in your gun, it works in mine. Oh, actually, it works in both. That was just kind of my analogy.
and then to Gio's point he made before that, which was, if we're really being honest about everything, have you just like thrown out all the Globers then, Gio, with your statement?
Your mic was a little muffled. Could you say that again? Did you say? I didn't
Sorry,
quite hear you.
I'll switch up on my audio. No worries. I'll go on mute.
Well, I almost heard it. There was just one part. Did you say throw out the Globers or something? I just didn't hear it. Well, while you're switching that up, if you're gonna come back with a different mic, I was just gonna say, Lion, you were mentioning how just one of the other points you'd said how we measure in terms of an ephemeris. I mean, they use very precise instruments in terms of telescopic and other instruments to be able to measure the position of the celestial objects in terms of relation to each other, and how that works within. Like, essentially, if you take all the constellations that we call constellations, and in a way those are arbitrary because you could call them, Leo the lion, Cancer the crab, like, those are specific like symbolic representations of them and the way they're like drawn when you draw the lines out, between each other. But even if you called them something different and made up a whole different set of systems, they are in their positions. Like, those fixed stars seem to be in that layer to where they're all moving. They're fixed in relation to each other. And then splitting that into like whatever you want to call them, if you want to call it Leo the lion or if you want to call it something else, either way, if you split that into 12 sections and then you have 30 degrees per section. And the reason they call Aries is because, when the precession of the equinox is at the beginning of its 26,000 year cycle, when it's at when it's at 0 degrees of Aries, when the equinox happens and the sun is on the equator at 0 degree, like 00 Aries, meaning 0 degrees 0 seconds, 0 minutes 0 seconds of Aries, that is the beginning of the 26,000 year cycle. And then splitting that whole fixed star system into 361 degree sections, 12 30 degree sections, the whole thing is 360 degree. Then you have that the minute and seconds for the entire circle of the sky based upon that, which is why it's called the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Because if you're at the beginning of that 26,000 year cycle, the sun will be at the Tropic of Cancer when it reaches the first degree, or the 0 point, meaning the first degree. It's technically 0 because it starts at 0 and then it goes to 1. So when the sun reaches 0 of Cancer is when the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer. And then Capricorn, when it's all the way, on the Tropic of Capricorn, is when it would be at 0 Capricorn. However, because of the 26,000 year precession, the sun does not line up with the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn today because of that. Nor does it line up with 0 degrees Aries at the equinox, at the spring equinox, because of that precession. And so, yeah, I thought that. I think that was one of the points.
No, yeah, I'm very aware of that, and I agree with everything that you just said. Right. So what you're referring to is indeed the precession of the equinox, which is legit. That does occur, even in the geocentric model. But people conflate, the precession of the equinox with axial precession. Now, axial precession is actually a tad different because the location of Polaris would change, right? Where Polaris is right now would not be Polaris 2,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago, which I'm not so sure that's the case. Not only would that change, but the tropics themselves could deviate from their current location. So right now, if the tropics are at 23.2 degrees, or no, 23.4 degrees, ironically, the same tilt as the Earth on both hemispheres, right? Theoretically, because of the precession of axial tilt, right? Those tropics could deviate. They could either contract or expand, right? Now this is all theoretical. Now, me being a geocentrist, and being a biblical scholar, I don't know, and I don't believe that the tropics have actually deviated from the current latitudes. Nor do I believe that Polaris has shifted from being Polaris 2,000 years ago. I'm not 100% convinced on that. I'm still searching. With that being said, now this. Okay, go ahead.
Well, real quick, no, it's a great distinction. I mean, axial precession is just another term for precession of the equinoxes in their model. So it's the same phenomenon in their model. But you bring up a good point because they have to claim, like, okay, so axial precession and precession of the equinoxes are the same in their model. Those are the same thing. The wobbling that they're claiming causes the precession of the equinox effect. Because they're putting it on a ball and claiming that it's wobbling with an axis, they also have to, because the physics require it, they have to also claim, because this wobbling, that the North Star would change. Because, of course, in their model, the North Star is where the axis of the Earth rotation is pointing at in the sky, in the celestial sphere, all the way out there in light years of space or whatever. That's where it's pointing. So if they have this thing wobbling in a 26,000 year cycle, they can't have that not also change the North Star. And that's one of the big kind of contentions, because they'll try to claim, Thuban used to be the North Star, in the past, and now it's Polaris. So yeah, it's a good point you bring up, because like on a planar Earth system with geocentric, etc., with the sky above, you don't need to change the North Star in order for precession of the equinoxes at all. You just have two gear systems: the star gear system, the sun gear system. They're in slightly different. They're in their own little syncs. They're synchronized in their own way. It all works elegantly and has since the dawn of time. But because they're claiming, no, we're on a globe, and then this is happening, they need it. They then have to explain that effect, and so they came up with the wobble, and they have all these other wobbles too, of course. So they had to make it wobble. And if they're going to make it wobble, now people would be asking, well, then why is Polaris the North Star? Shouldn't that be changing? And so it's like they're already kind of ahead of that. And then, already trying to claim like that changes. But, when it's only 1 degree every 72 years, you'd have to be alive for thousands of years. You'd have to have some really solid documentation to actually show that North Star position is changing. So yeah, it's a very good point that it's like a requirement of the globe model to make that North Star change if the precession of the equinoxes explanation that they give is what it actually is. So yeah.
So with that being said, right? So that I know you understand what I'm saying here. Stellarium does not show the precession of the equinoxes accurately, because in my understanding, there is a precession that occurs, I would say, every 2,000 years on average per constellation. So if you have 12 zodiacs, 12 constellations, it's around 2,000 years for each constellation, give or take, right? The rough estimate. It's pretty close to what they believe is, a degree every 72 years. You end up at 2,100 years, right?
Yeah, it's like 2160.
Okay, but in my opinion, though, the stars are circling around us, and Polaris is at the center. It's been at the center, so this precession is still consistent, but with the stars circling in a perfect circle around us being the center, right? Unlike their idea. And with that being said, I also want to say that when you measure time and you measure a day, and then you measure a year regarding the stars and how these ephemeris, you brought up JPL Labs. Is this the same labs that Jack Parsons worked for?
Yeah. Well, NASA JPL. Well, the thing is, ephemerises are very ancient. Like they've gone back to since the dawn of time, because humans have obviously been mapping astronomically and astrologically. Like astrology and astronomy used to be one. There was never a separation in the past. The modern day has separated them. They've tried to call astrology a pseudoscience. That's a whole other topic, of course. But astronomically, I mean, the humans have always wanted to map these positions. Obviously, it's like the sky clock of this entire realm. So I'm just saying ephemeruses go back very, very ancient in time. And there's ones that are not made by NASA or JPL. But NASA and JPL do publish an ephemeride as well, because that they're supposed to be the authority of astronomical whatever. They're NASA. They got the biggest, best telescopes. So yeah, they do publish an ephemeris as well, and it is JPL, yeah, Jack Parsons and NASA, etc. Because they kind of have to. I mean, if they're the tax money we're giving to them and all of that, but. Are you asking whether the ephemeris that they publish is different than the ancient ones, or
From the little research I've done on ephemerises, or ephemeri, however you would say that, I'm just questioning JPL's credibility on this, especially since they were basically Saint worshippers and they did all kinds of ritual. From what I understand, they did practice some sort of seances and stuff. But beyond that, right? Beyond that, I don't want to get into the mystical. I just want to say that they did establish a new way, or a new ephemeris, a new way of tracking the constellations that apparently is more accurate. Right before, there's different ephemerises and different ways to measure the constellations and the stellar aberration and all these other things. But I'm going to end up showing you a video on Stellarium of a sidereal year, right? And I'll show you the stars and the progression of the stars in contrast with the sun. So when the sun actually completes a whole year, but I'm going to do it from the equator, from Ecuador, right? So because it's easier to see these things happen. Because in Ecuador, the sun is perpendicular. It's perfectly 90 degrees at the equator, at the equinox. So you can actually see the shifting of the constellations, right? And I'm going to show you how the sun oscillates, right? Year to year, you'll see the sun actually shift positions, and then it backtracks. It literally backtracks, but you won't see it unless you zoom in. You have to zoom in, and you're going to start seeing anomalies that you probably aren't even aware of. Or maybe you are, and I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but you're going to start seeing that the sun does move significantly back and forth, which is they're not going to tell you that, but that's what the sun does. I've noticed it even on my sundial. That's what the other day I was trying to explain it, and I might have come off like a kook, but I have evidence I can show you even on Stellarium that shows that this is the case. But you have to zoom in, because that's what I'm saying. What degree of measure are we using? What does the ephemeris use to measure the contrast between the sun and the stars? And then if they do measure the stars shifting or contrasting from year to year, it's based off of the heliocentric model. So it's not going to be it's flawed, and it's in their understanding of how the sun actually contrasts with the stars, because they don't see the sun oscillating back and forth. That would make their model collapse.
When you're saying oscillating back and forth, are you saying if you're taking Stellarium and you're doing like year by year and you're like clicking year, is that what you mean? Because the thing with that is that involves their
I'll explain it to you.
Well, let me just say real quick, because there's the factor of like if what they call April 21st, like let's say they call April 21st at 12 noon, that's a particular thing. But the thing with the whole Gregorian, the Gregorian calendar and just calendars in general, like those are numbers and digits to try to correlate with the sky. And you have like the whole leap year component, and all of those other components with the actual calendar. So I guess what I'm saying is that, like, if you were to map the year from when the sun is exactly on the equator, and then an entire year later when it's back to that same position on the equator, that would be like an actual astronomical year, you could call it, meaning the actual like position of the sun, compared to what they call April 21st, because obviously with the leap year component, you know what I mean? So if you're skipping it year by year because of the leap year and what they call April 21st, as it were, is going, the sun, you may see it like, it may look like it's like, if you just click it year by year, like one click year, next click year, next click year, like that, then yeah, you may see the sun like a little bit, like you were saying, oscillating. It may be a little bit behind, a little bit ahead. And that That's because like what they're calling April 21st is, you know, somewhat arbitrary when it comes to like the leap years and the way that they've met, you know, what they call that actual date, you know, versus like the sun being at right on the equator, as it were, you know, at the equinox, you know, and counting that as a year.
No, yeah, I understand leaving the calendar aside, right? The sun literally in real time, right? In real time, and I've noticed this regardless of the calendar that you're and the way it oscillates is, but the latitude is so minuscule that the degrees of separation are not going to be measured, right? Because they're increments. Now you have three, I tried mentioning this, but it's hard to understand because most people don't go this far into the equation of time or how to keep the calendar. Only people that are passionate regarding, you know, the calendar actually go into it like this. So you have 364 latitudes that the sun can travel in. Now, those 364 latitudes are concentrated between the tropics. So in order to see this, you would literally need 364 latitude lines or degrees of latitude in between the tropics to be able to measure this oscillation. And this oscillation only occurs at the equinox, at the equator, give or take 5 days. I would say 5 to 7 days. I'm not exactly sure. I would say 5 days, right? And you'll see that the sun can shift latitudes from year to year. But it won't. You have to zoom in to see it. In the stellarium, you have to zoom in. But I've noticed it with my sundial, bro. So 5 degrees of latitude at the equinox. Yet the sun shifts back and forth, bro, in real time. Now, how do you explain that in the heliocentric model? You can't. That's why they don't even talk about it, bro. And it doesn't mean that you added a day or two. Because remember, I was trying to show you that the shadow actually shifts position. But anyways, yeah. So this is another topic. I'm driving, so I can't really get into it. But I'll post the videos when I get home.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, we'd be open to check it out. Because yeah, I'd have to. Yeah, we may have to get into it more for me to understand more fully, and then if you want, yeah, check the videos that you were talking about as well. I mean, I don't have any observation or any indication that the sun ever moves backwards. Like it's always kind of like the hands of a clock; they're always moving forward. So if you have evidence for that, that would be a complete anomaly of something I've never seen, or that's never, as far as I know, ever been documented or witnessed throughout the history of humanity that I'm aware of. Like it's always moving forward. And it's, you know, in relation to the ground. It does sort of pause in the position at the tropics. Like when it gets, let's say, all the way, you know, to the Tropic of Capricorn, when it's like our winter, like it's like in terms of its the speed of declination, because it's declining in our sky, you know, every day as, you know, winter becomes more and more prevalent and the sun's getting, in my viewpoint, further away, etc. So the declination, the angle is getting lower consistently. But then when it gets to the Tropic of Capricorn, like on the winter solstice, it does sort of like pause there, sort of like a spiral that gets all the way out to the outer rim of the spiral, but it's still circling every day. So it's like every day it's making slightly larger circles, spirals. And then once it gets out to the extent, that's why that solstice, you know, you get that, the effect where it does sort of like pause there. It sort of stations is what it's called astronomically. It stations in that position, and then it starts making very slight circles inwards. So yeah, so in terms of the declination, like it's sort of like it'll go down, and then it kind of gets to the Tropic of Capricorn, sort of pauses in a way. It's not technically staying in the exact same position, but it's sort of like the declination speed slows, as it were, and then it picks speed up again and starts declining up in your sky. So there is that, which is why, just let me just finish real quick. That's also why they had to make the orbits elliptical in the heliocentric model to account for that process, because when they kind of get out, the inner and outer part of that cycle is sort of like extended. So they had to make it elliptical to account for that in the heliocentric model.
Yeah. Exactly. And to notice this measurement, right, that I'm talking about, it happens from year to year. It doesn't happen from day to day. It happens from year to year. This backwards and forward motion that I'm talking about, and it happens at the equator between specific latitudes at the equator. Now, these degrees of latitude aren't even accounted for in your maps. It's very specific, very small degree that you can only notice it by shadow. Now they have all these algorithms that built up Stellarium, and you mentioned the software that you have. You have to understand that these softwares are based on certain algorithms and certain mathematical calculations, and they kind of spread them out through time. But from what I've noticed in Stellarium, these algorithms are flawed, extremely flawed. And the further you go out, the more flawed they are. So theoretically, like, you can't use these algorithms to predict what happened thousands of years ago, because they're based on a heliocentric model that's flawed, right? And even when you go back to the 1500s in Stellarium, you'll start noticing, and I don't know why this is the case, but I know it has something to do with the calendar, that the equinoxes shift on, even though they use Stellarium uses the Julian, which is the astronomical unit, or I'm pretty sure NASA uses the Julian too. You'll start seeing like anomalies the further you go back, especially in the 1500s. But anyways, besides that, so notice the sun shifting forward and backwards. You have to measure the shadow around the equinox, and you'll notice that when the sun returns, this shift that I'm talking about only occurs once on average every 7 years, where the sun will literally the markers on the sundial, the shadow, will shift what looks like to be a 7-day marker. But in real time, you're not going to notice it, because it's not like you're adding 7 days. Because it's honestly, it's hard to explain, bro. And I don't know how exactly, except for the sun actually moving in incremental latitudes. It doesn't add 7 days. It just moves the equivalent of 7 days, but it doesn't actually add 7 days, if that makes any sense. It's just the increments that it takes. So the jump that it takes from latitude to latitude within within 5 increments at the equinox. It's very complex, bro. I understand it. But I want to show you. Because I know if you see this, a light bulb is gonna go off, and you might be able to figure other things out. Because I can tell that you know what you're talking about when it comes to the astronomy. Even though you go from an astrological type of background, but it doesn't matter, bro. You got the brain for it, and if you see what I'm seeing, you might be able to figure something out regarding the equation of time.
Yeah, well, dude, I'm always open-minded, so yeah, I'm never going to shut down any proposition or suggestion. So yeah, I'm definitely willing to check out, and yeah, I definitely don't know everything either, of course. So yeah, I'm open to checking out. I mean, I remember we talked about this before, and I think you had posted a few things, but yeah, we can look into it more.
Gio, what sort of equipment do you think they used? Because I'm completely lost. I hope I'm not the only one. What sort of equipment did they use in the let's say, I don't know, Greek times for an ephemeris? How did they measure angles? Or anybody for that matter? Is this thing on?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't really answer the question. So.
Yeah.
It's lunchtime in California.
Oh, okay.
So I would imagine that a lot of people aren't here actually participating. I'm also eating, so I'm just kind of listening. And lastly, I'm too ignorant on the topics to make.
Yeah, this is complicated. I've just asked ChatGPT about 5 questions.
ChatGPT is like, dude, I don't know.
I've been loving it lately. Yeah, but it's basically now it's all sophisticated computer models, you know. So it's like, okay, that's fine. How did they do it back in the day, though? That's what I want to know. Because they didn't use a sextant, obviously.
You could tell a computer to do whatever the fuck you want it to do.
Andy, have you tried asking Flat GPT?
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
No, well, it's not really. There's a bot in 24/7 called Flat GPT. But,
Oh.
it would be a funny bot. To be fair, I am aware of a company that utilizes ChatGPT for specific data sets. So it could be the case that you could actually program a Flat GPT. But yeah, that's another topic.
Happens when you ask ChatGPT if the Earth is flat.
Was that cutting out for me, or did that not come across for everyone?
Yeah, crypto. Have you seen what happens when you ask ChatGPT if the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah, it gives you a bunch of authority fallacies. Yeah.
No, it says something like there's a law of evidence to suggest that the Earth is flat or some shit like that.
I can do it right now.
Do it. Go on, ask it. Say, is the Earth flat?
Yeah, that's.
Well, first answer is no. The Earth is not flat.
However, there's loads of evidence to suggest or some shit like that.
Nah, you know what? It's always going to be some kind of entertainment thing where it's like they're not going to give you the whole truth, and that's the big problem. Is like Alex Jones would talk about some shit that matters, but then so much the rest of his act is so fucking stupid and ridiculous. Nobody pays attention to any of it, or should, right? Or at least they think they shouldn't, and that's the point.
I'm gonna ask it now. I'm gonna see exactly what it says.
ChatGPT is just another controlled thing that you think is fucking, AI open to the world. It's pathetic.
Well, it says direct observations when observing the Earth from different vantage points, such as from high altitudes or during space missions. That one's out already. We can see the curvature of the Earth's surface. Additionally, the shape shadow of the Earth's shadow on the Moon during a lunar eclipse is consistently round. Again. What's the second one?
Hey, Andy. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, the thing is, I'm often kind of running around the house. I'm listening. I'm doing stuff. I'm working.
Yeah, it's all good.
So sometimes I'm listening, but I'm not right at my mic. But I did hear what you had said, so I wanted to be able to respond real quick. I mean, my understanding of it with ephemerides is, I mean, obviously, like with the sky, like, I mean, unless we could go up there and like touch things and take a ruler and measure in that way, if we can only observe it from the ground, then we have telescopes and astrolabes, nocturnal labes, the Antikytherian mechanism.
Yeah.
There's all these different tools and sextants as well in terms of measuring angles to stars, and then GPs, and being able to get the right ascension and declination of the star, which essentially is similar to like the latitude longitude of the sky. Right ascension declination is sort of the similar to the concept of longitude and latitude on the ground, but right ascension declination in the sky. The right ascension is like the azimuth, and the declination is like your longitude line, essentially, to which peaks at the zenith. So, yeah, I mean, my understanding of it is that they would be using all these different tools, telescopes, etc., to be.
Oh yeah, I got that. But before, what did they do? They just eyeballed it. I'm guessing then they just eyeballed it.
You're saying before telescopes?
Yeah, because this one here says the earliest is sort of Babylonian. So we're talking 8th century BCE.
Yeah, and that's a big question because that gets into the history. Is the history we're told even true? And so there's so many layers and levels to that. Like, did they really not have telescopes in ancient times, or are we lied to about our history? There's all that components. But the other thing I'll say about it, which is interesting, is like if you have a clock and the clock is very regular, you got the hour hand, minute hand, every day it's very consistent. You could be able to calculate a lot from that because you know the cycles of how they're moving. Now, if you woke up one day and the clock started doing something different, well, then you'd have a problem. Now it's like, oh, well, now the clock's totally different today, and et cetera. So I'm just saying another thing with ephemerises that are used is like the understanding of the intervals and the cycles of all of these objects, and then like validating those. So let's like for an eclipse, for example, like understanding the moon's nodes, the nodes of the moon, which are 280-degree opposite points in the sky, and those are on their own. It's like 18.6 year retrograde cycle, so they're always in retrograde and they're always 180 degrees opposite each other. And then you have the sun and the moon making full moons and new moons. And anytime you have a full moon or a new moon that lines up with the lunar nodes, the moon's nodes, you get an eclipse. And so the understanding of how those nodes move, which are very, very regular and consistent, and then understanding the cycles of the sun and the moon. And then that's what that's like the Soros cycle, which is is one of the ways to calculate that. And the Soros cycle is based upon understanding those cyclical orbits. Now, if one day we woke up and it's like, oh my God, it's different now, all of a sudden the Soros cycle is wrong and the eclipses are different, well, then I guess we would be living in a different world or something. Or that's like meaning if it was different. And in my understanding of it, that never has occurred in our documentation, meaning like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden the nodes are moving differently or the sun's on totally something different. Now you could get into maybe like, that we're, it's simulation theory and it's all virtual reality. You could get into some wild theories, I guess, that, we're all living in different universes or something intense like that. But in terms of the idea that it's like a mechanical system, which is why like the Antikytherium mechanism, works and still works today, with all of its gear systems. So I guess what I'm saying with ephemeris is I think it's a combination of observations and validating those observations as much as we can with all those tools, sextants and all of those components, and cross-validating those, but then also the understanding of the cycles of these as well. So understanding the cycles of the moon and Venus and all of those components to then build an ephemeris from that, sort of building it upon the cyclical understanding of that as well, while also cross-validating, ideally, because you don't want to just assume that the cycles will always be the same. So I think it's a combination of those, but it is hard to say though in terms of the history, in terms of exactly how But I mean, I think today, like NASA and JPL, they're going to claim with their ephemeris is that they're using satellites, and they've got their claims, and they in terms of what the way that they're claiming that they're getting the information.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I was thinking the other day, what I said? I thought you had a separate YouTube channel. You ought to do that, Gio. You really did. Like, 'cause I was thinking, like, especially in the plant medicine stuff. If you had like a TikTok thing where, because you can only do it. People they've got short attention spans now. So if you just had a 1 minute video of you explaining something in that realm in plant medicines and shit, I reckon it'd blow up. Because when that guy went on Joe Rogan, he was talking about just mushrooms. I think I can't remember exactly, psilocybin and that kind of stuff. That was a big episode, I bet, for Joe Rogan, because I've talked to no end of people about that episode. So I know you're busy. I know you don't do it for monetary reasons, but yeah,
Full Stannis, guys.
Yeah, that is I appreciate the thoughts on that, reflection on that. Yeah, I've thought about that, doing like different little like clips like that, or doing like a presentation on some of these things. So
yeah, definitely. Because when somebody said Gio's channel and I got the wrong end of the stick, I thought, oh, he's got a separate thing. Yeah, I've got to fucking subscribe to this shit. I was actually disappointed when, I was like, oh shit, I wish you did have something. So, yeah, make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I have kind of like three main categories of some of my core interests, which is like the cosmology, the Earth, of course, and all of that, and then the plant medicines and all of that component, and then health and nutrition. Those are like sort of three categories. And in terms of the censorship part, that's the thing. Like if any of it involves, the Earth, the term flat Earth, then it's going to obviously we have all those limitations and restrictions in terms of the censorship stuff they do. But I mean, even like Caleb on TikTok, like he's gotten hundreds of thousands of subscribers and tons of views, and then they shut him down. And he does it again. So it's not to say that you can't still get traction there. But I think with the plant medicines, astrology, nutrition stuff, there's probably less censorship in those areas.
Yeah, definitely. And that'll bring in more interesting people.
I don't know, man. I feel like there would be more censorship in those areas because they can just call you misinformation and just go, right, you're done because of medical misinformation. At least with the flat Earth, they have to be brazen about it and say, we just don't like the ideas and we're not going to let you spread them, right? But when you start talking about things that can be interpreted as medicine, then they've already got a precedent for shutting all that down,
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
That's true. Yeah, and that does kind of go up against mainstream medicine monster in terms of what they're wanting to claim to give people these drugs for depression and all this stuff. So yeah,
I'm not trying to be a contrarian, but I just I don't know. I feel like the second you have a wildly, let's just say that you turned around and really worked on a TikTok account that got like 300,000 followers, and you were showing them all of these amazing ways where they never ever have to buy anything from Big Pharma again, I think you'd get that shut down pretty quick, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of the stuff with nutrition that I like, food goes right to the heart of the demons in terms of like to the bowels of the demons in terms of the genetic modifications and all of these components of the food system. So because I mean, in my viewpoint, obviously they want to keep us sick with what they're doing, and they don't want us understanding the actual components of it. It's also hard to even source foods that don't have certain genetic modifications. So yeah, there's a lot of complexity. There's so many layers to it.
Yeah, my brother's just made a greenhouse, and he gave me some beans. No, sorry, I always call them beans. I'm such an idiot. Some peas, and I just ate these peas like just raw, straight off the thing, out the pod, and they're so lovely and sweet and beautiful. And then I fell asleep for an hour, and then woke up, and I felt bloody awesome. And I thought, no coincidence. I'm gonna have some more of those peas. So, yeah, we need to grow some more stuff. We're a bit limited here in the UK what we can actually grow, just tomatoes and so I was jealous of Napon's pineapple.
Well, that's actually a good question. Maybe we can have a conversation about this, because obviously I don't believe the globe narrative that the globe is warming because of people are bad, right? Obviously I don't believe that. But I'm pretty sure that the Earth climate does actually change. That seems to be well documented, right? So I mean, I'm interested to know, Gio and Andy, what your opinions are on what's actually causing that. I understand that that's heavily speculative, but like, do you think it's like some sort of solar, phenomena that we can't like really understand unless we had like a longer view and more data, or is there something else going on? Maybe the planets are involved. Like, what do you think?
No, there's things going on.
Well, I'm sure Gio would give a much better answer than me. I always like remember David Icke talking about it, and he's like, yeah, the climate's always changed. It's that hot thing in the sky. But
we're coming out of the last ice age. The little ice age just happened a short time ago. We're coming out of that, so why wouldn't we be warming?
Well, the powers that be like to put these energies out, don't they? The fear.
They also don't look at all the data either.
They love to put the fear out there. and
They don't
especially
look at all.
something like this, because it's when I think about it, it's like it's the forever war. That's what these people love, the forever war. So
He was asking for.
Right. Yeah, Andy, I just wanted to mention. I mean, I did actually address it to Andy and Geosanic, but I know I've talked to you before, and actually, I think you take a good approach as well. I learned a lot of good stuff from you on this, so just going to mention that as well because I think it's fair too.
Sure.
yeah, I was funny enough. I was thinking about that yesterday because I bought 9/11 up just to expose the fucking shit talking liars, and boy did they expose themselves. But a couple of times I've said if this, I'd boot you straight artery. I've said something like that, and I felt kind of bad about it because I thought, Geo's got his own way of doing things, and I thought it was a little bit disrespectful. I felt a bit silly after, let's put it that way. But it is a bit frustrating when somebody's just straight up lying. I don't know, but as far as Kosho and Zanuck go, this is like part of the furniture. So it's like I don't know, they get an extra pass or something. But yeah, I agree. They do bring some good stuff to the table. I've learned a couple of things from them as well. So that's a good comment.
Just to answer your question directly, Crypto, they have studied this. People that are not on NASA's team found that there's all sorts of other correlations that they haven't even considered. In fact, they always use clouds and CO2 in certain ways, but when we start looking at CO2 and clouds more rather than just the reflective or just the absorption, but the water with the water vapor actually insulating the Earth, it actually can be a shade. Obviously, when the cloud's out, the Earth is shaded, and that can cause cooling. And when the clouds are gone, that means there's less cooling. So they find out statistically with all the satellite data that there's been certain degrees of less clouds in certain regions, and that has caused the temperatures to go up. And they correlate that with the PDOs, the Pacific Decadal Oscillations. So clouds mixed with PDOs and CO2 all equal this almost direct correlation between what we see with the temperatures on an average over the entire Earth. And they don't even mention that. And that's completely out of our hands as far as humans and CO2. It's not the CO2. It's the sun, and it's blowing away the cosmic rays, which help seed the clouds. So there's less clouds, less shading, more heat, and it seems to follow the solar cycles much more closely than the CO2 concentrations that have gone up almost double in the last 100 years.
Well, I'll respond, Crypto, since you had mentioned me in terms of I mean, in my mind, I think of climate change in like three main categories of possibilities. Number one, something natural that the Earth does, sort of like the Earth being its own organism, and fluctuations within the natural ecosystem, just like our bodies change. Our bodies have fluctuations in them, and different components of our bodies. Over time, our facial features can change as we age, and all these things. So, that's like one category in my mind is like natural fluctuations, which there's so many potentials with that. Like, could there be magnetic field variations, the sun cycles, or the celestial objects variation, the sun intensity variations, like even the getting into concepts of like the ether and like ether components related to the magnetic fields, and all of those variations that could be natural, like organic, as it were, natural in terms of within nature, whether those are on their own cycles or in their own phases. Even the position of the sun, like even this whole thing of the sun between the tropics. Well, has it always been like that? Maybe it was different in the past, or maybe there's different sun cycles and we're just in one cycle. So I think about that as one category, which is a whole thing. And then another category would be, in my mind, the opposite of that, meaning some climate change techniques or technologies that, the controllers, quote unquote, whoever they are, that they're employing, chemtrails, God knows what, that they could, HARP, the HARP systems, all of these different, electromagnetic waves. And
nah,
things
man, you're just a paranoid conspiracy theorist.
So there's like that whole category, which is obviously huge. Like, how much are they causing? And they're making clouds and causing temperature changes. And then and then there's that last category in my mind, which is, that we are doing it, which is kind of what they try to tell us. Like, it's all our fault, because obviously we are affecting the environment in some ways. I mean, there's pollution and, all of that. So those are pretty difficult to decipher all of those. But I just kind of think of climate change in those three categories. But if I were to say what the majority of it is, I would say it's the alterations that they're doing purposely, in terms of like the bulk of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually didn't expect that answer from you. I thought you might say that there was. I thought you would go with the first of those three, to be honest, and not the second. But anyway, doesn't matter. I think it's interesting because you've got basically a narrative. Okay, so let me put it this way: as soon as there's a narrative that's aimed at me, and it's like you're a bad person if you don't change how you're acting, I'm immediately suspicious, right? So that's like, I guess, the first thing to be said about that. And so I don't really believe that. It's like, oh, you're a bad person because you're gonna kill the planet, right? Okay, cool. Well, I don't believe that because it's being sold to me emotionally, But then, as Alex said, there's this stuff. I haven't really looked into this the last few years, but I did heavily look into it about 5 years ago. And what he's saying is true about there's all these different correlations. Like, it's not just the one that they talk about, which is the CO2. There's tons of different correlations. And also the CO2 and temperature correlation actually works the wrong way around. Like, if it was CO2 causing temperature increase, you'd expect the CO2 to increase first, right? But it's the other way around. So is the temperature increase causing the CO2? And I mean, when you think about how plants grow, they grow because of sunlight. If there's more sunlight, then there's going to be more temperature, and that would produce more CO2. So I mean, these things seem really obvious to me, but I don't know what like the rebuttal to that would be.
Yeah, like what comes first, the chicken or the egg, in terms of that? Like which one is actually causing which? That's why there's so much like conflation. I mean, it does seem like they're building a whole narrative. Whether they're going to use climate change for some, psyop event is to be seen. But it seems like they have it locked and loaded. They have us thinking we're on the globe, and it's the limited resources, and so yeah, it's pretty crazy to think of what they could.
Yeah, Gio, it's less that they're asking what comes first, chicken or egg. They're telling you that the chicken definitely came first and that it's your fault. Right?
Yeah, I agree.
I was just going to say, so they're already using it. You can't, right? They're already using it. I mean, just on like taxes, shit costs more, we just actually we just made a deal on some solar panels, so we're going that direction. I mean, the bills are ridiculous now.
Yeah, it's your fault. You have to pay for it. It's basically what they're saying, and we can control you more through it. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that there's a natural cyclical component to it all too, and I would have, it would be pretty difficult to know how much of it is naturally or how much of it is artificially caused. But I mean, the chemtrails alone indicate that they are putting a ton of material into the environment, and I think we've all seen it where it'll be a nice sunny day. The chemtrail planes come and actually absolutely blanket the sky, and all of a sudden it gets a little colder, and the sun it's more shaded. So I mean, just that alone, they can change temperatures pretty significantly.
And it seems like there's like a overarching need to push the whole like sins of the father thing. Like like we can't really control. Well, we can't control at all what happened in the quote unquote past. So all we got to do is deal with the consequences. It's like, well, wait a second. What if Dad, with his super motor cars didn't really do anything to affect this place overall, and there's something different going on that we should be preparing ourselves for, and not cashing in on a feigned idea of arrogance that we could even affect the overall mechanism of this world, with our behavior.
Yeah, that is just way too big. You're saying like it's way too massive.
Yeah, like I don't think there's any way that we could do that. Best we can do, like, look, they fucking send little pea rockets into the sky and try to get through. It's like, come on, we can't fucking affect this place, not for real.
Well, it's an interesting thought, because the analogy I thought of when you said that is like, let's say you're just standing outside and an ant crawls up your leg. Let's say it's not an ant that bites you or it's not poison. It's just an ant crawls up your leg. What is that ant really going to do to you? You know, like virtually nothing. You brush it off. No matter what it does, it's just crawl over your body. It's not going to do anything. Even if it went in your mouth and you ate it, so what? Like ants are nutritious, if you want to consider that.
Right.
You know, whatever. So I'm just saying, like, what could an ant do? So if we view it from that perspective, like, it's a very empowering thought too, that the earth is so, you know, like there's nothing, you're not going to hurt the earth. Like it's so beyond, you know, I like that.
Exactly.
I like that.
I don't want to think that anything I can do can affect, you know, everybody's life like that. You know what I mean? And maybe that's just a personal thing. And maybe that's a battle I'm having with myself. Like you said earlier, we, you know, to be devil's advocate for a second, we do affect negatively and positively our environment. But that's the way things work down here on the ground. I just don't think the overall thing can be fucked up. We might get wiped out, and then, you know, nature does its thing. But it seems like yeah, we're ants compared to the overall structure, and I think that's okay. I think to be able to accept that is like, you know, well, thank God, you know, but let's make some changes so that we can be happy. But it's not going to end the world, and certainly, please stop making money off the fact or the idea that it might.
That's how we know it's not legitimate, because there's money to be made.
Right.
And it's pretty arrogant for us to think that we can make such an impact in such a large dynamic system that we're arguing about. We're not even sure how big or how vast it is, right? So, yeah.
And I would agree on that. I would agree with that on the large scale. Yeah, I don't think we could hurt the earth too much. However, on the other hand, you know, we can definitely, I mean, you know, there's oil spills. You look at, you know, those animals, you know, dying and birds getting caught in
dude, there's Texas sized, or, you know, probably a couple states sized piece of plastic in the ocean. That's no good, right? That's no good. I don't think that we're going to be able to overall make it so that the whole world spends years warming up, and then we have to do something about it specifically because of our behavior. Obviously, we don't help with, you know, smokestacks and all kinds of stuff, but you know, I just don't think we can do that big a damage.
Yeah, I would agree on the large scale.
On the large scale, yeah. Locally, we do some bad fucking shit, right? We're chopping trees down all over the place, all kinds of stuff. But you know that if we just leave the earth to its own devices, why I think it'll fix itself.
Yeah, and it's dynamic, so it might not be hospitable to us, but it doesn't mean that the earth is any more sick or in some peril.
Yeah, or it could even be the opposite, that it's actually a regenerating machine that has potency and power far beyond what we could even consider. Meaning, yeah, you do an oil spill, you kill some animals, that's bad. You know, there's a huge mountain of plastic in the ocean, that's bad. But if we stop doing that, would that all resolve itself within a short amount of time? It's sort of like the ant that's crawling up your leg, and if it's a problem, you just brush it off. Like, you know, could it be solved that quickly? Meaning, you know, whereas the way they sell it, it's like, oh, we're this sensitive little blue marble, and anything could hit us, an asteroid, and our resources are running out. And, you know, they have this whole other story of this like weak Earth that, you know, could be.
It keeps you limited, right? You have to limit your behavior, and it makes it so that if they're, you know, well, we know better, so we're going to tell you how to live on this very what is it, volatile Earth, you know, that we barely understand, and trust the experts because otherwise it's unsafe, and, you know, this, that, and the other. We're going to keep the smokestacks around, but then we're going to say green energy and all this shit. Right? It's all going to fail. It's all going to fail, and nature will do its thing, I think.
Yeah, there's a couple of thoughts I've got on that. First of all, I don't know if you guys know what Japanese knotweed is. I think it's called Japanese knotweed, but it's like it might be called something else actually. Now that I think about it, but there's like a number of different plants that will grow on the side of a building. They'll literally grow into the concrete and then just like destabilize the concrete, right? So, of course, like, let's just say that we were all made extinct tomorrow through some sort of process. I don't know what that would be, like an event or whatever. All of the buildings we've built would eventually be torn down by nature, right? In my opinion, sooner or later, they would have to be. And then eventually, the fact that we even existed would be erased, probably 90%, 95%. On top of that, I think when you consider, say, the UK, right? I don't know about the US, but the UK is something like 97% of the land in the UK is undeveloped, something like that, right? So we've lived here as a massive population on a tiny island for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And all we've managed to do is develop 3% of the land. but there's been a concerted effort to continue developing that. So it makes you realize, actually, wow, yeah, we haven't actually done all that much. And we only have the perception of having done that much because we only go to the places that we've developed, right? So it's kind of inherently circular in that sense. Anyway, in order for, say, the UK population to develop the entire country, that would take hundreds of years, if it was to be done in a similar fashion. So, yeah, I agree with you guys. I think it's the Earth is just massive, and it would take it. Probably we would have to be deliberately trying to hurt it to even get close to actually doing so.
Yeah, and exactly. I just think about like I've flown over like the Amazon, for example, in South America, flying over it, and it's just, as far as the eye can see, there's virtually no humans. It's just Earth, 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 Earth. But then you look at a place like Los Angeles, it's like, wow, that's definitely a lot of concrete. So, but it is kind of focused in those areas. I mean, even the United States, you fly over the U.S., you can just see, massive undeveloped lands or, farmlands and things. So I can kind of see it both ways. In one way, yeah, it's like, it seems like we've developed a pretty small portion of it. But in another sense, when you look at, some of these areas, I mean, you look at Europe, I mean, yeah, there's from above, just thinking of it that way, or even the United States. I mean, in those areas that are highly populated, it's definitely damaged the land considerably to where all the trees are gone and it's all concrete and all of that. So,
well, yeah, but I mean, you say that, but like I said before, it's something like 97% of the land in the UK is undeveloped. So even though we have done 3% is damaged, you could say. The point is that the point I was trying to make is that the insignificance of what we've done, like it's still the vast majority of it is still just nature, right?
Well, it's only 3%. That's amazing.
There's a good example. There's a good example in our time, Chernobyl, where that occurred, and how fast nature was able to take over what was paved before is phenomenal. Doesn't take nature long to get in there and tear up what we've done and clean up what we've done.
I thought it was going to take a lot longer than what it did. And then after Chernobyl, it actually was proven, and with Hiroshima and stuff as well, that actually doesn't take as long. They used to think it would take thousands of years for it to recover, but now it's shown that it can actually happen in decades, centuries, maybe even decades.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if we think of the Earth as like an ecosystem, I mean, a frail ball that's spinning, and I mean that's a little bit like that is kind of a different story because it's like spinning through this infinite vacuum, and an asteroid could hit it at any moment. But if we view it as like a stationary system that is massive, like we're in like a huge room, a massive room, and it's so big. Even the idea that it's like a free energy machine, like you have spring water just coming out of the Earth, and definitely the sun is like a free energy machine. It's just going forever. Like, to me, that's a much more like encompassing and enchanted worldview, that we're actually living in a system that is like, it's like a beast, like it's an animal of massive proportions, far beyond what we could even perceive. And I was almost thinking as well of an analogy, like if you put little tattoos on your body, like a little dot here, a little dot there, maybe that's equivalent in a sense to what even the cities we built and how they relate to the overall Earth. It's just like a little tiny little tattoo. Okay, you got Los Angeles, there's a lot of concrete. You got these different cities where you definitely have these little concrete areas, but those are just like a little dot tattoo. And then compared to the whole system, I mean, those little dot tattoos, or like I said before, the little ant crawling up your body or whatever, is so minimal.
Hey, you're going to like where a little blue dot ants on a plane.
I think that's a very good analogy, Gio, that what you're saying, like tattoos. I think that's what equivalent of our cities on Earth. That's about as much as we cover. Like, we like to think that we're masters of all that we survey. Just, like in America, people have never set foot on something like 30% of the land in America because it's just way too difficult in some places. So there is a lot of land left. The problem for the elite is that there's getting too many people for them to control. That's the problem.
Yeah, but the good thing is that we can, this is land that we can all go to. We have the ability to go there, which is awesome.
Of course.
Yeah, like to Gio's point, there's land undiscovered or untraversed, whether it's discovered by whatever means, right? But it's untraversed, and there's something to look forward to, brand new. that we know we can't in our lifetimes accomplish accomplish that, but we'll have future life. Our children can look forward to picking up where we left off, and it's very feasible to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking those pictures. Have you seen those pictures where they show the building, then they show the building underneath, where there's been some sort of they're excavating or an earthquake? I'm not exactly sure, but you see the building underneath and underneath the floor. And every time I see that, I think something like that. I think, well, it could be fake, I suppose, for a start, but I always think that we've built up many times and got too big for his boots, and then some cataclysms happened and started us back from nothing again.
Yeah, it reminded me like when the guy just a minute ago said that we only have cultivated X amount of land. That I can't remember the study of this, but what the study would be called, right? But there's been scientific, I guess, experiment or proof or validation for it that what we're doing is wrong. We're cultivating the land to death in one area, but what we really need to do is spread out because like grass seed or something. Everybody knows they planted grass seed, right? It takes X amount of days to grow, and then it arrogates itself. The birds, the worms, and it's only what, like a foot deep or 6 inches deep. That plant and life and vegetation grows in. The weeds go deeper, but like the good stuff is only so deep. But we're just turning this dirt, and then we're pumping fuel and like gasoline into it to like charge it back up, and then turning it and just destroying it until it's desolated and turns into a desert. But what we really need to do is spread out. Yeah, and there's plenty of land to spread out onto. It's part of the trap that they have us in thinking that there's not enough land, that we have to kill the earth.
Yeah, the whole
I want to add to
we're
that.
not supposed to be in a massive populated centralized city. We're supposed to be in small little tribes living with the land.
That's true, and you're supposed to let the land rest every 7 years.
Yeah,
It's called the
monocropping.
Shabbat rest.
Yeah,
right? You let the
monocropping
land
is
produce fruit, and you let the fruit die off, fall to the ground. You sacrifice a year.
Yep. For the great harvest. I know what you're talking about.
Nobody does that anymore. It's all
Yeah.
synthetic fertilizer. Oh, it's more efficient. Says who? Oh, and then you pollute the riverways. The Mississippi is disgusting with synthetic fertilizers that washes off. And you can use molasses, right? And a little bit of byproducts from your animals, like your pigs got byproduct. I don't necessarily mess with swine, but anyways, you know what I'm saying. It feeds itself. You don't need all the. But anyways, yeah, that's all.
It also keeps itself together, but with all those root systems, every single plant you go out there and propagate, and you allow it to continue to grow, creates a root system underneath it that literally keeps the ground together. And without that, whole areas can just disappear without that rooting being there.
Well, how much do you guys think? How much
much
do you guys think the worldview, like heliocentrism and the globe specifically, and this whole sort of like they call it the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, like Newton and Descartes and those kind of philosophies, and then this sort of the current kind of philosophy of science, the kind of Rockefeller takeover of medicine and science, and this whole scenario that we're in, where this kind of paradigm where everything's just physical. And we are just, we evolved on this planet, quote unquote, on this globe and space. And we're all just sort of here fighting for life, as it were. And everything's just material. We just evolved, and the consciousness is just made in the brain from, they have no explanation of how. But anyways, the whole materialistic paradigm that is just material, and therefore it can be exploited as such. Like it has no significance, no meaning, therefore it can just be exploited. So you can just rape and pillage the land, get what you can for yourself. The sun's going to blow up someday anyways, and just exploit the earth, as it were, in terms of that. How much of the kind of paradigm we're in that is doing these components to the earth that are poisoning, like the fertilizers and all of those components. How much, what percentage of that, or how much of that, or what are you guys' thoughts on how that is actually fueled by or birthed by the worldview that it's based upon?
I would say a lot. But it's hard to judge the kind of the subconscious outcomes, right? Like like when you're talking about the shape of the earth and somebody asks you, well, why does it matter anyways, right? Like they don't understand some of the subconscious implications that they may be dealing with until they have a realization, right? So it's very hard to put your finger on like a percentage or a portion of what may be taking place as it relates to kind of how we've been subconsciously duped into thinking that we live in a world of scarcity and that there's this random happenstance chaos, get everything for your own, this materialistic worldview. I think it's kind of hard to really put your finger on the pulse of how much of that is affecting what's going on. But I also wanted to say that our a lot of the ways that we grow food now are really horrible for the environment, like the way that we monocrop, and we have these huge swaths of land that we just plant one crop on every single year over and over and over again, and we just destroy the land, and we have to come in and supplement with all these fertilizers and all that kind of shit. I think there's a way to work with nature and not against it, and I think all we do nowadays is tend to work against nature, probably for selfish reasons.
I don't know the reasons or motives, but yeah, I did want to hear what you had to say on that because I heard you chiming in earlier. So it's called monocropping, I guess. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. I mean, they do some crop rotation or whatever, but our agricultural system nowadays is really kind of built or predicated upon the idea of like monocropping.
Yeah, something that I just like observed, right? I thought it was kind of interesting, right? Like with crops, right? Like everybody can picture, like even a cartoon picture of crops. You got like these rows, right? Right. It's really cool how just like the crop, or even if you plant a garden or whatever, right? It'll grow at the top of the hill, but it's such a hard time to grow if you're in that valley. So like just that 3 inches or 4 inches of a hill makes all this crazy difference that you can't grow it in the hill. Like, if they could switch it around and just have it in the valley, right? When they do that, like the water would just kind of go into the valley naturally, right? But it won't grow in that little tiny valley, just on top of the hill. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on that, on the monocropping thing. It's like, in my understanding, nature works through synergy, and there's multiple different creatures within nature. The ants play their role, and the rodents play their role, and the insects, and there's like a natural ecosystem. And so like the idea of natural farming is pretty interesting, like actually somehow to be able to have like an environment where you can grow food in a way that you want to like accentuate certain species or certain plants or certain foods, but also have the whole system be in like a synergy and in an ecosystem that is balanced and has all of those functions. And when you pull, like, and the animals, for example, have a key role in that, because the animals eat the plants, and then the dung that they put back on the earth ends up mineralizing the soil and helping more plants to grow. So it's like a cycle of they eat the plants, they ferment it, the dung goes back and then repopulates for more plants to grow and for more nutrients for the soil. And if you remove the animals off the land, well, now you have that whole thing is missing. The fertilizer that the animals give from their dung, etc., is all missing. And now you're just only planting crops. So now you're going to have problems. And then they have to add fertilizer, and then you get into the synthetic fertilizers. And then now that that's out of balance, now the insects are out of balance. And then you're getting, I actually think there's a whole component where they actually develop like these genetically modified insects that actually are a part of their whole.
All of that happens so that you can have food on your table.
It's like, yeah, you pull the animals off the land, and the insects become a problem. Plus, if they're adding, crazy GMO insects, which they then create the pesticides.
That's why they say we're top.
They create the pesticides. They create the pesticides to counteract the genetically modified, insects, and then they want you to use their genetically modified chemicals so that you can still make your buck at the end of the day. It's as a farmer, it's crazy.
Right. Yeah. And what's strange, it's just interesting to me, and I guess it's bad too, but Anyway, we're the top of the food chain simply because the buck stops at us. The progression of that ecosystem stops. You know, the bugs do their thing, the dung does its thing, the cows do its thing, and then it all ends in our stomach. The best we can do to give back is to die or poop, right?
Well, I mean, if you look at it that way, yeah, maybe. But you know, I'm sure we could do more. Like to Gio's point, like you could. I mean, grab a computer and you know, somebody could put this thing together, like an ecosystem. You know, figure out what would. I mean, it's hard to believe that nobody has, right? You would just think somebody's done that. Have they? Nobody's done that. Nobody's just taken these like naturally occurring, you know, reactions and
And put a dome over them.
and then put like a dome over them. Yeah.
As far as I know, there are large examples in history of them doing just that and having complete ecosystems that thrive on each other. So the ponds feed the trees and everything, and it's all just like a giant garden greenhouse.
Yeah,
used to be giant fruit, giant everything. From what I've heard, I don't know. Seems pretty legit to me.
You guys know about
basically like the entire field of permaculture is based upon developing agricultural systems that are self-sufficient, like in permaculture. So it's not about having to go out and toil the land all day. It's actually building it in a way where the water flows and waters the plants naturally, and then the fish, give more nutrients to the water through their processes, and then that water, feeds another area. So there's permaculture, which is, to try to get like flourishing ecosystems that have an arrangement that is set with like the holistic system, included, and ultimately trying to mimic nature and to mimic the natural ecosystems, but also have some level where you can accelerate certain plants in certain, areas so that you can have.
And what's a good example? Like who's thriving, financially with permaculture, if anyone?
Well, it's a good question. Like on the large scale,
farmers who live off the land.
No till. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. If you're talking large scale, yeah, because I mean, it's not like huge, big agricultural companies are doing this, because they're doing it the monocropping way, which monocropping is so toxic. That's like scarring the land, basically. Like when you do monocrops, you take the animals off the land, you get insect problems, you get fertilizer problems. It literally just scars the land. It damages the land, and then it removes minerals out of the soil, because you keep planting the exact same crop. It just destroys the land. I even think is connected to why certain areas have been turned into deserts, because of when you monocrop, you even change like the rain cycles. When you remove the animals off the land, it changes the rain cycles as well. So there's like all of these components, and yeah, monocropping is like one of the most. I don't know what the like analogy would be in your body. I mean, I guess it would just be like cutting your body with a knife or something, just slicing your arm open, because the monocropping damages the land and it removes all those ecosystems. And then you have to try to like rebuild the grasslands. Like you have to rebuild the land after you do that. And
it's like scrubbing your face off.
Yeah, because I'm not saying mostly men, but like this is what men do, right? Like we try to make something that works for us. Like how has nobody really tried to put this into action, and they just do it? Why are we all so dumb that we're doing this monocropping, right? Like why wouldn't you just try to figure out we're fucking watering plants for 100 years now, like finding the water to bring it to the plant. Nobody's thought, let me just bring the water to the plant, make the water go to the plant. Like that's what I do in my house. Like I'm like, all right, I'm gonna kick this thing, the frying pan will flip over, it'll knock the egg onto the pan, and I'll eat it. Like I just do it, and any chance I get, I try to make it easy, make stuff work for me. Nobody's done this.
Well, I think like along with this exactly. No, I know it's crazy. And then you think about with food too. Like why are we all eating? Why are people eating pesticides at all? Like we don't. It's. I mean, I would say on the large scale, like, heliocentrism, the globe, there's this whole paradigm that we're in. And there's there's the big pharma, the energy with oil. There's like all of these categories that seem to be impacted by whoever these quote unquote controllers are, whoever they are. There seems to be, a way in which there's an agriculture, like big agriculture is an entire category itself. And there's so many components to it, like the way they subsidize these GMO feeds for the animals, like your corn and soy, and those are subsidized by the government, which is what the farmer has to then feed the animals those things, because for them to be able to sell their eggs at the market and to make enough money to live, they have to, you know, they have to feed the soybean, because the soybean's the only thing that's cheap enough. Like if you go try feeding your animals black beans that are not modified, it's going to be, the expense will be so far off the charts that no farmer would be able to even sell eggs doing that. And whereas the soybean is subsidized. So I mean, the whole big agricultural, like PSYOP, conspiracy, whatever terminology is massive, and it's led to the monocropping. And it's just part of like damaging the land, and it's just part of the whole paradigm of.
Yeah, and it just doesn't. Yeah, you're definitely. Yeah, I mean, you're well versed in it, and you've looked into it, and it definitely just makes common sense. Like, why is anybody monocropping? Meaning, who the hell wants to eat the same thing every day? Nobody, right? But they're still doing it. Like, so nobody wants to eat the same thing every day. Yet there's all these guys just growing one thing, and then the other guys are their competition. The other people, they're like, no, you're my competition. You know,
they have incentive by the government to do so, right? They get subsidies and things like that to produce the crops that they're producing. And there's commodities markets, which are, trade in how much of this crop is going to be on the market and all this. It's a huge industry. It's not just one small thing. But I think it all kind of started with the folly of man thinking that he kind of knows better than the creator or the creation or the environment, right? Thinking that we can step back and not understand that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, right? So if you start to take a swath of land and plant only a specific crop in it, then you start to get pests that are attracted to that crop that don't have any natural predators, because you've probably cleared out the mating and the breeding grounds of the natural predators for those pests to begin with. And then now you're going to have to spray your crops with all this stuff. Now it creates this whole snowball effect. Once you try to implement certain agricultural practices, and Gio was touching upon something very key, like this permaculture idea, or many other ways that people are starting to at least produce crops for themselves on their own plots of land, or relatively small plots of land for themselves or their community. It's not in the way that we've grown up thinking of a single or a few crops, and then all these specified rows and things like that. You go back to what the Native Americans taught with like the three sisters, which is the bean plant grows on the corn stalk, and that's supported by the melon, right? You have all these plants that have a symbiosis but also produce food for you, and we've gotten so far away from that we're in kind of a pickle. And a lot of it is profit motivated and actually subsidized by the government.
I want to know, did you use the word pickle to integrate
Cucumber.
vegetables and fruits into the, like, ironically? Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe.
I want to add to what Snack said too. He mentioned no-till, right? The idea that not disturbing the topsoil, let it do its thing. You should be able to sustain crops in a way that you don't till the soil at all. You prepare the soil in a way that it's alive. It has earthworms in it. It has life flowing through it. You don't need to till it. You don't need to disturb it.
These birds come and till, they put little irrigating holes in it for you. Like these birds,
Well,
they just
that's what
poke the ground.
groundhogs do, or not groundhogs, but like, yeah, burrowing type critters and stuff. Like that's literally what they do. That's the purpose of them.
And monocropping, that term monocropping, growing a single crop, like a field of tomatoes, the field of bud, right? That's not necessarily bad if you know what you're doing. Now, subjectively, like how much is too much monocropping? You can't have a field of tomatoes. Like what you got to be more specific, because I don't think there's anything wrong with growing a row of corn. But if you're doing it and you're disturbing the soil consistently, and where do you draw the line?
I think it also.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just want to say when I'm in planes and stuff like that, I fly over a lot of like cornfields forever. You know what I mean? So that's that kind of thing where it's it's not just one farm; it's a group of farms, or you know what I mean?
But when you say forever, I don't know. I want to know if we're conflating how large as in forever, or monocropping as in I'll never grow another type of food on that land ever, for that kind of forever.
I mean, it's
Well, they-
pretty much a great amount.
They do practice some like crop rotation, right? But usually it's like, okay, now this cornfield is going to be a soybean field for a few years, and then it's going to go back to a cornfield.
Actually, it's even worse than that. They'll switch from growing cotton, which isn't a food, so you can spray the hell out of it, to growing peanuts for your peanut butter, and it's how they get around. It's fucked. And peanuts, their entire job is to pull toxins out of the soil. It's horrible.
No wonder people are allergic.
Yep.
Put
Peanut
synthetic
aller-
ferts in
peanut
soil,
allergies
you
are
kill it.
allergies.
They tell you can survive on peanut butter. Like, I saw it in Stranger Things. Is that not true?
Must be. You can almost survive on a pine tree.
But then I saw.
I mean,
then
you
I
can
saw a
survive
clip
on
of,
water for a long time, so it's kind of arbitrary statement.
Yeah, but then I saw a clip starring Michelle Pfeiffer in a new movie where she goes into some kind of market and asks for where the peanut butter is, and the French people are like, "You stupid Americans, still eating that poison peanut butter." And that was just like the other day. I saw that new movie, so I'm getting some mixed messages about peanut butter. I thought it was like I could live off peanut butter.
I don't eat peanut butter, bro. Not regular peanut butter. If you look at it, it has, it's basically oils, like vegetable oil, bro.
Another thing about peanuts is they contain something called aflatoxins. These aflatoxins are like this fungi that grows on several species. Like it's kind of like there's theories about what it actually is. Like, is it actually some sort of genetic modification of some sort of a type of fungus? But like, it grows on corn, but it grows on peanuts. And like most peanuts contain aflatoxin, even if they're roasted, the aflatoxin's still there. And so it's interesting how many people have that peanut allergy, and they it's just the whole thing with peanuts. And is that a genetically modified like freak fungus of some sort? But like I said, even if it's heated, like roasted, the aflatoxin's still there, and it can cause all kinds of different health issues.
Not only that, but
I don't think
okay, space real quick. But the Skippy peanut butter has got sugar in it. A lot of other peanut butters have sorbitol. They got other kind of artificial sweeteners. They'll hurt your stomach. They'll cause you like IBS, all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? Crazy.
Hey, I'll chime in. I switched to almond butter years ago, and I usually get the organic Costco, like the Kirkland brand almond butter, and you look at the ingredients and it just says almonds. So that's straight up good. And then jumping back to the crop stuff, if you think about it, a lot of it has to do with your intentions. So like farmers or big, huge corporations that just want mass yield and mass profits will rape and pillage the land. They just want to produce as fast as possible. They spray chemicals to keep the weeds down. When in regenerative farming, you don't have to weed. The weeds have a specific role, and they can tell you what's up with the land. And I've got a best friend that's a regenerative farmer, and he bought a no-till drill because he says every time you till the land, you're just messing up, like what Lion of Yah was saying. You just mess up how the land is alive. And I think if a person is farming and growing like with love for nature and love for their brother, handing them good products to eat, they're enjoying a meal with love and not anxiety and depression and tension and stress and all that crap, and they're not doing it really for a huge profit. It's going to be better. That's how it needs to be.
I talked about this till that was discovered a while back. They weren't able to necessarily date it, but basically the design of this till, it was all copper, and instead of taking the bottom soil and displacing it to the top, it actually took the bottom soil, churned it, and re-put it back in its proper position. Thank you. And without disturbing the soil too much. If you Google it, you can probably find it. But I really think that they need to replicate that design and bring it back.
Yeah, if it's something that's real, I don't know. I've never seen it. But to
I'm
the
pretty
other
sure
guy's
Victor
point,
Schellberg did that one.
yeah,
If that's his name, the one who did all those corkscrew stuff.
Yeah, Victor Schauberger.
Yeah,
Victor
he
Shaw.
he
But now
did that. He designed one like that.
yeah, yeah. Well, this was something that was discovered from like I don't know what the time period that it was built and constructed and potentially used, but it was very very old, and it's like literally one of a kind, and it's pure copper, purely made out of copper. Something
What's
to
the
do.
significance? Oh yeah, good.
The,
Of copper. What's the
yeah,
significance?
the significance is as you drag the tool through the soil, flakes of copper will come off of your tool, entering into the soil, helping to repair.
No doubt.
Nice. Yeah, to the other guy's point about like the farmers who are greedy, I wouldn't consider them farmers. They're probably just CEOs of a farm, right? Like, because like when I picture, I mean, this is just my imagination, right? But like if you're like, oh yeah, Farmer Bob, right? I would imagine that Farmer Bob, I've seen Superman, Clark Kent, right? So they want to pass this farm down to their kids or whatever. Like, oh, the farm's been in the family. This is just like an imaginary story. I've never met a farmer like this, right? Maybe somebody else has, but then it's not really about greed, right? Like they just want to make it, have it in the best shape to pass it to their kid who they love, not their brother or whoever else. Where the other farmer, the other CEO guy who just owns a farm, he doesn't give a shit, right? But it's the farmer who has kids and is going to pass it down. He knows that maybe he could bleed the land dry, and he doesn't want to leave that to his kids. He wants it to be like, growing like a good business. I don't know if it's
I was in.
exactly greed.
I wanted to add that synthetic fertilizers will kill the soil. You can't put Miracle Grow
Hold on a second.
into any soil that has life in it, like earthworms, right?
Yeah,
Because it will kill it, bro. You're using synthetic salts.
I have
right?
a belief that Miracle Grow killed my
agree.
father. He was using a bunch
I
of
wanted
Miracle
to say something real quick.
Real quick about copper. Sorry, and I'll go away.
This guy's talking about his dad.
I wear copper bracelets on the hand that I used to have carpal tunnel in. Once again, used to have carpal tunnel in. Thanks.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick. Somebody mentioned that we shouldn't be tilling, but I think if we did it properly, I think it is very beneficial, and it's actually one of the oldest professions known to man.
Yeah, it's not. I don't
think
know
it
if somebody
was.
said we shouldn't be tilling. They were saying, what was it called,
Well,
permaculture, where you
he's
get
right. Well, hold on.
where you
Let me
get
just get
something
in
to
here real
till,
quick.
where you get something to naturally till for you, as in a root system or an animal, to turn the land.
Well, I had brought it up. I had said my buddy, and I actually invited him into the room. He just popped in, and he's an expert on it. It's no-till drilling because when you turn up the soil, you disturb like the natural. I don't know if barbecue can speak on it. Hold on a second. Let me see if he will.
It's called the microbial. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
The
mycelium.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
You
Right.
break up the mycelial network. Tilling is good sometimes. Like if you're trying to get rid of a particular plant that's really predominant and you need to get rid of it, you could do a light tillage, and then you'd want to seed something in right away, and then you want to let it rest. But I think it was Lion was talking about fertilizer. What happens with nitrogen fertilizers? It's and there are toxins in them, but if you're just, let's say you have a pure nitrogen fertilizer, it's not necessarily the nitrogen that's toxic or that's killing the soil. It's the nitrogen provides such a free source of nitrogen for the plants that they no longer work symbiotically with microbes in the soil to obtain nitrogen, because plants can't obtain that without that symbiotic relationship. They exchange sugars for nitrogen and other nutrients that microbes like fungus and bacteria can provide to them. So they have a fully symbiotic relationship. And what chemical companies figured out was that they can provide a free source of that, and that plant no longer has to work with the microbes. So there's this abundance of nitrogen, but what it actually ends up doing is weakening the plant, because the plant's not getting other nutrients that it gets from microbes. And it does kill your soil off, because the microbes either starve or they actually will even move away. They've kind of documented these things where microbes will just move out of an area into another one. But it's really fascinating. It's called the rhizophagy cycle. So any of you guys that have time, there's tons of clips on YouTube where you can learn about rhizophagy, where bacteria and mycelium and plants are actually all working symbiotically with each other.
Yeah,
Exchange
that's
nutrients.
true. a seed won't even germinate without that symbiosis of the fungi having some sort of a major component within the beginning stages of that germination.
Right. And a lot of seeds, which they've just kind of discovered this, they say they've just discovered this like within the last 10 years, but a lot of seeds actually have bacteria in the seed, and that bacteria is dormant until the germination process begins. And that bacteria actually can be a source of food for the seedling, or it can begin that exchange within the soil. It can be sent out through exudates, which are in the roots, and those exudates are where nutrients can be exchanged. So, yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating. The entire rhizophagy cycle is incredible.
To add to that, right? Hold on, real quick. I'm just getting real quick. So, like, to answer that one guy, it's not that tilling is bad, right? It's not that tilling is bad necessarily, but if you're tilling the soil, there's a reason why you're doing that, because you want to add oxygen to a soil that's been depleted of oxygen and it's dead. So the best way to enhance aggregated soil, or soil that has been going through desertification, right? It's about to become a dust bowl because you've been, cast worm castings, worm castings, and just try to revive it, bro. You got to till it up to revive it, but you don't want to be in that situation where you have to till it to revive it. At that point, you're losing.
You don't ever have to till soil. I mean, even soil that's been really depleted, you could no-till drill certain seeds in. Now, it would take years, but you might say it's really compacted. You might put in like
real quick. There's a couple in China.
No, let him. Hold on, dude. He was mid sentence. Please don't do that.
Yeah, and I was already speaking when
I didn't hear you speak.
Ryan interrupted me, and I stepped back so he could do that. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
I'll just make it real quick. What I was going to say was, you could, if you had really compacted soil, which makes it hard for things to grow in, except for weeds. And actually, what weeds are, like in regenerative ag, which is what I do, weeds are not bad. They're actually serving a really important ecological function, and they are a pioneer species. So when you have an area that's been disturbed, there's a new disturbance, say it's a fire or compaction or overgrazing or whatever, the species that you'll get in there that proliferate are weeds. But what they're doing is putting living roots in the soil, which you've got to have for soil health. They're starting that carbon cycle where they're exchanging carbon from the atmosphere and bringing it into the roots and storing it in the soil. And they're beginning to that process of symbiosis with microbes. If you do and then you can no-till drill, like you could use daikon radish in a really compacted field. Say it's hard, really hard packed. Daikon radish is great because the amount of pressure per square inch that a daikon radish puts on the soil is insane. If y'all look it up, it'll blow your mind. And you can use various species that have long tap roots. But then if you do till, like Lion's saying, you till in microbe-rich, like worm castings are full of microbes, and compost is full of microbes. That's why these things are so great for soil. Not only do they provide organic matter, but they provide a source of microbes to begin that process of symbiosis.
Slow wants to go for sure, and he's pretty famous because he's talked about on Nathan Oakley's show. Slow, like, mentioned like 10 times today. But I want to touch on weeds after that.
Oh wow, I didn't know I was mentioned today. But yeah, I just wanted to specify that you could take desolate, unfertile soil, i.e., dirt, particularly desert dirt, and this couple in China, within the Gobi Desert, discovered that if you took licorice stick and you buried it within the sand of the desert, as that licorice stick decomposed, it would provide the necessary nutrients for that sand to turn into fertile soil. And then from there, you can begin to start propagating, plant life. And they actually did that. They terraformed numerous hectares of desert, unfertile desert sand into lush, fertile soil, producing a fairly large
So you're
jungle,
telling
if you
me
will.
that I can take my Twizzler and go throw it into the beach. But I
Yeah.
do want to. That is cool. That's definitely something like that. That's right. So I put trucks and cars on my yard. Is that why I'm growing so many weeds? I got tons of weeds. Is that what you were saying earlier? The other guy, compacted soil makes weeds.
You're probably so. Especially if you've driven them out onto your yard, say when it's rained and it's wet, and then they're either sitting there when the ground's gotten really saturated, or you've driven them out across it when it's wet. If you think about it, you're just compacting all that soil. Or if you were to leave something heavy on the ground, or you drive in the same place, like think about a dirt road. After a while, you don't have to do a whole lot to maintain it. I mean, yeah, you have to work on ruts and stuff like that, but that road's going to just hard pack over time to the point where it's almost like pavement. It's super hard just from being driven over time and time again.
Not
And then,
not
and
to
then
change not to
go
change the
ahead.
subject, but real quick, what were they saying about me?
I mean, QE's trying to build up his fight against Woodson. I think that's coming up. So he's talking some shit. Yeah, I haven't heard the rebuttal. I'd like to hear the rebuttal one day. I don't know what it is.
I had a question for
The
barbecue.
secret.
Barbecue, maybe you could talk a little because I think people might be a little confused as to what the purpose of weeds are. Maybe you could talk a little bit about ecological succession and how, just touch on that.
Well, I don't know what that means, and I am interested for sure in the weed thing, right? So, what is that weed telling me? Like, what is it? What is it trying to do? It's telling me something, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a great book called When Weeds Talk. And I don't know what every weed is telling you, but you can get to a point really the earth is always communicating with us. We don't know what it's saying anymore. But we can start to learn it. And so weeds are one of those things where they're literally telling you what's going on with the pH of the soil, maybe the microbial content of the soil, whether or not that soil has poor drainage or there a poor transfer of gases there, because there's a lot of gas that gets transferred in and out of soil. Like Lion of Yah was saying, desertification is either created by overgrazing or it's created by tillage. But all of that stuff can be communicated to you through the weeds that you see, or really just the plants you see in a field. But you can get it on Amazon, and I would recommend it if y'all are really interested in this stuff. It's called When Weeds Talk. And
Did you guys
that's
hear about?
a great book.
Did you guys hear about that? That couple
Is that a
out in
book?
Maine. Yeah, it's a book. When Weeds Talk, Amazon.
Yeah,
But
sorry
did you
to
guys?
cut you off, Daisler. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Did you have anything further to add, or? Okay.
Daisler? Thanks.
Can you guys hear me? Am I breaking up?
No, you're clear. You're clear.
Okay. So yeah, there was a couple that owned a fairly large acreage in Maine that they didn't maintain their property, and I don't know exactly what took place other than the fact that erosion became persistent on their property, and they let it be. Well, it ended up desertifying that particular region within their property, and it grew. So deserts actually they grow, and it got so big that I guess they could see it from the satellites or some shit. But I thought that was interesting how deserts can actually grow.
It's super interesting because, like, I've even used it in the argument, like we come from rocks. Rocks are lack of life, and then correlating it to, a sandy beach where it's just you can't get anything out of the sand, but yet you mix sand with soil. But I think that's just for irrigation purposes, drainage and whatnot, like to help it grow better. But yeah, how sand is just dead. It's like the only dead thing, like on Earth, is
Yeah,
sand. Yeah. But
but it can be revitalized. So that is interesting too. Go ahead.
It can. It absolutely can. Sand is great. Like if golf courses use a ton of sand because you can repair divots, and like I'll be leveling we just bought a new house, and I'll be leveling my yard with sand because it's uneven. Sand is amazing, and eventually that sand will become soil, just like you're saying. You could dig up that spot where the sand is, and it'll be rich, dark, organically filled soil. But one thing I was going to say in regards to desertification, the climate change agenda, while a lot of it is fake, that is what desertification does, or desertification. And I have my own little bro science theory, and even like agenda driven theory, where if you look far back in historical records regarding farming and farming practices and tillage, and I mean like early 1900s, late 1800s from the United States, the use of chemicals. They've known for a long time the problems that these chemicals and these practices cause, yet they consistently push these practices, and they talk about them as if they're the only hope for farming or for having high yields and being able to feed a lot of people. And then they disregard animal agriculture, and they demonize it to say that animal agriculture is what's causing global warming or climate change, whatever you want to call it. What it would really be, yes, animal agriculture would be a part of that with overgrazing, because it, as we talked about, it'll desertify an area, but so will tillage. And I actually think that part of this agenda is driven by that, which is why they have such a hard push for moving everybody to this is just my theory, by the way, moving everybody to a vegetarian or vegan diet, because you can perpetuate these climate cycles. So they've done research to show areas that have regenerative farms around them, or say you've got a big enough area where you have, let's even just 1,000 acres of a regenerative farm, and you have a farmer that rehabilitates that soil and brings it back to life, and they bring the water cycle back. Look up Bamberger Ranch. It's in the hill country of Texas. He bought one of the worst pieces of property in the state of Texas. He was the CEO or the president of Church's Chicken, and he got into regenerative agriculture in the 70s. And he took a completely cedar infested, the whole property was almost completely covered in cedar, which is a great tree, but when it gets out of control, it creates a lot of ecological problems. It's like a weed. He bought this place, and it had empty aquifers underneath it. None of the springs ran. He has completely rehabilitated this place through his agricultural practices, where the aquifers beneath his property filled with water, and the creeks began flowing again, and springs began popping up all over this guy's property just over the course of like 10 or 15 years of him changing the management practices there. I think it's a 5,000 acre piece of property, Bamberger Ranch. But I'll wrap it up here. My whole point to that is, if you adjust these agricultural practices, even on a small scale, they begin to have an impact on the climate around them. So they'll have like regenerative farms that actually generate more rain than areas around them, because they have a more functioning water cycle. And so a lot of the reason we have some of these crazy weather events, while some of it could be a total psyop, or it could be weather modification, part of that weather modification could also be the use of these agricultural practices to drive this desertification, which leads to flooding and
Well,
drought.
that
all
could
sorts
be
of other issues.
that could be the weather modification itself in
Right.
disguise. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Barbecue, are you familiar with Alan Savory and his holistic management method?
Oh yeah, I've studied a lot of his stuff. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, my buddy runs the Savory Institute chapter out here in Southern California. He's also the head of the Ventura, and I think he's about to become the head of the Los Angeles Weston A. Price chapter.
Oh man, that's awesome.
And oh, dude, yeah, everything you're saying, I want to be your friend. Like I know what you're on. I used to work on a holistic micro dairy farm. We would do rotational grazing. I was selling raw milk illegally from the teats to the streets. What
That's the best
like a hardcore criminal and shit. He said that. Oh shit,
dude, this whole climate change, the fact that we're creating a lot of these issues that you were talking about. Yes, there's HARP, there's weather modification, but the desertification as a result of CAFO farming, monocropping, it's all well documented. If you look at what happened to parts of Africa after the British got kicked out in South Africa, the all the farming was done by the people that got kicked out. And what ended up happening was those people that were doing the farming, they were also protecting all the nature preserves. So once the food left and the protection of the nature preserves left, the remaining people just went on a spree, a hunting spree, and hunted animals way, way down to really dangerous levels, population levels. And there's parts of that country that are now pretty much just completely desertified.
Yeah, on that like animal topic, just like the other guy touched on it, right? Like maybe it is part of their plan to get us on vegetables. I don't know, right? But there's got to be some truth to it because I've just been thinking lately, like these animals objectively do not look like food. They look like animals, like a pet. They don't look like food. You know?
Nah, lamb looks like a tasty snack, man. What are you talking about?
I guess so. I mean,
Well,
you
these
pet it,
animals, sorry, grazing animals and ruminant species are going to be way better in a healthy state than a lot of than just farming alone. I'm not saying that just farming alone isn't going to change stuff. It definitely will, but adding animals into the mix is just like S class.
It just seems like something you would do out of desperation is eat an animal, right? Like, but now it's like a luxury.
No, dude. Our symbiosis with livestock has been, I mean, pretty much why we are what we are today.
I'm not a vegetarian by any means. I'm just saying I stand back, I look at these fuzzy, cute little animals, and I want to hold my hand out with like some food and feed the deer, but then later I eat it. It doesn't make much sense to me.
And your healthiest forms of protein for a human and the healthiest forms of fat are animal protein and animal fat. I mean, it's the easiest for us to break
I'm not
down.
saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not healthy. I just don't know if we should be eating other people. Like if you got lost in the woods, right? Like and you were stuck, like in one of those movies with a rock, and you couldn't get. Like, could you, in theory, actually physically eat yourself, like eat your own hand, and survive longer? Probably, but I don't know if you should do that.
I don't think that's really equatable to raising animals to slaughter.
Yeah, no, true. Yeah.
But just on
like
back
that.
to this. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just mean that the animals that are being raised for slaughter are, I mean, they're not being fed by the actual farm. You know what I mean? They're usually bringing in all kinds of feed. It's just interesting, like that. So, well, I guess if you have grass-fed cows, it's a different story. But
it's okay. Check it out. Yeah, like some of the largest farms that run CAFOs, confined animal feeding operations, short, right? CAFO. They have deals with like the Hershey company, to like get dump truckloads, hundreds of dump truckloads of rotted M&Ms to feed to their Black Angus cows that are never seeing the light of day and like, stuck in these like giant metal warehouse like cages. And that's I wouldn't want, if you can't get your hands on good clean meat, I would not recommend that you go to the grocery store and buy a bunch of CAFO meat. There are people nearby you right now that are raising animals properly, and I would recommend finding them and buying meat from them, supporting them.
Yeah, you're clarifying when I said I look at these animals and they don't look like food. You were picturing maybe these like souped up steroid animals don't look like food. Yeah, I hear that for sure too. I still eat meat for like definitely.
Yeah, my buddy runs a butchery business, and the way he feeds his animals is he grazes people's lands who have fire issues. So if there's like a bunch of overgrown brush, and like in the state of California, like you get like tax write-offs for having your land be fireproof, for taking fire prevention action. So he gets paid to feed his animals off of grasses that just grow naturally that have never been sprayed by anything. And then he'll do like an entire lambing operation on like a huge swath of land that needs to be cleared for fire control. And then he'll pick the fattest ones out of the bunch because now there's a bunch of new baby lambs, and I'll help him slaughter them, and we'll butcher them up, and he sells them to restaurants. So he literally gets paid to feed his animals the best feed that you can get, which is just directly from Mother Nature,
never been touched by chemicals.
Hmm.
It's fucking genius.
Yeah, no, I mean that's like that. Shit, I can't remember the word. I typed on my phone, but the permaculture. Yeah, it's like a permaculture start or something. Yeah.
There's a really good account on Instagram called.
No, I just wanted to say. I just wanted to touch on the. Go for it.
I was just gonna say there's an account on Instagram called Integrazers, Integrazers, and that's their whole business model. And they're really cool to follow. But they're in California and they have tons. I mean, I don't even know, thousands of goats and sheep, and they do firework. But they obviously they sell lamb and they sell their meat. They're a regenerative operation that contracts with private landowners and Forest Service and stuff like that. And they'll just bring in like truckloads of their animals and they'll put up the temporary fencing and put their sheepdogs and stuff out there. And they'll just run those animals through those places for like a day or two. And then they'll take everything down and be gone. And all of that fuel for the fires is taken out by the animals. And then they're able to sustain their business off of basically this grazing that they get paid to do on other people's property and in the national forest and stuff like that. It's really cool.
Hey, I just want to commend everybody for sharing the mic and participating in a really good conversation. Hope everyone has a great 4th of July.
True that.
Cheers.
You too, brother.
I just
Stay
wanted to
safe.
say on a personal level, I totally agree that pastured raised animals the meat tends to taste so much better than the crap you buy at the superstore. And it's like it's almost not comparable if you ask me personally. I find the shit you buy in the superstore is just tastes like shit, and then you get an actual grass-fed animal from a sustainable from a sustainable location, and the taste is just, to me, in my opinion, it's just so much better.
Well, that's something that everybody, if it's true, like everybody could do. Like, sometimes people say, like, what can I do, right? Like, to make a difference in this movement of whatever, right? But buying from a local butcher is something I've heard often, said to be something that you could do, right? That would promote that. It would promote that way of living.
I want to add something too regarding veganism, vegetarianism. It's not that I don't agree with just eating vegetables, right? But I might have a philosophical bias on this. But when it comes to just eating vegetables, like there are some people whose biology allows them to just eat vegetables and be healthy, but not everybody's biology is the same. And there seems to be different biologies, even different blood types. Some people's bodies prefer copper over iron for certain things. Like it's weird. And like this idea that eating meat is a sin, I also have a problem with that, or like a transgression against the creator, or as an evil act, right? This is a philosophical thing, but it is being promoted in modern times that we are being demonized for eating meat. And I'm just here as a voice to say that don't believe it, because according to my, the Hebrew scriptures, the eating of meat, though emotionally might seem evil, according to the scriptures, Paul in Romans 14 says that one man's faith who's weak, right, eats only vegetables. So there's something there's a deep wisdom there that he's touching on, that eating meat is not evil if you think that it is, because the scriptures are clear. They distinguish between what is evil and what is righteous, and the eating of meat is within the realms of righteousness.
I just got back. I had a phone call.
Would it be fair to say though that we eat too much meat? Like maybe eating meat once or twice a week would be more than enough to sustain our biology, and we can use vegetables or a veganist approach for all the other times. Like, do we need to eat meat every day?
Well, if you're not growing your own vegetables and you're not eating meat because you don't like the idea, or you think it's wrong to like kill animals for food, you should do a little bit of research as to how many animals are killed just to make one salad.
And if you're throwing like other extra vegetables on there, like
Well,
you know,
the sad truth
tomatoes.
is you need animal fats in your brain, especially when a baby's developing. It needs all kinds of animal fats and nutrition that you can only get from the filtration process of the animal's meat. Thank you.
You should, if you're curious, read Weston A. Price's book about I can't remember the name of it right now, but it's basically just he was a dentist, and he went to all these cultures, and a lot of these older cultures they would keep skeletal records of all their ancestors in like these little huts and stuff. Like they wouldn't bury their ancestors, so he was able to go in and see all the skull structures generationally, and he could pinpoint exactly when like whenever their society was touched by colonization and like grains were brought in, and then GMO grains get brought in, and you see this warping of the skeletal structure. You see children where their skulls are all screwed up and their teeth are all screwed up because they got taken off of the food that they've been living off of for generations.
I can believe that.
Oh, dude, look at people today. Look at a little kid. If you can even see their skull structure, because they're not super fat at like a McDonald's or something. I don't go to McDonald's, but I've seen like children on the streets, and I'm just like, holy shit, they've got Pepsi brain, Pepsi skull, like just fucking looking all wrong.
So my wife has never had a vaccine, and my child will never have a vaccine. What y'all think about that?
Common sense, dude. What, you want to be congratulated for common sense?
I don't want to be congratulated. I want to tell everybody that it's easy to do. All you got to do is tell your doctor you don't want any foreign shit put in your body, and you'll take the risks. That's it.
Yeah, it doesn't make
That's a
like
wonderful
common
thing.
sense to me either. I mean, no, that's awesome, dude. No, seriously, it really is awesome. But just the idea that like everybody knows like you get a splinter, you get a thorn, you get sick. There's something in you. You want it out of you. Like, oh, I gotta get through. I gotta go like force myself to throw up because I must have ate something bad. You want it out of you. Why would it make sense to put something in you? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Because what I got, you got to get it, put it in you.
Haha.
What Flea did to the A string in that song is just amazing. Just the A
Right.
string.
Dude, Flea's all over the place. He's in so many records that you'd never guess. But then, like when someone tells you, "Oh, he's on the Alanis Morissette Jagged Little Pill," you're like, "Oh shit!" Now I got to go back and listen to those bass lines, and you're like, "No shit, that is Flea, bro." It's interesting shit. Okay, guys, we don't have any globe evidence. What are we going to talk about?
I hate Alanis Morissette. She's from my
I
hometown. I can't stand that fucking bitch.
met who's the main guy in Red Hot Chili Peppers? Oh, Anthony Kiedis. So I was on the beach for a 4th of July party in Malibu years ago. And this like homeless dude kind of looking comes up to me and my dog, and he's fucking smells super weird. Like kind of honestly, it kind of smelled like he had been like smoking heroin or something, or was like around somebody who was smoking something really potent. And he just starts telling me about like he saw from across the beach that I have this like soul aura with my dog and yada yada. And like I was like, okay, dude, thanks. And I'm just trying to like walk back to my buddies like where we had our little fire going. And, my friends just come up to me and they're like, dude, that was Anthony Kiedis. I was like, what? Who the fuck is that? Because I didn't really know who Red Hot Chili Peppers were.
It was like he was coming on to you.
Nah, he was just tripping. I think he was just doing his thing.
See, a lot of times, like that weird smell is like a male's pheromones sending a signal to another male saying, "I like you." You know.
Well, you're saying Anthony Kiedis was that guy? He was the one that came up to you and said your soul aura and all that stuff. You're saying that was him?
Yes, that was Anthony Kiedis.
Wow, dude, and that's pretty. And were they popular at that point, like Red Hot Chili Peppers? I mean,
not with me. I didn't listen to Red Hot Chili Peppers until like the last 3 years of my life.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they've been
Yeah,
popular
that's okay.
for a long time. It's got the odds are that they were a thing. But that little off topic, since you mentioned the 4th of July, does anybody remember the what? Does anybody remember now? I'm just like recalling, right, that there's some kind of like a pagan origin or something or other to the 4th of July that predates, obviously the America. Does anybody have that
Probably.
information?
Probably, yeah. I mean, listen, I'll put it to you this way. I feel that every holiday has some sort of significance energetically, regardless of what it's used for today.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the case, but I just remember it being something specific, and I was like, oh shit, that's fucking creepy, and just like turned it away. But I didn't know, and now I kind of want to remember what it was. Somebody asked me earlier today, or mentioned it. But if nobody knows, it's all right.
Did anybody hear about this movie that Mel Gibson and Jim Caviezel are putting out on the 4th of July about human trafficking or child sex slave trafficking?
Oh boy, what? Oh boy.
Uh,
Is
yeah,
that
sorry.
the Epstein killer movie they were talking about not long ago?
Yeah. I'll tell you a little bit about it. So in the last couple of weeks, there was a bunch of fact check articles that came out, and I have them documented. I have them screenshotted on my phone in case they have disappeared now. And basically, the gist of the fact check was no, Mel Gibson is not working on a movie about child sex trafficking. Well, guess what? This morning I wake up and sure enough, Mel Gibson's put out a little YouTube video saying I would encourage you all to go see The Sound of Freedom on the 4th of July. It's all about stopping human sex traffickers and bringing awareness to it. He says in his little video, the first step to stopping this disgusting thing that's happening in our society is by bringing awareness to it. So please go see the movie. I used to work in Hollywood. I think all those people are psychotic freaks that worship Satan. That being said, Mel might have done something good here, guys. If you know who Jim Caviezel or however the heck you say his name.
Yeah, man, he played Jesus.
No, Mel.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Real quick. So they just had a congressional hearing on the matter. You had people that were talking about missing persons cases every year, and all the children that go missing every year, they're unaccounted for. Like they had a hearing about it. That's the pandemic. That's more children are dying from that, and probably again, who knows what else, right? And they're bringing awareness to it. And this is the same guy, the same actor who got electrocuted while he was on the cross on set. He got struck by lightning on set while he was on the cross. Like, what are the odds of that?
Yeah, that movie had a lot of very interesting, like borderline miracle type situations happen to it. Fun fact, the person in the shot who's hammering nails into Jim's hands in that one scene is Mel Gibson.
Well, hey, I'll say I
Yeah.
did hear that you're going to hear a lot of push to ignore Mel, that Mel Gibson's crazy and that he's off the rocker, et cetera, et cetera. But the real story is he truly is sick of how nasty Hollywood is, and he is revealing truths. And it is sick that they're basically they're like making babies or cropping babies that don't have birth certificates and bringing them in for the sex trade, and also like the insane blood drinking and all that wild stuff. So my feeling is he is trying to bring light and truth and hope to the situation. So I'm gonna watch his show.
It may or may not be like a controlled release, but I'm going to see the shit out of it, and I hope this really helps people start to wake up and actually give a shit, right?
Did any of you guys hear the phone calls, the recorded phone calls of him to his ex-wife?
Yeah.
Freaking hilarious, dude.
Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about Mel Gibson right now, since he used to live in Malibu and his son went to Malibu High and I went to Pali High, and the football teams would like play each other, and I've seen Mel in the stands. That dude had an amphetamines abuse problem for a while.
I worked in Malibu for 3 years. Probably know you.
Probably, dude. Yeah, you see me over at Lily's getting my burrito all the time. I was over there at Third Point. Anyways, shit. What was I saying?
Yeah, you were talking about
He was going through, guys. He was going through it with the amphetamines and with the alcohol at that time. Like, he would be absolutely grinding his jaw, screaming at the top of his lungs with a fucking beer, like at the football games, like looking cracked out. And so I would say, yeah, those recordings, like he's like saying that, what would he say? He would like bury her with the roses, saying that he hopes she gets raped by a you know what,
a wild packet. Yeah.
yeah. We don't need that. I think was all, you know, drug fueled. Now that being said, I think he's come a long way since that part of his life. And if you go watch what he don't look like he's acting in this little video. He's standing there with a white shirt. He's like, you know, we need to bring awareness to this. And this might be like his last hurrah. He might be like, I don't give a fuck what Hollywood wants to try and do to me or what these evil people try to do to silence me. I'm doing it. That's the vibe I got.
Well, that would be my question: is that drug-induced haze thing? Because so many of these Hollywood people, they just take their pills. A lot of them are just whatever. And what if they were attacking him or trying to make him look like a drug lunatic, and he didn't even do that to himself? He just got slowly hooked on something. I'm not saying that's the case. I have no idea. But a lot of times, if someone's in Hollywood deep and then they're trying to get out of it, they get some ramifications for that.
As somebody who worked in Hollywood for 10 years, I became pretty much like a borderline alcoholic for the last 4 years of my career. Just to get there, just to get to work, just to fucking deal with the hours and the people and the disgustingness. It could have been anything. There's drugs on set all the time, guys. Like but I was fucking making, no college degree, $500 a day.
Too. Yeah. Are you on the set or what? Like in the studios?
Yeah, I did a lot of set work. I've done like VTR, continuity stuff. I did set deck for a while for reality TV shows and for like cooking for like the Food Network. I've worked on a bunch of cooking shows. Done a bunch of movies.
I was a grip for a little bit. I worked on one show only. It was the Gray Man, which was actually the highest production in history.
Oh, with that Ryan Gosling guy, right?
Yeah, there was a bunch of big names, but yeah, he's one.
Well, yeah, Sound of Freedom. Go check it out.
Movie, by the
4th of
way,
July.
Gray Man. I recommend
Yeah,
it. Good movie.
the trailer made me tear up. So everybody, y'all, you got to get out there and see the movie. And anybody listening who knows anybody that is anywhere near that kind of trade, you'll get yours.
Bro, yeah, I feel you. It was the first thing I saw this morning, and I was like choking up. Came into the Discord, and you guys are all talking about like farming, and I'm just like, oh my god, we gotta save the kids. We gotta start a farm. We all gotta leave the city. You guys. Like,
well, that's true.
Yeah, it is. It's in our hands. Do we want to let these people run our world anymore? Fuck a globe. Fuck an argument about flat or curved. Like, this shit is happening right now. It's affecting all of our lives.
The only reason I come here to talk about the globe is because hopefully it's like child's play. If you can understand that you've been lied to about the globe, you can get what the other lies are too, and you can start to get passionate about changing the place.
Amen.
Yeah, it's true, but there's no getting through to the people that we keep talking to here. But yeah, I mean, it's got ramifications as far as you know that now they're liars, right? That's one. Then you know that there's some there's some sort of way that the creation would work differently than what they tell you, so that you can work within the creation. Yeah, so there's ramifications.
There's people listening right now that are never going to speak in here, and they're never going to text, never going to speak in voice chat, nothing. And I'll tell you, my job is done if it takes me 1 month for one person to start fully considering these topics and taking the real world seriously. You know what I'm saying? I'll come here every day. Even if I knew it would only be one random person in that whole month, right? I'd show up every day for that month and talk to folks.
Well, one thing I think is that's going to come out, and it's not going to be popular. It might not be popular here amongst everybody even. But these people, when they are identified for doing this, and when it is detailed on exactly the ritual that's being done, the purpose of their activities is not to hurt Buddha.
it's not to hurt Krishna. It's not to hurt Chinese God or Jewish God. Well, actually, it is Jewish God, but yeah, it's to hurt Jesus, and that's going to become very fucking apparent that these people absolutely worship the satanic God of the Bible. Their aim is to destroy Christ in people's hearts and to hurt Christ.
Well, that reminds me of, so July 4th is the day that they say that the sun is furthest from the earth, and it's like, what's it called, perihelion, right? Right. So they say that it's the day that the sun is furthest from the earth is July 4th, which coincides with a pagan goddess whose name was Independencia, and she's honored on this day prior to America's independence, and symbolized on the flag with 50 points with the stars and 13 stripes representing the 13 truths of paganism, held sacred by the seventh level Wiccan priests. So there was something to that July 4th. I knew there was something to it. So it's the sun and I guess whoever they give credit to.
I'm just wondering, why would the sun be the farthest away on July 4th, though?
Got me.
How
It just
can you
says it in
prove
the
that?
book.
Well, it's funny. It's just another holiday based on the sun. Like,
I don't even believe that's a true statement. Why would the sun be the furthest away in July 4th? What's so specific about July 4th?
Well, they can measure, right? You can measure some of it, right? Now, whether it's far away, who knows what the difference is, right? But
Yeah,
they say
that's not true. What you're saying.
all right. So they say that the sun will be noticeably smaller throughout the year when you compare it to like 6 months from now. That time and that time, July 8th is also always recorded to be the hottest day. So between like July 4th and July 8th, I believe, but usually July 8th is always recorded to be the hottest day, like all around, right? And July 8th also happens to correlate with the day where 99.9% of humans are in sunlight. So what the sun is, I don't know. We're not on a globe, so but how, there is correlation there that you can confirm.
Does it have to do with how high the sun rises in the sky? Is that what they were meaning? Like, because I understand like the alarm bells that go off when you talk about the distance between the Earth and the sun, but if we're talking about the sun being a part of the Earth's realm and being in our enclosed Earth realm, it does, it rises its lowest at what, December 22nd, and it stays over the southern crux for 3 days. Right.
So that's what I was about to say. That it's based on geographical location, where how close you are to the sun. The sun has a specific circuit, and it follows a specific path. As far as I know, it doesn't change in elevation throughout the year. It sticks to the same elevation, and it just goes back and forth the tropics. So depending on where you are on the Earth, whether you're in the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere, how close the sun is to a specific region will depend where you are on this geographical line, right? What latitude you are and how close to the sun, because the sun's traveling through these latitudes. So
Right,
at the equator, if you're in Ecuador, the sun will be the closest to Ecuador at that time. To say that on July 4th, universally in the whole world, that the sun, that's not how it works.
Yeah, so like whatever you're equating to, like it traveling, you're just perceiving it from the ground. I'm not saying you're wrong or that I'm right at all. It's just that we don't know. We can't go to the sun, see what's happening. But what you're perceiving from the ground as it going further away could just be the same thing rising in altitude, right? And then you would see it. Then you would see the effects on the ground spiraling up and then spiraling down. Then at a different location, like you said, latitude, you would perceive that in a certain way as lowering or hot or raising in the sky, and it may very well be.
Hey, let me interject this one thing. I just dropped a link. Rose777 had a friend on and had Witsit talk to her friend because he's like awake to quite a bit of stuff, but was just kind of confused a little bit about flat Earth. Anyway, they go into detail about the sun and kind of what it does, because the guest on the show had a really hard time maybe even like visualizing what it does, how it runs its circuit. It just wasn't making sense to him, and he was almost laughing it away. But what it was talking about, how if you think about like a vortex, we live in a toroidal field, and as it goes up the tornado, it runs a wider circuit, and that's when it's over Australia. That's when Australia's having their summer, and it's higher and farther out. But when it comes down the tornado and it's over the United States, it's our summer, and it does run a tighter circuit. So what really threw him off was, he's like, so you're telling me the sun changes speed, but it doesn't change the 15 degrees per hour ever, but it does change speeds, I think.
Well, like if it's not changing, like if the circle of diameter is not changing, right? I'm just trying to think of it through it right logically, right? So if the circle isn't actually changing, right? But if it rises, right, I would perceive it from the ground as taking a different path. Like now I see it as it rises due to it actually physically rises, but due to perspective it lowers and seems like it's now traveling the Tropic of Capricorn on the outside, and then when it falls back down, it still could be taking the same diameter circle, same circumference of a circle, but then would appear to be at a different location, to me, on the ground, without having to go a longer path. Yeah, that's all I was saying to the other guy who was talking about how we know because we can map it to go in, the equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. That's where we see it. That's where we observe it to be at a certain height. But why do we observe things at a certain place, right? Due to perspective, how would that change with distance and height? All these things could come into play. I don't know the answer, but you can draw it on a piece of paper.
One thing to attribute to the that July. Sorry, I got my chickens are acting up. Let's say to the people, to the pagans that were been observing this phenomenon and then making a holiday out of it. They probably doing it for a long time, so there might be something to it. They've been doing it longer than we have.
Yeah, and who's to say that these two things can't be true? That these founding fathers of America, right, who worshiped the pagans, or that was their original religion, whatever, right? Who's to say that they didn't get all riled up for their goddess on July 4th and said, "Let's go kill those Brits," and then they did both. Who's to say?
Yeah, get two birds stoned at once.
Yeah.
That's not the same stoned though, bruh. The kind of stone that the one bird would feel, the other bird would never feel, because it's all perspective.
Well, you gotta take parallax,
I have took into perspective, right, the idea of a dome, a firmament dome that the sun might be in, and what we see might actually be some sort of projection of the sun, like holographic projection, literally, where the sun's actually in the firmament, and somehow it's projecting itself onto a plane underneath it. Reasons why sometimes because there's something about the southern pole, for lack of a better word, right, where the sun seems to be reflecting off either it's reflecting off the firmament or it's actually there, but it can't be there because it stops at the tropic. So it can't. The tropics at 23.4 degrees in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. That's the furthest that the sun will go, and that's way before the Antarctic Circle. So the sun can't actually be. If you look south and you see the sun at the horizon, there's something going on there, and that's what seems to be going on. So how can the sun be projected at the southern horizon, right? If you're at the Antarctic Circle, at the rim of the flat Earth, how could the sun be reflecting back from south, the southern hemisphere? if that's an actual phenomenon and what we see being observed by different journalists, videographers, independent videographers that have witnessed this, if they're not hoaxes, then what are we? How do we explain this phenomenon?
So like what you're saying is like if you look towards the center of Antarctica, the quote unquote the center of Antarctica, and you see the sun beyond that center, it should be behind you, right? Is what you're saying, because the sun doesn't travel past.
Exactly. The sun should be north always at the Antarctic Circle, always. And that's not what we see apparently. There seems to be something right now that's unresolved. Not gonna like there are still mysteries to this realm that at least as a real earther, I'm not gonna make claims that I know exactly how everything works, and that's okay with me, right? And this is one of those things where not only do you have a 24-hour sun, right, or midnight sun in Antarctica, you also have this other thing where you have the sun that seems to be projecting from the southern hemisphere, which it shouldn't be doing that.
You know, when I was first getting into flat earth, I was actually like in the middle of studying like rocks and crystals and stuff. And the more I studied that, the more it became obvious when I looked at the skies that the skies seem to act in just the same ways. And so to me, it's like there's like slabs of like air layers, like the same way that crystals are. And like there's just one sun, but it can refract and basically look like it's at a different place than what it really is. It's like if you were. It's almost like if you were underwater, seeing the sun pass over. Like it's not exactly in the water, right? But you can still see it in the water. The sun, I think, is not quite in our atmosphere, but it looks like it.
So to go back to July 4th, right? If it's true what you're saying, I would say that theoretically it could be possible that at the summer solstice, not July 4th, but June 21st, that's where the sun is the farthest from the earth, even though it might seem like it's at the equatorial line, right? At 0 degrees. It could also maybe be arcing through the firmament. So that at that point, at the center, ironically, it's also the farthest away because it's at the peak of the arc. And then at the rim, it comes down and gets closer, like at the winter solstice. It could actually be closer to the earth.
Man, I mean, I like the sun and everything, but I'm not gonna worship the fucking thing. You feel me?
It's worth knowing how it works, though, because it's the clock.
Yeah, I know. Saw like one of those Antarctic sun videos, and I was like, that just looks like maybe a full moon. Like for a little bit of it. I don't know. Is that possible? It overlaps. Just a regular day, and then like a tremendous moon.
You know, I had to correct myself. I said at the equator, and I just thought about it. It wouldn't be at the equator; it'd be at the North Pole, where the arc would be the highest, right? If there's a dome, if there's a firmament and there's a dome, and the sun's in the dome in the firmament, arcing but projecting itself on a plane below it, where it's leveled, but it's actually trapped because the scriptures actually talk about two suns. It has two names in Enoch, which is it's beyond me, right? I don't claim to know. Like I said, I'm still trying to figure this stuff out. So there could be an actual sun in the firmament that's arcing throughout the year, right? But it only goes between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. So the closest it is to the North Pole would theoretically be where it's at its furthest away from the Earth. The actual sun that's in the firmament, not the projection.
Yeah. I think that's commonly accepted that that's when it's furthest away is at the North Pole.
All right then.
So what do y'all think about giants?
They're
They might be giants.
Yeah,
If there are, I think that they're very different than what we are, and maybe they interbred, maybe people are just tall. Maybe sometimes just really tall people, but they're hardly. I haven't seen too many like extremely tall, like 8-footer people like that actually can do shit. You know what I mean? Let alone like go build a giant megalithic structure. People
Yeah,
have these
those
guys.
giants. Yeah, those giants. They're not the boss of me now. I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
Oh,
man,
you
we
heard,
used ropes. We took them all down.
yeah, you heard about
Uh,
David.
So
He
so
knocked
if
that guy
if
out.
if this plane is more extensive than we think it is and it goes beyond the borders, then that means there's possibility of something a lot bigger that like its footprint as it walks, like, I mean, is like, what is one of these little areas or continents or like stepping stones to them? Like, who knows? Because we
I don't know,
can't
but there's
get out there.
I heard about this guy recently who claimed he had evidence of like giants, right? And then he was like live streaming it on his Facebook or his TikTok or whatever you kids use these days. And then he's got a video of like like, so it's a whole story, right? So then he's got these blacked out cars after, and then they pull him over. And he still has it on video, like, hey, we need to talk to you, Mr. So and so. And then a week later, he comes out and says, all right, it was all a lie. I was lying about it. And then another week goes by, and he goes, "It wasn't a lie. They just, or whatever." And now the guy's dead, and this all happened like 2 weeks ago. It's like maybe like he's not Spanish, but like a darker skin. He's probably like 35 years old.
Somebody told me that there are really enormous people, and they live sort of under the protection of our government underground. Maybe that's true. I don't know.
Well, like I said,
Yeah, like
P5
who do you think's
right?
who do you think's
Actually,
spinning the core?
somebody told
That's
me
why we
that
have
they're
earthquakes.
like in a
Yeah.
facility with a giant, like there were somebody that was. It's a facility, and they were janitor, and they went all the way down the elevator, like 14 floors under or something. And in that place, there was a bathroom, which was like just tremendously scaled. Like no one would have a urinal that size or anything like that, but all custom stuff for like very, very large people.
You
That's
know who
allegedly
does
what
not
happened.
have bathrooms? You know where they've never found a bathroom before? You might know the answer, right? They've never found
Castles.
in
Castles.
all the in all the castles, they've never found a bathroom. Even though even though the villagers and the people, they had bathrooms, they had plumbing. There's no plumbing, no
That's not
bathrooms in all these castles.
That's not true. I've actually I know a bit about castle structures and how they had poop chutes essentially, so they
Yeah,
didn't have like
outside.
toilets. Yeah, it would just fall down this
Yeah, those.
trap door and fall out to the moat.
That makes no
Yeah, so they
sense.
right. They have these ornate, like built-in tables or built-in everything else, organ windows, and they forgot to add the bathroom, so they just punched a hole in the wall and had a chute. Yeah.
Yeah,
And what?
that's logical.
No, it's not at all. Can you imagine the stench that would be created from shitting down a fucking shaft, having your logs knock against the walls and just like slide and fucking leave residue over months,
I
over
can.
years?
Well,
Absolutely.
how do you know he was a king? How do you know he was a king?
Well,
Because he
real
wasn't
quick,
covered in shit.
real quick, I want to,
Funny.
I want a clarification, right? Like we're saying bathrooms. So are you saying that you have studied that there's an actual bathroom or just a place
Well, they
somewhere?
called it a privy. It was essentially like a closet with a seat you could sit on and shit on. Yeah, and if you were a peasant, you just had a bucket and you would throw it out your window into the street. And once they actually created indoor plumbing or citywide plumbing, that's when like the plague and stuff like that really started decreasing.
Okay, the
Well,
idea
that's
that
what I
we
was.
were just throwing buckets of shit into the street is totally made up. That's like Disney fantasy.
No, it's not.
The
Yeah, it
existence,
is. Come on.
I'm going to finish my sentence. I know you don't like what I'm saying, but you're just going to have to wait your turn.
I'm
And
on your side.
no, I'm talking to Demon Stride. I don't need to be
Sorry.
interrupted while I'm in the middle of a sentence. The use of humanure and the cultivating of soil using human manure and human excrement has been dated back hundreds of thousands of years. We've been doing that we knew that our shit was nutrient dense and that you could put it at the base of fruit trees. What you could do is you could mix it with soil in a giant box for like 6 to 12 months. And by then all the harmful bacteria will have gone and it'll be rich soil that you can plant with. There was no dumping shit out of a window into the fucking street. That's insane.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was
So
a
what you're telling
commodity.
me is that all the peasants that were in the city, like they were all part of this a countrywide cultivation of soil? Like really?
Yes.
Agricultural cultures. Yeah, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, they had
Cool.
working plumbing and sewer systems, but not the castles. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
That's why I said, contrary to misconception, there was working plumbing, sewer systems for the peasants in their little homes alongside the castle.
I just want to add real quick.
Hero,
I just want to add real quick. You know, somebody brought up castles, right? Well, anybody here that's into Tartaria stuff, plumbing went a lot further back than we realized. Like, even if there was sections of history, and there was during the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, and stuff, where people had no regard for their excrement, and even today, there are cities that are polluted with human excrement. It's a problem. Because humans forgot the symbiosis that's involved. There was aqueducts, natural aqueducts. They knew how to tap into freshwater springs there was plumbing way back. The Mayans had plumbing, like the ancient Greeks had plumbing, Hebrews had plumbing. Everybody had plumbing for thousands of years. It was like a way of life. And then somewhere around the 1400s, and maybe I don't know, maybe the 8th century, I don't know,
Yeah, but
somewhere along the line, people forgot about aqueducts, and there was a period where all you had were like these outhouses where they were like shit into a hole, or
Yeah,
they were like shitting out the castle window. Dude, that's
dude.
barbaric.
But dude, don't drink the water in Mexico.
I didn't hear you. Broke up. What?
He said he can't even drink water in Mexico. Isn't that a little barbaric, what you say?
Why can't he drink water in Mexico?
Montezuma's Revenge. You never heard of?
Yeah, I mean, it's just saying that there's countries in the world that have issues with getting clean drinking water doesn't mean that we were good at doing it before then. A lot of the issues with fresh drinking water have to do with the way that we transport it through pipes, purify it, and I've heard this. Okay, so a lot of people think, "Oh, I went to Mexico and I drank some water and I got sick." No, that's not what happened. You had fucking ice in your drink. Ice machines are never fucking cleaned, ever,
No, that's
ever.
true.
Okay,
This was the same for the States. Yeah.
you go to a hotel and you're all fucking wasted and you're in the hotel room and you got to puke and you can't make it. Where are you gonna puke? You're gonna puke in the fucking ice bucket. You know.
Well,
I've
that's
never.
if I even get to it.
Yeah, dude. I've never seen anyone clean out an ice machine, and I've worked in a few jobs where they had one.
You know, I have an ice machine and I clean it, and it's disgusting. Absolutely, it really is disgusting. You can taste it in the ice cubes, and you're like, oh shit, I got to clean this out. But yeah, I mean, to put forth the idea that, like, you've heard the saying before, like, oh shit, I forgot to go to the bathroom before I left. Like this, apparently, this whole like city forgot to go to the forgot to build forgot that they have to go to the bathroom eventually. They just forgot they have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so when was plumbing invented, in your opinion?
Like the second that a human was created, he's like, "Oh man, I got this plumbing system in
I gotta
me."
put this somewhere. He just understood how water pressure works and the water table and where your sewage should go. All that. That's crazy.
I mean,
like down
let's
a
look
hill.
at the Roman aqueducts. Okay, we know that they knew how to pump water using various techniques to get to the entire city and how to get water out of an area. Okay, if
Yeah, it's impressive.
if you're telling me that you think they figured that out, but they couldn't figure out plumbing, I don't know what to tell you.
What's
Dude,
crazy
they
is
had
like
fountains and
you're acknowledging that at one point they didn't have it and then they made it. So either plumbing was created with humanity, or at one point they had to think of that idea and then enact on it.
Well, I guess it depends on where you think technology comes from.
I guess that would be the debate.
Yeah, I believe technology was brought to us by fallen angels, as it says in the Book of Enoch.
That's cool. Is this
Yeah,
is the
Does
book of
any,
Enoch
does
the
anyone?
evidence?
Platypus. Yo.
Some
You were-
people
you
do
were-
believe that. They believe that humans started off like that. Some of these temples, these ancient temples, some people believe. I'm not saying I believe it, but some people believe that temple predates was made for humans, right? Like and given to them as, hey, this is how you work. This is how you work and how you'll be okay. Yeah.
There was a couple people trying to all speak at once. If you guys want, you can just type you can at me in the chat and type 1, and we can start a list if the topic's super hot and there's a lot of people that want
I
to
got
say
next.
stuff.
You
Yeah,
can't just say next. I was already had it in my head.
All right, go ahead.
No,
But
it's
yeah,
all right. You're
there's
always next, no time.
everybody's gonna get their piece. Everybody's gonna get to say what they want. So
I just wanted to remark about the hue manure. And there's also a way to do it where you basically create an outhouse and you like let it go for one season, and then you plant a tree there, and then that's the deal. And you just move the outhouse. You just keep doing that.
I lived with a shit bucket for well over a year, and it was the best bathroom time I've ever had.
I agree with you.
Like my
I've
bathroom.
also done that for a year.
Yeah. I just had like a shower curtain just like in front of my thing. So like if there was nobody around, I would just leave the shower curtain open, smoke a cigarette, looking at the beautiful fucking wood, like the forest line, watching all the animals. It was pretty awesome. And yeah, I had to empty the bucket once a week. I just walk, 500 meters out into the woods, find a nice tree, not near any water sources, dump it. And it the way you do it is like we ran a lumber mill for part of the farm, where we're constantly cutting down trees and cutting them down into boards and stuff. And so we had plenty of sawdust,
Yeah, that's the deal.
But why
And so
didn't
it's
you
just
just do plumbing? Why didn't you just have plumbing for out there? I mean, why
Because you
would
can
you
make the
barbarically
soil.
shit in a bucket and then dump it out away from your dwelling? That's
Do you know how
barbaric.
much water you're using every time you flush a toilet?
dude, you don't
That is plumbing. What are you talking about?
you don't
Well,
need
I
to you
claim
don't
that
need to
that's
yell.
yeah.
It's all
Am
good.
I yelling? My bad.
It's all good. I
Yeah,
can explain to you why we didn't use plumbing. Because we did have plumbing for some of our humanure systems. Like for the big house, we absolutely had plumbing that led to a giant bucket that we could take to other places. Like it would take it out of the house to a reservoir in the back where also all of our gray water went. But for my bathroom that I built, I had like certain crops that I was looking after and certain trees that I was looking after, and it was easier for me to strategically take a 5-gallon bucket and place my excrement rather than just having to deal with like a 52-gallon trash can or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So it was just easier for them to do the same method in castles back in the day.
Because there was one person in a castle. Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah,
the
dude,
idea.
I was living in a shack that was 15 by 11 feet. Okay. It was essentially a fucking tool shed. I had everything in there. Like I was just one person. I didn't share that bathroom with anyone. I would assume that a castle, like for the big house, there was 3 people living in there. Or sorry, 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children. And the amount of excrement that was produced by those 4 bodies was enough to be like, yeah, we need a better system, one that actually takes it out. Otherwise, you're just going to be emptying buckets like once a day, and that's not.
And this is in your ideal situation, Demon Stride, where they literally had a farm that used human excrement to grow crop. So this is like, yeah.
I would stay
So
away
when
from
the
that.
point was
Personally, I
made,
would stay away from that. Hold on, real
when
quick.
the
I would
point
stay
was
away
made,
from using human waste to grow crops. Don't do
well,
that. Anybody tells you to use human waste, don't do that. I know it might sound good, but
I've been there.
humans
I've been
actually
there.
contain
But
a lot of pathogens, a lot of
if you don't
viruses.
understand how human is made, then
Everybody, guys, one at a time, please. Look, sorry. Lion of Yah was in the middle of speaking. When he's done, one person can respond. Please, Lion, go ahead and continue.
Shotgun.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so you have people here saying that you can use human waste. I don't recommend that. All right, I already made that clear. Next topic. Okay, husbandry, right? The idea of cultivating the land and using manure, it is a good idea. But when you have human densities, metropolises like you had in the Mayan times or the Roman houses, right? You have to understand that that level of population needs a certain there's a strategic way to handle human waste. You don't want it in your yard. I don't care what anybody says. You don't want human waste in your yard. Yeah, you can mix it in with the tomatoes, but don't do that, man. There's more hygienic ways, and maybe it's my bias, but scripturally, you can defile yourself from any type of waste, less human waste. You don't know what most people eat and stuff like that, unless you're eating clean. And even then, like, our waste is nasty. Is people take medication and that shit gets, from what I understand, it can circulate through the filtration at the water
Lion,
plant.
I gotta
Yeah.
directly answer, because I'm the one that said use human manure, and I need
Alright.
to be very specific. So when I was on ivermectin, which is a parasiticide and a boticide, because I was dealing with an issue, and we were also in the middle of the pandemic, I stopped pouring my waste into a place where it would get into the soil. I would literally bag it up and put it in a trash can that would go off the farm. We didn't allow people to come on the farm that were on SSRIs or any type of prescription medication. And the way we handled, so if I'm just dropping a single 5-gallon bucket, I'm walking 500 meters out into the woods where I'm not growing anything that I'm going to eat, and I'm putting it at the base of an oak tree or at the base of an ash tree or something, right? The human manure that we used for fruit trees and crops that we would eat, we would let it sit for an entire year, and we would use an excavator to turn in more soil and hay and straw and other types of organic material, so that those pathogens that you're talking about would be destroyed by the natural biome. We would not just go directly to because you're right. There's cases in China where they call it night soil out there, and people have gotten really fucking sick. So you're right, but yeah.
It's just the process.
Yeah, people need to learn to handle their shit, man.
Yeah, there's a book on. Yeah, there's a book on it. You wait a whole year. You know what I mean? You let the environment. You let the rain wash it off. You let the sun hit it. You mix it up with a bunch of fibers stuff to absorb it, and then it's usable for some things. It's, I guess, your choice what to do with it after.
I don't think Matt Damon waited a year, Snacks. Just say.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand that. Why the? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go.
The reason that we're talking about this is because the point brought up was that they never found bathrooms in a castle, right? And I was like, well, no, technically they have these. And then the argument was that we've known how to do plumbing since the dawn of man. So I guess I don't know why it was brought. Like, what point was trying to be made that, well, if we knew how to do plumbing, then why didn't we find them in castles? Like, what was the point trying to get to?
Why? Well, I mean, maybe you can answer. Why wouldn't you build bathrooms into a place that's large enough to house 1,000 people? I mean, I've seen the movies, like the princess walks down the hallway, right, and she's like, giggling, and there, you're not allowed to, so there's a lot of people in the court, and there's this guy juggling stuff. Like, there's lots of people, and they all have to eventually go to the bathroom, like probably like every 4 hours or so. They gotta like, I gotta go, right? Like, where did they go? In the rose garden?
Your question you're asking me is, why didn't people install plumbing into castles when they were building them? The answer is they didn't have indoor plumbing yet. Otherwise, they would have.
They know how like plumbing works, right? Because
No,
the
they
villagers had it. They had it
No, they
around the
didn't.
villages. Yeah, you could tap
No,
into
they
the well.
didn't.
You could pump it into your house. Yeah,
No,
you could do
they
the same.
didn't.
Oh.
Hey,
No, they didn't.
Demon Strider, you're yelling, no, they didn't, while somebody else is talking. Do you realize that?
I'm not yelling it.
Okay, well, you're speaking over somebody, so
I
please
definitely was.
don't do that.
Okay, well, you're wrong factually when you try and say that they had plumbing in the village. You know, how about just citations? Maybe you could show me where you learned that thing.
when do you think plumbing was invented? Let's start there.
Okay, I don't know the actual answer to that, but I would first tell you by looking it up and then maybe doing a little extra research. Be like, well, was this the first time it was created here? Did it come up anywhere else in the world? I'm not just going to assume that I know.
I would say
Well,
that
I thought you had an idea the way
I'll
you're
put out
passionately debating.
the
No, it's
earliest
definitely
plumbing.
before. Yeah, go
The
ahead.
earliest plumbing that I think we have historical record for goes back around 4000 BC.
Yeah, yep. That's
I agree.
interesting. What kind of plumbing was it? Like with the
I mean,
toilet?
They
Sink?
had tapped into. They actually tapped. They rerouted waterways, natural waterways like lakes and
Oh,
ponds, and
yeah.
they tapped into the water level. Tapped into fresh springs. They had the technology to do that, and they actually routed. So they had aqueducts, and they actually routed their ceramic pipes, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine
I don't
imagine a
disagree.
Mesopotamian city with ancient bathhouses and even jacuzzis of sorts, right? Literally, and like
Yeah, I don't
it was
disagree with that.
beautiful, bro.
I
I mean,
don't disagree with that. Yeah.
here's one citation. Like I just googled it in like 2 seconds. It says the Minoans who originated from the island of Crete were somewhat influenced in ancient Greeks and enjoyed a heyday from around 2700 to 1450 BCE. They are cited as being the first civilization to use underground plumbing for washing and using the bathroom.
Interesting.
So yeah, that kind of. I mean, I'm just the plumbing for the bathroom.
Yeah, so I guess the question is invalid when you say, why didn't they install it in the castle? Just show me that they had plumbing at the time that any of these castles was being built.
I thought I just
we
did.
have
No, you
evidence.
said some ancient culture. What was the name of them? Some M letter? Were they in the same area?
Yeah.
Mesopotamian.
Yes. Okay.
Mesopotamian.
So how many Mesopotamian castles have indoor plumbing?
So what they would do is they used clay pipes, and then they eventually upgraded to copper. And I don't know if you've ever seen like metal that just gets super old and rusted and destroyed over like about 100 years. So like there was an old trash dump site on the farm I worked on where there's like an old Model T Ford and stuff, and it was pretty much completely deteriorated, like almost completely gone, but you could still make out that this used to be a really old car. So the idea that like, some of these stone structures still exist, but where's their plumbing? It's like, well, if they were using clay and they were using copper, a lot of these materials have disintegrated over time. The original structure is going to be still standing, but the plumbing stuff is going to be gone.
Yeah, from comacschool.com or .org, the Sumerians even had plumbing. Clay pipes were buried underground, carried their waste away. Sumerians.
Well, so why aren't there any of these eroded metal pipes inside these castles where they had plumbing? Like the question, why didn't they put plumbing in it? Is answered because they didn't have the technology yet.
I emphasized Sumerians. I should have emphasized clay. Clay pipes were buried underground and carried the waste away. Clay.
So I would just say that you are misunderstanding what castles are.
Okay. All right. Sure thing. Show me a castle with a bathroom in it then. I guess what's the point of asking why aren't there bathrooms in castles? That question hasn't been answered. Why
because they're not places that people lived. They were used for something else.
Okay. All right. I guess I missed that point. So castles didn't house anyone. That's interesting.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of movies where like the princess lives in the castle and she lives there with the king and the queen, and that's where the king and queen live. And that's not true. Castles were used. I personally believe that they had multiple uses. One of them was utilizing like harmonics and like resonance frequencies. You can kind of see evidence in this based on the acoustics of some of these like massive structures and just how they were used. And if you can imagine like a group of people that are all spiritually aligned and then going in and singing, there's also some evidence that like you can heal through frequency. So that's what I think these places were. I'm not necessarily saying they were all places of worship, because they definitely had defensible features, like
and there's also
used for war and stuff.
Like there's history like pertaining to it. Like it's not just like there's no literature involving castles. Like you do realize that, right? Like people could write at the same time they were building these things, and in fact, they did. Like, our history about castles isn't just like an archaeological history.
Well, I hear a lot of the term like fortify the castle, like in these like fortify the castle, right? You know, and to say like the guy said a second ago, well, that's a story that kings and queens and princesses lived in castles. It may be a true story. They may have lived there, right? But the point is, they didn't build it with bathrooms and plumbing when plumbing and bathrooms already existed. It doesn't mean to say that a princess couldn't live in the biggest building, like
So
in the town.
Chinese invented gunpowder. Does that
But they
mean the rest of the world had access to gunpowder?
Yeah, so when they say fortify the castle, it doesn't sound like they said
Oh,
build
I
the
must be
castle from
muted.
scratch. Right, I'm staying on topic and you're going to guns, I don't know. But like
Oh, no,
when they
I'm directly making an analogy. Just because there was a form of plumbing somewhere in the world doesn't mean that everybody had access to that technology.
well, you're right. You're right. Everywhere in the world except for castles. Yeah, so they were the last to get it, right? So everybody
I
else
mean,
had it except
that's a bold statement right there. Do you have any other citations other than like Mesopotamian used
the
clay? Like maybe try and find something surrounding like the time that they were using castles.
Right, so in 3000 BC, the Romans were the first to build elaborate systems that could transport water in and out of the cities. I mean, it's just a quick Google search, right? And then, right, but you're saying, how did everybody? So the question is, yeah, that is like an interesting question, not definitive, but an interesting question is, how did the whole rest of the world realize that they had to at some point go to the bathroom, and that it doesn't smell or taste good? Like they tried all sorts of things, like it doesn't taste good, doesn't smell good, doesn't even feel that good, right? I mean, some
Good
people think
point.
it feels good, they pay extra for that, but.
Good point.
But
What kind of plumbing
uh,
did the Native Americans have? Because they were around the same time too. They also had to use the bathroom. What was their plumbing system?
I'd have to ask the destroyed Native American people uh, how they were going to the bathroom before they were destroyed so viciously. But
Jesus Christ. That's pretty dishonest that you actually did that right there. Like you do realize there's no like documentation of Native Americans having plumbing that I'm aware of, unless you've got some. But I mean that fact right there, you're just gonna hand wave, I guess.
yeah, well, I mean, yeah. So, but so you're asking the question like in general, like, and I am too. I'm asking the question honestly too, like, how did everybody have bathrooms, right, and plumbing? And we know that's just like an innate, like a natural thing, right? So it's not like disguised in any way. You have to go to the bathroom. You don't just pee in your bed and then just stay with your wife, right? We know we got to go somewhere. And we want to get back to bed real quick, right? Like,
Even
like
sitting on a
this,
toilet, not to.
Look at the Native Americans, okay, or the native Aboriginal Australians or wherever. They didn't probably live intensively. All right, they lived in their little communities, not many people, and they could wander away from the camp and shit in a hole, basically. Whereas where you've got intensive living like cities, where you've got 100,000, 300,000 people, that's when you need plumbing. Not if you're living with 60 other people out in the middle of nowhere. You can just wander away and dig a hole, or have an area where people go and dig a hole and do a shit. So you don't. Native
Precisely.
Americans didn't need a plumbing system, brother.
This is all cracking me up. I was just
And
thinking
resets.
when I go camping, what do I do when I go camping? I pitch a tent, I'm living, I'm chilling, and my wife and I will just like wander off, and there's a rock, lift up a rock, dump it under the rock, set the rock. I mean, I hear you though. When there's a big city, what they do, I'd have to research it, but this is a hilarious conversation.
yeah, because like even your wife and you seem to like innately know. Like it seems like even like an animal. Like my dog knows. Like he goes to the corner. Like it's not a thing that you want in your face. He goes to a corner, he sniffs around, he walks in 5 circles, right? Like you don't want to put that. You don't want to shit where you eat, man. I don't know, like what, like a
Nobody's
system is
arguing.
carrying it
Nobody's
away.
arguing the opposite. Nobody's arguing saying we want to sit where we eat. So stop making that weird argument.
Can you imagine early London, right, where there's 200,000 people all living fairly intensively, in the 1500s or 1600s, and they're all throwing a bucket of shit out of their window every day? Can you imagine 200,000 people throwing a bucket of shit out of their window every day? You'd be knee deep in shit after a week. Like you literally would not be able to live in that city. So as Platypus pointed out, that fairy tale that's been invented for us to gag on, it has to be nothing but a fairy tale, surely.
Okay, but there's other. How many accounts of it do we have to dismiss before you're like, oh well, maybe it's not a fairy tale because it's not just in stories that it's told. There's historical accounts of this. So I mean, you
Of
could
what?
dismiss all of them of the way feces was an excrement was discarded in the early plumbing systems.
When did they
And you can just
incinerate it?
research it. You can disregard it all you want, man. But I mean, you can just also Google it too.
You're really fighting for this shit.
Definitely an end of this shit.
When
Sorry
did
if
they?
I'm,
When did they?
I'm at work. It's just hard for me to speak. You know, I'm not trying to yell, guys.
But yeah, to think somebody can't live in that castle, right? Like Princess King, right? But at some point they're holding that meeting that I read about, right? And they got all these people there. There's like 2,000-3,000 people there. And they're eating all these luxurious food, like greasy chicken. I see him eating it with the king grabs this all dark meat, right? That's the best part too. I don't like white. I like the dark too. But they just grabbing it, all this greasy food. They're eating it, and then the king's like, "Listen, guys," he claps his hands together. I really appreciate you coming. There's no bathrooms.
Right. So you think that the dining halls and all that all of that's fake. The interior structure of castles is lied about.
There's just no bathrooms. They're just gonna have to make do.
Right. So they built this acoustic structure so that they could sing and heal
Gotta
people, but they
make
also
do do.
built dining rooms and kitchens and dungeons.
Have you been to a castle before?
No, I've not.
Okay.
Have
You
you?
just seen television shows, it seems like.
Oh, it's just so you know the source that I gather my data from. Interesting. You're assuming that it's just for movies. Interesting. Why
I
would you
think
think that?
from me.
What?
I
I
think you're
said
talking about
you
me.
seem as though you're talking just solely based on movies. I didn't say that that's your source. Why? Dude, why are you so combative? Like, we had a chill conversation about like farming and stuff, and then you literally turned it into a shitty conversation. No offense.
No, here's the thing: is I disagreed with the consensus, so I'm obviously a pariah.
What was the consensus
We're
that
here.
you were
Hold on.
disagreeing with?
Listen, we're here disagreeing with the consensus on a lot of things, so don't try to switch it around now, partner.
Yeah, what was the
It's because I
consensus you
didn't agree with you
disagreed with?
guys. That you're like, you know what? We have to silence him, make him like.
What was the
stupid.
disagreement? What was the claim put forth that you disagreed with?
The claim put forth that at the time castles were made, they just didn't put bathrooms in them because castles weren't used for people. Also, that they had plumbing at the time those castles were being built. Now, I guess there's a time frame here because castles were being built for a really long time. You might find near maybe the last construction of a castle that there was actually plumbing, being technology being introduced into the world in various parts. But they stopped building castles, so.
Listen, I'm going to steal, man.
Depends on the depends on the castle. Depends on the time in which it was built. There's some that had what can only be best described as poop chutes, right? Where you
That's
just
what I
kind of
said,
like
yeah.
poop
Little
down a little
chamber
pipe.
pots, little chamber
All
pots, and all that. I want to
kinds
know.
of different
That's what I
stuff.
said, and it was
Chamber
incredulous
pot.
that I said that.
Who saw kings and queens eat red dark meat chicken and it was greasy? Who said they saw that?
I saw that. That's what I said. I think it was me talking about the movies, not Demon Stride.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to add that it would be in the realm of possibility that there was a reset of some sort and that human beings, for whatever reason, inherited some of these castles later on, centuries later, and they just didn't have access. There wasn't adequate plumbing. It was run down, dystopian, right? And maybe they did shit and they didn't have plumbing, but it was because of a level of degradation that for whatever a few centuries, human beings were just like the dark ages.
Well,
Just shit out of luck, man.
By the
Really.
way, if you guys are ever in the like west of Germany, northwest, like the Mosel region, there's a really cool castle in a town called Bochum, and it's a really cool town. Awesome to go see. The castle is really cool. Highly recommended it if you're in like the northwestern region of Germany.
What do you think they use the castle for?
France has some cool stuff too. If you guys can find some cool places out in France and some castles to go to, it's not very expensive if you can afford to go there. You can afford to go see a castle or two. Shit's really beautiful out there.
This shit
I've
is
got
awesome.
four castles within 10 minutes of me if anyone wants me to take any photos internally.
Awesome.
Any research.
Where do they
Yeah, I think
shit?
I am going to go visit some.
I'm going to find out where they used to shit.
They're in America, which is pretty cool. Like, you know, right? That doesn't make much sense, but they're in America, and you can just go check them out. But in Demon Stride, you could take this approach, right? Next time somebody gives you a bunch of shit about this, right? You could say you think it's a fucking coincidence that all of these castles were built on cliffs right next to water. Obviously, they had this in mind. This is where they piss off into the cliff, and that's their bathroom right there.
But they don't only build them on cliffs. What are you talking about?
Well, now you just debunked yourself. I can't help you.
The
My claim
history
was
of shit is so. Sorry, the history of shit is very like it's very interesting. Like I never knew the history of shit went back so far.
Oh man, wait until you look up the word fuck.
Well, it's fornication under consent of the king, no?
There we go. Here we go.
Check that link that I
FPC
posted. It's pretty in depth on medieval toiletry.
Bowletry?
No, toiletry. That's made up the word.
Oh.
Alrighty.
All right. Oh, hey, I just wanna I thought of something as far as like I don't know, this is kind of a change in direction and talking about um the South Pole and travel along the Atlantic. And the way the Atlantic Treaty, or the way you would have to actually get approved to go across, is to have a self-contained suit, like a spacesuit, which also took care of your waist, gave you your own system, and kept you warm. Like, I don't see any other way they can stipulate all these things against you trying to go across the Antarctic. So
That's a
you
good
would
point.
need basically like a spacesuit.
Yeah, you need a spacesuit that can like take poop as well.
No, they usually send you with a poop bag to store all your waste in.
Nope, I got it right here. Yeah, they send a bag. Hang on. So the first moon missions, we left 96 bags of poop, pee, and trash up there. Hang on, I got a link.
They left bags of pee on the moon. Those fucking fuckers.
Yeah, well, that's what they claimed. Hang on.
You can't take a piss in Antarctica, but they're leaving bags of shit and piss on the moon. What the hell?
Oh, come on.
No,
You're
in
just
Antarctica,
paranoid.
in Antarctica, it is a protected ecosystem. Much like when you go to any other national park, you're not supposed to piss and shit wherever you fucking want.
Protected ecosystem. Such an intricate ecosystem of what? What
Check the live
flora
stream.
and fauna, other than the peninsula there, where you get some seals and some penguins.
What's going on? Is
flora
this
and
shit show
fauna?
Thursday or something?
Yeah, it is just Show Thursday.
Shit show.
Demon Strike came back to make it Shit Show Thursday.
I mean, I can
Cosmic
leave
Golf
if you
Ball.
guys want an echo chamber.
Cosmic
Dude, why
Golf
do you
Balls,
guys
96
always
bags of
say that? We literally just had disagreements about a plethora of other topics. Okay,
It's
amongst people that may agree upon whatever you want to say the Earth is, but you guys, anytime we're like, stop just making the conversation weird and argumentative. Like, we had a conversation where people had disagreements, but they weren't like viciously attacking the other person, just on topics like farming and things like that, right? But then you guys come in here and have to make it a fucking argument, like fight to the death or whatever. And then when we say, bro, you're just making the conversation weird and horrible, then you're like, okay, fine, then have your echo chamber. Have your
What, did
echo
I make the
chamber
conversation
then.
horrible? Really? Was it
Dude,
that
you're
bad?
just like, you're
Yeah,
trying to get
'cause
people set up into like, well, that I'm against that claim. Where's your proof for plumbing within castles and blah blah blah? It's like, bro, just
No,
chill
I
out.
just disagreed.
Fucking
I
conversation.
disagreed. Somebody else disagreed. Either I
Like,
go
let's be
right.
like, Can we make it light real quick? I want to read just a couple paragraphs, please, about this poop. It'll get a laugh on both sides, and then I'll be done. All right. So, but the Apollo missions were responsible for leaving the largest chunk of estimated 400,000 pounds of detritus left behind on the moon, a graveyard of spacecraft parts and symbolic items that was never supposed to be left undisturbed for so long. If current schedules hold, astronauts may stumble upon the remains as soon as 2024. Here's what they might find: 96 bags of poop and other human waste. When it came to defecating on or en route to the moon, astronauts had to rely on a pretty simple process: a bag taped to their bottoms. If all went well, that is, if the feces all ended up in the bag and not floating in the Apollo craft as sometimes happened, the waste would then be left on the moon as one of many things discarded on the lunar surface to reduce the weight inside the spacecraft when it headed back to Earth. Thank you.
Are you the one that said you didn't want an echo chamber?
Not me, no.
Okay. Because I was wondering who said that, because all
I said that.
Yeah, all we
Demon
ever
Friend.
hear is what NASA. All you're doing is echoing what the official story is, which we already
what
know
are
and
you
have heard
echoing?
and
You
grew
think
up
that's
with.
what an echo chamber is?
And what original thoughts are you bringing to the table, Fuzzy?
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Like,
No, not at all. What original thoughts do you have?
The
that
thing
hasn't
is, you
been
guys,
repeated
hold
by
on for a
any
second.
other
Hold
people
on.
here?
Just real quick on the I was just going to say, there's a difference between a debate where people can very much disagree, and I'm talking about a debate where there's different ideas being brought to the table. There's not this sort of nasty, bickering, condescending ego stuff, but it's actually like a debate. Like the actual information is being exchanged. There's intelligence. There's respect. There's mutual respect. There's, no one's trying to put anyone else down, but there actually is a mutual intellectual exchange. That would be like a higher octave level where you can still have absolute disagreements. It has nothing to do with any echo chambers. I'm just saying there's a difference between that and some of these other type vibes that can be gone into, where there's the other stuff, the bickering, fighting, condescending, snickering, laughing, ridicule, all that stuff, which generally makes both people in a more unpleasant state. The intellectual information is usually not able to be exchanged as clearly because there's ego involved. And it's same with me. I have times where my ego gets activated too. I'm not just trying to call out other people or anything like that. I'm just saying in general. And then when people get more defensive and there's more of that kind of, dumpster fire kind of energy. So I'm just pointing out that like there is a difference between those. So you can have disagreements and you can also have a very high level of type of intellectual exchange where people can still learn and grow and still have differing information versus the more kind of just bickering, fighting, which is generally unpleasant for a lot of people, to listen to.
Absolutely. I feel like my points were valid.
It's like the difference between like if your parents are fighting, it's like there's a difference between your parents like, trying to talk it out, figure things out while being respectful versus, fuck you, you're ugly, you're terrible, whatever, all that stuff, where it's just like, the kids sit in the corner like, oh, this is awkward. My parents are just, bickering and, being
Absolutely. Like the claim that I made it weird was like kind of that thing, like, oh, I thought I was just, having a conversation that I disagreed with the points being put forth. And if disagree, that's why I said I can leave and there could be an echo chamber, because I enjoy when we can have a discourse where there's a disagreement, because you're right. I don't, I got a ego, whatever, but I try and keep it respectful and not ad hominem anyone.
Well, yeah, and it can be a fine line because people with their, there can be, it gets heated and then we can get taken away in emotion and trying to, defend our position, assert the truth. If someone feels like another person is putting a deception out there, then the feeling of wanting to defend the truth and all of that, so yeah, it can get.
Real quick, what happens if, like you said you were listing off the insults and stuff? What if I am ugly? What do we do about that? Because I'm I'm not the prettiest. So like if someone calls me ugly, I can't get mad. You know what I'm saying?
You could try washing your face in your own urine, but apparently it's good for external and internal impressions.
Because ugly is a subjective term, and nobody can be objectively ugly. So to claim somebody's ugly is an ad.
I know he was trying to be funny, and I was trying to make it funnier, but I really failed.
And this guy
So
just wants to argue. Like you're ugly. Just let it be. He's ugly. Demon Stride.
It's a little bit
beautiful soul, man.
And by the way, just to make a comment on the, because you were saying, I mean, I wasn't listening the whole time. I was in and out. So I don't know what happened, but I heard parts of it. And I was just going to say that it sounded like, well,
I may have agitated the situation.
Well, I'm just saying it sounded like there was maybe some moderation happening for the more like bickering, fighting vibes that may have been happening to some degree. And then the response was, oh, you just want an echo chamber. I'm just saying those are different things as well. Like if there's moderators moderating to have it not be a shit show, that's different than just like when I think of an echo chamber, I think of an environment where people are trying to share their ideas and they're just getting muted and banned because people don't agree with their ideas. That would be the vibe of an echo chamber where it's like, we don't agree with you. We don't agree with you. You're banned. You're muted. You're banned. You're muted. And all I can say on this platform, we do not do that at all. We do moderate. We moderate for conduct. Like if someone's doing ad homs, whatever, we do that. But we don't just sit here and say, oh, I don't like your ideas. You're muted. So to make that claim about this platform would just be 1,000% false.
No, the reason I said is because today and I think 2 days ago when I was in here, somebody said specifically, Demon Stride, stop talking, you're making it weird. And I guess that's fine. I'll stop talking, you know?
But it's just like your approach, right? To like overtalk people, to tell them like, no, you're wrong, blah, blah, blah. In a conversation that was so fluid for quite a few hours, you know what I'm saying? Like it kind of hurts the vibe. Just saying. Not every day does it need to be like us versus them kind of mentality. Seriously.
Right, but if something comes up that I disagree with, I'm generally going to be like, no, I don't agree with that. And then we'll have a conversation about it if people decide to also voice that they disagree. And whatever. I mean, the Discord is why we're on Discord.
Yeah, but so you're talking about castles, right? Somebody made the claim that maybe people didn't necessarily live in there, and if they did, there may have been very few people that actually like lived in there on a consistent basis, and they were probably using chamber pots or something like that. What would be incorrect about a statement like that?
I don't disagree with that. I agree that there was probably less people living in a castle that's portrayed in movies. You know, the guards probably didn't even have a room in the castle, you know?
I would say that a castle was probably never really even guarded unless there was some sort of outside threat that came to the community. And then I would see it, the way that I would envision it is villagers throughout the surrounding village would go into the castle, being let into the castle for fortification, being as it's a small community and they're all known. And that's where they seek refuge from possible invasion.
Oh shit, Napalm! You know what would be cool? What if the princess and the king and the queen lived amongst the people and they never lived in the castle, but only went there when there was an invasion? That's a pretty cool idea. Why would they live there?
There was probably places like that where they had, you know, that if you go like more ancient cultures before they were, you know, really, really big castles, you in like Africa and stuff. Yeah, you had kings and queens out there, and you know, they lived with the tribes people and everything. But we're talking like European castles. I think there's evidence to go towards, yeah, the king most likely lived in the castle, and it's like they had like the market. It's so weird to talk about this because we should nail down which castle we're talking about. Because if I just say castle, it's in general, you know. And then what are we actually thinking about? Everyone's got a different idea of what they have in their head of a castle.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how did that really cute princess who was a virgin even go to the bathroom with that metal chastity belt on? I don't like. How's it work?
Oh boy.
Well, the man with the 6 fingers, you know, he's got his ways. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Oof.
I'm just saying it was kind of a weird vibe to like basically say, no, you're wrong, but we don't have any real like solid evidence. It's a very general topic. Castles could have been built anywhere from BC time frame up through pre 1000, 1000 AD, 1100 AD. I mean, you're talking various different time frames.
Absolutely. So the blanket claim, just the blanket claim that we've always had indoor plumbing was also like, you know, that's just.
I don't know. Did anybody claim that we always had indoor? That like everybody always had indoor plumbing?
I think the disconnect here is that, bro, they keep pushing the date back for how advanced civilization was, right? The idea that plumbing wasn't invented till like the 1700s is freaking idiotic, bro.
Why is
Like
it
literally,
idiotic?
because there's advanced, building methods, bro. Megalithic structures. There's all kinds of masonry work, dude. That's ridiculous. And
Are there bathrooms inside the pyramid?
they had natural aqueducts, bro. They strategically built metropolises always near natural water sources, right? Like that was a common practice, bro. That in these pipes, if you're inheriting a castle or star fort, I'm sure you studied Tartaria and all these ancient star forts. There's a complexity to the defenses of each city, bro. It was ridiculous, right? We don't need that anymore because guns were invented. But even then, right? Back then, bro, people inherited these ancient structures, and then eventually, over the years, over the centuries, degradation started to set in, hedonism, right, and things started to degrade.
Right.
And
So the claim
people,
that
hold on, I'm almost done. And people, they reach a level of depravity where these pipes were ceramic, right? So there were clay pipes, a lot of them. Rarely you had copper, but they might have been a lot of copper. This stuff deteriorates. If the generation after us, for whatever reason, just they start shitting where they eat, and everybody starts doing it because the city plumbing, for whatever reason, broke down. You need people to fix it and rebuild that infrastructure. And for whatever reason, during the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, people stopped doing it, bro. And it's in the realm of possibility that they started shitting where they ate and in their backyards. Like that is a possibility.
right.
But
The
just to
problem
wrap
I
that
have with
conversation up, yeah,
right.
I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. Go ahead.
The only problem I have with so a couple points there. You presuppose that the Tartaria stuff is factual and that they inherited these castles. The second thing would be if there was plumbing that deteriorated, you should at least be able to see, like in the stonework where that pipe used to be. It's not working right now.
Sorry, you're there. We can hear you, bud. You're there. I just don't think anybody's responding currently.
Yeah, I just had to my earbud was going dead while I was talking, so I wasn't sure. But sometimes it disconnects and you gotta completely back out and shit.
Okay, so sometimes I yell when I'm in the car, and sometimes it sounds maybe like to some people, especially the uninitiated, that you might be yelling at them when perhaps you're not intending for that to happen. So yeah, that's something that's happening.
Oh yeah, I thought I addressed that earlier. Like I'm at work, so I'm like, for me even to speak, like I don't know, it's maybe I should just try and talk quieter. But next to this huge fucking machine, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
definitely
So,
part of it.
coupled with the fact that you're a serious individual, which is not a bad thing, some people might be like, "Yo, this is not the vibe for right now." And I totally get that. So both sides. I get both sides. I hope others do.
Yeah, when I ask a question, it's not like I'm like, oh, if you don't answer me, game over, I win, thanks for playing. I honestly would like, if that's what you believe, tell me. I'm not going to say you're stupid for saying something. I might
Right.
think an idea is stupid, but I don't ever think any person is stupid.
Well, that's good. And Napalm, I'm not calling you uninitiated. I think you had a 100% solid point as well. I just think that there's so many nuances to speaking with individuals over all kinds of different mic setups and all that shit. And you know all about that, Napalm. So I guess I'm just speaking more for those that might have seen that as like a dramatic exchange.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I probably came at Demon Stride a little
No,
bit
no,
there,
it's
but
cool.
I just sometimes it wears on me because I know that there's a lot of good people in these platforms that have a lot of information that I can learn from, and I love to hear them talk and things like that. But sometimes it just wears on me that we have non-constructed conversations for the sake of argument so often that it's like those little windows where we have time to just kind of freely express and share things, not necessarily that it's just one specific side doing it. I mean, I've done it with many people on the globe side, just talking about something that may be off topic from what you may think or believe the earth is, right? And there's so much good information out there to be able to gain from people that have so much knowledge that I might not have in a subject that I might be interested in, that sometimes that those conversations get stifled and stymied just because somebody wants to come in and be combative, and maybe I just misread your intention, Demon Stride, so I apologize if it did.
Yeah, my apologies. Apology accepted. Fist bump.
Hey, Paul. I was listening. It was a couple weeks ago, and there was a really lively conversation going really quick. It was hard to get in. You mentioned something about a sailor in one of those Southern Ocean races. Pointed out discrepancies in, I'd make the compass or whatever charts or something like that. But someone stepped on you while you were talking and you didn't get to finish. I always wondered what that information was that you had, or if you could relate that to me, because that's a really interesting subject.
Yeah, let me see if I can go find it. It's a French gentleman who did some videos on YouTube. I think he started to come into the topic of FE and thought back to many of the experiences that he had on the Southern Seas and is like, oh, this is why shit wasn't necessarily as copacetic as it was in the North, and really started laying some stuff out. So I'll see if I can find those videos for you, and I'll post them or link them to your DM.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Is that the guy on Taboo's videos, Taboo conspiracy videos?
Probably.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff, man.
Yeah, he goes totally into like his whole thing is about time zones and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, is that the same guy you're thinking of? Yeah.
Yep, that's the guy. I think the first one I saw from him was magnetic declination, and then just recently there was a time zone one put up.
Yeah, I'll have to try to find those. So it's probably on Taboo Conspiracy then. Okay, I'll look there.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
He's the one who even was talking about how the sunset comes to what's that word? Like the light goes away quick in the south. He even uses a funny word for it too.
So Barrel Rider, I just put one of those videos in there from Taboo Conspiracies YouTube. You could probably go on there and find others. I think there's one before or after that, but that's the gentleman that I was speaking about there.
I'll take a look at that, Napalm. Thanks.
We were talking so much about lightning earlier, and I'm literally like, I was outside starting to weed my garden a little bit, and I just had like 3 or 4 consecutive lightning strikes less than a mile from my house. I'm like, oh man, we're talking about Mel Gibson getting struck by lightning. This is an omen. I'm going to be on my yard and I'm going to get struck by lightning today.
So check it out. There's a guy who's getting nailed to a cross in a very gory depiction of the story of a guy who might be God. His initials are JC, Jim Caviezel, JC, Jesus Christ, and it's all just funny, isn't it?
Dude, the lightning storms have been insane here, huh, Napalm?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the Tampa Bay area, which like we're known for it for sure.
Yeah, I'm directly east of you on the other coast, dude, and it's insane over here too.
Yeah, it gets super bad. I mean, it's like it's no joke. Like back home, we used to think, oh, if there's a thunderstorm, I used to go out and play in the rain and stuff all the time in the Midwest. You know, it rained for a whole entire day straight or whatever. Dude, when shit rolls in around here, it's like, nope, taking cover.
Yeah, dude, even my cats go hiding.
Yeah, a storm rolled up like out of nowhere. Where I'm at, it's where the sea breeze meets the inland air, right? So you just have storms blow up out of nowhere, just over your head. And we had one pop up, and we're outside with the neighbors, kind of just like right on the driveway. One of the neighbors was walking his dog, and we were just having a conversation. And lightning struck, and it was almost like coming down towards us, but went diagonal and struck a neighbor's house. So it was literally like less than 50 yards from us. We're like, we're going inside. And also, a couple of my side jobs are dependent upon weather, which can be annoying, especially the ones where I train kids in football, and it's like, yeah, you can't have kids out on a field around here if there's lightning in the area.
It's scary, dude.
Way too dangerous.
So, like, is
Yeah,
it true that you just find a tree because the tree's grounded and you just stand next to the tree and you should be all right?
Yeah, find the biggest tree possible. Hug it too. You'll be okay.
Dude, sometimes I feel like the light and the sound from it are so close, like at the same exact time. I'm like, wow, that was right here. Right here.
Hey, does sound bounce off of gases? I don't know.
Maybe it's the ionosphere. I don't know.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Sound can travel through gases, like the air. It's like the bouncing of the gas molecules. So, like if you have like a solid, those molecules are closer together, densely packed, so it travels faster. Just imagine
Okay.
that the air has got a gap in between.
Anybody, y'all have heard that or seen that video of the lightning strike or doing something, or the clap of thunder in a not echo chamber, but oh god, it's a big like a big silo or a big like smokestack kind of echoey thing. Like it literally sounds like when you hear it and you hear it played back, that's literally thunder echoing off of a dome or some sort of container. It's crazy.
Is the correct word resonator?
Well, I'm wondering what the explanation for thunder is if it's not bouncing, if it's not acoustically traveling the way it exactly sounds like it is.
Yeah, it's traveling. It's just vibration. Sound will sound different depending on the material it's going through.
Well, so sound has to, so how the acoustic setup works is that for you to hear it, it has to be bouncing off multiple surfaces, at least one, if not more and more and more. That said, it's going to be very loud if it bounces off things, but it's not going to be so loud if it doesn't and it just dissipates into the distance. In fact, you won't have a return signal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever hear this
gotta
thing when
hit
they do? Did you ever hear when they do things in like those super soundproof rooms with all the triangles and shit coming off the wall?
Anechoic chamber. Yeah, I used to work with one. I used to do I'd have these audio auditions for reading audiobooks. I would go into their anechoic chamber to record them on my phone. It's fucking trippy.
Yeah, but does shit make sound though in those rooms? Can you hear sound?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can,
no,
but
it's
it made me sick for a second. I was like yelling and talking, and I was like, "This doesn't. I can't. This isn't. Is this right?"
Yeah, people say it's like sickening almost.
Yeah.
Consider
you
this.
could like
Consider this.
you could hear them.
Consider this, Jeremy, and is that Flatty Puss? Consider this. We already recognize this in the sense that we go into a hall of mirrors. So the light is bouncing off in a certain way and giving us massive distortions. And of course, as we come to flat Earth and beyond consideration, maybe we consider that everything is ultimately sound and a sort of an expression or an emanation of a core sort of vibration or frequency. But yes, that we can consider this, and we've already experienced it maybe as children. Our greater reckoning now in terms of these sound rooms and how the sound or the acoustics vibrate or reflect back. We already have it in our core realization, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm talking about in a hall of mirrors. Go ahead, yeah, the hall of mirrors. Excellent. That was a bit deep,
I guess.
yeah, sorry.
I was thinking, I guess in a room that has all this sound deadening material, that the sound is being picked up by microphones, and or if it's like a concert hall, the way it's designed is for the listener to receive the sound and not directly from the source of the sound.
Right. But the thing is, though, it's not about sound deadening. It's about sound reflecting. So if you have a surface that reflects a sound wave in a certain way that reflects it off another surface that diminishes that, then what will be sort of reverberated throughout will be much diminished. You know what I mean? Obviously, the material is appropriate, but the more core consideration is the angular nature of the surround itself. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about, just in case you didn't might maybe get what I was talking about. The hall of mirrors. You go into a hall of mirrors at the fair, and depending on which mirror you look at, a monstrous, obnoxious figure jumps out at you, but then you understand that you're in a hall of mirrors and that the contour of the mirror itself has reflected the light in a certain way to ultimately reflect the core source, but to just distort it so much to the point of unrecognition. Is that a word? Unrecognition?
Unrecognizability. So, or you could say unrenderable, maybe. Anyway, so the same thing about the mirrors. So, like, I had at my old apartments, there was an old school elevator that was real nice on the inside, and it had those mirrors that were facing each other, left, right, and then in front of you as you're walking in. Obviously not on the door, but you could look left to right and see infinity versions of what you were doing, and that's always fun to see.
Now, how do we equate that to reality, which is the ultimate question here? And let's make no bones about it, this late stage of consideration. This is all about the individual's reality. Our ultimate goal is to spread the truth to everyone, but we must first sort of come to recognize, well, the truth in as far as we can reckon it. Of course, we're beyond literal spinning ball earthers, but well, what is the true nature of our experience here, which we're all engaged in right now in this moment of interaction? And I think that's ultimately always the quest, you know what I'm saying? So how can we apply this knowledge to our greater picturing
Yeah,
of
with
our own reality?
With that infinity mirror, you can only see so many of you. I know they call it an infinity mirror, just to call it that, but
You
you can only see.
can actually do it.
So
If you
you
take
can
a
only see
one-way
so far, but I
mirror, you
wonder
can
how far
actually.
it goes. Sorry, I just was saying I wonder how far it really goes if it is infinity, right? How do we know? Go ahead.
I know, but there must be a point to where you can only see. It gets so small that you can't see it anymore. I'm wondering if you had a telescope, could you zoom in and see more?
Yeah.
Could you see more? Like, say you could see 17 of yourselves, and it got too small to where you couldn't see yourself anymore. And then you pull out a telescope. Are you going to see more of yourself?
Oh, I think
That
there's
sounds
actually
like
an
a fun
attenuation
experiment.
point.
That's fun, right? That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy.
one second. Yeah, 1 second. Let me respond to something here, Jeremy. I've said this, and I heard you over on Gem Panda is a great place to visit. That all flat earthers dip their toes in because you're in the midst of the den of iniquity. But Jeremy, I mentioned this many times before. And what do you reckon of this statement, especially to you, Jeremy? That with the greater the greater the telescope on Earth, actually the greater the microscope, because it's not as if they're looking into now this infinite empty backdrop and material bodies scattered throughout. But from my point of view, maybe a general flat earther's point of view, we're looking at an enclosed surface with not solid, so maybe reflections or just emanations or impressions of solidity moving around. But what do you reckon about this statement? It's that the greater the telescope, in actuality, the greater effect is, it's the greater the microscope. So you just have a greater ability to zoom in on something that's already fixed against a certain backdrop. What do you reckon about that statement?
I don't know what the hell you just said, Pete. But
Okay, I
microscopes and
know it was a
telescopes.
lot. I know it was a lot, but what do you
Microscopes and
reckon about?
telescopes.
Okay,
Hold
forget
on.
about gem pandas and everything. Okay, let me summate
Microscope.
it then. Let me
No,
summate
I
it.
got it. I got it.
Yeah.
Pete, I got it. I'm responding. Hold on, man. Microscopes and telescopes, they do the same thing, right? They just zoom in and let you see more of
Right.
what's there.
Right. So that's what I'm
That's why
saying.
this infinity mirror thing would be dope, to try to pull out a telescope and see, like, yo, can I see, instead of 17 of myself, can I see 25 of myself or whatever?
Well, it's like the never-ending story. Did you see that movie? There's a part where he goes into like a mirror world. It's a frozen mirror world for a second, and he has to like get out somehow and not break the mirrors. He has to like get
Well,
through a mirror.
hang on. Can you come in and answer what you? I'm talking about real deception here, real consideration. So NASA, the Vatican Space Telescope, Hubble, the Webb Telescope, the Hubble Telescope. Okay, now in actuality, if we are within a closed surround, right, the greater the telescope on, I know you get it, but I'm not. I want your answer. The greater the telescope, it's fundamentally the greater the microscope, because you're looking at a fixed backdrop with just greater and greater magnification. So, do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying?
I told you,
Are you claiming?
telescopes and microscopes do the same thing. If you were to zoom in with a telescope on that mirror, you're not seeing farther. You're just seeing more of what's
Right.
you're resolving more.
Yeah, but the baller denies the mirror, Jeremy. The baller says that there isn't a barrier. Let's say it's even thousands of miles above. It doesn't even matter in relation to fucking 16 billion light years away, which the baller tells you the Webb telescope is looking at. This is ultimately drastically differential sort of point of view, isn't it? Consideration.
Jeremy, then pull out your infrared and see if you can see 30 of yourselves or 40 in the infinite mirrors.
But then, but when would you stop counting though, Geo? Then you'd need a greater sort of resolution, wouldn't you?
Dude, one is enough of me. One's plenty.
But there's only infinite you, bud. You're infinite. What are you going to do about that? How do you like those apples? Now, can I just say this? I've actually made this geo comparison. So we think about infinite mirrors, and you put a pencil or your finger in between, and you look either way, and you gauge what you see. And after a certain point, everything becomes blurred. So how far can you count? Well, then you've got to have a keener sort of vision, and the keener your vision, you'll be able to count beyond the initial representation. You put on a pair of spectacles or increasing levels of spectacle capabilities, within the task set. But I think we're actually dealing with how we apply all things to reality. I think we're dealing with not just parallel planar mirrors, in a sense, parallel contoured mirrors. Imagine Lord Stephen Christ's contoured mirrors, either side. Now you stick your finger in between the two of them. What would you see? And how would you make out? Here's the great thing. Imagine you didn't know the mirrors were there, and all you could see was the emanations, and you were judging your reality based on the emanations without knowing the mirrors were there. So that is the key to something. I'm sure of it.
Was somebody saying something about a one-way mirror or a two-way mirror?
Yeah, so
I've watched this experiment done where they took a like a two-way mirror where you place that on one side, and then you can have a camera that actually looks through it to the other mirror, so it's dead on. Because whenever you try and look at like a dual mirror setup, your head is usually right in the middle where the infinity point is. But if you use a two-way mirror, you can actually see that infinity point. It should be interesting to do with the telescope.
Well, you could use like a P900,000 or something, whatever you got to do it with, and then you get.
P9 million. P9 million, Jeremy. Get it right.
That's neat. That's good. We gotta try that. Yeah. Zoom in. Can you see more cameras or whatever? Yeah.
Oh.
Good thinking. I like where your head's at.
Again, we're trying to develop an understanding of reality. And can I say this as a keen sort of a consideration? Let me put it like this: man has given us the lines, right? As we look at the sky, we look for identification, or we look for a sort of relative location via the constellations. 88 constellations is 88 keys on a grand piano. But here's the thing. And they've no justification for it, but they've connected the dots in the sky via lines, even though some of the dots are trillions of miles in departure from one another, but they've done that. So our task now is to sort of, I'm not going to go on too long, but I'm just going to say this as a consideration: erase the lines of man and now realize the perfect sort of symmetry of God, which is the circular fashion. This is why the sphere was developed by Pythagoras. So yes, if you do that now we can, as flat earthers, look at the skylights and their distribution, their orientation in a different fashion. And I will just say, friends, connect the circles in the sky. Connect them, because everything is up close and personal. It's a microscope. The telescope is a microscope. You're looking in at the same expression, but just with greater magnification. Perfect microscope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so,
true.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's dope, isn't it? It's dope.
Yeah, that's true, man. Whatever Napalm posted is absolutely frying my brain cells.
Well,
I was actually thinking about that, that refraction thing with the infrared. That would be, could we use something like Rob Skiba did, right, with his lens? And they say that's sinking because of the refraction that's happening. So we should be able to put the infrared on it. Like we could do that on a kitchen table or something. Ain't it?
Kitchen.
You mean like a Fresnel lens, and then doing infrared camera with a Fresnel lens?
Yeah, because the reason that Rob Skiba got the sun set was because of refraction from the lens he used. Yeah, the Fresnel lens. So we should be able to look through an infrared, and that would cut the refraction down, and we would see the sun closer to its actual spot, right?
I don't think it would do that. No.
What'd you say?
No, I don't think it would do that. I don't think it's as simple as just infrared cuts down refraction as just like a blanket statement. I'm not sure that's necessarily fully accurate. I think it gives.
Well, I know, but that's how
a different
that's how we
spectrum.
could that's how we could test their claim that it does, though.
Is the claim that a Fresnel lens cuts through infrared?
No, the claim is that the Glober claim that is that infrared does not refract as much.
Oh, yeah, I can agree with that. But why where'd the Fresnel lens come in? I actually did a little bit of research on this last couple of days.
Rob Skiba invented the Fresnel lens for flat earthers.
No.
Well, the Fresnel lens was invented a long time ago for lighthouses, to magnify the candle light that would come off, and it would redirect it through series of prisms and plates to redirect the light that's going in all directions to one horizontal direction. I don't know if that would work on a camera lens to attenuate the way you'd want it to.
Well, it's refraction. The sun, Rob Skiba gets the sun to set because of refraction, the bending light from the Fresnel lens, right?
Interesting. I guess I'm gonna have to watch the video then, see how he applies it.
He's got a Fresnel lens. He's got a Fresnel lens, and he's got a little sun, a little cardboard cutout of a sun on a flat surface. He backs the sun away, and it gets lower. It looks like it's setting. So I'm wondering that if we look at that through infrared, could that falsify the claim?
Right. No, now I understand. Okay.
Right. And Jeremy, Jeremy, let me say this to you, bud. Why hasn't there been? So we've seen J.R.R. Tolan from airplane height, 33,000 feet. It doesn't matter. Getting 12,000 or not 1,200 mile distance. Obviously, there's debate, but we obviously understand that you see much further than the ball. Why hasn't there been infrared cameras put on ground level? I was going to say on drones to be able to do away with all of this mirroring and all of this atmospheric interference at ground level. I have an understanding in my own brain why that hasn't been done. And actually, can I just say this to finish? Because I know lots of people are trying to get in. I understand why Ranty, a most pivotal character, he made it onto all of the mainstream flat Earth passionate forums. He reverted back to Ball Earth on flimsy evidence just after he received funding for the drone. I understand why that's the case, but where's the infrared images just on a normal level at a beachfront? It would just prove the flat Earth too much. It would just out and out prove it, and there'd be no argument left to be had.
A good point. Why aren't any flat earthers doing that then if it would prove it?
I don't know. Ranty, when he had the opportunity and he collected thousands for a drone, suddenly reverted back to being a ball earther after I suggested to him what he could do to show that there was a mirrored water layer over an extended span. He just suddenly reverted back and we never heard any more from him. So I don't know why flat earthers don't do it. Why don't you do it? What
are we doing?
An infrared camera, Jeremy, down at beach level, like a black swan. Imagine a black swan with infrared camera.
Yeah, that's the idea we were having. Yeah,
exactly. And can I just say this to you? The ballers are fucked. Flat earthers almost fucked in a sense as well, because how can you explain that we can see from these low levels under perfect conditions, obviously, these vast distances? Ranty himself from 4, 5, 6 inches above the water captured a target 18 miles away, Barron Furnace from Blackpool. Dr. John D did it from the same height, about 3 or 4, 5 or 6 inches, doesn't matter, camera very low to the water, all the way from England to France, about 20 miles across. So how can they do it from these low levels? And I predict that if the camera holder for the Black Swan, Ranty and Dr. John D stood up, then suddenly they won't be able to see to the target. And I have an explanation as to why, because it's now an extended surface of water. And when you look at water, it's your viewing angle, which will create a sort of a mirroring surface, if you want, after a certain point of recognition.
Yeah.
The infrared would have done away with all of that. There's no mirroring on an infrared. There's no fog. There's no atmosphere or heavy water being evaporated, And let me just say, this is the killer Achilles heel of the bowler. When now they're looking out at 6 feet above the water over the surface, they always have to have this divide, which they deem by the visible horizon, which is only pretty much when the water seems to meld into the sky. But on a flat Earth setting, well, it's only that we're looking over a greater and greater extent, which the bowler denies, that now this water actually starts to mirror, and we're all appreciating how water can mirror. Just drop some water on your table and see your reflection. The baller denies that is the point. The baller denies that and must deny that.
If I can add, we can kind of completely dismiss the Fresnel lens because, as you can see, as it's getting drawn away, it's magnifying the light source. I mean, if you applied a kind of filter to get rid of the glare, it would show the flame appearing bigger. And we can apply solar filters and show that the sun doesn't change angular size throughout the day, and especially during sunset. So the whole kind of Fresnel lens effect happening, causing sunset, we can kind of completely dismiss that.
Yeah, sure. Maybe he didn't. Well, maybe it's not the. We're not going to completely dismiss that because maybe he didn't use the right type of shape of lens or the right amount of magnification. We're definitely not going to just dismiss it. We're going to look further into it and toy around with it and play with it.
Right.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
This is a
And
family
that's what the
show.
baller will not do. Can I just say that's what the baller, if there's any ballers in here, please speak up. Are you capable of imagining the scenario as you're looking now over an extended plane? Remember, you have two things to consider basically, which is the sky above and the ground below. And as you're looking over water, it's always going to be water ever rising. Ever rising. It doesn't just fall away at the apparent horizon because now the apparent horizon just becomes an illusory thing. The distance beyond that is compressed. It's still water surface, which you can at least entertain in your brain via inferior mirage as it's coming in. You can see the main body of the target, but you can also see this sort of mirror reflection on the ground. Is it the ground that is water that you just can't see? Well, this is a consideration, but the baller can never do that. They can ever give that inch, and I've learned that over the last 8 years. Ever.
Hey, I'm posting one in the chat. Who is that? Rocket Man.
Yeah.
This is another one with a lens. Also shows a sun setting type phenomenon. You see, it's a book with a little circle on it. Ironically, it looks like a little globe is the circle. But anyways, when he moves it away, you'll see it doesn't change size. So just wanted to show you that. Not all lenses function the same way in terms of that magnification.
Yeah, of course. That is quite interesting to look at. I guess from just briefly looking at it, I'd have to look more into it, but just on the surface, I would say there's more kind of visual effects on the outer portions of the lens, which would, although it may not be affecting the circle in the middle, it's affecting the outer fringes, which would cause atmospheric distortions, which we would notice. I feel, just on a surface glance.
I'm looking at chat here. Yeah.
Well, it's showing the phenomenon. You're saying just because the outer parts of the lens, there's a little bit of warping. No one's saying this is what the Earth is. It just shows how things set. It just shows how. I mean, really, the lens is just kind of magnifying the effect. I mean, this will happen even without a lens. You just have to have the proportions have to be large enough. This just allows it to be done on a smaller scale.
Did you say proportions large enough? I just came into the chat. I'm looking at a woman dressed in black with a massive pair of bahubas. What's going on? Maybe I should scroll up. Sorry, that was a joke. That picture is definitely there.
Yeah, it's that warped guy. He's always kind of trolling and posting random stuff.
Yo, I meant to ask you a question. So the other guy there is considering what you had to say there, but I did reference you earlier on. But what about this and anyone else as well? For mankind, for posterity, NASA or the best equipment possible send up according to the best organization, responsible of the full moon as it was coming into view, helium balloon going up. And you have the full moon in pure daylight, which we'll be able to see very shortly, next few days. But yes, just the balloon itself and the camera following the full moon all the way, and us seeing it from the ground level to the apogee of the balloon's transit itself. Never see that. Never see that. But the reason I was do you find it curious that we never see that? I mean, that's something we do on ground for what, $100,000, something like that, and be so fascinating. It'd It'd be so fascinating for people to view. I have my own thoughts on why they can't do that and why that hasn't been done. But do you think that it's peculiar that it hasn't been done according to the official story?
The full moon comes out at night, not during the day.
No, it doesn't come out at night. The moon is out at daytime now, almost.
Right. I thought you said the full moon.
No, the full moon doesn't always come out at night.
Full moon's in the day too. You can have full moon in the day.
The full moon rises when the sun sets, and it sets when the sun rises. So maybe at dusk, if you want to call that daytime.
No, that's incorrect, bud. Incorrect. Seen the full moon in the daytime.
I'm talking about the actual full moon, not plus or minus a few days.
I'm talking about the actual full moon as well, and appreciation of the actual sun, where both now are in complete opposition to one another. That's what I'm talking about. I've seen them
at dusk when the sun is setting, the moon is rising. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see it at the crepuscular time periods.
Right.
Yeah, but what about the idea of NASA sending up a balloon and capturing that full moon in all its glory as it is, whatever it's doing? If you know, is that too much to ask?
Well, for sure, dude. I think there's a massive amount of footage lacking, of what should be available if the Earth was a globe. They have all these thousands of satellites out there. They're sending probes to Saturn and all this stuff.
I mean, if you want, I can post a link to the Himawari. It takes a photo of the Earth every 10 minutes.
Just the one, though.
Oh, no, there's loads. There's loads. There's loads. There's loads of photos. Weather satellites.
Testicles.
Absolutely loads. Not just one.
No, it's the Himawari, the one satellite. What else you got?
I'll have a look. I'm sure there's dozens.
Oh, I'm sure about it.
And how have you confirmed them? How have you confirmed that they're actually up there for yourself? Or are you just carrying a strong belief?
NASA doesn't use a balloon to take pictures of the moon because they've actually put an orbiter around orbiting the moon, taking much better pictures.
Yeah. Watching the rocket launches, watching the camera footage on the rockets.
We did a signal balance with the ISS.
Apparently, the latest batch of photographs from the Artemis 1 mission that happened this year in April were the worst on record when you compare them to the Apollo missions, apparently. All right, there you go.
Cool.
Worse in a subjective term, or was there data that was worse?
Apparently, the images that were taken were absolutely awful.
Yeah,
That's a very subjective statement.
It did look like they went back in their archives from the early 70s and thought, let's just recycle a couple of these, touch them up a little, throw them out there. It's fine.
Why not? They'll buy it.
Yeah, they'll
If
think
they touched it up from an old one, it would be better. No.
Apparently, there's 446 Earth observation satellites currently orbiting Earth.
Yeah, and how have you confirmed that they're up there, or are you carrying just a strong belief again?
Again, watching the rocket launches and watching the live uncut footage of the rockets all the way up.
How have you
amateur
confirmed that the satellite is up there? How have you confirmed that the hardware is actually up there?
amateur photographers videoing the event?
I'm sorry, that wouldn't be satisfactory. You would need to go
So-
there for yourself.
So
to
people
up there.
videoing it happening isn't
You would need
satisfactory.
to go there for yourself. You would need to go there for yourself to be satisfied.
Hold on. Guys, I'm just going to 10 mute people.
Please. Thank you. But what Jin is trying to say is just because you saw someone go up in a rocket doesn't mean that where they went is actually the truth. If you can absolutely send people up in a rocket, have it go into, say, the Bermuda Triangle and cut your video footage, and then now claim that rocket is now in, and then provide video footage for whatever you want. Middle Earth, and you have people dressed as orcs, and you could just show people that this is, it's all happening only on video, and you can't go there to verify it. Anything they do after the rocket launch can be made up, correct?
Personal experience is not the only source of truth.
I would say
anything, it can be. It is possible that they could fake it that way.
Because something could be fake doesn't mean that it was faked.
Yeah.
But he was saying that he was arguing that wouldn't, like, just because the people took a rocket up means that the whole thing happened. And I'm just trying to say, it's just because people launched a rocket doesn't mean where they claim the rocket went is actually accurate. That can be
Correct.
faked or changed,
Yep.
correct?
Right,
So
it's
there,
evidence.
okay.
Both of those are evidence that you need to weigh with all the other evidence.
But
I've yet to have anybody adequately explain the evidences of geostationary satellites by uplink and downlink coordinates.
Hang on, Pazza. 1 second moment. He came back with Himawari when I asked, is there any reasonable excuse for why NASA wouldn't send up a high altitude balloon and capture the moon in all its full glory and just provide a greater cinematic presentation? And that was the question. You went immediately to Himawari. I can see the fucking clouds beneath every 10 minutes. Who gives? Okay. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
I'd say because you basically have no control over a balloon and where the camera can face. I don't know if you've seen weather balloon videos. They're very sporadic and uncontrolled, and the camera's pointing every direction.
That's Dwayne Kellum, or that's the similar, like, I'm talking about NASA if they put 100,000 or 1 million. Let's say put 1 million into a balloon, and they always pointed, imagine setting a balloon off at the sky and the full moon was out, and they pointed the camera at the moon direction, and if they had some stabilizing factor, even if it rotated once or twice per 5 seconds. But why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they do that, though?
Why they wouldn't? There's a good reason why they wouldn't. The reason they wouldn't is because they already have better pictures.
Yeah.
Fucking we show loads of pictures from the astronauts in fucking the ISS growing lettuce.
No, there's much better pictures from the LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which orbits the moon and takes very high resolution pictures of the surface.
All fixed position satellite dishes can't be adequately explained unless you allude to the mathematics of geostationary satellite orbits.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, these orbits are happening at 90 times the speed of sound as the sun.
That's not addressing what I'm saying, though, Jin.
As the Earth.
Hold on, you guys.
orbits the
Hold on,
sun,
Jin, just for a second.
supposedly.
Let me just say, Jin, hold on. Jin, you got interrupted. I muted you for a second. I'm going to give you the mic right back. You guys, it's really important that we have clean audio, so no interruptions. We have to wait until everyone completely finishes, because otherwise no one can hear. It's chaotic audio. So please, let's try not to do that. Even if you're excited or whatever. Pazza, you can go next, but Jin, go ahead and re-say your points.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just. Yeah, okay, thanks. Earth is supposedly orbiting the Earth at 90 times the speed of sound. Okay, and then we've got all these satellites and things, all this junk hardware keeping up with all that. Okay, that's what I'm stating. I'm finished.
Okay, but that still doesn't address the fact that all the fixed dish orientations for satellite communications for geostationary satellites all comport to, in their configuration, them pointing to, by line of sight, things in a geostationary orbit along the equatorial plane, wherever you are in the world. Now,
That's fancy talk, Pazza.
well, it's technical talk, but it's not fancy.
Well, Pazza.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I mean that they're in a stable position. But have you ruled out the capacity for them to have various high altitude devices that stay in one position?
Well, the point is that if you look at a country or a continent or a large state in America, the maths that you use to line all those dishes, they do actually all taper. The line of sight vector of those dishes is such that if you tip them off even slightly, they stop picking up the signal. So they're all pointing to an eminence of some. I can finish, Pete. They're all pointing those dishes to an eminence of some point, each one. And if you tip it off, you don't get a signal. And if you follow the vector of all those dish alignments, they do comport to a position, one single position.
Okay.
Because you have a unifying equation for working out their configuration.
Okay,
Now,
let me respond briefly, Gio, and I will just say, because people mightn't be familiar with Paz. Paz, you worked with satellites like rocket scientists as well, and I'm not saying this in a diminishing fashion. I would like to talk more about your opinion why they haven't sent up a balloon to capture the moon in full flight, because I have an answer, but you're definitely to be respected, and as you know, Paz, I do definitely respect and love you, bud. Go ahead.
What altitude would the balloon fly at, and how could you? I mean, you
But
can
think
take
about it.
photos.
Yeah.
You can take photos with a balloon, but it's like the reason we don't use balloons to take photographs of the ground with any reliability is because they tend to float in volatile currents of air.
Okay. Okay. 1 second, please. Now, I have a perfect answer for this, Pazza, because you know there are such a things in place as sataloons, right? You don't deny that.
Yeah, they have a purpose, but they're not used. They're used for omnidirectional broadcast systems. In other words, aerial.
Right.
They're
But
not used
as
for.
they're
They're not used
set
for
up, yes. As
not
they're
used
set
for
up, as they're sent
what?
up. 1 second, Pazza. As they're sent up, right? They're not going to be doing like Dwayne Kellum's balloons or the go fast rocket or whatever, just spinning around. They're going to be kept in relatively stable sort of orientation in order to deliver their sort of communicative function, right?
How?
Well, because the balloons are. First of all, I'll reference NASA, if you want me to, and I will say it's got to do with the size of the balloon itself that maintains the stability. Dwayne Kellum's balloons, as we can all reference, they're tiny balloons, or Globebusters balloons. It doesn't matter. They're just tiny in relation, but they have the greater control over the environment, so they can maintain
If
a sort
I'm
of
sorry to
fixity
interrupt
of
you there,
position. Go ahead. Yeah.
we do have that image from 120,000 feet up, 24 miles up of the flat Earth. You know, the famous one where you've got the horizontal line there of the Earth. Where is the curvature? That's 24 miles up. That was a balloon, a camera attached to a helium balloon. Okay, taking a picture there perfectly.
Gene, you don't like photographs taken from things you don't know for certain are there.
The point is that image is there. That image is there.
Well,
We do
how
have
do you know,
that
Gene?
image.
Gene, why do
We
you
do
not
have that.
dismiss that
We
image?
do have that. We do have that image.
Well, you're
Okay?
relying on that
We
image
do
then,
have
but not
that
other
image, and
images taken. You're
there
gonna.
are several other images. I mean, by that standard that I've established, everything you've said, you need to verify in that case,
And you
that's
do too.
That's why I'm
You're the
bringing it
one.
up. Is that
I'm not.
everything you've stated hasn't been
I'm
verified
not letting
at
anybody
all?
in, Gene. No, Gin, you are stating. I'm not dismissing any satellite or any sataloon or its images. You, earlier on, were dismissing all the ones taken from alleged satellites.
Yes.
Now,
I'm
however,
stating to you that how do we know
Gin, you're
that
not
the
letting me finish,
satellite is
Gin.
up there? Yeah.
How do you know the weather balloon is up there taking the photograph?
Well, we've got images of weather balloons. We do have
Right.
images of
Images of
weather
satellites.
balloons, real non-CGI images of weather balloons and satelloons in the air, in our air. We have that. But when we look at satellites, satellite images, they are all CGI. There's your problem.
Right.
Can I?
That is true. 1 second, Paz. That is true, Jin. But Jin, my reason, actually, let me get to my nub of my point here. I reckon the reason that NASA don't do this very easily, Benj, because as a balloon or the camera rises up, the moon will shrink to a smaller and smaller size, and ultimately it will shrink to a black dot because it's a reflection that we view in its size, like we view the sun as the size, through the atmospheric lens. That's my answer.
No,
Go
that's
ahead.
not true.
I've got no evidence for anything you just said, Pete, at all.
Well, you have evidence for the Earth spinning at fucking 60,000 miles around the sun, don't you,
I
Paz?
wasn't talking about the Earth spinning. I wasn't talking about the Earth spinning or anything like that. I was talking about the evidences of all the vectors of all the dish alignments, geostationary satellite telecommunications. Now, you can hand wave it away, but there is a mathematics behind that.
Yeah, maths doesn't always prove the reality that we live in. That's the problem. You can have maps for many things that don't purport to what we actually live in, and that's one of those maps that you're presenting to us now. Okay.
An example of that statement is
the one you're trying to present us with now.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask Jin something? Sorry if I'm getting in the middle. I would just like to ask, what's the difference between someone putting up a weather balloon that someone's imaged and then you said took a photo of the flat Earth, and let's say a SpaceX rocket launch has been documented from hundreds of people on the ground, videoed, and comports exactly to what the live stream on the rocket shows at the same time? That is completely uncut and matches everyone's videos.
the rocket, because
Yeah,
the
one
rocket
one
plans
one
to
is
go
CGI
not
image.
Because
John.
okay, got you. Okay, so it matches perfectly from what everyone sees on the ground. They've managed to somehow create the CGI that matches
I'm
perfectly
not everyone.
hundreds
I'm
of
not
separate
everyone.
observers
And
Those
at the
a
same
people
picture
are in
time.
space.
consensus
Is that what
doesn't
you're
help
saying?
you.
Okay,
They're
okay,
doing it in
so
space.
Yeah, and a picture
okay,
consensus doesn't help you. Okay, sorry.
okay.
Okay.
I see your choice in evidence here. It's okay.
No, you know. So
But
all
hang
those people
on.
who witnessed something going up in the sky, were they also in space to verify that that's where it is? But
Were
it seems like
people up in the sky to verify the weather balloon where it is?
well, no, the weather balloon isn't
Oh,
claimed to be the law of thermodynamics violation.
it
Doesn't
it does. I don't know if you looked at the altitude on the weather balloons and the pressure gauges on it, but you
You do
know,
understand that the majority of people who are involved in these technologies don't think it's in violation of any laws of thermodynamics.
yeah.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not
because
going to.
they're too busy lying. They're not aware
Okay.
that we're
Okay.
wise to their game,
Yeah,
and
fuck 'em,
that's the problem.
Jin.
They're
Fuck 'em,
busy
You,
lying.
Jin.
They're
but
lying.
Jin, we can do this all day long, okay, right? And you can make the case. Yes, I haven't been to visit the satellite taking weather photographs, and yes, I can't prove categorically in my own personal domain that a satellite taking pictures of the moon up where they say is there, but there is, however, a set of evidences on the ground of where you point things to push signals up and where you pull the signals down, and there's a math behind them. And the mass is unified to one single mechanism, which comports exactly to you pointing by line of sight to something on the equatorial plane at an altitude of geostationary orbit. Make of that what you
Yeah,
will.
on a globe that you haven't established to
But there you
exist.
go. You
That's
see,
the problem.
you're not addressing what I'm saying, are you? You're just going to go and say
I'm
something else
giving
now.
you all the foundations. I'm giving you the criteria that you need to meet. You need to first establish that. That hasn't happened. So
No, I
anything
don't need
being
to do any of that,
built,
Pete.
Come on,
anything
Jin.
being
Come
built
on,
on a
treat
false
Pazza with
premise,
due respect. Come
yeah,
on.
anything being built on a false premise has to be null and void. That's my operation now. Sorry, that's how it
Okay,
is.
that's fair enough.
Fairly
You can do
obvious.
that, or you could do that
Prove
till you
your
blue in the
globe
face. But
first, and
if I
then you
want to
might have
line a
something.
dish, I have to get my position on the ground in latitude, longitude, my altitude, the altitude of the dish, and I put it into a mechanism that tells. I give it the latitudinal position. Sorry, the longitudinal position of the satellite in question, and it will tell me where to point the dish. And it'll tell everybody the same equation can be used by anybody in the broadcast domain of that dish, which might be half of Europe, it might be 10 states of America, it might be something of that size, and they can all use the same equation, and they'll all be
The cell
pointing
tower.
along.
So
They'll all be
Yeah.
okay, so how do you have gas pressure without a container?
the weight of the air.
That's not addressing what I'm saying.
Weight of the hair.
A tiny end juice. You
You
have a
have
lot
a
of
lot of
tiny
time.
ends, and then you
Wasn't
have a
that?
tiny
What you're
end.
saying is fantastical. Doesn't meet reality.
Hold on, guys. Okay, we got to somehow stay on topic. So, Paz, what I would respond, I was going to say on topic to what you said. You're pointing these devices to a position in the sky. There's a story about what that device is in the sky and what is being, the process. What that thing is a satellite and it's here and there and elsewhere. That is a narrative, if you will. But what you're and tell me otherwise if you have some other information. But what you're able to verify on the ground is what position you're pointing it, like a coordinate that you're pointing it. There's a story, there's a computer system. I understand there's information claiming where it is and why it's there, but at the end of the day, it's a position in the sky. So I don't see any reason why, if you have a planar stationary Earth surface with the sky above, like the ceiling, the sky above, that there couldn't be any number of communication devices at high altitudes in various forms that would just be in those positions above a planar stationary surface. And just because they're giving a narrative about what it's doing on a globe doesn't mean that you're able to validate that their narrative is the case versus another possibility, such as those positions in the sky having a communication device in them that is able to give the same phenomenon, the same effect, as it were, in terms of you being able to receive the signal, but it being a different actual explanation as to how that system is working in the sky.
That's fair enough. You can make that's a good point and a fair argument to make. But the thing is that if you had a mesh, you have to have some sort of mesh of things above you. Let's assume they're all at one nominal altitude, so that everybody's dish is pointing up and everyone's dish is coincident with one of these components up there. Because clearly, what we're saying is there isn't one thing. because we can rule that out because the mathematical model you use doesn't comport to.
How can you rule that out, Pazza? Don't jump
You
to
can't.
those conclusions.
No, you can't. No, Pete. The reason you can rule it out is because there's the arctangent and the equatorial plane mathematics you use to get your position comports entirely to this spherical model. So if you use a flat model, you'd use a completely different mathematical construct to get these positions. Now,
But it
could
is
they?
geometrical considerations, Pazza. Do you apply geometrical considerations to the greater universe? Sorry to get in you there, Geo.
You just make pointless distractions to what I'm saying, Pete, like this.
I wasn't. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, it's just don't.
I
wanted to hear the full thing he said, and you kind of clicked on
Sorry,
it.
Geo. Go ahead.
Let him say his whole thing, please. Yeah, thank you.
So what you'd have to have is a mesh or an array or a matrix of these things in the sky somewhere. Because clearly, if it's not one eminent point and it's multiple points, then you're going to have an array of them up there somewhere. Now, if you get a radio communications satellite dish on the ground and you tip it off even a couple of degrees, you lose signal. But the key is that if you want to pick up a particular signal, you have to point it in a very specific position. You can't just tip it round and all of a sudden find it off of another entity or tip it another couple of degrees and tune into another identity. It's not like you're looking round in the sky for different things. There is only one vector that dish can be pointed at to get the signal. And none of that is characteristic of there being multiple things up there broadcasting simultaneously.
Right.
So you'd have to explain that, by the way.
Now that you've said that, now I'm going to explain it now. Now that you've said that, it is important to remember that the current system that we're using for communications is via fiber optics cables that are under the ocean right now. According to the documentary that I watched, 10 trillion financial communications happens via these cables every day. 10 trillion. It represents 99% of our 95% of our communications. Okay, and there are 430 of these bundles of these fiber optic cables that cover 700,000 miles of the ocean bed. Okay, so the 5% that's left, it cannot represent all those TVs because cable TVs from these fiber optics. This internet is very system we're using is using the system that I just mentioned. So you setting up satellites and that's all not to do with satellites in space. It cannot be. One, we're not a globe. Two, we are using fiber optic cables, and I just mentioned
I got it, Jim.
banking
Let me respond to what you're saying.
Okay.
Everybody in Europe using the Astra satellite cluster with a dish that isn't connected to the internet to get TV signals and radio signals, and in some places internet signals. Clearly, they aren't using this fiber optic subterranean or submarine mechanism. They are pointing a dish at the sky. Clearly, that's got nothing to do with what you just said.
Yeah. Clearly, I think what you're saying doesn't truly exist. Something else is happening.
Fair enough.
It would mean there's a satellite up there. We know that satellites do not exist. We know that.
Well, imagine, Pazza, I'll say, I know what you mean about
you're not convinced.
I know what you mean about the array. Like, I agree with you that it would, over a planar stationary surface, it would not be as simple as just having, one balloon there, one balloon there. It would have to be more complex than that because we've gone through some of this in detail because I do understand the vectors involved and some of these factors. However, it gets more complex because the timing of the signals is, then you get into the relativity and the claim of the timing of these devices. And of course, they're the ones giving the timestamp, of the information. So it would have to be like a spoofed system. There would have to be definitely a large scale deception. But I was just going to say, in terms of like an array, like you were saying, that is one possible way that I've thought about it. Sort of like a spider web, and where the silks connect would be one node in that web, and then another point where the silks connect, you'd have another node. So if you had a massive array, hold on, Jin, your mic is feeding back. I'm just going to mute you for a second, but because it was feeding back. So yeah, you would have to have some sort of an array, and there would have to be a deceptive spoofing type of system involved to where they would be having the timings and the positionings in the way that they're selling it on the globe model, like in terms of that factor, to where someone like yourself or any of us that could kind of validate that would be able to say, oh yeah, look, it's on the globe because this links with that, this links with that. And I'm sorry to be a little long-winded, but the last thing I was going to say is imagine if you're on the ground and you have just just clouds above you to where you can't see above the clouds. And then above the clouds are whatever these communication devices. I'm just using the clouds as a general idea.
You've been a bit long-winded.
Hold on. I'm just using the clouds as a general idea where you cannot see the communication devices. So how would you know for sure where that communication device is and where it is and how it actually is functioning? If you can't see the satellites, nor can we see the high altitude devices, you know what I'm saying? So it's sort of like beyond the veil of what we're able to confirm. However, I do agree with you that in order for it to work over a plane or stationary surface, there would have to be an array and there would have to be a fairly complex system in addition to a spoofed model that they would then be selling to the public.
That's very true. But there's a couple of things I would add to that. If you had, because everybody's dish, say, in a broad area of Pacific Europe are pointing to what they think is one source, everyone using a slightly different vector of bearing and elevation of their dish to get that signal. If that wasn't being met by what it appears to be, which is a single eminence at a certain altitude, and you were going to use a mesh, then it does present another problem, because clearly, what I would suggest is that everybody across, say, a region, each of their dishes at certain areas are pointing to a different thing. They don't know it, but they are. That's what they infer from the mesh. Now, for there to be no gaps in signal in particular locations, by definition, across the surface, you'd have to have a spatial overlap. So that what it would mean is that if any given position, if any house in a city can point its dish up, it means it must be covered by at least one or two or three of those things up there. Otherwise, you'd have gaps. If you imagine drawing circles on the floor, you can't have any gaps because that would give the game away. Yeah? What that would also mean by definition is that there would be positions of dishes in the city where you could point it at where you're supposed to point it and get a signal, but you could scan around, move the dish around, and you pick up another signal. Because if there's overlaps, that means there's two perceivable sources. And try as you will not find that. That's the problem.
What did you say?
The main problem is what you're claiming to be. Hang on, I'm nearly there. What you're claiming to be happening is on a globe that you haven't proven yourself. It hasn't been proven that we're on a globe. You have a problem already.
This isn't a proof of globe. This is an evidence, Jin. This is an evidence.
You're saying it's happening on a globe Earth that doesn't exist. That's the problem. Sorry,
because it's the simplest explanation for what I'm describing. If you're just observing what you do with satellite dishes and you work with them.
Jin, get the mesh. He talked about the mesh. What don't you get about Paz's mesh? Come on, Jin.
No, I understand Paz's mesh, right? And
you understand that
means we know that satellites are not up there. You know what I mean? It's another fantastic story, is what I'm saying.
I understand you're going to say that.
First.
I don't know whether Gio heard what he said, but you'd have to have coverage overlaps to make sure that everything on the ground has got coverage by definition. Which means you can, for some dishes, you can point it in two directions to get a satellite signal, and you can't do that. There may be some other fantastical mechanism of elaboration to make it look like there's a single eminence, but I can't adequately explain how that would work. Because I know exactly every aspect.
It doesn't exist. Is what the answer is.
Okay, go on. You go for it, Jen. You go for it.
No, go on. You go for it.
No. By just simply sitting there and interrupting me, you say it doesn't. It's not what you're saying is not true. It's not purposeful.
But you have been talking a lot, Pazza.
I'll be quiet then. I'll yield the floor.
No, I don't think you guys. It's not a problem. I mean, he wasn't monologuing. It's not a problem to speak your mind. I mean, sometimes you got to lay something out. But yeah, Paz, I heard everything you said. There's a guy named Charlie who has claimed to also work in the satellite industry. We were talking about this one night. He made this. I'm going to post it in the chat here. He made this, which, like, I guess the idea, like if you had some sort of a matrix, like an array, like we were saying, above a planar surface. So that would be the XY points. And then, you have that S up at the top, the satellite, as it were. Is this sort of what you're referring to? Like if you were on a planar surface and you're trying to sort of triangulate that claim of the satellite at that one position, but if it was done with an array, some kind of like a a planar system of nodes, let's say, which is kind of represented in that red line, and then you have the X and the Y, which is intersecting. So like if you were the guy A, he's pointing at that S up there. You have the guy B, he's pointing at the S up there. They're both getting the signal from S.
Yeah.
But if it's an array type of system, then in their local area, if it's an array and it's much closer, then in their local area, they would have to be pointing to X and Y respectively, and then getting the same duplicate signal.
They would be. They would be, but the problem becomes when you look at what happens in that sweep between A and B, because either there's a resolution of how much of that mesh could be that the X and Y are laying on, and everybody on the ground between A and B, and that A and B might be 1,000 miles apart, and every location between A and B, every household can stick a dish up and point it at what they think is S, and they can get a signal. So between X and Y, there can be any number of those things, yeah? And by definition, because you can't have any gaps, what X transmits down can't be just a single cone, a single signal to a single house. It has to be conic. It has to have a divergence, so that the house next door to A is also looking at X, and the house next door to that is looking at X, and then the house next door is looking at X. But there will be a house that's not looking at X. It's looking at the next one along from X and Y. So clearly, you're going to have overlap of this mesh. Now, if you have an overlap of the mesh, this is the problem. There is a house on the ground somewhere that can point to two items on the mesh to get the signal. And unfortunately, with the satellite, I've used steerable dishes, dissect steerable dishes, and I've programmed set-top boxes to work with them. And there is only one position you can point the dish at. There is only one vector for every house between A and B, and that is a vector that points to S. So it creates an incredibly difficult geometric proposition to suggest that there's an array of things on the planar line XY, because one of the principal characteristics of this, which makes it a strong evidence, is that for a given location on the surface, there is only one vector you can point the parabolic normal of the dish at to get the signal.
So you're told.
Line of sight.
Hey,
So you're
Paza, have
told.
you solved the three-bodied problem? Have you solved that?
What's that got to do with this, Pete?
Well, it has everything to do with that, placing satellites at a certain level above the Earth and keeping in sort of accordance with Earth's motion, because it's not just a satellite now. You have to consider it's not just the Earth you have to consider, but the major influence, which is the Sun. Of course, the Earth is just a third rock from the Sun. But I'm just asking you, have you considered the three-bodied problem when it comes to putting a satellite in space?
More reliant onto this system to work. It's too fantastic to believe.
Well, he put satellites in space. Jin, him and rocket scientists claims to have input at the ground level, the basic foundational level, building the satellites, designing the satellites, coordinate the satellites and putting them into space and putting them into operation, have connection with them as well. Have you considered the three-bodied problem? How have you worked your way around it?
I don't need to engage in that conversation when I'm talking about this.
I mean, it is a slightly different topic, Pete, but I do hear you that it could be an ancillary topic. Well, I can step back because I don't need to take the floor for too long. But Paz and I were going back and forth for a second. Let me just ask you this, Paz, and I want to listen to your response. Okay, because I hear everything you're saying, and I don't claim that I know 100% how the system is being done, is being orchestrated in terms of over a planar surface, because I don't have access to be able to validate all of that information. So I can ultimately only speculate and have some ideas, but I do have many ideas of how it could be viable. I've only mentioned one or two of them here. But let me just ask you, just as a thought experiment, if you knew absolutely 1000% that there's no curvature to the Earth, meaning you were able to go out, tangibly test it, everything in the world, you test it, you validate it, 100% no curvature. So now you're sitting there and you're scratching your chin saying, okay, I know there's no curvature. Just that alone. And let's say you add that the Earth is stationary as well. But you don't know yet how they're doing the whole GPS system, the satellite system, you don't know how they're doing that, but you know that it is planar and stationary. If you were to do a thought experiment or speculation, whatever it may be, what would be a couple possible ideas in your mind of how they could be doing it? Like, have you ever thought about this? Like, okay, well, could it be that way, this way? How could it be pulled off?
I don't know. I can't come up with an adequate explanation for how they could pull it off.
You could do it with
I'm
radio
not
towers.
being distractive here. I can't come up with one.
Yeah, you could put radio towers on tall mountains, because if the Earth is flat, there shouldn't be anything blocking radio towers.
Come on, Pazza. Come on, bud. Rise to the occasion. Come on.
But this isn't a radio antenna, is it? This is an omnidirectional radio antenna picking up these signals. It's a
Right.
parabolic dish.
Oh, I thought he said GPS. Sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, strictly radio. To be clear, geostationary satellites used for telecommunications aren't the same as GPS. They're flying, they're flying at a completely different altitude or a different orbit height, and there's no, if there's any timing latency in satellite signals, it doesn't make much difference. If you
wouldn't need satellites if the Earth was flat. You wouldn't need satellites.
That's right.
No?
If the Earth were flat, you wouldn't need satellites, because you could put communication towers on tall mountains that would reach the entire Earth.
Exactly.
And also you'd be able to see the entire Earth from Mount Everest.
That's kind of what we're trying to say is we don't need satellites, dude.
Also, the whole Earth would be lit up with daylight or dark at night at the same moment. There'd be no.
But that's true. But the trouble is that people who use satellite communications for TV and radio on the equatorial regions point their dishes straight up. So you can't pretend that that's pointing at a high mast.
So you've worked on them down there?
Have I worked on them down there? No, I haven't worked on them down there.
Okay.
Is that where are you taking that? Are you saying that satellite dishes don't point virtually straight up, or on an equatorial orientation in the?
I don't know. I've never been there, so I wouldn't make the claim either.
Okay,
I posted a picture. Would a picture suffice?
Yeah,
I don't know where that was taken.
They
It's
do.
not taken.
But those are just points in the sky, though. That's the thing. Like, there's nothing that isolates anything having to do with satellites in space. They're pointing to points. They're pointing to points in the sky.
Do you know
using
that
exactly the same mass to point in that dish as I use here in the UK?
You have to point the signal upward to get to a big, wide-ranging, tall signal being broadcast over many towers, over miles and miles. You have to go up.
No, these are parabolic dishes that point in a specific
Matt.
direction.
I'm not asking, buddy.
I'm telling you without you asking.
Yeah, but he told you. He wasn't asking you before you told him, but now him asking you, even though he asked you before you told him.
This is what's very specific about this type of communication. It's not an antenna where you can't intrinsically know where the signal is coming from, the vector or the direction. With parabolic dishes, you know it's only coming from one direction, because the parabola is a line of sight collective mechanism that lenses all the signals to the LMB on the stem. So if you tip the dish off by a couple of degrees, it's fucked in any orientation.
Right, and the pictures of the satellite dishes I posted are from Quito, Ecuador, where those satellite dishes are pointing straight up.
Yeah. Well, they can tip east-west.
Right.
Because this is the point. Wherever the mass is, it's alluding to things being on the equatorial plane at the geosynchronous orbit. Now, the mesh has got to be a simulation of that. I can't think of a construct for the simulation that would work.
Mesh. As is mesh.
I know, Pete. Mesh is a funny word. I get it.
I mean, I got a crazy idea. What if the signal going from the satellite to your dish isn't going in a straight line? Dun dun dun.
It's coming from a specific direction.
I know, but what if it's not traveling in a straight line? You guys are making angles to this thing with the dish, right?
Well, that's true, but
I can't believe you guys couldn't think of it. Geo said, "How could this happen with plane?" You couldn't think of that.
Why would you? So, are you saying that the signal was being lensed somehow?
I'm just saying, if the lines aren't going in a straight line, this could all work. if the lines are going in a straight line, I don't know how else it could work, but that is one way it could work if the lines are curving.
Yeah, so part of the reason we know that there's no lens up there in the sky is because constellations don't bend and warp as they rise and set. So we see the same exact shape with the same exact angular distances. So there is no lens in the sky.
Geo, that's how it could happen. On a stationary plane, if the lines aren't straight to the satellite to the dish.
Right. So you have to have some mechanism in the sky, which is sending out the signals in a countless tens of thousands of directions, so they all perfectly look like they're coming from something much higher on the ground. That's effectively.
Well, since we know Earth is flat, we'll just call it the frequency or whatever is traveling through dark air.
Or whatever, yeah.
You can't see it, you can't measure it. We know it's there though because
of course,
because it has to be because Earth's flat. Yeah.
Right. If you assume Earth is flat.
Yeah, dark air Paz's mesh. Just call it Paz's mesh, Jeremy.
No, he's right. If you assume the Earth is flat, then satellites can't exist, and you're forced to come up with some magic system that works some other way.
You either assume all the electromagnetic signals are traveling in a straight vector, which is all our experience generally for these sort of things states is the likelihood, or you use the maths that is trying to convince you that they're at a certain eminent position in an equatorial plane above a sphere, using all of the mathematics of arctangents and the sine and the cosine working your equatorial offset. And what you've got in the sky is something which is actually emulating that just to deceive you.
Oof, that was hard for me to hold out right there, I got to say, because the first thing you said was wrong. You can look up GPS refraction, type that into Google. Okay, I'm not doing it for you. I'm at work. But you can type, hold on, man. I waited for you patiently, but I was biting my tongue the whole time. You can go look up GPS, and you can see if it's subject to refraction. They'll tell you it is, and any electromagnetic frequency you're going to send is going to be subject to refraction in your own model. So that means bending, not straight.
Yeah, this isn't GPS though.
Okay, but is it an electromagnetic frequency?
The idea of what you're saying is that if that lensing is going on, then any number of things in the sky can appear to be one thing. That's what you're saying.
Is it an electromagnetic frequency?
Well, of course it's electromagnetic frequency. Jeremy, what you're
so it's going to be subject.
Conclusion of what you're saying,
so it's going to be subject to refraction. Then the conclusion of what I'm saying is, even in your paradigm, these lines that you think are going straight, that's not what your paradigm says. They say they're not going straight.
Of course, and the conclusion of what you're saying is that if it's electromagnetics that's doing this all the way along, then everybody in the world who looks at Polaris, okay, and gets a vector to it, isn't looking at Polaris. They're looking at lots of Polarises where all the refraction is making it look like they're one on the spherical Earth. That's what you're saying. The same distortions would be present for everything you look at, Jeremy.
It's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that at all.
I know it's not what you're saying, but that's the logical conclusion of what you are saying.
No, it's not.
If electromagnetic lenses that way,